Chapter 1, Ordinary Yet Confident. My name is Chin Xing, working overtime late into the night once again. The reason I'm pushing myself so hard with overtime is to buy a new LV bag for my goddess, Song Xiaoqing. After all, she just went through her 9th heartbreak. As her loyal lapdog, I'm obligated to buy my mistress a bag to ease her sorrow. Song Xiaoqing and I were classmates in high school. As the school belle, she's been surrounded by countless admirers since childhood. Despite my ordinary appearance, I was the most persistent one among them. I adored her relentlessly for 3 years in high school. When we went to university, with our campuses being adjacent, I took advantage of the proximity to continue my devotion for another 4 years. When we graduated, I almost gave up, but with just a bit of coy manipulation, Song reeled me back in, and I spent another 8 years intermittently pining after her after entering the workforce. Seeing the computer display showing 3:44 a.m., I saved the document first, lifted my hands off the keyboard, stretched my stiff shoulders and numb legs, and planned to rest my eyes for a while at my workstation. Little did I know that once I closed my eyes, they would never open again. I silently died from overwork in the empty office in the early hours past 3 a.m. In my final moments, slumped in my chair, I asked myself, was being this hopeless simp really necessary? Suddenly, a surge of new energy flooded through my body, and I abruptly opened my eyes. I found myself sitting by the flower bed outside a girl's dormitory, holding 2 bags of breakfast in my hands. Bathed in the bright morning sunlight, I felt momentarily dazed. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Suddenly, a strange yet vaguely familiar sharp voice came from nearby. Chen Xing, what are you spacing out for so early in the morning? I looked up to see 2 young female students walking towards me arm in arm. I strained my memory to recognize them. One of the girls turned out to be the college version of my goddess, Song Xiaoqing, while the other was her college roommate Yang Li. That sharp voice just now had come from her. Only then did it fully dawn on me. I had been reborn, sent back 10 years to the spring of 2015. Both Song Xiaoqing and I were still freshmen. At the same time, I remembered that I was currently standing outside Song Xiaoqing's dorm at the Normal University, holding 2 breakfasts meant for goddess Song and her roommate Yang Li. Looking at the 2 bags of steamed buns and 2 cups of soy milk in my hands, a surge of fury rose in my heart. Was I really doomed to be this pathetic simp? As I was gradually recovering my memories, 2 girls walked up to me. Yang Li looked at the breakfast in my hand and said impatiently, Xiaolong Bao with soy milk again? Honestly, Chen Xing, can't you put in a little more effort? Xiaoqing won't say anything, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't take the initiative to change things up. There's a KFC right outside our Normal University. Next time, remember to swap the soy milk for coffee. I've been feeling drowsy during morning classes lately. As she reached out to take the breakfast from my hand, I immediately took half a step back, dodging her grab and said, Who do you think you are? What did you just say? Yang Li stared at me in shock, while Song Xiaoqing beside her froze in place. Frowning, I said, I brought breakfast for Xiaoqing. It's one thing for you, Yang Li, to bum some off us, but where do you get the nerve to complain about it? You. Yang Li flushed instantly. Who are you calling a breakfast moocher? You were the one who always offered to treat me before. And if it weren't for Xiaoqing's sake, who'd want to eat your crappy buns anyway? Angry and embarrassed, Yang Li turned to leave, only for Song Xiaoqing to grab her arm. Don't be upset, Yang Li, she said. Chen Xing didn't mean it like that. That's exactly what I mean. I snapped, my memories now fully restored. Yang Li's been treating me like her damn lapdog for ages. When did you, Song Xiaoqing, ever stand up for me? My sudden outburst left Song Xiaoqing speechless, this coming from someone who had always been docile and obedient. Poof, Yang Li scoffed. Of course you're a dog, you're clearly Xiaoqing's lapdog. Yang Li, don't talk nonsense. Song Xiaoqing quickly pulled Yang Li behind her, positioning herself between the girl and me. Though she understood perfectly well that I was her devoted admirer, years of experience handling admirers had taught her to maintain basic decorum. She always saw through things but never pointed them out. Chen Xing, don't mind her. Yang Li just has this kind of personality, she always says whatever comes to mind. With gentle concern on her face, Song Xiaoqing asked me, have you been troubled by something recently? You don't seem to be in good spirits. I gazed into Song Xiaoqing's beautiful big eyes, listening to her gentle and pleasant voice, feeling the simping urge nearly surge up within me again. I shook my head with a bitter smile. Yang Li wasn't wrong in scolding me after all. After being reborn, I resolved to face my shameful past head-on, and decided that in this life I would absolutely never simp for Song Xiaoqing again. So I said with serious expression, Xiaoqing, you know I've liked you for many years. Will you be my girlfriend? This is the first time in both lifetimes that I've openly confessed my feelings to Goddess Song. Put. Yang Li, who had been standing by enjoying the drama, couldn't help bursting into laughter. Chen Xing, have you never looked in a mirror your whole life? Do you really think you're good enough for our beautiful Song? How can you be so average yet so confident? Shut the hell up. I wasn't talking to you. Seeing the fury in my eyes, Yang Li immediately went silent in fright and hid behind Song Xiaoqing again. After arguing with Yang Li, I turned my gaze back to Song Xiaoqing, quietly waiting for her response. Faced with my sudden confession, Song Xiaoqing stammered, Chen Xing, you're a good person, but, thank you for your answer. Hearing the expected reply, I suddenly felt an immense relief. Grabbing the soup dumplings and soy milk in my hands, I began eating hungrily while striding away with large steps. Watching my retreating figure, Song Xiaoqing stood frozen in place, unable to comprehend why her loyal dog of many years had suddenly gone berserk today. Behind her, Yang Li first stared at my departure with an incredulous expression, then couldn't suppress her gleeful eyes as she stealthily observed the shifting emotions on Song Xiaoqing's face. I hadn't gone far when an AI-like voice resounded in my mind. Sigma system bound. Host name, Chen Xing. Holy shit. System bro. Rebirth with a cheat system? I'm about to take off at 0 frame speed. The gloom in my heart instantly vanished, leaving me feeling like the sky was boundless and the earth infinite. It seemed I could already envision the glorious scenes of buying yachts, hosting lavish parties, traveling the world, and indulging in life's pleasures. But when I carefully read the system's manual, my mood plummeted from its peak straight into the abyss, like riding a roller coaster. This is the Sigma system. If the host spends money on non-blood related or legally unrelated members of the opposite sex, the system will directly impose fines. Chapter 2, the Sigma system. System bro, did you write the reward rules wrong? It's one thing if you don't give me cashback for spending on women, but why are you docking my funds too? The reward and punishment rules are accurately recorded. This is the Sigma system, which discourages the host from spending money on females without close blood relations or legal ties. I continued somewhat speechlessly, so about this imposing fines based on different affection value coefficients, how exactly is it calculated? As soon as the thought formed in my mind, an affection value chart appeared before my eyes. 0% to 19%, stranger level affection, 20% to 59%, friend level affection. 60% 79% denotes ambiguous level affection, 80% 100% denotes romantic level affection. Next, the Sigma system displayed the personal profiles of Song Xiaoqing and Yang Li. Name, Song Xiaoqing. Age, 19. Appearance, 8.5. Height, 168 cm. Weight, 49 kg. As I browsed the profile data of both girls, I instantly flew into a rage. In this lifetime, I've been simping for Song Xiaoqing for almost 4 years, yet her affection level towards me is only at 50% purely platonic. As expected, simp dogs get no happy endings. And then there's Yang Li, who's eaten so many breakfasts from me, yet her affection level is a mere 3%. What an ungrateful wretch. Just then, the system popped up a notification. Host's purchase steamed buns cost 6 yuan per serving, soy milk 2 yuan per cup. If the host had given a breakfast to Song Xiaoqing just now, the system would impose a fine. 8 yuan times 50 is equal to 400 yuan. If the host had given a breakfast to Yang Li just now, the system would impose a fine. 8 yuan times 3 is equal to 24 yuan. Fines will be automatically deducted from the host's bank account balance. If the balance is insufficient, the system will freeze all of the host's accounts until the full fine amount is paid. Holy shit, system bro, you're way too harsh. I thought about my bank account balance of less than 500 yuan and felt a chill run down my spine. The system then explained, the favorability level reward and punishment mechanism doesn't only have penalties, but also rewards. If Song Xiaoqing treats you to an 8 yuan breakfast, the system will reward you with 8 yuan x 50 equals 400 yuan. If Yang Li treats you to an 8 yuan breakfast, the system will reward you with 8 yuan x 3 equals 24 yuan. I searched through my memories but couldn't recall Song Xiaoqing ever spending money on me. System bro, isn't your favorability level reward mechanism way too difficult? Aside from getting the opposite sex to spend money on me, are there any other ways to earn system rewards? The system replied, yes. Each time the host raises an unrelated female's affection toward you to 80%, lover level, for the first time, the system will reward you with 200,000 yuan and 10 attribute points. Each time the host raises an unrelated female's affection toward you to 90%, lover level, for the first time, the system will reward you with 1 million yuan and 20 attribute points. I said helplessly, bro system, with your penalty rates, I don't even have enough money in my pocket to treat a female classmate to malatang, spicy hot pot. How am I supposed to get anyone's affection above 80%? The system said, this is a Sigma system. It does not encourage the host to spend money on females without close blood relations or legal relationships. I asked, then do I get a newbie starter pack? The system replied, this system does not provide newbie packages. I asked again, are there any other ways to earn rewards? The system replied, no other rewards available at this time. Damn it! I initially thought having a system after rebirth would instantly skyrocket me to success, but after learning about the Sigma system, I was both speechless and furious. This system of yours is way too shady. If I had the ability to make girls spend money on me, what would I even need your system for? The system asked, does the host wish to actively unbind this system? Yes/no unbind Sigma system. I quickly replied, no. Between a useless system and no system at all, the choice was obvious. The system responded, understood. The Sigma system will continue serving its host. Should you feel dissatisfied, you may voluntarily unbind this system at any time. Only then did I realize I'd already reached Jiangcheng University. During my intense exchange with the system, I'd been walking while talking to myself and occasionally gesturing wildly at thin air, drawing strange looks from passing students. Several responsible classmates even pulled out their phones, observing and assessing my danger level while calling the campus security department. Seeing this, I quickly took out my own phone pretending to make a call, using it to cover my embarrassment as I slipped into Building 5 by the roadside. Jiangcheng University's teaching Building 5 was an aged structure, standing 5 stories tall. Entering through the main doors led to a central lobby with wide stone staircases, while long corridors extended to both sides lined with classrooms on either flank. The hallway was deserted at this moment, with everyone attending morning classes. I noticed 2 security guards being directed by helpful classmates toward Building 5 and realized I couldn't linger in the hallway any longer. I needed to quickly find a classroom for morning lessons. After passing a few fully occupied classrooms, I finally found one with its back door open and empty seats in the last row. Without hesitation, I crouched slightly and slipped in through the back door, taking an empty seat next to a male student. Lao Si? Lao San? Only after sitting down did I realize my neighbor was my dorm mate Wang Zhaojun. Among the 4 of us in the dorm, I was the youngest and ranked 4th. We looked at each other in bewilderment, and Wang Zhaojun whispered, "Shouldn't you be at normal university right now, delivering breakfast to your goddess?" Only then did I realize I had stumbled into the morning class I was supposed to attend. I didn't bring Song Xiaoqing breakfast today, and I won't be doing it anymore. Wang Zhaojun scoffed, disbelief written all over his face. "Fourth brother, you've been a veteran simp since you were young. You think anyone would believe you just stopped licking boots like that? Damn, believe it or not, I don't give a shit. Nowadays whenever someone calls me a simp it just pisses me off, and I can't be bothered arguing with them. Let's not get into whether I'll keep delivering breakfast to the goddess. Old fourth, don't you always go back to the dorm to catch up on sleep after delivering it? Why'd you come to morning class today?" I glanced sideways at the security guard patrolling the hallway looking for someone, and said solemnly, "Attending class is a student's duty, why would I need a reason?" Seeing that I wasn't giving him a straight answer, Wang Zhaojun resentfully turned back to focus on the lecture. I knew I couldn't leave immediately, so I had no choice but to look straight ahead and try to focus on the lecture empty-handed. This morning's class was Introduction to Journalism, which happened to be my actual major in college. Back when I chose this major, how could I have known journalism's employment prospects would keep declining year after year? Later it became the laughingstock major online, something you'd feel embarrassed to admit at parties. Just the thought of the labeled journalism student makes my scalp tighten with discomfort. Unable to focus on the lecture, I began practicing how to use the system discreetly. Seated at the back of the classroom, I could see every student who'd come to this morning's class. Our journalism class 2 of 2014 had 45 students in total. Only 5 of the 15 male students showed up, myself included, while all 30 female students were present. Every time my gaze landed on a female classmate, the Sigma system would display her profile data. Bro system, I was just about to ask, what do these purity, 100% and durability, 100% mean exactly? Purity indicates the number of sexual partners one has had, each 1% decrease represents one sexual encounter. Durability measures wear and tear during physical activities. The system calculates this based on duration, intensity, and the size of equipment used, so 1% doesn't equate to a single session. I nodded vigorously in my mind. Damn, bro system, you're thorough. By checking my female classmates' personal stats, I reveled in the guilty pleasure of peeking into their private lives. Their stats were all within my estimations, with most girls scoring between 5 to 6.5 points in looks. The only one exceeding 7 points currently was our class monitor in campus beauty Fang Jai, who boasted a remarkable 7.8 rating. Among this sea of average-looking female classmates, Fang Jai stood out like a crane among chickens. Physique-wise, they varied from tall to short, plump to slender, though Fang Jai still maintained the highest A-grade rating. As for their affection levels toward me, the lowest was 15%, while the highest barely reached 25%. I thought to myself, looks like my simp lovestruck persona isn't very popular among the female classmates. Among all the data, the only thing that caught my eye was everyone's purity and durability stats, all perfect double 100s. I figured that most girls who got into Jiangcheng University were good girls anyway. And it's only the second semester of freshman year, very few female classmates were in relationships, let alone going to hotels to play cards all night. My gaze swept from right to left, front to back, before finally settling on an XIN, the girl sitting with me in the back row, in the far left corner. An XIN? I tilted my head to look at her, wearing a faded dark green school uniform, old-fashioned glasses, with a broad face and a heavy-set figure. Rifling through the combined memories of my 2 lifetimes, aside from this distinctive name and a vague impression of an obese figure, I could recall nothing else about her. On university campuses, the spotlight heroes are few, most are ordinary invisible students, poor backgrounds, average looks, unflattering figures, introverted personalities, or combinations thereof. And XIN was precisely such a person. I thought to myself, in my past life during 4 years of college, an XIN and I merely exchanged a few greetings when crossing paths, not once did we have a proper conversation. Then I pulled up Anshin's personal profile, glancing at it casually without much expectation before closing it. Suddenly, I sensed something amiss and reopened it. Holy shit! I couldn't help but exclaim under my breath, banging my hand on the desk in front of me. Chapter 4, the first little cash cow. Hearing my unusual outburst, nearly the entire class turned around in unison, all eyes fixed on me. Sitting beside me, Wang Zhaojun suffered the collateral damage of this collective stare AoE attack and whispered awkwardly, "Lao Si, what the hell are you doing?" The elderly professor reading the PowerPoint on the podium heard the commotion and looked toward the last row, asking, "Student at the very back, do you have a question?" No. I just thought what the professor just said was so amazing and brilliant I couldn't help but slap the table. I had no choice but to cover up with this painfully awkward joke. The cringeworthy punchline made my classmates roll their eyes before turning back around. Still, the baseless flattery clearly pleased the old professor. Adjusting his glasses, he said, "Student, if you have any questions, you can discuss them with me privately after class. Keep quiet during lectures, don't disturb the other students." I immediately responded, "Yes, Professor." The old professor nodded in satisfaction and continued presenting the slides. "Old 4, what the hell was that just now? You scared the crap out of me." Wang Zhaojun kept pressing. "None of your business, just focus on your lecture." I couldn't be bothered with him, eager to revisit Anshin's personal profile information. Name, Anshin, age, 19, appearance, 7.5, height, 168 centimeters, weight, 83 kilograms. Overall body rating, F. Click this entry to view detailed body parameters. Affection level, 70%, ambiguous tier, purity, 100%, durability, 100%. I turned slightly and stole a glance at an XIN sitting in the corner, her head bowed over a book. Her greasy hair hung down, but couldn't quite obscure her overly rounded profile. I really couldn't believe she was the second most attractive girl in our class, only outshone by Feng Jia, our class monitor, and the undisputed prettiest girl. Buddy system, your data must be wrong. How can Anshin only be a 7.5 in looks? System data is accurate and reliable. Alright, let's set aside your Tang Dynasty beauty standards for now. But what's with this 70% affection level? I've barely even spoken to Anshin, we're practically strangers. Where would this affection come from? System data is accurate and reliable. I was instantly rendered speechless. After pondering for a long while, I patted Wang Zhaojun's shoulder and asked, "Hey Lao-san, honestly, do you think any girl would secretly have a crush on a guy who looks like me?" Wang Zhaojun turned around, looking left and right with a meaningful gaze, and said pointedly, "Old Fourth, if your face had even the slightest connection to the word handsome, would that song goddess of yours from Normal University have kept you dangling for so long? Piss off, if you don't know how to talk, then don't talk." Wang Zhaojun wore a triumphant expression. "Look at you, getting all worked up again. You asked for it, and now you're upset when I tell you." I gritted my teeth and said, "Fine, third brother, you got me this time. Just you wait." Ding 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 ding, the class bell rang. Unlike high school teachers, university professors never dragged on past the bell, and the students eagerly filed out of the classroom. An XIN hugged her books to her chest, walking past me with her head lowered. She quickly glanced up at me before slipping out through the back door of the classroom. If this had happened before I got the system, I probably wouldn't have noticed her at all, let alone picked up on those little gestures of hers. But now things were different. While pretending to chat with Wang Zhaojun by angling my body toward him, I kept an XIN firmly in my peripheral vision, tracking her every move. As I watched her plump figure disappear through the back door, an idea and an excuse simultaneously sprouted in my mind. Wang Zhaojun packed his bag and said, "Let's go, Lao Si. We'll have lunch together at Lakeside Cafeteria." "You go ahead. I've got other plans," I replied casually before darting out through the back door. The corridor outside classroom building 5 was bustling after class. I pushed my way forward through the crowd, searching for that broad-shouldered silhouette. A flash of green appeared not far away. Anshin. That patch of green trembled slightly, stood still, then slowly turned around. I only saw her standing there dumbfounded when I called out to her, unable to see the look in her eyes behind those old glasses, eyes filled with utter fear yet carrying a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in my mind, detected affection value change. An XIN's affection level has increased from 70% to 73%, ambiguous stage. I was shocked. Holy crap, I just called her name once. How did her affection jump 3 points? I pushed through the crowd and walked up to an XIN, scratching the back of my head as I asked, "An XIN, could you treat me to lunch?" Eh? And Xian looked up at me in surprise before quickly lowering her gaze again. Oh, okay. Her voice was so soft that I could barely hear it over the noise in classroom 5. Detected change in affection value. Anshin's affection increased from 73% to 74%, ambiguous level. I cheerfully asked. So where do you usually have lunch? Anshin kept her eyes fixed on my right hand resting at my waist and whispered, Osmanthus Garden Cafeteria. Then let's go to Osmanthus Garden Cafeteria. Let's go. After saying this, I took the lead walking outside teaching building number 5. Anshin stared at my retreating figure for a second before hurriedly catching up. Chenin and his companion walked one behind the other, slowly following the crowd of students heading towards Guiyuan Dining Hall after class. And Xian was too shy to walk side by side with me, so she silently trailed at my oblique rear. Without much thought, I swaggered ahead, occasionally glancing back to check if she'd fallen behind. Looking at the youthful and vibrant faces around me, I felt incredibly uplifted. As the saying goes, flowers may bloom again, but youth never returns, yet now, I've been granted the rare chance to return to youth. This time, I'll never waste my precious days licking Song Xiaoqing's boots again. I'm going to live a far more remarkable life. I turned to look at the tall yet shy and Xian following behind me, and a thought flashed through my mind, though I didn't know where her affection for me came from, since I had this Sigma system. You'll just have to be my first little cash cow, and Xian. I quickened my pace and caught up with her. Chapter 5, A Woman's Heart is as Deep as the Ocean. As noon approached, the Guiyuan cafeteria was bustling with activity. I walked ahead, Anshin behind me, still barely acquainted. We stood in line without much conversation. When it was my turn to order, remembering that in Xian's family circumstances were clearly not well off, I only asked for stir-fried tomatoes with eggs, spicy and sour cabbage, and a small portion of rice. After paying with her meal card, I handed it back to her and said, I'll go find us seats while you grab the food. Come join me when you're done. She nodded obediently. I excitedly found an empty seat in the corner and immediately took out my phone to check, discovering that 680.8 yuan had been credited to my account, leaving a balance of 1,193.5 yuan. I then glanced at the food on my tray: tomato scrambled eggs for 5 yuan, spicy pickled cabbage for 3 yuan, and 2 liang of rice for 1.2 yuan, totaling 9.2 yuan multiplied by the favorability coefficient of 74. Damn. I have to take good care of an Xian, this little cash cow. A single meal at the affordable canteen earns me 680 yuan in rewards. She's no cash cow, she's practically a money tree. I was just happily grinning when an Xian set her tray down across from me. I invited her to eat and was about to dig in when I noticed her tray held only a plate of stir-fried shredded potatoes and a towering mound of millet rice. That rice had to be at least 4 liang. I just asked her why she only got one dish of shredded potatoes, then immediately felt like an idiot, my face burning with embarrassment. Anshin keenly noticed my discomfort and quietly explained she always ate this simply, not because she was treating me to lunch that she'd only taken one dish. As she spoke, she pulled out an old backpack and took out a bottle of chili oil wrapped in plastic, sprinkling and mixing it thoroughly with the shredded potatoes. At this point, I didn't want to dwell on it anymore. Picking up my tray, I scooped half my scrambled eggs with tomatoes and spicy pickled cabbage onto her plate, saying they were untouched and perfectly clean. She initially wanted to refuse but ultimately accepted in a daze. I pointed at the shredded potatoes on her plate with my chopsticks, saying I'd shared my dish with her while demanding some of her potatoes in return. She whispered that the shredded potatoes were seasoned with chili oil, warning I might not like it. I didn't care, boasting about my spice tolerance, and defiantly took some potatoes despite her protests. The moment I swallowed, the fragrant chili oil and crispy potato shreds actually tasted great at first. But as I chewed, something went terribly wrong. A scorching heat spread from my mouth straight to my stomach. Hot, 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 hot. With no water nearby, I desperately shoved plain rice into my mouth to quell the fire. When the burning finally subsided, I realized I'd nearly finished 2 whole portions of rice. At that moment, gentle laughter came from across the table. I looked up to see an Xian, the 160-pound chubby girl, covering her mouth as she happily giggled. I quickly explained that I could handle spicy food but had taken too big a bite, wiping sweat from my forehead for emphasis. Having finished laughing, an Xian began eating her mountain of millet rice alongside the fiery hot shredded potatoes. Halfway through the meal, she couldn't help but whisper and ask why I'd asked her to treat me. I'd already prepared an excuse, that it was nearly month's end and I'd run out of living expenses, leaving me broke for meals. Actually, I had another half to that sentence. I wanted to ask if she could keep treating me to meals for the remaining 7 days, but seeing the meager portion of shredded potatoes on her plate, I just couldn't bring myself to say it. To my surprise, after a quick mental calculation, and Xinxing gently asked me if I'd like her to keep covering my meals for the next 7 days. At first, I was stunned, and then an internal war erupted in my mind. The voice of reason argued that this girl came from a modest background, she probably struggled to afford her own meals, and taking advantage of her would make me a scumbag. The devil on my shoulder countered that one cafeteria meal from her would net me over 600 in system rewards, and with breakfast included, it could total around 1,500 a day, 10,500 over 7 days. Reason fired back: "You can't let an innocent little lamb go hungry just for 10 grand. The devil retorted: "Back in 2025, you couldn't even earn 10 grand a month before kicking the bucket. Missing a couple meals won't kill her." Anshin watched me hesitate and added that if we ate at the school canteen, her remaining allowance for the month could cover both of us for 7 days. I clenched my jaw and thanked her. To hide her delight, she lowered her head and kept eating her millet rice. At that moment, the system notified me that Anshin's affection level had risen from 74% to 75%, ambiguous level. I swore inwardly, who knew letting her treat me to a meal could boost affection points? This little cash cow was way too easy to raise. After lunch, we agreed to meet at 6 p.m. outside the Guiyuan dining hall. I returned to room 520 in Hubin Dormitory Building 2 and took a delightful afternoon nap. When I opened my eyes again, it was already 5 o'clock. I quickly washed up and arrived at the cafeteria by 5:50, only to find Anshin already waiting at the entrance. I asked her why she'd come so early when we'd agreed on 6 o'clock, but she just lowered her eyes and said she'd just arrived. The dinner routine was nearly identical to lunch. I still ordered 2 cheap vegetarian dishes, setting aside half for an Xian before picking up my chopsticks. An Xian, as usual, had her mountain of millet rice and shredded potatoes, accompanied by a bottle of chili oil. After finishing our meal, when we parted ways at the cafeteria entrance, Anshin lowered her head and quietly asked if I'd attend the early class tomorrow and whether she should bring me breakfast. Truth be told, I didn't want to attend the early class at all and hated waking up early, but for the sake of making money, I still nodded and asked her to bring me 2 vegetable buns from Guiyuan cafeteria. Night fell, with street lamps casting warm orange-yellow light. I strolled leisurely along Jiangcheng University's famous Cherry Blossom Avenue. Though called an avenue, it was just an ordinary 2-lane road that gained some fame because of the cherry blossom trees lining its sides and the ancient cherry blossom castle buildings behind them. This year brings an unseasonably cold spring. By the end of March, the cherry blossoms remain tight buds, and I'm mused that my new life will bloom just like these dormant flowers. Just then, the system notifies me that Song Xiuqing's affection level has increased from 50% to 52%, friend level. I'm utterly baffled, having just been rejected in my confession this morning. Why would her affection rise by evening? A woman's heart is as deep and inscrutable as ocean needles, truly incomprehensible. Shaking my head, I turned toward Lakeside Dormitory Building 2. Chapter 6. You must be really hungry. I was taking an after-dinner stroll along Cherry Blossom Avenue while Song Xiuqing sat alone in her dorm room, lost in thought. During high school, she'd been the campus belle, but her first year at Teachers College had been miserable for a simple reason: there were too many female students. My name is Chen Xing, a freshman. Our class had this stunning beauty named Song Xiuqing, but having just entered university, she was still naive about harem tactics, female competition rules, and the subtle social customs between women. Consequently, she quickly became isolated by her peers. Only her roommate Yang Li pretended to befriend her. Extraordinary beauty, like vast wealth, requires considerable skill to manage, otherwise, it can easily backfire. I used to be an ever-ready simp, keeping up her appearances when she was isolated and giving her a sense of security that someone had her back. But this morning I suddenly snapped and confessed to her, and then Yang Li started spreading exaggerated gossip everywhere. She probably feels completely stranded now. I bet she's thinking right now, so Chen Xing actually meant something to me after all. I really was too careless with him before. As I walked to the dormitory building, I received a WeChat from Song Xiuqing. I apologize on Yang Li's behalf. She shouldn't have spoken to you like that. I thought to myself, in this life, I can't be her simp again. With the Sigma system on me, I've got to be a Sigma male who doesn't spend money on the opposite sex. For a campus belle like Song Xiuqing, who comes from a wealthy family, you definitely can't win her over without spending. So I couldn't be bothered to reply to her WeChat and just stuffed my phone back into my pocket. Hey sons, your daddy's back. The moment I stepped into dorm 520, I yelled at my 3 roommates who were surfing the internet. The familiar feeling rushed back all at once, and I was so moved I nearly teared up. The most sharp-tongued third roommate, Wang Zhaojun, fired the first shot. Old four's back. Come tell your daddies where you've been gallivanting? The most gossipy second roommate, Zhang Kaming, chimed in. Third bro said he called you for lunch at noon and you vanished instantly. Then you disappeared again during dinner. Spill it. Where'd you go? Oh, I went to eat with a female classmate, I replied calmly. What? Eating with a female classmate? Old four, are you trying to secretly ditch singlehood by yourself? Wang Zhaojun demanded indignantly. Damn it, out with it. Who is she? Zhang Kaming pressed impatiently. The most easygoing first roommate, Gao Jin, smiled and said, Old four, so you finally made progress with your song goddess? Tell us quickly. Bullshit. It's not like we haven't seen photos of goddess Song before. Do you really think she'd be interested in our fourth brother here? Wang Zhaojun looked unconvinced. Even if he really did have dinner with a female classmate, there's no way it could have been that Song Xiaocheng. Gao Jin retorted, why not? Wang Zhaojun slammed the table excitedly, no way, absolutely no way. Watching the three of them bicker back and forth warmed my heart. Friendships during university years are so pure and wonderful, but after graduation, people inevitably go their separate ways for their own futures. Under the pressures of life, contact between classmates grows increasingly sparse, leaving only occasional nostalgic recollections of those beautiful youthful days and cherished people during lonely nights in foreign lands. Fourth bro, stop standing there grinning like an idiot, make your confession already. I teased with a mischievous smile. Confess what? You'd believe anything I say. If I really got into a relationship, I'd definitely tell you three first, just to make you jealous enough to lose sleep. Why would I ever hide it? Damn it, son of a piss off, wasting our time. I knew it was highly unlikely to keep Anshin treating me to a meal a secret, but I wouldn't actively advertise it either. Although I knew I shouldn't discriminate against chubby female classmates, deep down, having a meal with Anshin wasn't exactly a proud moment. The next morning, I opened my eyes and checked my phone, 7:48. Damn it, Wang Zhaojun, you bastard. You swore you'd wake me up for morning class together, how could you just run off alone? I immediately rolled out of bed and made a clattering racket washing up. Big brother Gao Jin and second brother Zhang Kaming, who were still lazing in bed, were both woken up by my noise. Zhang Kaming said, fourth bro, what's wrong with you? Making such a fuss first thing in the morning? I replied while brushing my teeth and washing my face, I've got an 8 a.m. class to catch. Gao Jin said with his eyes still closed, fourth bro, what's gotten into you? The three of us haven't attended an 8 a.m. class in ages. Drying my face, I said, big bro, even though third bro has a foul mouth and is a bit perverted, his passion for studying is something the three of us should learn from. With that, I grabbed a random book and rushed out the door. Weirdo, what's gotten into you all of a sudden? Zhang Kaming muttered, rolling over to catch more sleep. However, Gao Jin opened his eyes and said, hey Zhong, shouldn't we get up too and go to morning class with San and Si? Zhang Kaming squirmed on his bed, stayed up too late watching videos last night. Maybe next time. After a brief struggle, Gao Jin also closed his eyes again. Alright, next time for sure. Jiangcheng University was built along the mountainside, and the undulating campus paths were manageable for casual walks but became an exhausting test of stamina when rushing to class. By the time I arrived at the science building classroom, panting heavily, the 8 a.m. bell was just ringing. As expected, Anshin stood by the classroom door, clutching 2 steamed buns with visible anxiety. I hurried over to take the buns and asked, thanks, have you eaten yet? Anshin nodded. What did you eat? Steamed buns. I frowned slightly. You go to class first, I'll come in after I finish eating. Anshin lowered her eyes, her round face flushed red as she entered the classroom. You didn't blush at all when eating together yesterday. Why are your cheeks burning after just a couple of words today? Just as I was feeling puzzled, I looked up and noticed many classmates in the classroom turning their heads to stare at me by the doorway, all with the excited gazes of gossip-hungry bystanders. Damn! I quickly dodged aside with the steamed buns in hand, just as the system notification sounded in my ears. Anshin spent 3.5 yuan buying breakfast for the host. Anshin's favorability toward the host, 75%, ambiguous level. Sigma system reward, 3.5 times 75 is equal to 262.5 yuan. I took out my phone to check the deposit notification. Your account has received 262.5 yuan, balance, 2,151.8 yuan. After checking the payment confirmation, I picked up the steamed bun and began eating. The vegetable bun was slightly bland but still warm. I thought to myself, the morning temperature is still quite low right now. For Anshin to bring my breakfast all the way from Guiyuan Canteen to the science building and still keep it this warm. A trace of guilt rose in my heart. While I was treating you as a ready-for-slaughter little lamb, what exactly were you viewing me as, oh tender lamb? After finishing the first bun, I took a big bite of the second one. Wait, this texture, meat bun? I stared in surprise at the meat filling in the bun. Little lamb, you're eating plain steamed buns yourself while giving me meat buns? This wasn't just any meat bun I was eating, it was clearly my own conscience I was consuming. After tearfully finishing 2 buns, I took advantage of the teacher writing on the blackboard at the podium to sneak into the classroom, crouching low before sliding into a seat beside my roommate Wang Zhaojun in the back row. Third brother, you were supposed to wake me for class this morning, how could you leave without me? I whispered my accusation through gritted teeth. Wang Zhaojun turned his face and stared at me with a meaningful look. I forgot. I've gotten used to you 3 skipping morning classes to sleep in. Shit, I'm setting my own alarm next time. I suddenly noticed Wang Zhaojun staring at me with a strange expression. Damn, what's with that look? Why are you staring at me? Wang Zhaojun flashed a mischievous grin. Fourth brother, seems like you're really hungry. Chapter 7 A 7.5/10 looker. What do you mean? Chen Xing froze for a second before immediately catching on. Anshin just brought me breakfast, that's all. Don't read too much into it. Read too much into it? Wang Zhaojun laughed heartily. I never noticed before, Lao Si, but you've really got some tricks up your sleeve. While still fawning over the prestigious song goddess from Normal University, he still found time to make moves on his female classmates. Chen Xing was somewhat speechless. I told you, it's just helping a classmate by bringing them breakfast, nothing more. I don't believe a damn word you're saying. You're nothing but a sneaky fox, old fourth. And the crowd sees things clearly. Everyone saw the two of you tugging at each other by the classroom door. What's the point of playing ostrich with me now? Wang Zhaojun suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, holy crap, Lao Si, you weren't talking about having dinner with an XIN yesterday when you mentioned eating with a female classmate, were you? Chen Xing had no desire to continue bickering with the sarcastic Wang Zhaojun. Taking out his textbooks with an air of sullen righteousness, he declared, let's get to the lecture. Your daddy woke up this early to attend class, not to engage in this pointless banter with you. Wang Zhaojun chuckled, oh, so you've come to teach a lesson? Then tell me, what's written on the blackboard? Chen Xing looked ahead and said, it says Advanced Mathematics, Fundamental Concepts of Differential Equations. What about it? Wang Zhaojun laughed again and said, take another look at what book you're holding in your hand. Chen Xing lowered his head and saw, College English. Damn, I was in such a hurry that I grabbed the wrong textbook. That morning, Chen Xing endured the Advanced Mathematics class with great difficulty. Not only could he not understand a single word of the course material, but he also had to endure Wang Zhaojun's constant passive-aggressive remarks and fleeting glances of curiosity and gossip from their classmates. At noon in the Guiyuan cafeteria, Chen Xing and an XIN once again sat in the same corner spot as yesterday, keeping a low profile while having their meal. Yet today, occasional curious glances kept drifting their way. Anqin across the table remained unfazed, quietly lowering her head as she ate her meal, whether she didn't see it or simply didn't care. Chen Xing paused his chopsticks and inquired, all the girls in our class live in Building 6 at Guiyuan, and they all eat at Guiyuan Dining Hall. An XIN, perceptive and quick-witted, immediately grasped the meaning behind Chen Xing's words. In a gentle voice, she suggested, should we try a different canteen for dinner tonight? No need, no need, Guiyuan cafeteria is perfect. It's convenient for you to return to your dorm after eating, Chen Xing quickly replied. He certainly wouldn't show any reluctance to eat with an XIN in public, because such behavior would most likely reduce the little lamb's goodwill towards him. Since an XIN didn't seem to mind the misunderstanding among their classmates, Chen Xing decided not to dwell on it either. He thought to himself, this atmosphere where everyone around them gossips and teases might actually help increase the little lamb's goodwill a bit more. If it really surges by 80%, I could earn 200,000 in cash and receive 10 attribute points as a reward. Watching the little chubby lamb across from him lowering her head to feed, Chen Xing felt indescribably pleased. Suddenly, Chen Xing remembered something. Ah, right. Yesterday I was too busy celebrating the system's 2,000 plus point reward, and today external factors distracted me. I completely forgot about something important. I haven't even properly examined an XIN's face that scores a whopping 7.5 in attractiveness. An XIN? What's the prescription of your glasses? An XIN froze for a moment before looking up at Chen Xing. 200 degrees. Chen Xing smiled and said, that's not too high. You should try to wear low prescription glasses as little as possible. You can take them off while eating. An XIN paused again, then obediently removed her old glasses, their frames already yellowed and faded, the lenses hazy from wear. A pair of luminous almond-shaped eyes instantly stunned Chen Xing. An XIN noticed Chen Xing staring into her eyes and quickly lowered her head to continue eating, her cheeks flushing pink. Ahem, an XIN, I'm talking to you here. Isn't it a bit rude not to look me in the eye? Hearing Chen Xing say this, Anqin had no choice but to lift her head again, though she was still too embarrassed to meet his eyes, settling her gaze instead on the curve of his throat. Chen Xing widened his eyes and scrutinized carefully. Little fatty sheep indeed had lovely almond-shaped eyes, a plump little nose, and a small mouth. Individually, her features were quite decent, but paired with greasy long hair, a massive round face, prominent double chins, a chubby figure, and faded old-school uniform. A person must be viewed as a whole, and Chen Xing simply couldn't reconcile himself with the Sigma system's generous 7.5-point rating for an XIN's appearance. Your eyes are quite lovely, Chen Xing said to an XIN. Hearing Chen Xing's compliment, an XIN's round face instantly turned even redder. Chen Xing thought to himself, currently, an XIN's affection level toward him was 75%, meaning that if he spent even a single yuan on her, the Sigma system would penalize him 75 yuan. Since he couldn't raise an XIN's affection level by spending money, giving her free verbal compliments was definitely the way to go. The more, the better. But after Chen Xing finished complimenting an XIN's beautiful eyes, he simply couldn't bring himself to continue with more flattery. Noticing Chen Xing hadn't continued the conversation, an XIN quickly lowered her head and began eating. The tongue-tied Chen Xing also immediately used his meal to mask his inner awkwardness. After finishing lunch, Chen Xing returned to the dormitory, only to be immediately surrounded by his 3 roommates the moment he stepped inside. Lao Si, is it true you and an XIN from our class are dating? For real? Old 3 said you had dinner with an XIN yesterday, and this morning she even brought you breakfast. Is that true? Old 4th, say something already. Chen Xing couldn't be bothered to explain. He simply pushed past the 3 obstructing him, took off his shoes, and climbed onto his bunk bed. A nice nap after a full meal, pure bliss. Seeing Chen Heng's dead pig unafraid of boiling water attitude, his 3 roommates took it as full confirmation. Loudmouth Wang Zhaojun continued sarcastically, damn, old 4, you really ain't picky. Even if you can't lick Song Goddess from normal university, you don't have to chase after an XIN the dinosaur. Zhang Kaming agreed, exactly, old 4. That's too extreme. Even if you quit licking the campus bell, we've got 30 girls in our class. Why pick the worst? Room leader Gao Jin analyzed, you think maybe old 4 got shattered by Song Goddess rejection? Lost all self-esteem, started believing he only deserves the fattest, ugliest girl in class. Enough. Chen Xing sat up angrily from his bed. An XIN is just a little overweight, that's all. We're all classmates, can't you keep your mean comments to yourselves? Suddenly, Chen Xing felt a strange sense of déjà vu, as if he hadn't said those words for the first time. Watching Chen Xing lie back down, his 3 roommates exchanged uneasy glances and continued their hushed discussion with grave expressions. This is bad. Old 4's actually defending her. Looks like he's serious this time. Hey, do you guys think the other dorm brothers will question our 520 dorms taste in girls after seeing Lao Si and an XIN together? Possibly. Oh no, this is bad. Chapter 8, T Queen Jia Chanqian. After all, they were sworn brothers from different mothers sharing the same dorm. When they saw Chen Xing continuing to persistently pursue an XIN for meals, the other 3 roommates finally stopped commenting and accepted reality. The eldest brother Gao Jin specifically reminded third brother Wang Zhaojun, Lao San, you've got the filthiest mouth, you'd better rein it in from now on. After all, an XIN will most likely become our sister-in-law. In the following days, apart from eating the breakfast an XIN brought him and occasionally attending 2 morning classes, Chen Xing skipped all other lectures. This is my second time going through university, there's no way in hell I'm studying this goddamn journalism major again. During daytime, after sleeping in, Chen Xing would roam around Jiangcheng University, sometimes playing basketball, fully savoring the carefree, stress-free golden days. When it was time to eat, he'd go to Guiyuan cafeteria and have an XIN treat him to a meal. In the evenings, Chen Xing would play online games with his roommates in the dorm, or card games together, or download a movie for everyone to pass the time. For Chen Xing, this reincarnated university life was truly pleasant and carefree. Friday arrived quickly. In the afternoon, as usual, Chen Xing took a nap on his bed after eating his fill. But he hadn't slept long when his metal bedframe was clanged with knocking. Second roommate Zhang Kaming knocked while saying, get up, 4th brother, time to go to Introduction to Mao Zedong Thought together. Chen Xing didn't even open his eyes. Not going, you guys go ahead. Big brother Gao Jin added, 4th brother, Introduction to Mao Zedong Thought is a large lecture class. The professor randomly calls on a dozen students each time. Aren't you afraid of being picked? Chen Xing rolled over in bed. No worries, I'm the king of luck, my fortune's always shining. Seeing that Chen Xing wasn't budging, the 3 roommates didn't press him further and started packing their things to head out to class together. Before heading out, third brother Wang Zhaojun couldn't resist blurting out, 4th brother's tastes sure have changed. After getting with an XIN, he doesn't even bother glancing at the beauties from the broadcasting class anymore. Wait for me, I'm coming to class too. Chen Xing suddenly sprang up like a carp leaping from water and rolled off his bed. Facing his 3 bewildered roommates, Chen Xing grinned and said, beauties from the broadcasting class aren't important. I mainly just want to study and learn from the great man's ideology. Walking to class, Chen Xing finally recalled what Gao Jin meant by lecture hall class. The so-called large lecture refers to compulsory public courses taken jointly by students from all majors in the School of Journalism, such as Marxism philosophy, Mao Zedong thought, and ideological and moral cultivation. For these large lectures, the school would arrange a spacious tiered classroom to accommodate the entire grade of students from the department at once. The School of Journalism at Jiangcheng University not only offered Chen Xing's journalism program but also included advertising studies alongside broadcasting and hosting arts. Among these, students in the broadcasting and hosting program were categorized as art-specialized admissions. The university would relax some academic score requirements for their college entrance exams while concurrently demanding professional expertise and outstanding physical appearance standards from them. Therefore, the Introduction to Mao Zedong Thought class became a gathering ground for students across all grades in the journalism school, as well as an opportunity for peers from other majors to openly admire the handsome boys and beautiful girls from the broadcasting class. Arriving at the entrance of the stepped lecture hall and teaching building number 3, Chen Xing suddenly felt the urge to pee. Brothers, save me a seat. I'll be right back after taking a leak. Damn, lazy ass always finds excuses to piss and shit. Gao Jin and the others cursed before heading into the classroom first. But when Chen Xing returned from the bathroom and entered the classroom, he realized, Gao Jin's group sitting in the back row hadn't saved him a seat after all. Cheng Xing walked up and demanded, "What the hell guys? Where's the seat you were supposed to save me?" Wang Zhaojun smirked and said, "Oh, we saw an empty seat next to Anxin, so we didn't save you one." Chen Xing followed the gazes of the three and saw that there was indeed an empty seat beside an Xin, who was also sitting in the last row. "Damn you three bastards! Ding 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 ding!" Just then, the class bell rang, and Chen Xing couldn't keep standing there foolishly, so he walked over to an Xin and took the seat beside her. An Xin was startled as she lowered her head to read, as it had been a long time since any boy had voluntarily sat next to her. Chen Hang awkwardly explained, "My roommate forgot to save a seat for me." An Xin nearly gave a slight nod before lowering her head again to continue reading. Chen Hang thought to himself, "Little fatty sheep, you're way too serious about studying. It feels like you're buried in books every single moment." At this moment, the teacher who had stepped onto the podium began the routine spot check roll call before class, and Chen Xing also started scanning the entire lecture hall with his eyes. The lecture hall seating was divided into three main sections, left, center, and right, separated by two aisles leading to the podium. Students from different majors and classes generally sat together in clusters, making it obvious that the hall was divided into many distinct factions. Among them, Chen Xing's news class 2 occupied the middle section toward the back of the lecture hall, while the handsome guys and beautiful girls from the broadcasting class gathered in the left section near the rear. So the two classes were actually situated quite close to each other, separated only by a 2-meter wide aisle, which made it very convenient for Chen Xing to observe closely. However, after careful scrutiny, Chen Xing felt greatly disappointed. The 2014 broadcasting class didn't have many lookers at all. Among a dozen or so handsome guys, few were actually handsome, and none exuded much masculine energy. The situation wasn't much better with the beauties apart from one Jia Chanqian who was a genuine stunner scoring over 8 out of 10. The other female classmates were mostly around 7 out of 10 in looks. Overall, the standard is not bad, but there are too few truly outstanding individuals. Chen Xing thought to himself, "This is so far from what I remember. Memories really do come with filters." Finally, Chen Xing's gaze settled on Jia Chanqian, whose slender, upturned eyes gave her a fox-like charm. Name, Jia Chanqian. Age, 20. Appearance rating, 8.3. Height, 169 cm. Weight, 55 kilograms. Body rating, S. Click this entry to view detailed body parameters. Favorability, 35%. Friend level, purity, 99%. Durability, 99.6%. Age 20? Did he repeat a year? Goodwill level at 30%? That's higher than any of my female classmates. What's going on here? As for the purity and durability stats, Chen Xing wasn't surprised. Among the broadcasting majors, virgins were indeed few and far between. The reason Chen Xing paid attention to Jia Chanqian was that he knew she would later grow into Zhengde University's infamous tea queen. Chen Xing remembered countless senior and junior brothers vying for her attention, even to the extent that 2 student union presidents from other faculties publicly came to blows over Jia Chanqian. Her peerless tea artistry skills were evident. Moreover, Chen Xing's roommate Wang Zhaojun was also one of Jia Chanqian's admirers, silently harboring a crush on her for 4 years until graduation. At this thought, Chen Xing turned to look toward his 3 roommates. Sure enough, Wang Zhaojun and Gao Jin were stealing glances at Jia Chanqian, while Zhang Kaiming was staring dumbly at the back of their class monitor Fang Jai. Damn, 3 simp dogs. Chapter 9, Calling to Account. After appreciating the beauties from the broadcasting class, the thoroughly uninspired Chen Xing took out his Huawei P7 and covertly scrolled through his phone to kill time. Between phone breaks, he stole a glance at his neighbor an Xian. She was quietly reading, her Mao Zedong thought textbook lying flat beside her. Chen Xing couldn't help but feel worried. Would someone as frivolous and unstudious as me make the studious little lamb think less of me? Ha, wait a minute. Little Lamb's textbooks have just been sitting to the side all along, never opened. So what book has she been reading? Chen Xing curiously leaned in for a closer look. Holy shit, Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. This little chubby lamb is actually reading Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. Chen Xing suddenly felt a chill down his spine, momentarily unsure who the real chubby lamb was. Anxin, why are you reading leisure books in class? Chen Xing asked in a hushed tone. Anxin pointed at the Maoism textbook on her desk and replied in an even quieter voice, I've already studied it on my own. Chen Xing. Not simple, this little cash cow is definitely no pushover. But since Anxin was immersed in reading Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, Chen Xing browsed his phone without reservation. Before long, the bell marking the end of the first class rang out. The spacious lecture hall buzzed with noise again as students stood up, some heading to the restroom, others stretching their legs, while clusters of classmates chatted in small groups. Seeing an Xian, who sat closer to the inner side of the row, show no intention of getting up, Chen Hang remained seated as well, scrolling through his phone while waiting for the second period's Mao Zedong thought class to begin. Suddenly, Fang Jai, the class monitor sitting in the front row, stood up and walked straight toward the back of the classroom. Jiang Kaming, who had been secretly observing Fang Jia, felt his heart flutter like a startled deer when he saw her approaching his direction. Is the class monitor going to the restroom? Wait, why is she walking toward me? Does she want to talk to me? What pose should I strike? Then, Jiang Kaming watched as Fang Jia walked right past him, heading straight for Qin Xing. At that moment, Qin Xing was browsing the nostalgic early days of Bilibili when he noticed a pair of slender legs enter his peripheral vision. Looking up, he said, "Class monitor? Are you looking for an XIN? No, I'm looking for you. Come outside with me," Fang Jia said coldly. Confused, Qin Xing watched as the tall and slender Fang Jia led the way out of the classroom. Left with little choice, he stood up, ready to follow. As soon as he rose from his seat, he noticed Jiang Kaming not far away, glaring at him with envy. Grinning widely, Qin Xing flipped Jiang Kaming the bird before happily striding out of the classroom. Following Fang Jia into the hallway outside the classroom, Qin Xing asked, "Monitor, what's up?" Fang Jia looked deadly serious. "Qin Xing, I heard you've been pursuing a high school classmate of yours, supposedly a real beauty from Normal University." Many knew about Qin Xing's simp behavior, so he didn't deny it. Nodding at Fang Jia, he said, "I'm not pursuing her anymore. So now you've switched targets to an XIN from our class?" Fang Jia stared intently at Qin Xing as she asked. Qin Xing chuckled, "Class president, isn't that my personal business? Are you really going to meddle in this too?" Fang Jia's face was flushed with anger. "Who you pursue is indeed your private matter, and I have no right to interfere. But I absolutely must question you about making an XIN treat you to a meal." Qin Xing now understood Fang Jia was here to demand an explanation, wanting to protect the female classmates in her class. "Qin Xing, class president, it seems you've spoken with an XIN." Seeing Fang Jia nod, he continued, "Then she must have told you why she treated me to dinner. She said she's treating you to a meal because you ran out of living expenses this month." Such an outrageous excuse, Anshin might believe it, but I certainly don't. Fang Jia crossed her arms, inadvertently showcasing her enviable figure. "Qin Xing, what kind of game are you really playing here? If you genuinely want to pursue Anshin, then why let her treat you to a meal? Can't you see what kind of family background she comes from?" Facing Fang Jia's righteous and relentless questioning, Qin Xing found himself momentarily at a loss for how to weasel his way out. At this moment, a delicate voice came from the side. "Oh dear, squad leader Fang, what did Qin Xing do to make you so angry?" Qin Xing turned his head and saw, as expected, the reigning queen of flirtatiousness, the enchanting beauty Jia Qianqian. She must have just returned from the restroom and was now passing by Qin Xing and Fang Jia on her way back to the classroom. Fang Jia eyed Jia Qianqian warily. "Matters within our class aren't something we need to trouble our lovely Jia over." Jia Qianqian wasn't fazed by Fang Jia's hostility toward her in the slightest. As she passed by Qin Xing, she even lightly rested her hand on his shoulder, saying, "Qin Xing, just admit your mistake honestly. Don't make your lovely class monitor Fang any angrier." Qin Xing felt a tingle where her hand had touched his shoulder, catching the lingering fragrance of Jia Qianqian's perfume in the air. Such was the undeniable charm of Jia Qianqian, a queen of subtle allure, unbothered by the dislike from women around her, effortlessly drawing admiration from every man in her proximity. Qin Xing found himself involuntarily watching Jia Qianqian until she disappeared into the classroom. When he turned back, he met Fang Jia glaring daggers at him, her eyes unmistakably branding him as a love rat. "Are you close with her?" Qin Xing grinned, not at all familiar. Seizing the interruption from Jia Qianqian as an opportunity, Qin Xing quickly gathered his thoughts and said, "Class monitor, the personal relationship between an XIN and me who treats whom to meals isn't something you should be concerning yourself with. Do you, as the class monitor of journalism class 2, even know that our classmate in XIN has been eating nothing but shredded potatoes with plain rice in the cafeteria for a long time?" I was aware of her situation. Fang Jia accidentally fell into the tempo set by the old fox Qin Xing, her assertive tone immediately softening. Seizing the advantage, Qin Xing pressed on, "Our Jiangcheng University has a comprehensive financial aid program for impoverished students. As the class monitor, why haven't you helped an XIN apply for her student assistance, to the point where she struggles to even afford meals in the school cafeteria?" At Qin Xing's persistent questioning, Fang Jia actually sounded slightly aggrieved as she replied, "I've urged an XIN many times about the financial aid application, but she herself refuses to apply. What else am I supposed to do?" Qin Xing was equally surprised. Why wouldn't she apply for it? Fang Jia uncrossed her arms from her chest, sighed, and said, "She said her family situation doesn't qualify as financially struggling enough to be considered a needy student. She doesn't want to take up the subsidy that more deserving students might need." Qin Xing was utterly baffled. If little fatty lamb's situation doesn't count as needy, then who does? Ahem, if she doesn't want the financial aid, then, as the class monitor, have you tried securing her a work-study position instead? If she could take on a part-time job at school, wouldn't that help improve her living conditions a little? Fang Jia lowered her head to look at her toes, beginning to feel guilty. I genuinely didn't realize this point. Chen Xing immediately drove the knife in deeper, and for quite some time, an XIN has often been eating meals all alone. Class president, letting your classmates feel ostracized, doesn't that seem a bit negligent? Now Fang Jiayi hung her head even lower. Fang Jiayi recalled back during their first semester when she had just become class president how she would occasionally insist on walking an XIN to and from class, how they would eat together in the cafeteria. But Anqin was too introverted and completely lacked social skills. Even Fang Jiayi's own roommates were openly or subtly unwilling to hang out with Anqin. After trying alone for some time, Fang Jiayi gradually gave up on Anqin. Chen Xing looked at the apologetic Fang Jiayi bowing her head before him and said mischievously, "Class monitor, don't blame yourself too much. After class, I'll go with you to the university's student affairs office to inquire about work-study opportunities for Anqin." "Alright," Fang Jiayi murmured. "Hey, wait a minute." Fang Jiayi snapped out of her self-reproach and suddenly remembered. "I was supposed to be the one questioning this Chen Xing about why he took advantage of an XIN. How did it end up with him lecturing me, the class monitor? This is completely turning everything upside down." Fang Jiayi abruptly looked up, wanting to argue with Chen Xing again, only to find empty space before her. Chapter 10, The Beautiful Teacher Lu Sijie. Scrolling through his phone, Chen Xing soon finished his second Maoism class as well. After class, Fang Jiayi waited by the classroom door as agreed, ready to go with Chen Xing to inquire about work-study opportunities at their college. "Old 4, what did the class monitor talk to you about? Where are you two heading together?" Zhang Kaming rushed to Chen Xing's side, burning with jealousy as he asked. "Comrade Zhang Kaming, may I ask what position you hold in our journalism class too?" Chen Xing inquired with utmost seriousness. Zhang Kaming looked utterly bewildered. "Huh? I don't hold any position." Chen Xing adopted a stern expression. "Since you know you're nothing but a nobody, stop prying into affairs of the class leadership." Chen Xing finished showing off and immediately left the lecture hall with Fang Jiayi. After registering what happened, Zhang Kaming in the classroom could only curse at Chen Xing's retreating figure. "What the fuck, Lao Si, you bastard. You're just as much of a nobody as I am. Who the hell do you think you are, showing off like that?" In the administration building of the journalism school, Lu Sijie, who had just been transferred to manage the crisis, was overwhelmed by the chaos of her messy office. Just then, a sharp knock-knock sounded at the door. "Come in." Fang Jiayi and Chen Xing pushed the door open together and walked in. Fang Jiayi, "Hello, Teacher Lu. I'm Fang Jiayi, the class monitor of journalism class 2 from the 2014 cohort." "Hello, Professor Lu. I'm Chen Xing, the vice class monitor of journalism class 2 from the class of 2014, Chen Xing said without batting an eye. Fang Jiayi frowned slightly upon hearing this and glanced at Chen Xing beside her, but said nothing more. Chen Xing, meanwhile, silently pulled up the attribute panel for the beauty Lu Sijie. Name, Lu Sijie. Age, 25. Appearance rating, 8.1. Height, 172 cm. Weight, 56 kg. Overall body rating, S. Click this entry to view detailed body parameters. Favorability level, 4%, stranger tier. Purity, 99%. Durability, 98.7%. "Oh, your news class 2 even has a deputy monitor, that's quite rare." Lu Sijie paused her work and said, "What brings you two here?" Fang Jiayi replied, "I wanted to ask if there are any work-study positions available on campus. There's a female classmate in our class who needs one." Lu Sijie tucked a lock of hair behind her ear. Work-study positions are usually applied for at the start of each semester. It's highly unlikely there are any vacancies at this time. "Is this female classmate of yours facing financial difficulties?" Lu Sijie asked. Seeing Fang Jiayi momentarily at a loss for words, Chen Xing spoke up proactively, "She's struggling. Even in the cafeteria, she only dares to order a plate of shredded potatoes?" Lu Sijie frowned slightly upon hearing this. The school provides financial aid for impoverished students. It's impossible for students to have trouble affording meals. Chen Xing replied, "She didn't apply for the financial aid." Lu Sijie was taken aback for a moment before saying, "I know some classmates might hesitate to apply for financial aid due to pride or self-esteem concerns, but the school now uses anonymous assistance systems that prioritize protecting students' personal privacy. You two class monitors should go back and have a good talk with that classmate of yours. Urge her to come see me promptly to submit the financial aid application materials." After speaking, Lu Sijie turned back to continue organizing her document-cluttered desk. Chen Xing noticed Fang Jiayi's helpless expression beside him and found himself scratching his head in puzzlement too. He genuinely hadn't figured out an XIN's real reason for refusing to apply for financial assistance. But he knew an XIN definitely hadn't applied out of fear of losing face. Surveying the office crammed with documents and files, where there was barely room to stand, Chen Xing decided to save the nation via a curved path. "Professor Lu, let the two of us help you organize these materials." Without waiting for Lu Sijie's agreement, Chen Xing had already begun clearing the couch buried under stacks of documents. Lu Sijie quickly responded, "Thank you for your kindness, but there's really no need to trouble yourselves. I'll take care of tidying up gradually. Chen Xing completely ignored her polite refusal and continued organizing while saying, Professor Liu, both the class monitor and I are members of the college student union. Helping you sort out materials is the least we can do. Liu Xijie, really? Both of you are in the college student union? At this point, Fang Jie also caught on. Yes, Professor Liu. I'm from the secretariat of the college student union, and Chen Xing is from the external liaison department. Then Fang Jie crouched down and began organizing the stack of documents piled against the wall, measuring over a meter in height. Looking at the two students voluntarily working in the office, Liu Xijie fell into deep thought. The former student affairs teacher had been a middle-aged male instructor. Naturally somewhat unkempt, he had always left various documents and materials scattered haphazardly around the office. Having suddenly resigned recently due to health reasons, the school had assigned Liu Xijie, soon to graduate with her master's degree, to temporarily fill the position. For Liu Xijie, who had originally planned to pursue her career on campus, this was both a challenge and an opportunity. When she first entered this office a few days ago, the sheer messiness inside had genuinely startled her, and she had indeed considered asking a few student council members for help. However, Liu Xijie had just started working as a teacher at the journalism school's student affairs office and wasn't very familiar with the student council members. She didn't want to leave the students with the impression of being someone who loves ordering people around right from the start. Now that two student council members had volunteered to help, Liu Xijie pondered for a while before tacitly approving their initiative. So the three of them each took charge of separate tasks, embarking on the tedious and painstaking work of organization. Fang Jie, Professor Liu, should these academic affairs meeting minutes be sorted chronologically? Liu Xijie, yes, arrange them by date. Chen Xing, Professor Liu, what about these stacks of extracurricular activity reports from students? Liu Xijie, sort these by category. Time quickly came to 5:30 in the afternoon. After stretching her shoulders and neck, Liu Xijie said, let's call it a day here. Thank you, classmate Fang and classmate Chen. I'll treat you both to dinner at the lakeside cafeteria next door. Fang Jie quickly waved her hands and said, no need, no need. Chen Xing then used the system to check Liu Xijie's stats. Favorability, 21%, friend level. He thought to himself, although working together made my beauty teacher's favorability rise significantly, having my little cash sheep treat me to a meal would be much more economical. So Chen Xing also said, no need, Teacher Liu. I already have plans for tonight. Liu Xijie was equally straightforward. Alright then, since you're both student council cadres anyway, we'll find another opportunity to dine together in the future. Chen Xing strode leisurely towards Guiyuan cafeteria, where little fatty Xipanxin was dutifully waiting at the entrance as promised. As usual, Chen Xing walked ahead while an Xin followed behind in the cafeteria line, grabbing their usual corner seats. They divided the dishes, stir-fried potato shreds dressed in chili oil. Halfway through the meal, Chen Xing couldn't help but ask, an Xin, why didn't you apply for the poverty relief grant when the class monitor suggested it before? Chapter 11, Weekend Duty, Part 1. An Xin, who had been conquering her mountain of millet rice, paused her chopsticks and lifted her clear almond-shaped eyes to glance at Chen Xing, replying softly, because I'm not a student in need. Chen Xing looked at an Xin's clear eyes and thought to himself, if you're not a poverty-stricken student, then who is? But he was afraid saying this might hurt an Xin's self-esteem and cause her favorability towards him to drop. The perceptive an Xin noticed Chen Xing's hesitation and quietly added, Grandpa gives me 900 yuan for living expenses each month. Grandpa told me not to apply for the poverty subsidy. He said many students can't afford meals without the subsidy, so the school's funds should go to those in real need. Chen Xing murmured, 900 a month. 900 yuan a month for living expenses really isn't much, but do you have to always eat shredded potatoes with rice? An Xin blinked and whispered, potatoes with rice taste pretty good. Chen Xing was utterly speechless, feeling words stuck in his chest that he couldn't get out. It suddenly occurred to him that an Xin had mentioned grandfather gives her monthly living expenses. What about her parents then? Chen Xing couldn't bear to dwell on it, nor dared he ask further. Alright, I understand not applying for poverty subsidy, but if our class monitor Fawn got you a work-study position, one that won't interfere with classes while earning extra, would you accept? An Xin lowered her head in thought, then raised her round face and gave a slight nod. The next day was Saturday, but Liu Xijie, who had just taken over the student affairs office at the School of Journalism, found herself overwhelmed with countless tasks. Resting in the graduate dorm was simply impossible. By 9 a.m., she had already arrived at the nearly deserted journalism school building with only security staff on duty, entering her still cluttered office. Liu Xijie had just begun working when she unexpectedly heard a rapid knock at the door. At first she thought she might be mistaken, but then came a second round of insistent knocking. Teacher Liu, it's us. Liu Xijie stepped forward to open the door and exclaimed, Chen Xing, Fang Jie, what brings you here? Chen Xing strode confidently into the office and got straight to work. I reckon Professor Lu will be putting in overtime today, so we came back to lend a hand too. Lu Xijie couldn't help but laugh wryly, but it's Saturday today. What kind of thing is it to have you two students accompany me for overtime work? Chen Xing kept working with his hands. Instead of wasting a whole day glued to my phone in the dorm, I'd rather come here and get some work done. Seeing Lu Xijie glance at her again, Fang Jia spoke up. I like to see things through to the end. Not helping you finish tidying the office would make me unbearably uncomfortable. Straightforward by nature, Lu Xijie didn't press the matter further after seeing this. Since Chen Xing and the other had already come, she reasoned she couldn't very well turn away people who were just trying to help out of kindness, could she? The morning passed quickly. Seeing the office tidying efforts begin to show results, the three who had come to work overtime on Saturday exchanged smiles, their camaraderie quickly deepening. Lu Xijie picked up his phone from the desk and said, "No more refusals for lunch today. Let's all go eat at the lakeside cafeteria near the college." Considering they'd be working together through the afternoon, Chen Hang and Fang Jia stopped standing on ceremony with Lu Xijie. So Chen Xing and the other two walked out from the journalism school's office building together, heading towards the lakeside cafeteria. Class president, do you have an XIN's phone number? Chen Xing, walking behind, asked Fang Jia. Fang Jia looked astonished. Seriously, Chen Xing? How many meals have you eaten with an XIN already, and you still don't have her phone number? Chen Xing chuckled. Well, we've always arranged meals verbally, I never got around to asking for her number. Fang Jia wordlessly took out her phone and relayed an XIN's number to Chen Xing. Hello? The call connected, revealing an exceptionally gentle voice on the other end. Hey NXIN, it's me, Chen Xing. Oh, I've got a lunch meeting at noon, so I won't be coming to Guiyuan to eat with you. Oh, the voice on the other end grew even softer, almost inaudible. What about tonight? Tonight? Chen Xing estimated the afternoon's organizing work wouldn't be easy, so he said, come to Lakeside Dining Hall tonight, we'll have dinner together. Okay. The other party's breath noticeably became much more lively. Alright, I'm hanging up then. After finishing the phone call, Chen Xing and his two companions arrived at Hubin Cafeteria. How about we go to the second floor and order some stir-fried dishes? Lu Xijie suggested. Fang Jia quickly responded, no need, Professor Lu. We can just eat something simple in the cafeteria on the first floor, right, Chen Xing? She turned to Chen Xing, hoping for his agreement. To her surprise, Chen Xing said, Class President, since Professor Lu is treating us, we should follow the host's lead. Whatever she chooses, we'll eat. With that said, he took the lead in heading towards the restaurant on the second floor. Fang Jia watched Chen Xing's retreating figure, silently cursing in her heart. This guy has absolutely no sense of courtesy. Of course, Chen Xing wouldn't bother with formalities toward Lu Xijie after all. He'd not only helped her with work but also given up the chance to have lunch with his little cash cow, which could have earned him real system rewards. Lu Xijie, however, didn't mind at all. Smiling, she linked arms with Fang Jia and followed Chen Xing upstairs. Students, please have a seat here. Scan the QR code to order. The waitress at the lakeside restaurant on the second floor greeted Chen Xing and his group with a warm smile. Upon hearing herself being addressed as student by the waitress, Lu Xijie, who had just become a teacher at the academic affairs office, felt even more delighted. Fang Jia, Chen Xing, you two scan the code and order whatever you want, she said. Truth be told, the young and beautiful Lu Xijie was still a graduate student yet to complete her master's degree, so calling her a student wasn't entirely wrong. But being grouped with two freshmen and addressed as a student still gave her quite a kick. Noticing Fang Jia's hesitation to order, Chen Xing took the initiative to pull out his phone and scan the code. Minced pork with eggplant, stir-fried beef, sautéed bok choy, and tomato egg soup. Did you order too much? Fang Jia nudged Chen Xing's arm. Lu Xijie across the table smiled and said, not at all, Chen Xing ordered very well. Soon, the 3 dishes and soup were served. The 3 young people chatted amiably as they ate, the atmosphere becoming even more harmonious. The conversation wasn't particularly novel, revolving around typical topics like where each of the 3 was from originally, which dormitory they lived in, and whether first-year courses were difficult or not. There was, however, a surprising discovery. Lu Xijie and Fang Jia turned out to be fellow Sichuan natives, both hailing from areas near Chengdu. Chen Xing watched as the 2 girls began speaking in Sichuan dialect and nodded approvingly. As the saying goes, Sichuan produces many beauties. Seems the old proverb still holds true. Lu Xijie laughed. I'm already treating you to a meal, no need to lay on the flattery anymore, kid. Chen Xing said earnestly, no, I'm just stating the facts. He turned his gaze to Fang Jia again. Teacher Lu, take a look at our class monitor Fang Jia here. Wouldn't you say she holds her own against the beauties from our college's broadcasting department? Fang Jia wasn't good with compliments, her cheeks flushed crimson immediately. Chen Xing, eat more and talk less, she retorted. Ha 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 ha. Lu Xijie wrapped his arm around Fang Jia's shoulders and laughed. Jai, Sichuan really does produce beauties, we can take this guy's flattery, ha. Watching Chen Xing calmly eating his food while Fang Jai blushed and drank water tactically, Lu Xijie couldn't help but flash a gossipy look. So, classmates Fang and Chen, are you two perhaps? Chapter 12, Weekend Overtime, Part 2. Fang Jai instantly understood Lu Xijie's implication and immediately shook her head like a rattledrum. No, Teacher Lu, don't make wild guesses. Lu Xijie said with a smile, I didn't say anything. Why are you so worked up, Jai? Her eyes flicked toward Chen Xing. This guy was calmly eating his food like nothing happened. Lu Xijie's eyes shifted playfully as she turned back to Fang Jai. By the way, what's the name of that struggling female student in your class? Oh, her name is an Xin, Fang Jai replied, her gaze inadvertently flickering towards Chen Xing. Lu Xijie, being a few years older, immediately caught this subtle detail. An Xin, huh? That's a lovely name. Probably a girl with a cute appearance too, right, Chen Xing? Lu Xijie smirked teasingly at him. Chen Xing instantly recalled an Xion's round face and double chin. Yeah. Hearing Chen Xing's affirmative reply, Lu Xijie wore the triumphant expression of someone who'd successfully uncovered gossip and pieced everything together. Chen Xing, have Anqin submit her documents for the impoverished student assistance soon. I'll go explain the situation to Teacher Liang from the Youth League Committee to expedite the subsidy disbursement. Chen Xing, thank you for your willingness to help, Teacher Lu. But we've already spoken with Anqin, she still believes she doesn't meet the impoverished student criteria and refuses to apply. Lu Xijie's face showed a troubled expression. You two have put so much effort into helping me organize the office, I understand what you're hinting at. But our school only has so many work-study positions available, and it's already mid-semester. I can only do my best. Chen Xing said frankly, Teacher Lu, you don't need to feel awkward. With what you just said, our weekend overtime with you wasn't in vain for me and the class monitor. Seeing Chen Xing lay out the transaction between the three of them so bluntly, Fang Jai, a freshman with little experience and thin skin, immediately felt embarrassed. She nudged Chen Xing's arm and whispered, Chen Xing, how can you talk to Teacher Lu like that? The 30-year-old Chen Xing had none of that shyness. What's wrong? Is there a problem with what I said? The straightforward Lu Xijie actually quite enjoyed Chen Xing's equal footing communication style. It's fine Jai, I really like Chen Xing's blunt honesty. Right now, although I'm technically your student affairs office teacher, I'm actually not much older than you all, and I don't like beating around the bush either. Lu Xijie, beautiful yet approachable, instantly won Fang Jai's admiration and affection. After the meal, Lu Xijie had already settled the bill, which came to a total of 90 yuan. Lu Xijie's favorability, 40%, friend level. Sigma system reward, 30 yuan x 40 is equal to 1,200 yuan. Chen Xing glanced at his phone's payment notification and thought, the food at this lakeside restaurant isn't bad, would have been better if the prices were even higher. After lunch, the trio returned to Lu Xijie's student affairs office. After a short rest, they resumed their organizing work together. During the afternoon work break, Lu Xijie ordered bubble tea delivery on her phone to treat Chen Xing and Fang Jai. Fang Jai initially felt a bit embarrassed, but after seeing Chen Xing brazenly order a large new flavor bubble tea with toppings worth 20 yuan, she confidently followed suit without hesitation. Sipping the sweet bubble tea while checking the freshly deposited 800 yuan system bonus on his phone, Chen Xing reflected that this weekend overtime pay might be the highest single earning of both his lifetimes. Seated at her desk nursing her bubble tea, Lu Xijie watched the seemingly shameless yet bold and meticulous Chen Xing on the office couch, increasingly convinced he didn't behave like a typical freshman at all. The three of them worked until after 5 p.m., with the office cleaning nearly 80% completed. They agreed to meet again at 10 a.m. tomorrow to wrap up the remaining work together. Chen Xing strolled leisurely to the lakeside cafeteria once more, where an Xian was already waiting at the entrance, and the two had dinner together in the first floor hall. Of course, it was still paid using an Xian's meal card. Anqin, how do you like the shredded potatoes at lakeside cafeteria? Anqin blinked her almond-shaped eyes and replied softly, they're all quite delicious. After finishing dinner, Chen Xing watched the little lamb walk away before puffing out his belly and heading toward lakeside dormitory number 2. Boys, your dad's back. Chen Xing greeted his three roommates who'd been holed up in the dorm all day as soon as he stepped inside. Ol 4, Huazi from across the hall just said he saw you and an Xian eating at lakeside cafeteria. Wang Zhaojun smirked mischievously. What, did an Xian finish all the food at Guiyuan cafeteria? Damn you, third bro, with your foul mouth. Don't even think about eating the oranges I just bought. Chen Xing held up the bag of oranges he'd picked up downstairs, pinching his nose as he backed away from Wang Zhaojun's seat. Zhang Kaming immediately put down his phone. Holy shit, free oranges. Gao Jin also caught on, share with those present. Share with those present. Godfather, I was wrong. I want some oranges too. Wang Zhaojun shamelessly scooted closer. A simple bag of oranges instantly livened up the previously dull dorm room. Chen Xing pushed open the balcony window and yelled, "Holy shit, you three stayed in the dorm all day without even airing it out, just glued to your phones." The honest Gao Jin peeled an orange and asked, "Lao Si, we didn't see you all day. Where'd you go on another date with an XIN? Chen Hang, what date? Anshin and I are just classmates. Come on." The three roommates snorted in unison with disdain. "Believe what you want. Today I was at the school's administration office all day, helping the new female teacher organize her office. When would I have time for a date?" Chen Hang tossed an orange up and down as he spoke. The foul-mouthed and lecherous Wang Zhaojun immediately piped up, "I heard about that new female teacher. Fourth bro, hurry up and tell us, what's her rating?" Chen Xing played with the orange in his hand and smiled, 8.1 points. The gossipy Zhang Kaming immediately chimed in, "Really? A female teacher with looks scoring over 8 points? Chen Xing nodded with a smile. Gao Jin asked while munching on an orange, "But it's Saturday today. Why would that new teacher ask you to help out instead of taking the day off?" "Because I'm just a nobody in the faculty student union, so getting bossed around by the academic affairs office is totally normal." Chen Xing stuffed the unpeeled orange in his hand into Gao Jin's grasp, then snatched away the freshly peeled orange from him. "By the way, second brother, Fong, our class monitor, was also working overtime with me at the academic affairs office today." "Ah," jealousy instantly flashed across Zhang Kaming's face. "What's going on?" Chen Xing said happily, "The class monitor is from the student union's secretariat and got roped into this too. I had lunch with the class monitor, and we even had afternoon tea together." After listening to Chen Xing's words, Zhang Kaming suddenly felt the orange in his hand wasn't sweet anymore. Chapter 13, An Unexpected Visitor, Part 1. The next day, Sunday, the well-coordinated cleaning trio quickly finished tidying up. Looking at the spotless office and the neatly organized filing cabinets arranged by date and category, even someone with OCD would give it a thumbs up. "Jai, Chen Xing, I really can't thank you two enough this time," Lu Sijie said, feeling refreshed as he surveyed the office. "Without such capable students helping me, I probably would have spent another week cleaning up alone." "Don't say that, Professor Lu. I'm really happy to help too." Fang Jia's big eyes crinkled into cheerful crescents as she smiled. Chen Xing remained as straightforward as ever. "Helping Teacher Lu with such a small matter is nothing. We're only freshmen. Our Class 2 of Journalism, grade 14, still needs Teacher Lu's care for the next 3 years. Having you, Chen Xing, help me with something makes me feel like you're trying to latch onto me," Lu Sijie laughed. "But as your student affairs teacher, I'm genuinely happy that you all trust me." As she spoke, Lu Sijie pulled a form from her desk drawer. "Last night, I asked a senior from the university's student affairs department for a favor. He helped an XIN jump the queue and secure a work-study position at the library." Fang Jai was pleasantly surprised and eagerly rushed forward to take the application form. "Thank you, Teacher Lu." Chen Xing also joked beside her, "Teacher Lu, you're really something. You had good news this morning but waited until we finished both tasks to tell us." Lu Sijie laughed heartily. Exactly. I was afraid if I told you the good news too early, Chen Xing, you'd run off to find your beloved Anshin and leave me hanging with the work." After the playful teasing, Lu Sijie turned serious again. "Have Anshin fill out the form when you get back today. She can come to me for a signature tomorrow morning, then get it stamped by Director Liang at the College Youth League Committee. She can start her part-time job next week. This position was so hard for me to secure. You absolutely must make sure Anshin takes her work seriously and doesn't give up halfway. Teacher Lu, don't worry. Anshin will definitely do well in her part-time job," Fang Jai immediately assured Lu Sijie. At noon, Chen Xing and the other two had a simple meal just like the day before, in the restaurant on the second floor of Lakeside Cafeteria. Chen Xing glanced at his phone and realized that within less than a week since his rebirth, his account balance had already exceeded 10,000. "It seems this Sigma system of mine isn't as troublesome as I initially thought." After lunch, Lu Sijie left first. She needed to return to the office alone to organize some confidential documents and materials on her work computer. At the Lakeside Canteen entrance, Fang Jai asked Chen Hang before leaving, "Hey Chen Hang, when I go back to the dorm later to give an XIN the work-study application form, should I tell her about what we've been doing these past 2 days?" Chen Xing thought for a moment. "No need. We just did a little something for our classmates, no point going around claiming credit." Though he said no claiming credit, inwardly Chen Xing thought, "Which of you girls doesn't love gossip? I refuse to believe you, Fang Jai, can keep this to yourself. By making it clear I don't want credit now, it'll make my image shine brighter in an XIN's eyes later, the kind-hearted soul who does good deeds anonymously, so modest and humble." Fang Jai indeed immediately showed an expression of disbelief at Chen Xing's response. "Fine, whatever you say." But she hadn't taken 2 steps when Chen Xing's voice called out again from behind, "By the way, class president, I also need to apologize to you." "Ah, an apology? What are you apologizing for?" Fang Jai turned back around, her face full of bewilderment. Chen Xing said, "The day before yesterday in the corridor of Teaching Building 3, I said you were being very negligent as class president. That was complete nonsense. I hope you won't take it to heart. Chen Xing's sudden apology came with such sincerity that it even gave Fang Jiayi a sense of unexpected flattery. Actually, I didn't do well enough regarding an Xian's matter. Fang Jiayi instinctively tried to deflect Chen Xing's apology. To her surprise, Chen Xing waved his hand and said, "Hey, nobody's perfect. How could anyone do everything flawlessly? Just the fact that you willingly worked 2 extra weekend days without complaint to fight for our classmates' rights proves you're more reliable than 99% of all class monitors in the journalism school. No, in the entire Jiang University. Never one to take compliments well." Fang Jiayi blushed crimson. "I never noticed before, you're quite the smooth talker when it comes to flattery, Chen Xing." Chen Xing thought to himself, of course, after years of being an office slave and brown-nosing bosses, using those same tactics on a freshman girl like you naturally works like a charm. But at the same time, Chen Xing was speaking from genuine conviction because in his memories, the Youth League branch secretary of journalism class 2, grade 14 had been practically invisible. Class president Fang Jiayi not only served her classmates tirelessly for 4 years, but she was also the very glue that held the class together. In his past life, Fang Jiayi had unquestionably been the spiritual pillar of journalism class 2. After praising squad leader Fang to the skies, Chen Xing flashed a mischievous grin. "There's one more thing, you owe me a meal now, squad leader Fang." Still somewhat floating on cloud 9, Fang Jiayi nearly got whiplash from Chen Xing's bizarre segue. "Owe you a meal? Why?" Chen Xing chuckled. "Our diligent squad leader Fang didn't join the college student council just for fun. After these 2 days of working together, you've already built a profound friendship with Dean Liu from Student Affairs. Forget becoming a department head, you might even run for student council president someday. Would any of this have happened without me acting as the matchmaker?" Fang Jiayi knew in her heart, it was indeed because Chen Xing suggested helping an Xian inquire about work-study opportunities that the two of them went together to see the newly arrived Lu Xijie. Organizing Lu Xijie's office, accompanying her on weekend overtime, these were all ideas Chen Xing had come up with. Fang Jiayi stared at Chen Xing's face and suddenly felt she was seeing this previously ordinary-seeming classmate in a whole new light. "Officer Fang, remember you owe me a meal," Chen Xing said before striding away. After putting Lu Xijie through nearly 2 days of hard work, Chen Xing enjoyed an exceptionally comfortable afternoon nap. A blink of an eye later, it was already past 5 p.m. when he woke up. Chen Xing sprang out of bed, went to the dormitory balcony to wash his face and brush his teeth, thinking, my little lamb chop is probably already waiting for me at the Huban cafeteria entrance. Waking up to someone treating me to a meal and receiving a few $100 in cash rewards, life couldn't get any sweeter than this. Suddenly, the phone on Chen Xing's desk began to vibrate. It's not even 6 yet. And little chubby lamb doesn't seem like the type to call and rush me. Chen Xing picked up his phone and frowned involuntarily. Sure enough, it wasn't an Xian calling him, but Song Xiaoqing. He hesitated for a moment before answering the call. "Hey, Chen Xing, are you in your dorm right now?" Song Xiaoqing's voice was as familiar and pleasant as ever. "What's the matter?" Surprisingly, Chen Xing didn't directly answer Song Xiaoqing's question this time. "I'm downstairs at your dorm. Can we meet and talk?" "Chen Xing, Song Xiaoqing, are you not in the dorm, or is something inconvenient?" At that moment, an image of a plump little lamb flashed through Chen Xing's mind. "I'm in the dorm, coming down right away." After hanging up, Chen Xing finally noticed his 3 roommates had long been gathered around eavesdropping. "Holy shit, what are you doing?" Chen Xing kicked them away one by one. "I was just answering a phone call. Was that really necessary?" Wang Zhaojun grinned lasciviously. "Damn, old 4, that girl's voice on the phone was really sweet, but it didn't sound like an Xian." "It's Song Xiaoqing," Chen Xing said helplessly. Because whether he admitted it or not, these 3 nosy single roommates would definitely follow him downstairs to check out the commotion. "Holy shit, it's Song, the goddess." "No way, your goddess Song came to find you?" "Lao Si, are you still dreaming? Come on, let's go down and see her in person. Let's see if the photos on Lao Si's phone look better or if she's even prettier in real life." Chapter 14, The Unexpected Visitor, Part 2. Song Xiaoqing stood beneath a phoenix tree by the entrance of Lakeside Dormitory 2, clad in a fitted blue dress with a cinched waist. Her bright eyes and pearly teeth glowed, with long hair cascading over her shoulders and a slender, porcelain neck. The dress's tailored waist accentuated her graceful figure, while the knee-length lace hemline revealed her flawless calf in full view. In short, wherever Song Xiaoqing stood became a breathtaking scenery. A beauty of this caliber standing outside a boys' dormitory building was bound to attract countless gazes from passers-by. The crowd couldn't help but wonder which heroic figure could be worthy of such a beauty waiting anxiously for him. Of course, having years of experience as campus belle, Song Xiaoqing was thoroughly accustomed to such attention. It hardly troubled her at all. Suddenly, Song Xiaoqing noticed 3 boys walking out from Lakeside Dormitory 2 heading straight towards her. "Hello Miss Song, we're Chen Xing's roommates. We've heard so much about you." The perpetually horny Wang Zhaojun was the first to speak up. Oh, hello. Song Xiaoqing's voice tinkled like silver bells. The gossip king Zhang Kaming also chimed in with praise. Miss Song truly lives up to your reputation. You're even more beautiful in person than in photos. Song Xiaoqing responded to Zhang Kaming with a polite and radiant smile. Yet this simple, blossoming smile was enough to make Chen Xing's 3 single dog roommates freeze in their tracks. Weren't you 3 heading to the cafeteria? Why are you all blocking the dorm entrance? Chen Xing, who had come downstairs just after them, admonished his practically drooling roommates. Hearing the main character shooing them away, the 3 single dogs could only swallow hard, reluctantly bid farewell to their goddess Song, and dragged their feet toward Lakeside Cafeteria. Chen Xing walked right up to Song Xiaoqing, and with just one glance into her peach blossom eyes, he felt the strings of his heart plucked. System detects excessively high affection value from host towards Song Xiaoqing. Sigma System Intermediate Warning. Intermediate warning? What the hell? Never mind, I'll deal with the urgent matters first and study the system issue later. Chen Xing turned his head to look at the scenery around him, trying his best to avoid glancing at Song Xiaoqing's beautiful eyes and delicate face. What did you want to talk about? Noticing Chen Xing's somewhat indifferent attitude, Song Xiaoqing pouted with playful annoyance. It's been a whole week, how come you're still angry? Chen Xing, when did you become so petty? Chen Xing looked at the discarded soda can on the ground. Huh? I'm not angry? Song Xiaoqing pressed further. Then why didn't you reply to my WeChat message? Chen Xing. Song Xiaoqing was telling the truth, leaving Chen Xing momentarily lost for words. In the past, whenever Song Xiaoqing messaged Chen Xing, he'd instantly reply. Yet when Chen Xing ignored her WeChat message for the first time 7 days ago, he experienced an inexplicable thrill, the thrill of controlling someone else's emotions. With every additional message Song Xiaoqing sent, this thrill intensified within Chen Xing. Over 7 days, she messaged daily, but Chen Xing remained utterly unresponsive for the entire week. The result? Song Xiaoqing completely lost her composure and took the initiative to meet Chen Xing in person. Seeing Chen Xing tilt his head in silence, Song Xiaoqing could only sigh and say, I've already apologized over WeChat. If that didn't feel sincere enough, let me say it to your face now. Chen Xing, if my roommate said anything inappropriate that hurt or made you uncomfortable, I apologize to you on her behalf. When a stunning 19-year-old beauty whispers an apology to you softly, even a stone would have its heart melted instantly. The doormat in Chen Xing's heart stirred restlessly. Yang Li's harsh words are her problem. Why are you apologizing for her? Song Xiaoqing took a step forward. Then let me apologize for myself. As an old classmate, I failed to notice your feelings and let you feel wronged. Chen Xing internally screamed in alarm. Damn it, Song Xiaoqing, you're truly a natural-born talent. That masterful tea artistry you've developed intuitively, combined with your looks, no man could withstand that. But even if I wanted to, I couldn't become your simp again. I'm now burdened with the Sigma system. Forget treating you to fancy meals or buying you gifts, just sending you breakfast a few more times would bankrupt me instantly. Chen Xing took a deep breath, looked up into Song Xiaoqing's eyes, and said, Thank you. I accept your apology. Hearing his words, Song Xiaoqing suddenly felt a surge of emotion, her big eyes welling up with tears. Truth be told, she wasn't entirely sure why she was crying. Chen Xing, with his God's perspective, understood precisely where Song Xiaoqing's suppressed emotions stemmed from. It was the accumulated loneliness she'd felt since entering teacher's college. Seeing Song, the campus goddess, shed tears, Chen instinctively pulled out a pack of tissues from his pocket only to surprise himself. Damn, when did I even put these in here? He wasn't the type to carry tissues when going out, unless it was to see his beloved Song Xiaoqing. Wearing a bitter smile, Chen handed the tissues to the tearful figure before him. Watching the girl he'd loved across 2 lifetimes cry her heart out, his emotions churned with indescribable complexity. You were too pampered like the moon surrounded by stars during your school days, so you never learned how to please others. Coupled with your striking beauty, in a fiercely competitive environment like a normal university full of women, you're particularly prone to being excluded and isolated. I don't think these hurtful situations are your fault, nor do you need to change your personality for people who don't matter. But at the same time, you could try treating your roommates and classmates to meals occasionally, or buy them small snacks and gifts now and then. Take the time to listen to their troubles, ordinary girls like these, and offer them the right comfort and praise. I'm telling you to do these things not to please others, but for your own sake. After all, you're only in your first year of college now. Song Xiaoqing wiped her tears as she listened to Chen Xing's gentle narration, leaning closer and closer to him. Thank you, Chen Xing, she murmured. Thank you for telling me all this. You're welcome. Chen Xing looked up and found a pair of pitifully sad peach blossom eyes right in front of him. He recoiled in shock. Holy shit, Song Xiaoqing, I've poured my heart out to you, and now you're trying to cut off my livelihood? My little cash cow could arrive at the Lakeside Cafeteria any minute now. If she sees me standing this close to a stunning beauty like you, I might never get to fleece her again. Song Xiaoqing wiped her tears and said somewhat coquettishly, so, if I need your help with something in the future, can I still contact you? Chen Xing screamed internally, you're practically handing me the dog leash and asking me to put the collar around my own neck, you. But looking at Song Xiaoqing's tear-streaked little face, Chen Xing couldn't help but say, hey, after all these years as classmates, just contact me anytime you need help. At that moment, Chen Xing suddenly noticed an XIN in his peripheral vision. She was standing by the flower bed near Lakeside Cafeteria's entrance. Holy shit, when did little lamb get here? Could it be because of her old green school uniform that I didn't spot her earlier? After receiving a satisfactory answer, Song Xiaoqing glanced at her iPhone 6. No wonder I'm hungry, it's already past 6 o'clock. Chen Xing, how about we grab dinner together in the cafeteria? Hearing Song Xiaoqing's words, Chen Xing felt like he instantly regained control of his own body. Sorry, I've got plans tonight. Song Xiaoqing laughed cheerfully, so you have plans? Don't tell me you're having dinner with a female classmate. Ha, you guessed it, Chen Xing replied, then walked straight towards an XIN by the flower bed. Song Xiaoqing spun around in surprise and spotted the chubby girl across the street wearing an old green school uniform. Her almond-shaped eyes were clear and luminous, like bottomless lake waters. Chapter 15 The Onlookers. Earlier today, Jia Chanshan attended the routine training session of the School of Journalism debate team. Ever since the charming beauty from the Class 14 Broadcasting joined the debate team, the male students had become extraordinarily enthusiastic about the regular training sessions, never missing a single one. During practice, they often got overly excited, frequently ending up flushed and heated during mock debates. Today's situation was much the same. Alongside Jia Chanshan, the three male teammates were all eager to show off, engaging in heated verbal sparring during the practice match. The first and second speakers, both senior year seniors, nearly ended up arguing with each other just to grab Jia Chanshan's attention. First speaker, hey, why are you coming at me? Are you our team's second speaker or the opposition's? Second speaker, this is just an intramural practice match, not a formal competition. Can I give feedback when you botched the opening statement? First speaker, can't you save your objections for after the debate? Whoever heard of a second speaker betraying their own first speaker like this? Second speaker, there were just too many issues in your opening statement. I was afraid I'd forget half of them by the time the debate ended. As some classmates tried to mediate while most just enjoyed the drama, third speaker Jia Chanshan turned her head with a smile and said to fourth speaker Yu Liang, Senior you live near the lakeside, don't you? Yu Liang, who had been struggling with how to catch Jia Chanshan's attention, suddenly felt flattered. Ah, why yes, I live in Lakeside Dormitory 5. Jia Chanshan extended her slender fingers and accidentally brushed against Yu Liang's arm. I've tried all the canteens at our university except the Lakeside cafeteria. Then could Senior you show me around the Lakeside area tonight and have dinner together at the Lakeside cafeteria? Yu Liang was overjoyed. That would be wonderful. I'll treat junior sister Jia to dinner at the Lakeside cafeteria tonight. Seeing this, the first and second debaters who had been bickering nearby immediately stopped their quarrel and simultaneously shot dagger-like glances at Yu Liang, the fourth debater. As evening fell, freshman Jia Chanshan and sophomore Yu Liang strolled side by side through the Lakeside dormitory area. While walking, Yu Liang racked his brains for conversation topics, desperately trying to showcase his few redeeming qualities. Jia Chanshan smiled casually while effortlessly handling the situation. It's getting late. How about we go eat at the cafeteria? If we're too late, all the good dishes might be gone. Yu Liang suggested as the two wandered near the Huban cafeteria. Jia Chanshan hadn't planned on having a meal with this not-so-handsome nor particularly interesting senior Yu and was just about to politely decline when she unexpectedly spotted Chen Xing and Song Xiaoqing at the entrance of Huban Dormitory 2. Senior Yu, you're in advertising studies, right? Could you tell me which of your courses are more interesting? I might audit one later. Yu Liang, hearing Jia Chanshan's words, immediately stood excitedly at the entrance of the Lakeside cafeteria and began gushing endlessly about his major. Jia Chanshan wore a faint smile, seemingly listening while quietly adjusting her position to get a clear view of the entrance of Lakeside Dormitory number 2. She eyed the strikingly beautiful Song Xiaoqing with suspicion. This stunning girl isn't from our school of journalism, is she? Otherwise, how could I have never seen her before? How could an utterly ordinary Chen Xing know such a beauty? And just a few days ago, when I was eating at the Guiyuan cafeteria, I even saw him having a meal with that chubby girl, an XIN, from his class. Oh my, isn't that an XIN? Didn't she live in Guiyuan Dormitory 6 just like me? What's she doing here by the lakeside? Jia Chanshan saw a stunning beauty sobbing by the roadside as Chen Xing affectionately comforted her, while on the other side stood an XIN in her worn-out green school uniform, her plump figure gazing wistfully at the pair. But the dog-blood drama's climax took Jia Chanshan by complete surprise. She watched as Chen Xing unceremoniously abandoned the beauty, crossed the street, and entered the Lakeside cafeteria with an XIN. A mischievous grin spread across Jia Chanshan's face. This plain-looking Chen Xing was rather intriguing. Brother Yu, let's go eat in the cafeteria now. If we're late, there might really be no dishes left. Yu Liang, who was already talking about being hungry, suddenly felt that Jia Chanqian was such a considerate girl. Alright, let's go get our food first, then we can chat while we eat. Jia Chanqian bit her sensual lips and said with a charming smile, but let's agree on one thing first, I'm treating you to dinner tonight. Yu Liang quickly waved his hand. No need, no need. How could I let you, Sister Jia, treat me? Why refuse? Since Senior Yu is acting as my tour guide, it's only fair that I treat him to a meal. With these words, Jia Chanqian executed a graceful turn and strode ahead into the lakeside cafeteria. Behind her, Yu Liang was so moved by her gesture he nearly burst into tears. Where in the world could you find such a beautiful girl who's also so thoughtful? While Jia Chanqian discreetly observed Chen Xing and his companions, across the distance near the convenience store at Lakeside Dormitory 1's entrance, Chen Xing's 3 roommates, the 3 treasures of room 520, were secretly feasting on the drama surrounding him. When Chen Xing had shooed them away earlier, they hadn't actually gone to the cafeteria. Instead, they'd circled around to Lakeside Dormitory 1, each buying a drink to enjoy while watching the unfolding spectacle. Wang Zhaojuan's eyes burned with envy. Holy shit. For fourth brother to get the chance to simp for a goddess like Song, that's damn fortune accumulated over multiple lifetimes. Zhang Keiming sneered beside him. So, goddess Song's way hotter than your so-called goddess Jia, isn't she? Whatever. Wang Zhaojun refused to concede. Sure, goddess Song's beautiful, but she's too plain Jane. Our Qianqian has way more flavor. Zhang Keiming scoffed. The fuck you mean flavor? You mean that rank fox smell? Holy shit, second brother. You guys always say my mouth stinks, but yours isn't any better. Wang Zhaojun immediately started arguing. No matter what, my Qianqian is way better than that fake prude Feng Jai. Second brother, not to be harsh, but why would you simp for our class leader of all people? Even rabbits don't eat the grass by their own burrows, do you even get that? Zhang Keiming started getting red-faced too. Get what? My ass. I'll simp for whoever the hell I want. Enough. Big brother Gao Jin finally couldn't take it anymore and spoke up to cut them off. If you're gonna enjoy the drama, then enjoy it properly. What's the point of you two bickering like this? Besides, we're all love fools here, so we should empathize with each other, not hurt one another. Hee, quick, look, goddess Song is crying, exclaimed Wang Zhaojun excitedly. Zhang Keiming, holy crap, what's going on? Could fourth brother actually have a chance? Wang Zhaojun immediately retorted, no way, probably something happened in goddess Song's family. Zhang Keiming watched Song Xiaoqing and Chen Xing getting closer, feeling a pang of jealousy. Damn, are they about to hug? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Wang Zhaojun gulped down water aggressively. If this loser Lao Si can actually win over goddess Song, I'll literally eat shit while standing on my hands. Third bro, you said it yourself, don't back out when we hold you to it later. Just as Gao Jin was chuckling foolishly, he suddenly spotted a flash of green across the street. Holy shit, an XIN is here. Oh no, Lao Si is screwed. Zhang Keiming, what should we do? Should we call fourth brother to warn him? Wang Zhaojun threw away the empty bottle and pointed across the street. Too late. An XIN already spotted them. When they finally saw Chen Xing choose to enter the cafeteria with an XIN while letting Song Xiaoqing leave silently by herself, the 3 treasure roommates from room 520 petrified on the spot. The eldest brother Gao Jin said worriedly, do you think fourth brother might have eye problems? Should we take him to the school hospital for a checkup tomorrow? Second brother Zhang Keiming shook his head. I don't think it's his eyes, it's his brain that's the problem. Third brother Wang Zhaojun stroked his chin and declared with certainty, his eyes and brain are probably fine, but his sexual preferences are definitely abnormal. Chapter 16, A Bottle of Shampoo, Part 1. In Anqin's memory, she had been overweight since elementary school. As a result, she often faced mockery and exclusion from her classmates. Harsh nicknames like Fatso, Stupid Pig, and Smelly Tub of Lard had long become routine for her. An XIN disliked the strange looks people gave her, so she always kept her head bowed during class, bowed while eating, bowed when walking. An XIN didn't have many hobbies, only 2, really, potatoes and reading. In her hometown of Yunnan, people were accustomed to calling potatoes yangyu. Whether they were fried, boiled, baked, or sliced into strips, cubes, shreds, or thin sheets, as long as they were yangyu, Anqin loved eating them. Besides eating potatoes, an XIN's favorite thing is reading books quietly by herself. Her reading habits are different from most girls, actually, from most people in general. She can immerse herself in any genre, romance novels, sci-fi suspense, biographies, war history. Recently, she's been rereading Romance of the Three Kingdoms. This marks her 5th time reading it. The reason she picked up Romance of the Three Kingdoms again was because Chen Xing suddenly asked her to treat him to dinner. Somehow, she felt something wasn't quite right, but couldn't quite put her finger on what it was. Of course, a copy of Romance of the Three Kingdoms alone couldn't resolve an XIN's confusion. Fortunately, Jiangcheng University's library was vast enough she was certain she'd find the answers she sought within its walls. Glancing at her phone, an XIN noted the time, 5:05 p.m. 6 p.m. sharp was the time Chen Xing had arranged to meet her for dinner at Lakeside Cafeteria. Today was Sunday, the final day of March. It also marked the 7th consecutive day an Xin had treated Chen Xing to a meal. She closed the book in her hand and walked away from the empty dormitory with her head lowered in silence, heading toward the lakeside cafeteria. At 5:30, Anxin had already arrived at the entrance of the lakeside cafeteria. She stood by the flowerbed near the doorway, then raised her head to gaze toward Lakeside Dormitory Building 2. Anxin sincerely admired in her heart that female classmate. She's really beautiful. Should I leave? But Chen Xing didn't say he wouldn't eat with me. I'll leave when he tells me to go. So an Xin just watched as Chen Xing comforted Song Xiaoqing, then walked toward her. Let's go, an Xin. We'll eat together, Chen Xing said to her. An Xin blinked her almond-shaped eyes, hesitated for a moment, then softly replied, okay. In the corner of the lakeside cafeteria, Chen Xing ate his meal while keeping a close eye on the fluctuations in an Xin's favorability rating toward him. Chen Xing's original plan was to let an Xin first see him talking to Song Xiaoqing, then witness him choosing to have lunch with her instead. He hoped to move an Xin enough to give his favorability rating another boost. Yet after observing for a long while, an Xin's panel data showed absolutely no change. Chen Xing thought to himself, how strange. After all that performance, how can you be so calm, little silly goose? At this moment, Chen Xing received a WeChat message from Song Xiaoqing. Is she your new girlfriend? Chen Xing typed a reply. She's a classmate. Then he put away his phone and said to an Xin. That girl just now was my high school classmate. She needed to discuss something with me. She studies at Normal University. Chen Xing didn't understand why he felt slightly guilty. After listening, an Xin nodded slightly and then asked quietly, has she had dinner yet? Chen Xing was momentarily taken aback. She probably hasn't had dinner yet. You should have asked her to stay for dinner. Normal University is quite far. By the time she walks back, their cafeteria will likely be closed. Chen Xing watched an Xin eating with her head lowered and thought to himself, you're just too kind, little lamb. Suddenly, Chen Xing felt a complicated mix of emotions. Looking at an Xin, he thought, the little lamb is indeed a bit chubby. If she could lose some weight, change out of these old school uniforms, and wash that greasy hair properly, she'd probably turn out to be quite a pretty girl. Of course, Chen Xing would never actually voice these thoughts to an Xin, because he knew that telling a girl she's fat, her clothes look terrible, and her hair is greasy, well, if she didn't immediately kill you on the spot, it'd only be because she's kind-hearted. Things like affection points or milking benefits from her, those were completely out of the question now. And perceptive as she was, an Xin had already noticed Chen Xing secretly observing her from across the way. She even caught that faint look of distaste when his eyes lingered on her hair. After dinner, Chen Xing and an Xin walked out of the lakeside cafeteria together. Although an Xin knew their agreement was for her to treat him to meals for 7 days, she couldn't help but whisper, there's an early class tomorrow. Should I bring you breakfast? Chen Xing felt a warmth in his heart and smiled as he replied, tomorrow marks the start of April. My family will be sending me my living allowance. He knew his little cash cow's finances were limited. You couldn't shear the wool too harshly. One had to practice sustainable resource depletion. An Xin nodded, then I'll head back to the dorm. Chen Xing noticed a trace of reluctance in an Xin's eyes and wondered if he should walk her back to her dorm this time. An Xin, what a coincidence. Jia Qianxian suddenly appeared out of nowhere. You're having dinner by the lake too? An Xin replied softly. Yu Liang, who had just finished dinner with Jia Qianxian, also stepped forward and asked curiously, do you two know each other? Jia Qianxian affectionately linked arms with an Xin. That's right. They're both from the School of Journalism too. An Xin and I live across the hall from each other. We're neighbors. Hello, I'm Yu Liang, from the class of 13 advertising department. Yu Liang was in high spirits and took the initiative to greet Chen Xing. Chen Xing suppressed a chuckle. Chen Xing, class 2 of journalism, batch of 14. Jia Qianxian turned to Chen Xing and said, Chen Xing, are you planning to send Anxin back to Guiyuan? Just as Chen Xing was about to respond, Anxin quickly whispered, I can go back by myself. Jia Qianxian's eyes twinkled with mischief. Anyway, Anxin and I are headed the same way. This time, I'll escort her back to the dorm for you. Chen Xing glanced at Yu Liang beside him and instantly understood the T-Queen's intentions. Fine, thanks then. But sophomore Yu Liang couldn't read the room. Junior sister Jia, let me walk you both back to Guiyuan dormitory. Jia Qianxian said coyly, no need, senior brother Yu. The campus is very safe, and with Anxin accompanying me, I won't be bored. With that, she linked arms with Anxin and started walking back, giving Yu Liang no chance to keep pestering her. Watching senior brother Yu staring obsessively at Jia Qianxian's retreating figure, Chen Xing stifled a laugh. You really picked the wrong person to mess with. Why'd you have to provoke her? Jia Qianxian is destined to become the queen of tea ceremonies. Senior brother Yu, you're simply not capable of handling her. Chapter 17, A Bottle of Shampoo, Part 2. After seeing an Xin off, Chen Xing ambled back toward his dormitory. Just as he reached the dorm entrance, Chen Xing heard the unmistakable moans of a woman emanating from inside. Chen Xing pushed the door open and sure enough, saw the three musketeers of room 520 huddled around Wang Xiaojuan's computer, intently watching their film. Holy shit, how many times do I have to tell you guys, wear headphones when watching this stuff? Close the door, close the door. Don't make such a fuss, Lao Si, Wang Xiaojun retorted dismissively. Zhang Kaming chimed in, we can't wear headphones when watching together, and without the sound, even the best scenes lose their impact. Chen Xing closed the door behind him and said, but it's only just past 7 p.m. even the evening news hasn't finished airing yet. Isn't it a bit too early for this? Gao Jin adjusted his glasses without taking his eyes off the computer screen. Fourth brother, you're a well-fed man who doesn't know the pangs of hunger. You've got one beauty in each arm, while your three brothers here are still starving. How can you say I've got one in each arm? Chen Xing walked over and immediately got drawn to what was on the screen. Ryo-sensei's films are indeed great, though I heard she retired around 2015. Wang Xiaojun shot Chen Xing a sideways glance and said sarcastically, damn, fourth brother, you're really something. Must have solid connections in Japan to know insider info about Ryo-sensei retiring this year. Chen Xing realized he'd let something slip, so he just kept watching without responding. After finishing the movie, the four roommates in dorm 520 queued up for showers. Following dormitory tradition, seniority rules, Gao Jin went first while Chen Xing took the last spot. In 2015 dormitories lacked hot water, so except during bitterly cold winters when they frequented the bathhouse, most days they boiled water in the dorm or simply took quick cold showers. Tonight, all four residents of dorm 520 opted for cold showers to quench their burning restlessness. After Chen Xing finished his noisy shower, he genuinely felt much more relaxed all over. He had just sat down at his desk, ready to turn on the computer and play some games, when his phone started vibrating again. Chen Xing picked it up and checked. It was actually Fang Jiai. Hey class president, what's up? Chen Xing, come to Gui Garden right away. Anqin is crying. Chen Xing frowned. What happened? Why is she crying? She asked to borrow my shampoo, but the moment I handed her the bottle, she started crying. Fang Jiai asked over the phone, did you bully her today? Chen Xing felt utterly wronged. Heaven and earth bear witness, I haven't done anything wrong. Fang Jiai said, whatever, just come over first and we'll talk. Chen Xing replied, alright. When Chen Xing arrived at Building 6 of Guiyuan Dormitory, Fang Jiai was waiting downstairs for him in her pajamas, arms crossed over her chest. I helped comfort her for a while. She's stopped crying now. Fang Jiai said with a cold expression. Introverted students like Anqin tend to be very sensitive. Did you say something today that upset her, like mentioning her hair wasn't very clean or something? No, how could I say such things to a girl? Chen Xing looked completely innocent. We just had lunch together in the cafeteria as usual, and when we parted ways, she seemed completely fine. Fang Jiai stared at Chen Xing for a moment, temporarily accepting his explanation. If it wasn't because of you, then it was probably because she asked to borrow my shampoo that made her feel bad inside. Seeing that Chen Xing didn't quite understand her words, Fang Jiai frowned and patiently explained further. Although Anqin comes from a poor family, she's never borrowed anything from her roommates or other female classmates before. I get the sense she's someone who really hates being a burden to others. After hearing this, Chen Xing felt complicated emotions. You silly, naive little lamb, who knew you had such strong pride? Since you've already come, I'll go upstairs and call an Xian down so you two can talk. Fang Jiai rubbed her arms and turned to enter the dormitory building. After standing downstairs for a moment in thought, Chen Xing quickly walked toward the small Guiyuan convenience store nearby. Not long after, an Xian emerged from dormitory 6 of Guiyuan, wearing an old long-sleeved t-shirt and a pair of worn sweatpants. She approached Chen Xing with her head lowered, looking like a child too ashamed to speak after making a mistake. Looking at an Xian's still damp raven hair, Chen Xing asked gently, you just went to borrow some shampoo from the class monitor, why are you crying? An Xian lowered her head and murmured, my grandfather always taught me to take care of my own things since childhood, and to avoid troubling others whenever possible. Hearing this, Chen Xing thought to himself that class monitor Fang Jiai truly had some influence. He looked up at the night sky and said, what your grandfather said isn't wrong. But wouldn't a person who never troubles anyone in this world be terribly lonely? Seeing Anqin blink her round almond-shaped eyes in confusion while looking at him, Chen Xing proceeded to explain. It's just like Zhang Fei in Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Initially his drunken blunder caused the loss of Shuzhou, creating immense trouble for his sworn brother Liu Bei. But later, when Liu Bei was being pursued by Cao Cao and Jingzhou, it was Zhang Fei who held the bridge at Dangyang, risking his life to cover Liu Bei's retreat. After saying this, Chen Xing himself found it quite amusing. He was actually using the tale of Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei as an example in front of a 19-year-old girl. Yet 19-year-old Anqin nodded repeatedly after listening, clearly able to follow Chen Xing's train of thought. Seeing Chen Hang's expression, he continued, being there for each other doesn't diminish the bond between Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei. On the contrary, without mutual reliance, all intimate relationships between people would cease to exist. An Xian was profoundly shaken by his words. Having grown up as a solitary figure who kept to herself, She'd never had a close friend to confide in, let alone heard such words that resonated deeply with her. Noticing an Xin standing there dumbfounded, Chen Hang thought she hadn't quite grasped his meaning. What I mean is, if you think class monitor Fong is a good person and want to befriend her, you should ask to borrow her shampoo when you need to wash your hair, and then stand up for her without hesitation when she needs you in return. Seeing an Xin nod earnestly at him, Chen Xing thought to himself, looks like the rope around this little lamb has finally loosened a bit. Of course, the fact that you had to borrow shampoo from the class monitor to wash your hair is fundamentally my fault. Chen Xing looked at her and said, it must be because I made you treat me to a meal that messed up your spending plan, leaving you unable to afford shampoo. And Xin had barely started nodding before quickly shaking her head repeatedly. Chen Xing burst into laughter at her adorable reaction. Ha, Miss Xian, you've just given yourself away. Seems like you need to read Romance of the Three Kingdoms a few more times. Ha. With that, he pulled out a brand new bottle of Rejoice shampoo from his pocket and stuffed it directly into an Xian's hand. Host has gifted an Xian a bottle of Rejoice shampoo worth 8.9 yuan. An Xian's favorability level toward host, 75%, ambiguous level. Sigma system imposes fine, 8.9 times 75 is equal to 667.5 yuan. Seeing the deduction message on his phone, Chen Xing felt a pang in his liver that Pantene shampoo was ridiculously expensive. Whatever. Little fatty treated me to cafeteria meals for 7 consecutive days, letting me earn over 10,000. Giving a return gift is only right. Anshin rubbed the smooth plastic bottle with both hands, murmuring softly with her head lowered. Thank you. Chen Xing scratched the back of his neck. No need to thank me. It's getting late. You should head back to your dorm and rest. An Xin, okay. Chen Xing, then I'll be heading back too. An Xin, Chen Xing watched an Xin return to Guiyuan Dormitory 6 before turning to leave. But before he had taken more than a few steps, the system's notification sounded in his mind again. Detected change in affection value. An Xion's affection has increased from 75% to 80%, lover level. Host receives system reward, 200,000 yuan and 10 attribute points. Host has achieved an 80% affection level, lover tier, with a member of the opposite sex for the first time. System grants an additional bronze medal, agility. Chapter 18, non-threatening target. Breaking through 80%. Yes, yes, yes. Chen Xing couldn't help but pump his fist in celebration. At this moment, there were still many couples being affectionate under the girls' dormitory building 6 of Guiyuan, and they all turned their gazes towards the exceptionally agitated Chen Xing. He's so happy, he must have just successfully confessed his love. All the student couples were delighted for Chen Xing. Chen Xing was completely oblivious to his surroundings at the moment, walking excitedly back to the dorm while mentally reviewing his panel data, considering where to best allocate his 10 attribute points. But the stats of this utterly ordinary Chen Xing were indeed mediocre. There were simply too many areas he needed to improve. All the way until he reached the foot of Lakeside Dormitory 2, Chen Xing still couldn't make up his mind. As soon as he entered the dorm, he saw the 3 treasures of 520 and Zhao Wenwen and Andy from the opposite dorm playing double race together. Fourth bro, where'd you go? We were just about to play cards when you disappeared, said Zhang Kaming as he organized the cards in his hand. Oh, I went to Guiyuan. Class monitor Fong called me over. Holy shit, Zhang Kaming nearly dropped his cards. Seriously? What did she want with you so late? What do you want me for? Obviously to enjoy the night view and chat about life together, Chen Xing said as he plopped down behind Zhao Wenhua, joining him to look at the cards. Bullshit, like hell I'd believe your nonsense. Zhang Kaming loudly reassured himself. The foul-mouthed Wang Zhaojun chimed in with amusement. Look at you, Lao Air, so easily rattled, you'd believe anything Lao Si says. If he's going to Gui Garden late at night, he's obviously going to see his Anshin. Zhao Wenhua turned his head with a puzzled expression, staring at Chen Xing. Did you really get together with an Xin from our class? Chen Xing deflected with a laugh. Come on, Huazi, don't listen to their nonsense. Play your cards right, play your cards right. Zhao Wenhua continued, since you're back, I'll give you my seat after this round. Chen Xing waved his hand dismissively. No need. You 4 single dogs keep playing. I've got more important things to do. Damn it, the 4 of them cursed in unison. Chen Xing basked in their hostile gazes as he walked into the dorm bathroom to take a piss. While relieving himself, he checked his status panel again. Height, 168 cm. Appearance, 6.2. After careful consideration, those 2 aspects clearly need the most improvement. After finishing his business, Chen Xing gave a shake and was about to pull up his pants when he instinctively glanced downward. Holy shit, weapon size urgently needs an upgrade too. After much deliberation, Chen Xing ultimately decided to first improve the more visible shortcomings, height and appearance. Attribute points successfully allocated. The system will complete adjustments to the host's physical parameters within 1 month. Chen Xing nodded in satisfaction mentally. Brother system, can I purchase attribute points with money? Earning points through rewards feels too slow. I want to grow taller, handsomer, and stronger faster. Sigma system allows purchasing attribute points with money at a price of 10 million renminbi per point. Holy crap, brother system, your price is outrageous. Yet after the initial shock, upon careful consideration, Qin Xing found spending 10 million to grow 1 centimeter taller wasn't so unimaginable after all. There are plenty of wealthy people in this world who would spare no expense to grow taller, become more beautiful, or achieve better health and longevity, yet the results they ultimately attain would most likely pale in comparison to what Qin Xing achieves. Lying on his bed, Qin Xing suddenly recalled the system's warning he received when meeting Song Xiaoqing that afternoon. System bro, explain this to me. Whenever the host's favorability value toward any unrelated the opposite sex exceeds 75%, 80%, or 85%, the Sigma system will issue a primary warning, intermediate warning, and severe warning respectively. If the host's favorability value toward any member of the opposite sex exceeds 90%, the Sigma system will automatically unbind. Qin Xing pondered for a moment. I understand. The Sigma system won't allow me to invest too much emotion in women or get too deeply involved. Correct. So the intermediate warning this afternoon means my favorability towards Song Xiaoqing has exceeded 80%? Host's favorability towards Song Xiaoqing, 83%. Song Xiaoqing identified as intermediate threat target. Sigma system recommends host minimize contact with target. Qin Xing understood his current feelings towards Song Xiaoqing were complicated. There was resentment from years of unrequited devotion, yet also lingering affection dating back to their childhood sweetheart days that he couldn't forget. Although Qin Xing in his rebirth had resolved not to be Song Xiaoqing's lapdog again, the affection he held for her wasn't something he could simply erase. Suddenly, a little fat sheep appeared in Qin Xing's mind. System bro, what's my favorability level with an XIN? The system responded with a 7-character answer. Peace of mind, no threat detected. The next day was another Monday. Yet unlike previous Mondays, Qin Xing neither had to deliver breakfast to Song Xiaoqing at the normal university nor asked Donxin to bring him breakfast. As for the 8 a.m. class, that was definitely out of the question. Sleeping in was his only priority. At 8:30 in the morning, his mother Wang Guilian video called him. Son, I just transferred your living expenses for this month. Did you spend all last month's money? Is it enough for you? Qin Xing, still half asleep, mumbled, Yeah, Mom, don't worry unnecessarily. If I run out of money for food, I'll ask you for more. Wang Guilian looked at her drowsy son through the phone screen and asked curiously, Hey, doesn't your school have morning classes on Mondays? Why are you still sleeping? Today's first class starts late, Qin Xing said calmly, panning his phone camera around the dorm room. See, all my roommates are still asleep. To be honest, Wang Zhaojun, the third roommate, and Gao Jin, the eldest roommate, from room 520 sometimes attended early 8 a.m. classes. But since they'd been playing cards late into the night, this morning they'd all crashed. Oh, then keep your voice down, don't wake them. Wang Guilan quickly lowered her tone. Doesn't matter, they sleep like the dead. Looking at his mother's face, looking 10 years younger, on the phone screen, Qin Xing felt genuinely happy. Mom, you look so young and beautiful today. Wang Guilan was visibly delighted. You little rascal, when did your mouth become so sweet? Make sure to video call home more often. Don't make your dad and me worry. Got it, Mom. I'm going back to sleep now, Qin Xing said with a yawn. Alright, rest well then. Oh, and don't forget to eat on time. Okay, Mom. Hanging up the phone, Chen Hang immediately went back to sleep for his second nap. Lao Si, get up. Wang Zhaojun called from beside Chen Hang's bed. Chen Hang rubbed his eyes. Huh? It's already noon so soon? Wang Zhaojun replied, Not yet, it's only 10:30. Chen Xing rolled over. Why are you calling me before mealtime? Wake me again when it's time to eat. Wang Zhaojun tapped the iron railings by Qin Xing's bed again. Hey, old fourth, stop sleeping. The three of us want to check out that new hot teacher at the student affairs office. Chen Xing lay lazily still in bed. You guys have been to our college's admin building before. The student affairs office is in room 203. Don't let me keep you. Zhang Kaming also chimed in. We're not even familiar with that new beautiful teacher. Randomly going to see her without context would be way too awkward. Gao Jin also said, Old fourth, can't you just cover for us brothers? Chen Xing opened his eyes and gave a sidelong glance at his three roommates by the bed. Big bro, when did you become such a lecher too? Gao Jin chuckled. Hee, food and lust are human nature. Who doesn't like looking at beauties? Unable to resist the pleading of his three single dog roommates, Qin Xing had no choice but to get up, wash up, and take them to the journalism school's administrative building. As soon as they entered the lobby of the building, they spotted a short-haired female student looking around nervously in front of the floor directory. Which office are you looking for, classmate? Qin Xing kindly stepped forward to ask. The short-haired girl turned around and replied softly with her head lowered. I'm trying to find the student affairs office. An XIN? Qin Xing widened his eyes. When did you cut your hair? Chapter 19, Tight-Lipped. Just last night when we met, an XIN still had long hair, but by noon today she'd gone full pixie cut. Yet the clean short hair looked refreshing, and the long side bangs curling slightly inward did wonders to soften an Xian's round, full face. Last night, the class monitor helped me cut it, Anshin said softly. Chen Xing laughed. The class monitor has great skills, could even open a barbershop. Anshin picked up on Chen Xing's approval of her new hairstyle in his words, a faint blush appearing on her face. Just then, the 520 trio following behind Chen Xing also quickly stepped forward to greet Anshin, all complimenting her new hairstyle. Chen Xing, let's go, Anshin, I'll take you to the student affairs office. Along the way to office 203, Chen Xing asked knowingly, Anshin, what brings you to the student affairs office? Anshin, I'm submitting a work-study application form. Oh, so you're here to submit an application, Chen Xing chuckled as he looked at Anshin, waiting for her to thank him. But Anshin just kept walking with her head down silently, showing no intention of continuing the conversation. What's going on? Chen Xing sensed something was off. An Xin, where did you get this application form? An Xin, the class monitor gave it to me. Chen Xing, did the monitor say where she got the application form? An Xin, she said she got it from Teacher Lu at the student affairs office. Chen Xing, that's it? She didn't say anything else? An Xin blinked her slightly bewildered almond-shaped eyes and gave a gentle nod. Chen Xing was utterly speechless. Damn it, Fang Jai, you absolute brick wall of a woman. I was just being polite when I told you not to mention my credit, but you actually went and didn't say a single word about it. Fang Jai, you truly are a tight-lipped and exemplary class monitor. In the office 203 of the Student Affairs Division, Lu Sijia's work had begun to fall into place. Today, she had tied her long hair into a high bun, wore a black blazer with an above-the-knee pencil skirt and black stockings, looking elegant and appropriate overall. Teacher Lu, an Xin from our class is here to submit her work-study application form. Lu Sijia looked up and saw that the speaker was Chen Xing, with whom she had just worked overtime over the weekend. She smiled, revealing beautiful teeth. Wow, your journalism class 2 is really something, delivering an application form with 4 male classmates as bodyguards. Of course, every female student in our journalism class 2 is a treasure. Chen Xing joked freely with Lu Sijia. Lu Sijia shot Chen Xing a glance. Don't you start with your glib talk here. If you 4 boys aren't here for business, then don't block my door and keep other students from entering. Got it, Professor Lu. We'll take our leave now. Upon receiving the gentle dismissal, the perceptive Chen Xing immediately ushered the trio from room 520 back to the first-floor lobby. Second brother Zhang Kaiming's eyes sparkled. Damn, fourth bro wasn't lying. This new Professor Lu is seriously gorgeous. The lecherous Wang Zhaojun wore a sleazy grin, not just pretty-faced either. That figure, those black stockings. Leader Gao Jin cut him off immediately. Show some respect, third brother. She's our department's newly assigned academic advisor, after all. TCH. Wang Zhaojun looked utterly dismissive. Stop pretending, you were practically drooling while peeking just now. Gao Jin's face flushed instantly. Bullshit, you're the one who was drooling. Chen Xing stood silently to the side, merely watching with an amused smile as the 3 hilarious roommates bickered fiercely. After the commotion died down, their leader Gao Jin spoke up. Alright, let's stop fooling around in the department office lobby. Come on, let's head back to Hubin for dinner. Shen Hang didn't follow the trio's footsteps. You 3 go ahead first. Save me a seat. I'll join you later. Gao Jin asked, fourth brother, you've got something else to do? Anshin's work-study application not only requires Teacher Lu's signature but also needs the Youth League Committee's stamp. I'm just going to show her the way. Oh, the 3 treasures of room 520 all wore expressions of sudden understanding before leaving the journalism department office building ahead of him. In office 203, Lu Sijia looked at the contents of the application form, then raised her eyes to glance at Anshin. She hadn't expected Anshin to be such an ordinary, plump girl. Lu Sijia had originally thought Fang Jia and Chen Xing were somewhat well-matched, but after learning Chen Xing had a girlfriend, she subconsciously assumed this classmate named Anshin would be on a similar level as Fang Jia. But Lu Sijia immediately cut off that thought. As a teacher in the student affairs office of the journalism school, how could she judge a student by appearances? With a flourish of her pen, she signed her name, Anshin. Everything's fine on my end. Take this application form to Director Liang at the Youth League Committee on the 3rd floor to get it stamped. You can start work study this week. Thank you, Teacher Lu, Anshin said softly. Chen Xing returned to the 2nd floor just in time to see Anshin coming out of the student affairs office with the form in hand. Come with me, I'll take you to Teacher Liang at the Youth League Committee. Anshin saw Chen Xing still waiting for her, and the corners of her lips unconsciously curled upwards. The Youth League Committee's office was located in room 303 on the 3rd floor, much larger than Lu Sijia's office and with nicer interior decoration. The committee director, Liang Wan, was in her 50s with a kindly and approachable expression. Upon hearing Anshin's request, she immediately stamped the application form without hesitation. She also warmly inquired about Anshin's well-being and told her she could always come to the institute office to seek help from either Lu Sijie or herself if she encountered any difficulties. Standing idly by, Qin Shing suddenly realized something. His Sigma system couldn't detect Liang Wan's stats panel. System bro, come out and explain this to me. This system's detectable targets are females aged 18 to 40 who are not biologically related or legally bound to the host. Big bro system, you're too young to know the value of mature women, mistaking young girls for treasure. A fresh-faced lad like me in his early 20s is just the type to catch older ladies' fancy. So what you're saying is, if a woman over 40 spends money on me, the system won't give me any rewards, right? This system cannot detect females over 40 years of age. Without affection value parameters, the system cannot administer rewards or penalties. Chapter 20, I'm genuinely getting a bit full of myself. After handling the work-study arrangements, Qin Shing and an Xin walked out of the college administration building one after the other. An Xin watched Qin Shing's retreating figure, her heart yearning to share another lunch with him that afternoon. But since Qin Shing hadn't mentioned it, she still felt too shy to bring it up herself. Secretly, Qin Shing had already planned everything. During the last week of each month, he would use up all his living expenses as an excuse to fleece this little lamb once more. For the remaining 3 weeks, he would let little lamb recuperate and recover. Qin Shing understood the principle of sustaining long-term gains by moderating consumption. With that, he simply greeted an Xin and walked off toward Lakeside Cafeteria without looking back. An Xin stood quietly in place, watching Qin Shing's retreating figure until it disappeared at the end of the road before she finally turned to leave in silence. At noon in Lakeside Cafeteria, the 4 young men from dorm 520 were gathered together enjoying their meal. Qin Shing watched the 3 old classmates wolfing down their food, suddenly realizing this was their rare reunion meal after so many years apart. Though it was just standard cafeteria fare, Qin Shing still found the meal remarkably delicious. Are you guys going to the advanced math class this afternoon? Gao Jin asked while wiping his mouth. Wang Zhaojun, nope. The weather's great today, I'm hitting the courts this afternoon. You in, old fourth? Among the 4 roommates, the third oldest Wang Zhaojun and Qin Shing enjoyed playing basketball. The eldest Gao Jin preferred soccer, and the second oldest Zhang Kaming liked table tennis. Of course, whether it was big balls or small balls, none of them were particularly skilled. Qin Shing glanced at the group chat on his phone and said, "Third brother, you go ahead first. I have an event at the Photography Association, I'll check in and then come find you." Qin Shing remembered how, when he first entered Jiangcheng University, he had been full of ambition. Not only had he joined the student union's external relations department, but he had also become a member of a university-level club, the Jiangcheng University Photography Association. He thought that actively participating in campus activities would not only help him grow but might also give him a chance to become a prominent figure in the university. Yet often, the ideal is plump while reality is bony. In Xiang Chen's past life memories, whether in the School of Journalism's student union or the Jiang University Photography Association, he had always been a marginal nobody and quietly withdrew from them after his sophomore year. Are there any pretty female students in your photography association? Zhang Kaming, who loved gossip, asked with interest. Xiangchen pondered for a moment. There are a few who aren't bad-looking, but compared to the beautiful teacher Lu Sijie you 3 just saw, the difference is simply too vast. Hearing Qin Shing's words, Zhang Kaming immediately lost all desire to follow him to check out the Photography Association. After lunch, Qin Shing went alone to one of the stepped lecture halls in the university's science building. Most of the Photography Association's activities were held there. Entering the classroom, Qin Shing found over 50 students had already gathered. He estimated this likely accounted for the entire membership of the association. After everyone signed in, Xiao Junjie, president of the Photography Association, began presiding over that day's club activities. In simple terms, the session would start with him, followed by the 2 vice presidents, giving everyone a photography lesson. Although over 50 students attended, fewer than 10 brought their own DSLR cameras. Meanwhile, the photography club only had around 20 shared cameras available. This meant that students like Qin Shing, who arrived relatively late, had to learn photography empty-handed for the time being. However, Qin Shing, sitting at the very back, didn't mind at all, because attending today's club activity wasn't about learning photography to begin with. Qin Shing actually wanted to visit the photography club to see if any female classmates harbored a secret crush on him, just like the little lamb and Xin. Yet after scanning the room with his system, Qin Shing realized he had vastly overestimated himself. None of the girls in the photography club had a favorability rating toward him exceeding 20%, he was just a random passerby to them. Discovering that one little lamb likes me really got to my head. Qin Shing amused himself inwardly. Right now in Jiangcheng University, apart from an Xin, the second and third highest affection values toward me are Fang Jia's 42% and Lu Sijie's 40%. The fourth should be the T Queen Jia Qianshan with 30%. At this point, Chen Xing had completely lost interest in the photography club. He simply pulled out his phone and started scrolling through Bilibili, figuring he'd sit for a while before finding an excuse to slip away and head to Lakeside Basketball Court to play with his roommate Wang Xiaojun. After finishing his portion of the presentation, Xiao Junjie handed the stage to his star pupil Zhou Shukai to continue explaining the classification and daily maintenance of camera lenses to everyone. Zhou Shukai, a first-year law student with a fair and refined appearance, had gained modest popularity in the Photography Association. Moreover, as a freshman, he had already been exceptionally promoted by the association president Xiao Junjie to vice president of Zhejiang University's Photography Association. Everyone assumed Zhou Shukai would succeed Xiao Junjie as the next president of Zhejiang University's Photography Association. For these reasons, the freshman Zhou Shukai couldn't help but develop some airs of superiority, carrying himself with lofty demeanor during lectures. Suddenly, Zhou Shukai spotted Chen Xing among the audience, head bowed, engrossed in his phone, and immediately felt a flicker of irritation. I understand some students haven't been assigned a DSLR camera yet, but you should still pay attention to these fundamental photography techniques. Zhou Shukai paused his lecture, his gaze locked onto the back of the classroom, prompting everyone to turn around curiously in unison. Chen Xing remained absorbed in his phone, completely oblivious to the shift in atmosphere. It wasn't until a neighboring student nudged him that he looked up only to realize he'd become the center of attention. Zhou Shukai said with an air of superiority, "That student, if you don't pay attention to what I'm teaching now, when the society's DSLR camera is assigned to you, won't you still not know how to use it?" If Zhou Shukai had spoken to Chen Xing properly, the slightly guilty phone user would most likely have apologized, pretended to listen to the photography lesson for a while before sneaking away. But seeing Zhou Shukai standing on the podium with that haughty demeanor immediately ignited Chen Xing's temper. What's wrong with not knowing how to use a DSLR? Does being able to use one make you superior? Chen Xing's loud retort instantly silenced the entire lecture hall. Chapter 21, Photography Savvy Professor Chen, Part 1. Zhou Shukai came from a well-off family and bought a DSLR camera right after starting university. In his heart, especially when it came to photography and DSLR equipment, he genuinely considered himself superior to others. The lecture hall in the science building was unusually quiet. Zhou Shukai hadn't expected Chen Xing to react so vehemently and responded somewhat awkwardly, "Ahem, when did I ever say those who can use SLR cameras are superior? The tone you used with me gave me exactly that impression," Chen Xing retorted bluntly, showing no consideration for face saving. The classroom immediately erupted into murmurs and animated discussions. Zhou Shukai was no pushover either. He knew better than to fall into the self-justification trap during verbal sparring. As the vice president standing atop the lecture platform, it wasn't appropriate for him to get bogged down debating whether he'd acted superior or not. So Zhou Shukai abruptly changed his tactics and switched to a different line of attack. "We're all members of Zhejiang University's Photography Association, here to learn about photography knowledge and techniques. I'm giving free lectures to share what I know with everyone, yet you're playing with your phone down there. Isn't that a bit disrespectful?" Zhou Shukai's voice grew louder as he spoke, convinced he had both reason and evidence on his side. He felt invincible atop his moral high ground. There was simply no way the other party could refute him. Chen Xing flashed a grin. "I'm playing with my phone because your lectures are painfully boring." "What did you say?" Zhou Shukai felt his blood surging chaotically within. "Vice President Zhou, it seems your hearing isn't too good." "Let me repeat myself," Chen Xing smirked mischievously. "Your lecture was utterly boring. In the future, everyone will use their phones to take photos. Who'd bother carrying around a bulky DSLR camera for no reason?" Chen Xing, who came from 2025, knew all too well how rapidly mobile phone camera technology would advance. Except for professional needs, almost no one would specially carry a dedicated camera outdoors in the future. Zhou Shukai's temple pulsed with anger. "Ha! What a joke! Do you have any idea how crisp the photos from this D80 can be? How could a phone's lens possibly compare to a DSLR camera? And if you can't be bothered to learn how to use a DSLR, then why did you even join the Photography Association?" Already inclined to withdraw, Chen Xing couldn't be bothered to continue arguing with Zhou Shukai. He rose to his feet, ready to drop a "then I quit the club" before walking away without another glance. At this moment, the association president Xiao Junjie, who had been silently watching from the sidelines, stepped forward. "I remember you're called Chen Xing, right? From the School of Journalism," Xiao Junjie said to Chen Xing. Surprised that the association president Xiao Junjie actually remembered the name and faculty of a fringe member like himself, Chen Xing politely replied, "Yes, President Xiao. I'm from Class 2, Journalism 14. Beside them, Zhou Shukai, brimming with suppressed anger, silently committed his enemy's name and details to memory. In a calm tone, Xiao Junjie remarked, "Mobile phone cameras have indeed advanced rapidly. I find the topic of smartphone photography replacing DSLRs quite interesting. However, I suggest we save this topic for discussion at our next association activity. For today, let's allow Zhou Shukai to continue with his prepared lecture. What do you think?" Chen Xing had originally planned to argue back and then quit the club outright, never expecting Xiao Junjie to suddenly step in as a peacemaker. Since the club president Xiao Junjie had shown Chen Xing considerable courtesy, he decided to return the respect. Chen Xing gave Xiao Junjie a nod before sitting back down. Though Zhou Shukai still seethed with anger, since the club's top leader Xiao Junjie had intervened to mediate, he couldn't afford to press further. Suppressing the fury in his chest, he reluctantly continued lecturing the students below. After finishing the photography lecture, Association President Xiao Junjie arranged for the members to take cameras outside for practical shooting practice. Chen Xing followed the crowd out of the science building, planning to sneak away to play basketball with Wang Zhaojun, but was stopped by Xiao Junjie calling out from behind. Chen Xing approached Xiao Junjie, who lit a cigarette for himself before offering the pack to Chen Xing. "Thanks, I don't smoke." Xiao Junjie took a drag from his cigarette and said, "Chen Xing, you've got quite the temper, don't you?" Chen Xing shrugged non-committally. "Ha ha ha, but I like your attitude." Xiao Junjie took another puff. Zhou Shukai is, after all, the association's vice president. "I hope you two can get along better." Faced with Xiao Junjie's extended olive branch, Chen Xing didn't accept it. "Sorry President Xiao, I'm not interested in building any relationship with someone like Zhou Shukai." Xiao Junjie looked astonished. "But I'll be a junior in the second half of this year. After I retire, Zhou Shukai will most likely take my position." "What will you do then?" Chen Xing remained completely calm. "When you retire, I'll just quit the association then. If there's nothing else, President Xiao, I'll take my leave for today." Xiao Junjie sighed. "Alright." Watching Chen Xing's retreating figure, Xiao Junjie felt a pang of regret. He had originally intended to nurture the unique potential in Chen Xing. Because Deputy President Zhou Shukai, though highly knowledgeable about DSLR cameras, was somewhat arrogant and didn't quite blend in with his classmates. Xiao Junjie had never been particularly satisfied with this successor of his, but the association lacked any other outstanding talents. Chen Xing left the science building, thinking he had finally gotten away and could go play some basketball, when he heard that annoying voice again. "Classmate Chen Xing, why aren't you practicing photography with everyone?" Zhou Shukai raised his D80 and kindly asked. It turned out Zhou Shukai had been taking photos with a few female photography club members on Cherry Blossom Avenue, which Chen Xing had to pass through to return to Lakeside Basketball Court. Chen Xing quickened his steps, not even bothering to respond to Zhou Shukai. But Zhou Shukai misinterpreted Chen Xing's demeanor as cowardice, so with a gleeful expression, he continued his taunts. "If you don't know how to use a DSLR camera, I can teach you. If you don't want to learn how to use a DSLR, you could always take group photos with your classmates using your phone." Chen Xing finally stopped walking, turned around, and stared at Zhou Shukai. "Why did you have to go and provoke me like this?" Chapter 22, Photography Savvy Teacher Chen, Part 2. Chen Xing walked up to Zhou Shukai, who wore a smug expression, and said, "Vice President Zhou, since you're so confident in your photography skills, how about we have a little competition?" Upon hearing this, impoverished student, who probably hadn't handled a DSLR camera more than a few times in his life, challenge him to a photography duel, Zhou Shukai couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha, do you even know how to use a DSLR? And you want to compete with me in photography?" Chen Xing said calmly, "I'll just use my phone to take the photo." "What? Vice President Zhou doesn't dare to compete?" Zhou Shukai couldn't stand Chen Xing's taunt. "Why wouldn't I dare? Tell me how we'll compete." Chen Xing glanced around at the female members of the photography club and said to one named Su Tiantian, "Miss Su, I'd like to spar with Vice President Zhou about photography techniques. Could you be our model and judge?" Among the photography club members, Su Tiantian was quite attractive and had a bubbly personality. Without much hesitation, she agreed to Chen Xing's request. "Vice President Zhou, how about we each take photos of Su Tiantian separately, then choose one from each for a comparison? Does that sound acceptable to you?" Zhou Shukai readily agreed. "No problem. So who goes first?" Seeing Chen Xing gesture for him to proceed with an inviting hand, Zhou Shukai didn't hesitate further. "Miss Su, I'll take your picture first." Zhou Shukai then led Su Tiantian to a spot lush with greenery, directing her to flash various smiles, strike all sorts of poses, while he snapped away relentlessly with his camera. Hearing that there was a photography skills showdown within the association, featuring none other than Chen Xing and Zhou Shukai, who had just exchanged heated words in the classroom, more and more club members began gathering around them. As the crowd of spectators grew larger, even Zhou Shukai, who hadn't been nervous at all initially, couldn't help but start feeling jittery. "Why should I worry about a match I can easily crush? When it comes to photography, how could Chen Xing possibly compete with me? But why are there so many people surrounding us? What if I actually lose? That would be utterly humiliating." His turbulent thoughts made his fingers clumsy on the shutter button. Zhou Shukai said impatiently, "Su Tiantian, smile wider, or the photo won't look good." Su Tiantian tried her best to meet Zhou Shukai's demands, but soon her face began to stiffen from forced smiling. 15 minutes later, Zhou Shukai wiped the sweat from his forehead with an accomplished look. "I'm done," he said. "I'm really satisfied with several of these shots. Then quickly pick a spot. I'll take the photo right away. Chen Xing walked on hurriedly to Su Tiantian's side and said, I just noticed you're using an iPhone 6. Could I borrow your phone to take your picture? Oh, of course. Su Tiantian unlocked her phone, opened the camera app, and handed it to Chen Xing. Then, under everyone's gaze, the two moved to the sidewalk beside Cherry Blossom Avenue. After observing Su Tiantian's slender figure in her purple dress, Chen Xing asked, do you usually prefer full body or half body shots? Su Tiantian looked upwards, recalling, well, I take all kinds, but probably full body shots more often. Chen Xing, when taking photos, do you prefer capturing more scenery or making the person appear larger in the frame? Su Tiantian thought for another moment, I prefer more scenery, but the person shouldn't appear too small either. Understood. Chen Xing raised his iPhone 6 and said, just walk slowly along the sidewalk. Su, turn around when I call you. Ah, so how exactly should I turn? Su Tiantian asked, puzzled. Chen Xing, just turn however you normally would. Su Tiantian asked again, then what kind of expression should I have? Chen Xing chuckled, whatever feels comfortable. If you're tired from smiling earlier, you don't have to smile. You don't have to smile? Though somewhat puzzled, Su Tiantian still followed Chen Xing's request and continued walking forward along the sidewalk. Tiantian. Chen Xing suddenly switched to using a nickname as he called out. Ha! Su Tiantian turned back with a smile. Why call me that so suddenly? It's kind of embarrassing. At that moment, Chen Xing rapidly pressed the shutter, capturing the natural flutter of Su Tiantian's skirt as she turned in her sweet, slightly shy smile. These three are a bit blurry with closed eyes. These two are slightly out of focus. This one will do. Chen Xing kept one out of the 6 photos and deleted the rest. Su Tiantian walked back to Chen Xing and said, sorry, classmate Chen. I didn't stand very steadily just now when I turned around. Let me do another turn as you requested. Chen Xing smiled and replied, no need, classmate Su. I've already taken a decent photo for your social media. In less than 3 minutes, Chen Xing returned with model Su Tiantian to where Zhou Shukai and the others were waiting. Zhou Shukai asked in surprise, you finished shooting after just one walkthrough with the model? Chen Xing, if you just randomly snapped some shots with your phone like that, I'd feel like my victory wouldn't count even if I won. Chen Xing didn't want to waste words with him. Vice President Zhou, show us the work you've selected. Let Su Tiantian take a look. Zhou Shukai confidently handed the camera to Su Tiantian. When she took it and looked, she saw that Zhou Shukai's photos were neatly composed with bright lighting, and the greenery behind her appeared vibrant and full of life in his shots. The only thing was that the model in the photo didn't appear entirely natural, her smile was a bit stiff, and her posture somewhat rigid. Then, Chen Xing handed Su Tiantian's phone back to her. When Su Tiantian took it and looked, her eyes widened instantly, and her heart couldn't help but tremble. The girl in the photo is so beautiful, could that really be me? The students from the photography club, who had gathered around to watch the excitement, couldn't wait for Su Tiantian to make her judgment and eagerly passed around the 2 competing photos. Wow, Tiantian looks absolutely stunning in this photo. A female classmate who was close to Su Tiantian held her iPhone 6 and couldn't help but exclaim. Another female student chimed in, Tiantian, your smile in this photo is so natural, and your dress looks amazing too, you should definitely post this on your moments. When Zhou Shukai heard someone praising Chen Xing's work so highly, he immediately got anxious. He snatched the iPhone to look. How amateurish this photo is. The resolution isn't great either, and there's so many random people in the background. A female classmate instantly retorted, but Chen Xing made Tiantian look really pretty in it. What does it matter if there's some passers-by in the background? A male classmate promptly followed up, exactly. When taking photos for female classmates, making them look good is what really counts. Zhou Shukai, constrained by his position as vice president, could only curse inwardly, you fools wouldn't know photography if it hit you in the face. Seeing that everyone had seen enough, Chen Xing said unhurriedly, classmate Su, since you agreed to be the judge, let Vice President Zhou and I settle this once and for all. Su Tiantian held her iPhone 6 in one hand and Zhou Shukai's D80 in the other, looking back and forth before raising her Apple phone to declare. This photo taken by classmate Chen Xing. I've already posted it on my WeChat moments. Chapter 23, Photography Savvy Teacher Chen, Part 2. Chen Xing's photography skills were entirely honed by his past life experience of being a simp. In his past life, Chen Xing had painstakingly studied photography for a long time just to take photos that would satisfy his goddess Song Xiaoqing, who loved having her picture taken. Chen Xing wasn't just armed with theoretical knowledge, he also had abundant field experience. Besides practicing on his female classmates and co-workers, he was Song Xiaoqing's on-call free photographer. He had even served multiple times as the documentary photographer for Song Xiaoqing and her boyfriend's trips together. Chen Xing's photography skills were honed through extreme conditions, so while he might not excel at photographing other subjects, when it comes to making girls look beautiful in photos, forget about Zhou Shukai. Chen Xing wouldn't even falter against Xiao Junjie. Chen Xing, I'm not targeting anyone specifically. Everyone present here is trash. The outcome of the small-scale PK match was clear, and the crowd of photography club classmates gradually dispersed after watching. Vice President Zhou Shukai lowered his head, cradling his D80 DSLR camera, his face a mix of resentment, unwillingness, and desolation. He raised his proud head, intending to face the victor's taunts like a man, only to find Chen Xing had already vanished without a trace. Chen Xing couldn't be bothered mocking a freshman brat like Zhou Shukai. He just wanted to go play some basketball. Student Chen Xing, wait a moment. Chen Xing turned around to find Su Tiantian jogging after him. Classmate Chen Xing, where are you rushing off to in such a hurry? Chen Xing sighed slightly. I'm in a hurry to play basketball. If I don't go now, it'll be dark soon. Hearing this, Su Tiantian replied somewhat sheepishly. I actually wanted to ask you to take a few more photos for me, then treat you to dinner. But since you're rushing to play basketball, we can find another time. Where are you taking me for dinner? Chen Xing glanced at Su Tiantian's panel data and was surprised to find her favorability toward him had actually risen to 45%. Su Tiantian, who had already started to retreat, instantly turned back around. There's a new clay pot rice place at the snack street by the school's west gate. I heard it's really good. Looking at Su Tiantian's hopeful expression, Chen Xing smiled and said, since you've asked, of course I'll prioritize taking photos for you. As for basketball, it can wait any day. The snack street outside the west gate was bustling with activity in the evening. The newly opened clay pot rice shop was packed to capacity, with Chen Xing seated at one of the small tables. Su Tiantian walked in cheerfully carrying 2 cups of milk tea and took a seat opposite Chen Xing. Professor Chen, your milk tea is here. Chen Xing reached out to take the milk tea and asked with a smile, why the sudden change to calling me Mr. Chen? Because your photography skills are amazing, Mr. Chen. I've decided I want to be your apprentice. Su Tiantian replied with a beaming smile. Chen Xing chuckled helplessly. Tiantian, you really shouldn't call me that. Why not? Because the last photography-savvy Mr. Chen didn't end up too well. Su Tiantian furrowed her delicate brows in confusion, then her little face instantly flushed red as she hurriedly lowered her head to look at her phone. Seeing this, Chen Xing thought to himself with amusement, Tiantian, you sure know a lot, don't you? Before long, the fragrant clay pot rice was served before the two of them. Chen Xing didn't stand on ceremony, stabbing a straw into the milk tea and drinking while eating. Across the table, Su Tiantian remained unmoved by the delicious food, wholly absorbed in using photo editing software to retouch the pictures Chen Xing had just taken of her. There was nothing wrong aesthetically with the photos themselves, but for girls, certain steps, slimming the face, trimming the waist, elongating the legs, were absolutely essential before posting to social media. After eating and drinking his fill, Chen Xing bid farewell to Su Tiantian, who wore a satisfied expression, and headed back to his dorm. Tonight's clay pot rice with fatty beef cost me 25 yuan, and the bubble tea was 12 yuan. Su Tiantian's favorability rating is at 45%. A single dinner earned me 1,665 yuan. Chen Xing looked at the payment notification on his phone, thinking to himself, seems like I've stumbled upon another way to make a fortune. Although that bastard Zhou Shukai really gets on my nerves, and despite the photography club activities being utterly dull, I'll still keep attending. On his way back to Hubin Dormitory number 2, Chen Xing passed by Jiangcheng University's famous 912 sports field. Though night had completely fallen by this time, the 912 sports field was brightly illuminated by the towering lampposts surrounding it. The fitness equipment area beside the field was bustling with people working out. On the rubberized running track, some night running students chatted and laughed in small groups, while others in full workout gear poured sweat under the moonlight. On the central football field's turf, a few students kicked a ball around, but more young men and women sat cross-legged in circles, gathered in animated conversation, their eyes sparkling with youthful vitality, their laughter brimming with the beauty of teenage exuberance. Chen Xing stood at the edge of the playground, watching these scenes that felt both foreign and intimately familiar. An uncontrollable surge of emotion welled within him. Rebirth is wonderful. Youth is glorious. Suddenly, a familiar plump figure appeared in Chen Xing's field of vision. It was none other than little fatty lamb and Xian, who had actually come for a run. Chen Xing hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose not to greet an Xian, instead finding a seat by the sidelines to silently watch her jog under the night sky. An Xian wore a slightly yellowed old white long-sleeved t-shirt, paired with those same military green worn-out trousers on the bottom. She barely managed half a lap before already looking exhausted. Gritting her teeth, she pushed through another dozen meters before her stamina finally gave out. But Anshin didn't come to a complete stop, instead continuing to slowly move forward along the track. Sweat soaked through her clothes, her short hair clung to her face, and her plump figure along with her somewhat uncoordinated running posture drew some peculiar glances. Yet Anshin appeared unconcerned about these reactions, merely keeping her head slightly lowered, eyes fixed on the track ahead as she quietly moved forward alone. In the end, Anshin completed 10 full laps around the field, alternating between jogging and walking, though truth be told, she spent most of that time walking. Chen Xing picked up his phone to check. Damn, little lamb took a whopping 2 hours and 5 minutes to complete a 4,000-meter run. Watching an XAN hobble away painfully from track 912, Chen Xing thought, is little lamb suddenly taking up running, to lose weight for me? Chen Xing's conscience twinged with the faintest pang of guilt. Chapter 24, Drink Till We Drop. After secretly watching an XAN's night jog, Chen Xing leisurely strolled back to the dorm. Hey sons, your dad's home. The moment he entered, Chen Xing noticed the gloomy atmosphere in the dorm. The three treasures of room 520 all looked as withered as frostbitten eggplants. With a puzzled expression, Chen Xing asked, your daddy's alive and kicking, so why do you three look like your fathers just died? Get lost. It's your dad who's dead. Wang Zhaojun snapped irritably. Chen Xing turned to the honest Gao Jin and asked, brother, what's wrong with you all? Why is everyone so listless? Gao Jin gave Chen Xing a resentful look. Because of you, the three of us skipped dinner tonight. Chen Xing was utterly baffled. Ha, what's going on? Gao Jin, this is all because old fourth, your romantic life has been too flourishing lately. It's made the three of us bachelors completely lose our appetite. Chen Xing, what do you mean my romantic life is flourishing? I'm still single, just like you guys. Wang Zhaojun, get out of here. Zhang Kaming, TCH. Gao Jin continued with a sigh, none of us are blind, so quit playing dumb with your dorm brothers. Chen Xing still looked puzzled. What am I playing dumb about? Gao Jin said, last weekend, Song Goddess, that campus belle-level beauty, specially came all the way from Normal University to find you, and she even cried her heart out in your arms. Plus, recently you've been sticking close to Wan Xin from our class, eating together in the cafeteria every day, spreading your PDA all the way from Guiyuan Canteen to Hubin Canteen. Gao Jin said with a sob in his voice, it's bad enough that you're playing the field, but today, seeing Gao Jin choke up, Zhang Kaming indignantly continued, this afternoon, when Big Bro and I were walking back to the dorm after advanced math class, we actually saw you getting all lovey-dovey with another cute classmate, taking photos around campus, then heading off together to the snack street outside the West Gate. Wang Zhaojun suddenly slammed the table in fury. It's so unfair. Out of all five of us in room 520, I'm the tallest and handsomest. Why does all the romantic luck go to you, fourth bro? Hearing this, Chen Xing finally understood this was what they called sympathizing with your bro's hardships yet begrudging his success. Gao Jin looked at Chen Xing with gloomy resentment. Fourth brother, just leave us be tonight. Let the three of us wallow, we'll probably be fine by tomorrow. Besides, we're all genuinely happy for you being the first to get into a relationship. Chen Xing couldn't help but laugh. Happy for me? Not a single trace of joy on any of your faces. Alright, there'll be bread and there'll be women. Since you three skipped dinner, how about I treat you to a midnight snack, eh? Upon hearing Chen Xing's offer to treat them, all three from room 520 perked up. For real? Lao Si, you're really buying us supper? Chen Xing nodded. Though he was already full himself and not the least bit hungry now, having been reborn, he simply wanted to do better by his brothers. He couldn't stand to see them go hungry. Gao Jin rubbed his empty stomach and said, it's already past 9, the canteen's closed by now. How about we hit the faculty market for some spicy hot pot? Chen Xing waved his hand and said, forget that damn spicy hot pot. Do I look like a stingy guy to you? Let's head outside the West Gate and find a barbecue joint. We'll drink and grill some skewers. Hearing Chen Xing's offer to treat them to drinks and skewers, the three treasures of 520 finally had their eyes light up with renewed enthusiasm. Wang Zhaojun exclaimed, holy shit, you're really treating us to drinks and barbecue? Is this for real, old fourth? Chen Xing retorted, I'm footing the bill and you're still calling me old fourth? You should be calling me godfather now. Zhang Kaming immediately crowded closer, taking us out for drinks and meat. Can it really be true, godfather? Chen Xing nodded with a smile, indeed. Then let's hurry up and go. Go. The air in dorm 520 instantly filled with merriment. The commotion from Chen Xing and his roommates was so loud that all the male classmates from News Class 2 in the nearby dorm rooms heard the ruckus. Zhao Wenhua from across the hallway leaned against his dorm doorframe and asked, holy shit, what are you four from room 520 up to? Lao Si is treating us to drinks off campus. Wang Zhaojun exclaimed with excitement. Zhao Wenhua widened his eyes at Chen Xing. For real, Lao Si? Chen Xing said with a smile, the family sent my living expenses today. Let me treat you guys to a night out. Zhao Wenhua looked at him with envy. I didn't eat enough for dinner, can I come too? Chen Xing waved his hand grandly. Wenji, go knock on the doors of the nearby dorms and gather all the brothers from our journalism class too. Zhao Wenhua wore an expression of disbelief. Are you serious about this, Lao Si? Chen Xing, cut the crap and go call the guys already. Gao Jin quickly whispered to Chen Xing after hearing this. Holy shit, Lao Si, you're treating all the male classmates to drinks? You not planning to survive the rest of this month? Chen Xing slung his arm around Gao Jin's shoulders and said, don't worry bro, I got a raise on my allowance. Besides, drinking is always more fun with more people. Freshman Chen Xing now had over 210,000 yuan in pocket money, 10,000 yuan earned from being treated to meals by the opposite sex and a 200,000 yuan reward for an XIN's favorability exceeding 80%. While far from being wealthy, with his current financial means, Chen Xing could certainly make college life more vibrant for his dorm brothers and the guys in journalism class 2. Under Zhao Wenhua's enthusiastic knocking and urging, all the other male students from class 2, journalism level 14, came out. Led by Chen Xing, the 15 brothers from journalism class 2 walked shoulder to shoulder, chatting and laughing as they headed from Huban Dormitory 2 towards the university's west gate. West gate of Jiangcheng University, Old Street Barbecue Shop. The male students from journalism class 2 pushed 3 square tables together to form one long table, with 15 brothers boisterously seated around it. Seated at the head position, Chen Xing waved his hand grandly. "Boss, bring us 5 crates of beer first." "Holy shit, old fourth, what are you doing?" Wang Zhaojuan's eyes nearly popped out of his head. "Chen Xing, it's rare for us brothers to get together, of course we're drinking till we drop." "Stop talking nonsense, third brother. Hurry up and order the food." After the classmates hesitated over the menu for ages, Chen Xing snatched it and immediately scolded, "Damn it, why'd you order so little? Since when are you so polite with me?" "Boss." Chen Xing handed the handwritten order from his classmates to the barbecue shop owner while saying, "Besides what's written here, add another 100 meat skewers, 100 tendon skewers, 100 cartilage skewers, 100 potato skewers, 20 chicken wing skewers, 20 sausage skewers, and 3 plates of fried peanuts for us. Make sure to give us extra peanuts, boss." Chen Xing added another reminder as the barbecue owner turned away. "Got it, don't worry handsome. We'll serve your dishes right away," the beaming proprietor replied with a ruddy face full of enthusiasm. Watching Chen Xing order food and drinks with such lavish generosity, every gesture made his classmates present feel somewhat unfamiliar with this behavior. But as soon as the beers were opened and the skewers served, the atmosphere at the table instantly became lively. Seated at the head of the table as tonight's host and sponsor, Chen Xing kept receiving toasts from his classmates. However, with his decent alcohol tolerance, a few beers were no problem for him. "I know why fourth elder brother is treating everyone to drinks tonight," Zhao Wenhua declared with flushed cheeks as he stood up. Chen Xing chuckled. "Oh, go on then, Huazi. Let's hear it." Zhao Wenhua smirked mischievously. "Since fourth brother has finally shed his single status, we're all celebrating with drinks on you." Chapter 25, As Long as the Butt Doesn't Hurt. Hearing this, everyone expressed their agreement with Zhao Wenhua. "Oh, right. Andy's got a point." Chen Hang and an Xin had been eating together in the cafeteria for a whole week, and their situation had become common knowledge throughout Class 2 of the 2014 journalism batch. "Damn it, Huazai, you're such a damn gossip. An Xin and I are just classmates, merely sharing meals together," Chen Hang explained weakly. "But, of course," Chen Hang's words were met with unanimous ridicule. Andy raised his wineglass excitedly. "Lao Si, I only said you were dating someone, I never specified it was our classmate in Xin. You just confessed without being pressed. Ha ha ha." Chen Xing. "Damn it, Andy, drink more and talk less." Another round of cheerful laughter erupted. Gao Jin, sitting to Chen Xing's right, took a sip of wine and whispered to him, "Lao Si, who's that female classmate you were taking photos with this afternoon?" Chen Xing replied, "She's just a fellow member from the photography club. I merely helped her take a few pictures." Gao Jin raised his eyebrows. "Aren't you worried an Xin might get jealous if she finds out you're being affectionate with other girls at school?" Chen Xing laughed. "What jealousy? An Xin and I are really just classmates." Gao Jin looked disdainful. "Why put on airs with me? Fourth brother, as your elder brother, I kindly remind you walking too many tightropes at once might make you trip over your own balls." Chen Xing took a sip of wine and laughed. "Ha, big bro, you should find yourself a tightrope first. Don't waste worries over my family jewels." "Damn it!" Gao Jin instantly flushed red. "Fourth brother, you bastard, always rubbing salt in my wounds." "Ha ha ha, I won't pour anymore, let's drink. Chen Xing grabbed Gao Jin's shoulder and clinked glasses with him. Sitting on the other side, Zhang Keiming's alcohol tolerance was poor and his mind had already become foggy. "Fourth brother, actually I've always thought you and an Xin would make a good match." After drinking with Gao Jin, Chen Xing turned back. "Oh, second brother, how could you tell?" Zhang Keiming swayed unsteadily as he spoke. "Because I know an Xin has had feelings for you for a long time." Chen Xing perked up immediately because he truly wanted to know, why did an Xin, who had barely known him before, already have a 70% favorability rating toward him? "Old second, what do you mean? How do you know an Xin had feelings for me all along?" Chen Xing pressed urgently. But by then, Zhang Keiming had already drunk far beyond his limit. Before he could answer Chen Xing's question, he collapsed onto the table and passed out. "Damn it, old second, don't sleep yet, answer me first." Chen Xing slapped Zhang Keiming's face repeatedly with both hands. But the drunken Zhang Keiming remained shamelessly undisturbed, his snores growing louder as he slept more soundly. Just past 8 a.m. the next morning, Chen Xing's phone rang. Hungover from last night's drinking and barely awake, Chen Xing rejected the call outright. Who knew the other party would be so persistent, calling over and over again? Hey, do you scammers start work this early in the morning? Chen Xing said with his eyes still closed. Who's the scammer here? Chen Xing, it's Fong Jiai. Oh, it's class monitor. Class monitor, you start work this early? What nonsense are you talking about, Chen Xing? Are you in the dorm? What's wrong with the male classmates in our class? Why hasn't a single one come to morning class? Oh, we went drinking outside campus together last night. Drinking? You? I don't care what you were doing last night, just get to classroom building 3 for class now. Professor Lee is already furious. Chen Xing still hadn't opened his eyes. I can't get up. Get up whether you like it or not. Professor Lee said if you boys aren't back by the second class, he'll deduct all your participation grades and fail every one of you. Let him deduct the points then. I really can't get up, Chen Xing said before hanging up the phone and going back to sleep. Chen Xing, the reborn man, couldn't care less about failing exams. In building 3, the conscientious class monitor Fong Jiai stomped her foot in frustration, yelling, Chen Xing, you absolute jerk. Seeing that Chen Xing wasn't responding to her calls, she directed all the female classmates to phone the other male students one by one. Fong Jiai then turned to an Xian, who had been silently standing beside her, and said, An Xian, you call this guy Chen Xing again. He won't listen to me, but he'll probably listen to you. The clever An Xian immediately grasped the meaning behind Fong Jiai's words, and her cheeks flushed red in an instant. On the 5th floor of Huban Dormitory Building 2, phone rings began to echo one after another. Zhang Kaming, class monitor? Hearing the voice of his crush Fong Jiai instantly made Zhang Kaming sit up from his bed. Hurry up and come to teaching building 3 for class. Got it, monitor, I'm coming right away. Don't just come alone, bring your whole dorm with you. Got it, class monitor. After hanging up Fong Jiai's call, Zhang Kaming felt invigorated, his drowsiness completely gone. Get up, everyone get your asses out of bed for class. With the phone call from their female classmate and Zhang Kaming's enthusiastic urging, the male students of journalism class 2 all reluctantly dragged themselves out of bed one by one except for Chen Xing. Old fourth, get up and wash your face quick, everyone's almost ready. Zhang Kaming shouted by Chen Xing's bed. Just go without me, stop bothering my sleep. Chen Xing turned over facing inward. Zhang Kaming, damn, don't blame us when you're the only one failing then. Mei Cham, won't blame you. Seeing that Sanbao couldn't persuade Chen Xing, the 3 of them left the dorm together. Just as the dorm had finally quieted down, Chen Xing's phone rang again. He was about to turn it off and go back to sleep when he noticed the caller ID showed Little Lamb. Chen Xing answered the call. Yeah, what's up? The class monitor wants you to come to class. And Xian's voice was as gentle as ever. I drank too much last night and couldn't get up. Oh, then you should get some rest. Hearing Anqin say this, Chen Xing immediately grew intrigued. Then what if I skip class? Will teacher Lee deduct points from my usual performance grades? I'll plead with Professor Lee for you. What if Professor Lee insists on failing me without mercy? Then I'll retake the course with you. Chen Xing suddenly felt a warmth in his heart. Alright, then I'll keep sleeping. You'll retake the course with me next semester. Alright, the other person replied softly but firmly. 14 still hungover male classmates from journalism class 2 supported each other as they emerged from Lakeside Dormitory 2, heading together to teaching building 3 for their morning lecture. They hadn't gone far when they heard Chen Xing shouting from behind, Wait up, brothers. Lao Si, I thought you weren't afraid of failing? What made you crawl out of bed? Wang Zhaojun sneered with his notoriously sharp tongue. I'm not afraid of failing, but if all my buddies go to class and I'm the only one who doesn't, won't I look like a total loner? Chen Xing threw an arm around Zhang Kaming's neck. Hey, second bro, when we were drinking last night, you said you'd known an Xian had a crush on me for a while. What did you mean by that? Zhang Kaming looked completely clueless. Did I say that? I don't remember. Damn it, think harder. Chen Xing was utterly exasperated. Zhang Kaming wiped his face with one hand and said, I'm not that close with an Xian. How would I know if she has any feelings for you? Old fourth, you must have dreamed it last night after drinking too much. Probably heard me say it in your dream. Chen Xing. Zhang Kaming rubbed his face vigorously with both hands. Phew, why does my face hurt so much after drinking and waking up? Does yours hurt too? Cuckoo. Dao Jin and Wang Zhaojun beside them, knowing the whole story, couldn't stop laughing. Chen Xing, then does your butt hurt? Zhang Kaming, confused, my butt doesn't hurt, just my face does. Chen Xing grinned, then as long as your butt doesn't hurt, it's fine. Zhang Kaming. By the way, Lao Si, how much did you spend treating everyone last night? Gao Jin asked after finishing his laugh. Chen Xing didn't care at all. Why do you care about that? Gao Jin persisted. What's wrong with me just asking? Chen Xing took out his phone and checked the payment information, 750 yuan. Damn. Gao Jin patted Chen Xing's shoulder and said, if you run out of money for food by the end of this month, old fourth, I'll treat you. Chen Xing thought his end-of-month meals had already been reserved for little fat sheep, but he still felt deeply moved. Suddenly, he remembered his previous life when he had been a hopeless simp, taking goddess Song Xiaoqing out for countless fancy meals, buying her too many gifts, spending untold sums amounting to tens of thousands, and what had been the result? The outcome was that after Song Xiaoqing hooked up with the rich second-generation heir and accidentally got pregnant, the first person she thought of was Chen Xing. She immediately called him to accompany her for the abortion. Spend $750 buying a gift for the goddess, and she wouldn't even glance at it twice. Spend $750 treating your bros to drinks and barbecue, and they'll remember your kindness for life. Chen Xing thought to himself, a man really shouldn't be such a pushover. Chapter 26, Happy Events at Home. In a classroom of teaching building number 3, 15 male students from journalism class 2 collectively apologized to Professor Li Yi, who taught Introduction to Communication Studies, under the leadership of their class monitor Fang Jai. Li Yi, approaching 60 years old with the title of associate professor, was usually gentle and kind-natured. He never took attendance in class and often turned a blind eye to the young truants as long as everyone kept things within reasonable limits. But this morning, the moment he stepped into the classroom and saw a room full of uniformly female students, Li Yi simply couldn't hold it in anymore. I was wondering how journalism class 2 could be entirely female students. Turns out there are still 15 male classmates after all. Li Yi took a sip of strong tea and said unhurriedly, Class monitor Fong, do your male classmates have some issue with my lectures? Is this collective absence a form of protest? Fang Jai wore an awkward expression. No, Professor Li, please don't think that way. Professor Li, the reason we male students were late for class this morning is because everyone drank too much last night. Chen Xing suddenly spoke up from the crowd. Li Yi frowned, knowing you had my early class the next day. Why were you still getting drunk the night before? Chen Xing lowered his head and said, we were drinking to celebrate some happy news. Li Yi, what happy news? Chen Hang lowered his head even further, because Wang Xiaojun from our class just welcomed a second child in his family. His mother gave birth to a little brother, that's why we went out drinking to celebrate. The moment Chen Hang said this, Wang Xiaojun's face turned green with horror, while their classmates all bowed their heads trying not to laugh. Standing nearby, Fang Jai also stifled her laughter while watching Chen Hang, knowing full well he was spinning a tall tale. Li Yi set down his teacup and asked, which student here is Wang Xiaojun? Chen Xing reached out and gave Wang Xiaojun a gentle push forward. Oh, first let me offer my congratulations, Li Yi said, looking at Wang Xiaojun, but college students should prioritize their studies, and if you drink, do so in moderation. Normally talkative and sharp-tongued, Wang Xiaojun found himself utterly speechless now, only able to nod repeatedly at Li Yi. Seeing this, Chen Xing added, we hope you'll understand, Professor Li. We'll be more careful next time. Li Yi was naturally magnanimous, and seeing the male classmates from journalism class 2 so frankly admitting their mistakes and apologizing, the remaining anger in his heart dissipated. Alright, let this be the last time then. Everyone find your seats, we'll begin the second lecture. Seeing this, Fang Jai quickly led the 15 young masters down from the podium, urging them to take their seats promptly. Old 4. My mother is already 45 this year, where would she get a second child from? Wang Xiaojun hissed in a low voice, furious at Chen Xing. Third brother. What's the harm in making a little sacrifice for your brothers? Chen Xing snickered under his breath. Forget it, Lao San. The guy's usual grades are all secure now, so don't sweat the small stuff. Gao Jin and Zhang Kaming also chimed in to comfort Wang Xiaojun. In short, after classmate Wang Xiaojun made an insignificant little sacrifice, the first drink till we drop incident for the brothers of journalism class 2 left no negative consequences and became an unforgettable memory for everyone even years later. The weather in Jiangcheng was gradually warming up in April, and Chen Xing, the reborn man, continued to savor the precious remaining days of his second freshman year. Apart from sleeping in, Chen Xing spent his time playing basketball, gaming on his computer, scrolling through his phone, drinking, and playing cards with his buddies while shooting the breeze, and engaging in nightly chats with the 520 trio about women. At the same time, with plenty of cash to spare, Chen Xing often treated his friends to nice meals to improve their lives. Through this, the 15 brothers from News Class 2 grew even closer, and Chen Xing's status among his male classmates steadily rose. Attending class? Aside from Mao Zedong thought class every Friday afternoon, Chen Xing never went. And even when he did attend, it was just to join his buddies in checking out the girls from the broadcasting class. Of course, Chen Xing never missed the pointless activities of the photography club. His reputation as someone who couldn't use a DSLR but knew how to take great photos spread wider within the club, so from time to time, female classmates would ask Chen Xing to take their photos, then treat him to a meal. The Jiangcheng University Photography Association had effectively become another revenue stream for Chen Xing, following his initial cash cow Anshin the little fatty sheep. As for Anshin the little fatty sheep, Chen Xing rarely initiated contact with her. He merely observed her nighttime jogging routine once more. There was no noticeable improvement, as she still took a full 2 hours to run 4,000 meters. Happy times slipped away quickly, and in the blink of an eye, only the final week of April 2015 remained. Chen Xing glanced at the calendar on his phone. Time to fleece the little fatty sheep once again. He picked up his phone and suddenly realized he'd only ever called an XIN. They hadn't even exchanged WeChat contacts yet. So Chen Xing first searched through their class WeChat group, but an XIN wasn't there. Then he tried directly searching her phone number, yet surprisingly, still no results appeared. This puzzled Chen Xing. How strange, could this little lamb not use WeChat at all? It's me, Chen Xing said when an XIN answered his call. Just hearing the other person softly reply acknowledging she'd heard. It's the end of the month and I've run out of living expenses again. Could you treat me to meals for a week? Okay. The speaker's volume noticeably rose, their tone carrying a hint of excitement. Chen Xing's lips curled into an unconscious smile. Same time, same place then. An XIN immediately replied, tomorrow at noon, 12 p.m., Lakeside Cafeteria. See you then, Chen Hang said before hanging up the phone. The next day, as noon approached, the 4 roommates from dorm 520 got up one after another, washed up, and prepared to go downstairs together for lunch at Lakeside Cafeteria. Standing side by side with Chen Hang while brushing their teeth on the balcony, Wang Zhaojun suddenly looked at the mirror in shock and exclaimed, "Holy shit, how did you suddenly grow taller, Lao Si?" Chen Xing spat out the mouthwash foam and glanced at the large mirror above the sink. Maybe I'm going through a second growth spurt. He knew very well in his heart this had nothing to do with any second growth spurt. It was probably the system's adjustment to his body being completed after allocating attribute points. Chen Xing took a look at his status panel. Height, 175 centimeters. Appearance, 6.5. Chen Xing used to be 168 centimeters tall. The shortest in room 520 Zheng Kaiming was 169 centimeters, Gao Jin 173 centimeters, and Wang Zhaojun 177 centimeters, but after a month of growth spurts, he's now nearly as tall as Wang Zhaojun. What's going on? Did Lao Si get taller? Hearing Wang Zhaojun's remark, Gao Jin and Zhang Kaiming immediately crowded around. Guys are extremely sensitive about height, they'd argue over half a centimeter difference. Holy shit, old 4 is almost as tall as old 3 now, Gao Jin exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. Zhang Kaiming looked like he was about to cry. How could you secretly grow taller without saying anything, old 4? Now I'm officially the shortest guy in our dorm. Actually, after this close observation of Chen Xing, all 3 members of room 520 noticed that not only had he suddenly grown taller, but he also looked slightly more handsome now. What's even harder to accept than your roommate suddenly growing taller is your roommate suddenly becoming more handsome. So the 3 treasures of 520 all felt sour inside, but nobody brought it up. Now standing taller and in much better spirits, Chen Xing splashed cold water on his face. Gazing at his youthful, collagen-rich complexion, he marveled once more in his heart. Rebirth is wonderful, youth is wonderful. Chapter 27, The Massive Find. When Chen Xing and his 3 roommates emerged from Lakeside Dormitory Building 2, Anxin was already waiting across the street at the entrance to Lakeside Cafeteria. Wang Zhaojun, always quick with a sharp tongue, immediately chimed in, "Boss, you were just worrying about Lao Si splurging on treating others and running out of money by month end." Wang Zhaojun gestured with his mouth toward an XIN's direction. "See, does Lao Si need a single Pringle like you to worry about him?" Gao Jin's words carried a sour note. "Third brother, you're no different from me, just another lonely dog." Wang Zhaojun activated his mental victory tactic. "I'm not like you. I've got my goddess Jia Chanxian. We go on dream dates all the time." Gao Jin's eyes widened in disbelief. "Damn, third bro, you're next level simping." After greeting an XIN, the trio from room 520 tactfully entered the cafeteria first, effectively leaving Chen Xing alone with an XIN. Chen Xing observed that bowl-cut-haired an XIN was still wearing that faded green school uniform. Her round face seemed slightly thinner, but her plump figure showed no noticeable change. "Let's go eat together," Chen Xing said. "Mei-cham," Anxin answered softly. Anxin had an exceptional talent for math. With just a glance, she could tell Chen Xing had grown from 168 centimeters to 175 centimeters. Though secretly happy for him, she couldn't bring herself to say it aloud, simply following him into the cafeteria in silence. Then, as usual, Chen Xing walked ahead with Anxin trailing behind as they queued for their meals. When she noticed Chen Xing had once again only taken mapo tofu and stir-fried cabbage, Anxin couldn't help but reach out her finger to gently poke his back. "I got paid. Go buy some meat." "Oh," Chen Xing chuckled. "Did you get your work-study paycheck?" An XIN nodded slightly. Chen Xing pondered for a second, then added another large chicken drumstick and a braised egg to his meal tray. But when Anxin went to get her meal, she still only took 4 tails of rice and a serving of stir-fried potatoes. Chen Xing frowned slightly. "Anxin, didn't you just get paid? Why are you still eating just potatoes and plain rice?" Anxin lowered her head and murmured, "Potato shreds with rice, it's quite tasty." Chen Xing sighed, having no way to deal with this overly frugal little lamb. After the two had settled into their usual corner seats, Chen Xing proceeded to divide the dishes as always. Along with the 2 vegetable dishes, he also split the large chicken leg and marinated egg in half, giving one portion to an xin. 70% nutrition and 30% exercise. For weight loss you should eat more protein and fewer carbs. The moment these words left his mouth, Chen Xing knew he'd slipped up. Sure enough, an xin immediately raised her round almond eyes to look at Chen Xing. But her gaze wasn't saying, "How dare you call me fat?" It was asking, "How did you know I was trying to lose weight?" Chen Xing let out an awkward laugh upon facing an xin's wordless questioning, thinking to himself that this girl who could read Romance of the Three Kingdoms was indeed extraordinary. "Just occurred to me that we haven't added each other on WeChat yet." Chen Xing changed the subject. "I couldn't find you in the News Class 2 group chat, and searching by your phone number didn't work either. Just open your WeChat QR code, I'll scan you directly." Pulling out his phone, Chen Xing heard an xin murmur softly across the table, "I don't have WeChat." "What? Why don't you use WeChat?" Chen Xing was utterly astonished. "My phone can't use WeChat," an xin replied softly. Chen Xing looked completely baffled. What kind of phone can't even run WeChat? "Show it to me." After a moment's hesitation, an xin reached into her pocket and pulled out a silver Nokia. Seeing the antique brick phone in an xin's hand, Chen Xing's mind went completely blank. Gradually, the pieces all connected in his mind. Only now did Chen Xing fully understand why an xin from his previous life had been like an invisible person. Coming from a remote border town in Yunnan, raised by her grandparents, from a poor family already introverted and insecure, and on top of that an overweight girl. And she hadn't even used a smartphone all through university, hadn't used the most basic social apps in the mobile internet era. Not having a smartphone, how was that any different from being stranded on a deserted island? How could such an Anshin not become an isolated, invisible person? But this lifetime is different. Reborn Chen Xing won't let Anshin stay alone on that deserted island again. Chen Xing was just about to speak when he unexpectedly found himself choking up. He swallowed hard and cleared his throat before saying, "Anshin, after dinner I'll take you somewhere." "Okay," Anshin agreed without even asking where they were going. First floor, Chuanwan Plaza, outside the southern gate of Jiangcheng University. Facing rows of brightly lit mobile phone stores, the clever Anshin immediately understood Chen Xing's intentions. "My phone works perfectly fine, I don't need a new one," Anshin protested quietly. Chen Xing said with a smile, "I know you'd be reluctant to spend money on a new phone. Let's just browse around casually." An xin, who was well versed in Romance of the Three Kingdoms, wasn't buying Chen Xing's nonsense at all. She immediately shook her head like a rattle drum. But Chen Xing suddenly grasped her right hand and xin instantly lost all ability to resist and obediently followed him into the phone store. Chen Xing first took an xin into the Apple store. In 2015, Apple was still selling the iPhone 6, but the 6,000 plus yuan price tag already had an xin frowning with disapproval. This was precisely Chen Xing's strategy, first using the high price of an iPhone to shock his little lamb, paving the way for his next move. Next, Chen Xing casually took an xin around Huawei, Oppo, Vivo, and the moribund Samsung phone sections. Finally, he brought an xin to Xiaomi's flagship store. "Miss, is this Redmi 2 in stock?" Chen Xing pointed to the cheapest phone in the glass case, the newly released Redmi 2 priced at 699 yuan, which had just hit the market in 2015. The saleswoman replied, "We have them in stock, but only in black and green. The white, pink, and yellow ones are currently out of stock." Chen Xing turned to an xin, "Do you prefer black or green? I'll buy it for you." Upon hearing this, an xin shook her head vigorously like a rattledrum. "You can't even afford meals, I won't let you buy me a phone." Chen Xing chuckled, "On the way here from school, I already borrowed money from my roommate. Hurry up and pick a color." Seeing Anshin stubbornly lowering her head in refusal, Chen Xing said with a smile, "Is it that you don't like Xiaomi phones? Then let me borrow more money from my roommate, and we can go check out the Apple store?" Anshin suddenly raised her head, her round almond eyes widening. After struggling for a moment, cornered by Chen Xing's scheme until tears welled up in her eyes, Anshin finally whispered, "I like the green one." Chen Xing immediately pulled up his payment QR code and said to the salesperson with satisfaction, "Please get us a green one." Host gifted an xin a Redmi 2 smartphone valued at 699 renminbi. An xin's affection level toward host, 80%, partner tier. Sigma system imposes penalty, 699 times 80 is equal to 55,920 yuan. Chapter 28, The Tide Turns. Seeing the massive deduction notification on his phone, Chen Xing, who'd mentally prepared himself thoroughly, still couldn't help feeling a pang of heartache. This damned Xiaomi phone is freakishly expensive. But considering he'd already earned over 210,000 yuan in system rewards from Little Lamb, this return gift wasn't entirely unacceptable. The key was that this return gift was a necessity. Anshin needed a smartphone. Anshin cradled her new phone in both hands, the gorgeous green body, the smooth and glossy touchscreen. It was truly beautiful. Her heart swelled with mixed emotions, natural joy, because it was Chen Xing, his second gift to her. Yet sorrow lingered too, because apart from her grandparents and Chen Xing, No one had ever given Anqin presents before. She felt utterly unaccustomed to such gestures, especially since Chen Xing's gift this time was such an expensive smartphone. Anqin's subconscious whispered that she simply didn't deserve it. She couldn't hold back anymore, and tears brimming with complex emotions spilled from her eyes. The female sales clerk behind the counter witnessed this scene, seeing a girl move to tears of joy simply from receiving a Redmi phone. Her own eyes reddened slightly as she was deeply touched, feeling as if she had regained her faith and love. Chen Xing reached out to wipe the tears from an Xin's eyes and said, "I've wronged you, forcing you to accept this phone." Hearing this, an Xin immediately lowered her head and shook it vigorously. Chen Xingli laughed, "What's done is done, so stop crying now. Give me both of your phones first." Anqin obediently handed over both the new phone and the Nokia from her pocket. Chen Xing helped her remove and cut the SIM card, activated the Redmi phone for her, then downloaded and registered a WeChat account on Anqin's behalf. He handed the two phones back to Anqin. "I've downloaded WeChat for you, and I've already added you as a friend." An Xin lowered her head, staring at the solitary journey contact that stood alone in her friend list. Remembering that Chen Xing was her first WeChat friend, tears began to well up in her eyes again. Meanwhile, Chen Xing was using the system to observe an Xin's panel data. Back when he gave little fatty sheep a small bottle of Rejoice shampoo, her affection immediately rose by 5 percentage points. Today he'd gone so far as to gift her a phone, yet her affection had only increased by 1 percentage point? After Anqin's emotions had settled somewhat, Chen Xing left Queen's Plaza with her and headed toward the university's south gate. Coincidentally, just as Chen Xing and an Xin were exiting the Chuanwan Plaza, Song Xiaoqing and her 3 roommates happened to emerge from the north gate of Normal University, also heading to Chuanwan Plaza for a group shopping trip. Old acquaintance Yang Li spotted Chen Xing from afar. "Hey, Xiaoqing, isn't that Chen Xing? Did he get a girlfriend already?" The other 3 followed Yang Li's pointing finger and indeed saw Chen Xing and an Xin. The pair was crossing the large square outside the mall, heading toward the south gate of Jiangcheng University. For some reason, Song Xiaoqing felt her heart clench, then heard another heavily made-up roommate, Chen Jingjing, ask, "Xiaoqing, is that the high school classmate who had a crush on you and brought you breakfast several times?" Song Xiaoqing nodded slightly. He's not even 180 centimeters tall, and not good-looking either. Chen Jingjing said with undisguised contempt, "I hate boys like that who have no self-awareness. Xiaoqing, he's completely unworthy of you. If anything, he's better matched with that short-haired fatty standing next to him." As Song Xiaoqing listened to Chen Jingjing's comforting words, she felt increasingly uncomfortable inside. She recalled that bright-eyed girl with long hair she'd last seen downstairs at Chen Xing's place, but judging by the figure, it must be the same person. Is Chen Xing really dating another girl? Though Song Xiaoqing never had any thoughts of making Chen Xing her boyfriend, she couldn't help feeling a pang of disappointment at this moment. Noticing Song Xiaoqing's darkened expression, Yang Li's eyes darted cunningly as she fanned the flames. "Jingjing's right, this Chen Xing is utterly unworthy of our English department's belle Song Xiaoqing. These mediocre yet overconfident loser guys are everywhere these days, and they all lack patience and perseverance. They usually give up after pursuing you for a few years, completely failing to understand that winning a girl's heart requires persistence, that true sincerity can move even metal and stone." Not wanting to hear Yang Li continue attacking Chen Xing, Song Xiaoqing forced a sweet smile and said, "Oh, let's not talk about my high school classmates. We're here to enjoy our shopping trip together." With that, she linked arms with her roommates and pulled them into Chuanwan Plaza. Yet, although Song Xiaoqing spent the afternoon physically accompanying her 3 roommates on their shopping spree, her heart kept wandering back to the plump girl with round almond eyes who had been standing at the entrance of the lakeside cafeteria. Song Xiaoqing had never seen such a look in her eyes before. Finally enduring until the shopping trip was over, Song Xiaoqing immediately retreated to her dorm room bed and secretly messaged Chen Xing on WeChat. "What are you doing?" At that moment, Chen Xing was having dinner with an Xin at the lakeside cafeteria, so he replied, "Eating? Song Xiaoqing, eating alone?" Chen Xing smiled knowingly. "How could that be? It's lunchtime, the cafeteria is packed." Seeing Chen Xing evade the question, Song Xiaoqing felt an unexpected flicker of impatience. "Still having dinner with that classmate of yours?" Chen Hong looked at his phone, recalling how in the past when chatting with Song Xiaoqing on WeChat, he'd always been the one asking all the questions, offering constant concerns, and probing indirectly. When exactly had their positions reversed like this? Feeling secretly pleased, Chen Hong kept playing coy in his reply. "Which classmate? Aren't you my classmate too?" Song Xiaoqing couldn't take it anymore and decided to stop beating around the bush. "Let's have dinner together tomorrow." Then she received a brief reply that left her rooted to the spot. "You treating?" Staring at Chen Xing's question, it took Song Xiaoqing's little brain a good while to process it. Not that she was unwilling to treat Chen Xing to a meal, but she had simply never encountered this kind of situation before. Song Xiaoqing, a campus belle-level beauty, was someone countless guys dreamed of treating to a meal just once. Now that she had already lowered her pride and taken the initiative to ask out the average yet confident Chen Xing, he actually had the nerve to ask whether she was the one treating. If this got back to her 3T0 tier roommates, they'd probably spend the next whole year cursing Chen Xing out. But when Song Xiaoqing remembered how Chen Xing had always been there for her in the past, indulging her every request, caring for her meticulous needs, and weathering all storms without fail, she suddenly realized she had never once treated him to a proper meal. So she replied, "My treat, tomorrow noon at Chuangwan Plaza." Chen Xing, seeing that Song Xiaoqing hadn't replied for a while, assumed she wasn't willing to treat him to dinner, and slipped his phone back into his pocket. Does Song Xiaoqing really think I treat her to a meal? Yeah, right, dream on. Chen Xing thought to himself. Although Song Xiaoqing's favorability towards me is only at 52%, far behind the little lamb sitting across from me, simply treating her to a casual meal would still cost me 8 to 10,000 in system penalties. Tomorrow I'll continue sleeping in naturally, then have little lamb treat me to the cafeteria again to earn another 2 or 3,000 in system rewards. Doesn't that sound great? Chapter 29, Mutual Benefit, Part 1. It wasn't until after Chen Xing and an Xin finished dinner and he took his phone out of his pocket again that he noticed Song Xiaoqing's WeChat message inviting him for a meal. Chen Xing immediately started drafting plans in his mind. Dining at Kunguan Plaza wouldn't come cheap. If he played his cards right and made Song Xiaoqing spend 400 or 500, he could easily pocket over 10 grand in a single lunch. Only a fool would turn down free money, especially when a gorgeous woman was practically forcing him to earn it by treating him to a meal. And Xin, I have a lunch meeting tomorrow, so you'll have to eat at Guiyuan cafeteria by yourself. And Xin was absorbed in exploring her beloved new phone. At Chen Xing's words, she simply nodded obediently. Chen Xing added, "There's a good chance I'll still need you to treat me to dinner tonight. Let's keep in touch via WeChat then." A pleased expression immediately spread across an Xin's round face, and she obediently nodded again. By the lakeside cafeteria, Chen Xing reminded her, "Don't use your phone on the way back to the dorm, pay attention to where you're walking." "Okay," Anqin replied softly. Then she carefully placed the new phone into the old backpack she carried with her, double-checking it several times before slinging the bag to the front of her body. Finally, she cast one last reluctant glance at Chen Xing before slowly walking towards Gui Garden. As Chen Xing watched the plump figure of little lamb recede, he suddenly remembered how back then he had scrimped and saved for half a year to buy Goddess Song Xiaoqing an iPhone 15. He had expected Goddess Song to reward him with at least a smile, but all he received was her indifferent remark, "The iPhone 16 will be out in a few months. Don't waste your money like this next time." He remembered how Anqin couldn't put down but also handled with extreme care the Redmi 2 phone he gifted her that cost 699 yuan. Chen Xing's heart was flooded with mixed emotions. On Friday noon the next day, at the main entrance of Kunguan Plaza, Chen Xing immediately spotted Song Xiaoqing waiting for him in the crowd. As he approached, Chen Xing noticed she had clearly dressed up specially today. Her beautiful long hair was tied up in a refreshing high ponytail, fully revealing her fair, slender neck. Her face was lightly made up with delicate cosmetics, preserving her natural innocence while adding a hint of charm. Her outfit consisted of a seemingly simple yet figure-hugging white blouse paired with a denim skirt that ended just above the knees, complete with white socks and white Adidas shell-toe sneakers, making her look vibrant and gorgeous overall. "Chen Xing, have you grown taller?" Song Xiaoqing asked with genuine surprise. Chen Xing nodded. "Yeah, I'm going through a second growth spurt." Second puberty? Song Xiaoqing grew curious. In less than a month, Chen Xing had not only grown noticeably taller, but his face also seemed to have become more refined. Chen Xing didn't want to dwell on the height issue. He was here for a feast, to make money today. "Let's go pick a restaurant. I think I'm already starting to get hungry." Song Xiaoqing at full throttle was simply too eye-catching. Walking side by side with her through Chuangwan Plaza, the glares from surrounding men attacking Chen Xing never stopped. Accustomed to being the center of attention, Song Xiaoqing naturally noticed those peculiar gazes. She smiled and said to Chen Xing, "Why do I feel like everyone around keeps looking at you?" Chen Xing Yue remarked, "Exactly, toads like me who get to walk with swans are few and far between." "Ah!" Song Xiaoqing burst into laughter, shaking like a flower in the breeze. "Who on earth calls themselves a toad? Ha ha ha!" Not only was Song Xiaoqing visibly delighted, she felt even more at ease inside, because it had been so long since Chen Xing had last spoken such sweet words to make her happy. "It's settled then, today's my treat. The guest leads the way. What would you like to eat?" Song Xiaoqing asked once her laughter subsided. Chen Xing pointed to a Japanese-styled barbecue joint next to them. "I'm craving grilled meat." He figured that in this kind of wolf-in-sheep's clothing restaurant, ordering plenty of Japanese imported snowflake beef and other IQ tax items would surely make Song Xiaoqing bleed a little more. After they were seated in the barbecue restaurant, Chen Xing didn't hold back at all. He rattled off a long list of dishes and then asked, "I'm done ordering. What do you want?" Song Xiaoqing stared at the fully marked menu, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. "That much? Can you even finish all this?" Chen Xing laughed. "Since you're finally treating me, of course I'm going to eat my fill." Song Xiaoqing shot him a glare before handing the menu to the waiter. Chen Xing had absolutely no qualms about fleecing Song Xiaoqing, not just because he'd been her devoted follower across 2 lifetimes, but also because her family was quite well off. Her father was a moderately successful businessman in their hometown of Shishui County. "Aren't you going to order something for yourself?" Chen Xing asked. Song Xiaoqing shook her head. "I'm on a diet recently. What do you need to lose weight for? I think you'd look even better with a little more weight." Chen Xing casually sipped his barley tea. "Better looking with more weight?" Song Xiaoqing immediately thought of plump and Xian, "So you prefer girls with fuller figures, I see." "Ha!" Chen Xing hadn't given it much thought. "I like all pretty girls, whether they're plump or slim makes no difference to me." Song Xiaoqing pursed her lips slightly. "How come I never noticed you were such a playboy before?" Chen Xing laughed. "Now you're wronging me. I'm a single man, how does that make me a playboy?" Seizing the opportunity, Song Xiaoqing asked, "Single? Then what's the deal with that female classmate waiting by the cafeteria door to have lunch with you?" Seeing Song Xiaoqing probing about Anxin again, Chen Xing began to beat around the bush, deliberately avoiding a direct answer. "Which female classmate? There are so many waiting for me at the cafeteria entrance to eat together, you'll have to be more specific." Song Xiaoqing's pretty oval face flushed red with frustration. "Never mind if you won't tell." Chen Xing simply smiled and said no more, waiting for the dishes to arrive before eagerly starting to grill the meat and devour his meal. Alas, Chen Xing's eyes were bigger than his stomach. Despite eating to his heart's content, he ultimately only managed to cost Song Xiaoqing 378 yuan. Song Xiaoqing took out her iPhone 6 and paid the bill with an expressionless face, while Chen Xing checked the system's reward information beside her. Song Xiaoqing spent 378 yuan treating the host to a meal. As both dined together, the system calculated Song Xiaoqing's expenditure for the host as 189 yuan. Song Xiaoqing's favorability toward the host is 52%, friend level. Sigma system reward, 189 times 52 is equal to 9,828 yuan. "Hey, hold on. System bro, I ate the vast majority of this barbecue meal." Song Xiaoqing just helped with a few slices of grilled cucumber and some lettuce leaves. "Isn't it a bit unscientific to calculate the reward this way?" The Sigma system gave no response to Chen Xing's protest. After leaving the barbecue restaurant, Chen Xing felt that today's outing hadn't netted him over 10,000, leaving him somewhat dissatisfied. Just then, a Haiti shop appeared in his line of sight. "Hey, I heard that Haiti place is really expensive but super tasty. I've never tried it before," Chen Xing said with a mischievous grin to Song Xiaoqing beside him. Song Xiaoqing gave him a sidelong glance, then surprisingly obediently took out her phone and went to queue up. When he finally held that 35 yuan stupidity tax beverage in his hands, a look of complete satisfaction finally appeared on Chen Xing's face. Song Xiaoqing spent 35 yuan to buy Haiti for the host. Song Xiaoqing's favorability toward the host, 52%, friend level. Sigma system reward, 35 times 52 is equal to 1,820 yuan. Afterward, the two strolled through Chuanguang Plaza sipping milk tea. Song Xiaoqing prodded Chen Xing a few more times, but he continued deflecting like a seasoned Tai Chi master, leaving no openings. Song Xiaoqing deeply disliked this feeling of chasing Chen Xing for answers. An inexplicable sense of grievance welled up in her chest. This grievance had been building up all along, until the moment they reached the large square outside the mall and were about to return to their respective schools, when it finally erupted. Chen Xing. Song Xiaoqing's eyes were red, her pitiful and aggrieved appearance utterly heart-wrenching. Chapter 30, Mutual Benefit, Part 2 halves. At the sight of Song Xiaoqing's heartbreakingly pitiful state, Chen Xing's heart immediately softened. "What's wrong with you? It's just a few hundred yuan spent on your meal. With the Song family's substantial wealth, you surely can't be this upset? Who cares about that little money?" Song Xiaoqing wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and said, "What I care about is the way you talk to me." Chen Xing looked puzzled. "What's wrong with my attitude? It's different from before, completely insincere. You never give me honest answers, and it feels like you don't care about my feelings at all." Song Xiaoqing poured out all her grievances in one breath. Watching Song Xiaoqing's tear-streaked face like pear blossoms in the rain, Chen Xing sighed and said, "Fine, I'll tell the truth. Ask me anything now and I'll answer honestly." Song Xiaoqing eyed Chen Xing suspiciously and asked sideways, "That female classmate you had dinner with, are you sure she's not your new girlfriend?" Chen Xing replied firmly, "She's not." Song Xiaoqing pressed further, "Are you really just classmates?" Chen Xing nodded and answered, "Yes, we are." Song Xiaoqing, "Then do you like her?" Chen Xing, "Just camaraderie between classmates. I don't have those kinds of romantic feelings for her that you're thinking of." Song Xiaoqing, "Does she like you then?" Chen Xing. In an instant, he realized what Song Xiaoqing was probing for, understood what she truly wanted. A wave of nausea surged from the depths of Chen Xing's heart. Truth be told, the thoughts of 19-year-old Song Xiaoqing weren't hard to guess. She wanted Chen Xing to continue being her devoted admirer. The reason Chen Xing hadn't guessed it earlier was simply because he deliberately chose not to. Because in this life, he resolved not to be Song Xiaoqing's devoted admirer anymore. He suppressed his feelings for her, refrained from initiating contact, and stopped wondering about her thoughts and actions. Chen Xing gritted his molars. Since you, Song Xiaoqing, enjoy the vanity of having a devoted follower, and since playing the role of a doting admirer is profitable for me, then I'll do my best to play along with your performance. Chen Xing made up his mind he would act the part of an emotionally supportive admirer whenever Song Xiaoqing needed it, but as for actual money, he wouldn't spend a single yuan on her anymore. She likes me, but I don't like her. Chen Xing forced a sorrowful look into his eyes. Who's always been in my heart, shouldn't you, Song Xiaoqing, know better than anyone? Chen Xing. The words Song Xiaoqing most longed to hear were precisely spoken by Chen Xing at that very moment. I still want to prioritize my studies for now, and I don't plan on dating during my undergraduate years. Song Xiaoqing's face was a mix of happiness and conflict. If any girls in your class like you, I would genuinely wish you happiness. Chen Xing deliberately turned his head away, refusing to meet her gaze, and said in a sorrowful tone, I don't need your blessings. Feelings can't be forced. Then he concluded with a game-winning shot. I'm willing to wait for the person I want to wait for. Chen Xing. Song Xiaoqing was immediately moved to tears. Of course, being moved was one thing, but Song Xiaoqing's favorability meter wouldn't budge, because right now, all she wanted was for Chen Xing to be a loyal and infatuated simp, not her boyfriend. The reason why simp Chen Xing's acting was so explosive wasn't just because he accurately grasped Song Xiaoqing's petty thoughts, it was also because his performance was infused with genuine emotion. He truly still had feelings for Song Xiaoqing. Thus, Chen Xing's half-truthful, half-feigned performance greatly pleased Song Xiaoqing. Not only did she no longer blame him for his recent cold indifference and evasive politeness, but she also said many caring words to Chen Xing before they parted ways to return to school. Finally, Song Xiaoqing wiped away her tears and flashed her sweet, charming smile again. Chen Xing, if you have class this afternoon, head back to campus first. Let's grab a meal together when we're free. After the quarreling young couple, Chen Xing and Song Xiaoqing, left the Grand Plaza, the surrounding bystanders immediately buzzed with heated discussions. Wow, that college girl just now was so beautiful. Even when crying she looked stunning, it melted my heart. Exactly, if I were her boyfriend, I'd treasure her like holding something precious in my hands scared it might drop, or keeping it in my mouth afraid it might melt. That boyfriend of hers isn't much to look at either. Truly a fresh flower stuck in a pile of cow dung. There's always a reason for flowers sticking in dung. I bet that pile of dung must come from a wealthy family. That makes sense. One seeks beauty, the other seeks wealth, each getting what they desire. Exactly. It's 2015, who still believes in pure love these days? That makes sense. Anshin happily returned to her dormitory, holding a few pieces of old green cotton cloth given to her by the dormitory supervisor. She sat at her neatly organized desk, took out her sewing kit, and began meticulously stitching the green cotton fabric, needle by careful needle. Dorm mates and neighboring female classmates came and went, laughing, playing, singing and chatting, but none of this disturbed an Xian in the slightest. After sewing the green cotton fabric into a sturdy little pouch, she rummaged for a shoelace-thick cotton cord and stitched it along the pouch's opening. Now whenever an Xian pulled the cord, the little pouch would close up tightly. At this moment, class monitor Fang Jai suddenly leaned over. An Xian, what have you been fiddling with all this time with your needle and thread? An Xian happily handed the little green cloth pouch to Fang Jai. She really liked the class monitor and trusted her deeply. What could such a small pouch possibly hold? Your glasses? Fang Jai asked in confusion. An Xian shook her head and placed her treasured new phone into Fang Jai's hands. Fang Jai was momentarily stunned, then tried fitting the green phone into the green cotton pouch. To her surprise, the phone slid in effortlessly, fitting perfectly. Chapter 31, Appreciation Event, Part 1. On his way back to the dorm, Chen Xing's thoughts became exceptionally clear. Whether it was milking the little lamb an Xian for all she was worth, helping female photography club members with their shoots, or playing the role of a love-struck fool for Song Xiaoqing, Chen Xing vowed to extract every last penny he could get his hands on. I need to make money, and I need to make it fast through the Sigma system. At the very least, I need to accumulate a net worth of a dozen small goals. That way, even if the system disappears, I can live worry-free and freely for the rest of my life. Earning enough money to retire early, then buying a yacht, throwing wild parties, and traveling the world, that's the dream life Chen Xing envisioned. The reason Chen Xing was so desperate to make money was also because he knew that a lurking simp still resided in his heart, one that was only temporarily suppressed by the Sigma system inside him. Chen Xing understood that his affinity level towards Song Xiaoqing, who always kept him on a leash like a dog, was already as high as 83%. If someone as shallow as him encountered another girl as attractive as Song Xiaoqing, and if she treated him slightly better, the simp inside him would hardly resist. And once his affinity level towards the opposite sex exceeded 90%, the Sigma system would automatically unbind and abandon him. Sons, your dad is back, Chen Xing greeted his roommates affectionately as he entered the dorm. The foul-mouthed Wang Zhaojun immediately retorted, Son, where'd you and an Xian go for lunch? Your daddies didn't spot you two at Lakeside Cafeteria. Oh, Song Xiaoqing treated me to barbecue at Kunguan Plaza at noon. I didn't have lunch with an XIN, Chen Xing answered casually. Cut the crap. Wang Xiaojun looked utterly unconvinced. Man, ever since you got a girlfriend, you've been getting more and more full of yourself. The tall tales you spin keep getting wilder. The gossip-loving Zhang Kaming overheard Chen Xing's remark and immediately leaned in to sniff him. Whoa, what the hell, Zhang? I only like women, not men. Chen Xing jumped in alarm. Zhang Kaming didn't mind Chen Xing's teasing at all and turned to Wang Xiaojun and Gao Jin, saying, Old Four really did go for barbecue at noon. Chen Xing laughed. Second brother, your dog nose is really sharp. Wang Xiaojun still wasn't convinced. So what if he had barbecue? Does that prove he ate with Goddess Song? Chen Xing hadn't planned to show off initially, but seeing Wang Xiaojun, who was always running his mouth looking so disgruntled and unconvinced, he smiled and pulled out his phone. He flipped to a selfie that Song Xiaoqing had insisted they take together earlier. The three guys from room 520 leaned in together to look. At the entrance of the Haiti shop, Song Xiaoqing and Chen Xing stood side by side. She held a milk tea in one hand, while the other hand extended two slender, fair fingers forming a cute V sign, looking both gorgeous and playful. Ah! After seeing the selfie of Song and Chen, room 520 erupted in howls of despair. Fourth bro, where exactly did you step in dogshit? Take us there to step in some too. Gao Jin, usually steady and reliable, completely lost his composure. No wonder having a roommate suddenly be the first to get into a relationship was annoying enough, but who knew that bastard Chen Xing, just yesterday acting like a pathetic simp, would today be surrounded by beauties left and right. This is absolutely unbearable. Chen Xing laughed heartily. Alright, tonight I'll treat you brothers to skewers and drinks at the snack street again. A good drink followed by sleep, and all your troubles will be gone by tomorrow. No! Fourth brother, no amount of drinks you buy me can make up for the harm you've done. Wang Xiaojun slumped in his chair, the light gradually fading from his eyes. Zhang Kaming also chimed in, Old Four, you'd have been better off not showing those photos. After seeing your photo with Goddess Song, I've completely lost interest in trivial things like barbecue and ice-cold beer. Ah, big brother Gao Jin just kept hanging his head and sighing. Chen Xing also understood, unless he solved his brother's singlehood problem, or at least gave them some hope of finding girlfriends, it would be hard for these vigorous young male college students to be truly happy. How did that Mayday song go again? Chen Xing pondered for a moment before addressing the three treasures of room 520. I suggest organizing a class activity where the male and female students can interact and get to know each other better. That way, you guys who stay cooped up in your dorm all day might actually get a chance to find a partner. Hearing Chen Xing's words, sparks of hope instantly reignited in the eyes of the three treasures. Are you trying to get the female classmates to go drinking with us bros? The impatient Wang Xiaojun blurted out. Chen Xing threw him a disdainful sideways glance. Third brother, is your brain completely rotted from Japanese adult films now? It's only freshman year now. The girls in our class are all still quite well behaved, they won't go drinking with us at this stage. Actually, Chen Xing accidentally let slip with this remark. His words essentially predicted that as the female students of News Class 2 progressed through their academic years, they would gradually become less well-behaved and would eventually go drinking with their male classmates. Of course, the three treasures of dorm 520 wouldn't pick up on such subtle nuances. Gao Jin spoke with measured composure. Third brother, don't interrupt. Since fourth brother brought this up, it means he's probably already got some ideas in mind. Chen Xing smiled and nodded. You understand me best, boss. I do have a little idea that might sound immature. Before Chen Xing could finish his sentence, the three musketeers from room 520 pounced on him, pinning him to the chair. One started massaging his legs, another kneaded his shoulders, while the third poured him tea. Chen Xing closed his eyes slightly, savoring the cold boiled water handed to him by Wang Xiaojun with both hands, and said, since my sons are showing such sincerity, your father won't hide his bachelor escape plan anymore. Zhang Kaming, who was desperate to interact with their class monitor Fang Jie, put on an obsequious expression. As long as you, our revered godfather, can help us break free from singlehood, we pledge to serve you loyally and charge into battle for you in the future. Chen Xing nodded slightly. Alright, second brother, go call all the brothers from our class over first. Got it. I'm on it. Zhang Kaming promptly obeyed and strode away swiftly. Within minutes, all 15 brothers from Class 2 of the 2014 journalism program had crammed into dorm 520. When they heard Chen Xing had a plan to help the brothers interact with the female classmates, everyone's faces lit up with anticipation. Remember last time when Wang Xiaojun had his second child, and everyone drank until no one was sober? The next day, we almost all got our participation grades deducted by Professor Lee, who teaches communication studies. The crowd echoed in agreement. We remember. Of course we remember. Wang Xiaojun was about to erupt when Chen Xing mentioned his mother having a second child again, but Gao Jin and Zhang Kaming restrained him together. Old Wang, think of the bigger picture. Chen Xing continued, class activities must have just cause, otherwise those shy female classmates of ours will definitely find all sorts of excuses not to participate. And what we male students are proposing this time is a thank you event to show our appreciation for when the female classmates called each of us one by one last time to wake us up for class, saving us from failing due to lost attendance points. The guys all immediately agreed with Chen Xing's idea. Chen Xing's right, we really should thank them. The steady Gao Jin asked from the side, old Chen, so what exactly should we do? It's simple. Each brother pitches in 20 yuan, then we go to that Miniso store outside the school and buy 30 random cheap little gifts. Then tonight, we'll organize a lottery draw and have the brothers give these small prizes one by one to the female classmates. Everyone nodded in agreement, all thinking Chen Xing's idea truly embodied small investment, big returns. Chen Xing pointed at Gao Jin again, the boss is steady and reliable. Let's hand the money to him for accounting. If we're buying gifts outside campus, just having the boss, second brother and third brother doing it might be a bit overwhelming. Hua, you should go with those three when the time comes. Zhao Wenhua wore an expression of unshirkable duty. Fucking A. Chen Xing added, for this appreciation event, I'll be responsible for brainstorming ideas and coordinating the event flow with squad leader Feng. I won't chip in the 20 yuan share. Anyone have objections? No problem. Everyone was fine with this minor detail, though they found it a bit odd. Why would Chen Xing, who usually treated his buddies to drinks and meals without batting an eye, bulk at footing this 20 yuan bill? That was because they didn't know, as a Sigma male, Chen Xing wouldn't casually spend money on the opposite sex, only to get slapped with a penalty from the system. Chapter 32, An Unexpected Twist, Part 1. In the afternoon, 15 spirited male students from Class 2 of the 2014 journalism cohort strolled shoulder to shoulder into the tiered classroom of Teaching Building Number 3 for their Introduction to Mao Zedong Thought class, otherwise known as the Freshman Journalism Mega Gathering. Today, Gao Jin and the others didn't go peeking at the girls from the broadcasting class next door. Instead, they turned their attention back to their own female classmates. They all wore expectant expressions, wondering which female classmates they'd grow closer with through tonight's appreciation event. Chen Xing, sitting in the last row, said to Gao Jin, after we finish the 2 Maoism classes later, boss, you should immediately take second brother, third brother, and Huazi to buy small gifts outside campus. Remember, just buy 4 or 5 expensive ones. The rest should all be small items around 10 yuan. If the money still isn't enough, just buy some cheap fruits to make up the numbers. Just make sure you get me 30 small gifts before dinner no matter what. Gao Jin and the other 3 nodded solemnly and said in unison, we'll get it done. The class bell soon rang. At that moment, Gao Jin suddenly turned to Chen Xing beside him and said, fourth brother, since you only attend this one class each week, shouldn't you go sit with an XIN? Chen Xing turned his head and saw that an XIN was indeed sitting alone at the far end of the back row. Little Lamb Hotpot is one of my golden patrons, and the most stable and reliable one at that. So Chen Xing patted Gao Jin's shoulder in gratitude before immediately standing up. Taking advantage of the teacher's random roll call to check attendance, he walked over and sat down beside an XIN. Seeing Chen Xing take the seat beside her, an XIN was naturally happy, though she didn't quite know how to express it. Chen Xing, on the other hand, boldly leaned closer to an XIN and remarked, just as I thought, reading leisure books again. An XIN blushed and nodded, feeling Chen Xing's face was practically touching hers. Chen Xing casually glanced at the contents of the idle book in her hands. Something's not right. He immediately reached over to check the cover of the book an XIN was holding, The Art of War. Chen Xing, Anshin, couldn't you try reading more of those romantic novels from the women's fiction section? Honestly, you're kind of scaring me like this. Anshin replied softly, I've read plenty of romantic novels. They're just not as interesting as history books. Chen Xing browsed Billy on his phone while Anshin read The Art of War beside him, and a Marxism class period passed by in no time. Chen Xing also took advantage of this long break between classes to call class monitor Fang Jiai out to the corridor outside the classroom, explaining to her about the male classmates' idea of organizing a thank you event. Fang Jiai also felt that while she had handled other class affairs well during her freshman year, the number of class activity organizations had indeed been somewhat insufficient. Chen Xing, your guy's proposal this time is quite good. I'll take care of the girls' side, Fang Jiai said to Chen Xing, but regarding the cost of buying small gifts, should it come from the class fund? Chen Xing shook his head. If we use class funds to buy gifts, how would that express the sincerity of our male classmates' gratitude? Fang Jiai also nodded in agreement. You're right, the class fund can be saved for when I organize class activities later. Next, just as Chen Xing and Fang Jiai were discussing the details and flow of tonight's appreciation event, some argumentative voices suddenly emerged in the classroom. Chen Xing and Fang Jiai walked back to the lecture hall to see. It turned out the commotion was coming from the broadcasting class area, where 5 boys were surrounding T Queen Jia Chanshan and arguing about something. Monitor, you know a lot of people. Are those guys from our journalism school? Chen Xing asked Fang Jiai beside him. Fang Jiai furrowed her brows. Probably not. I've never seen them before. She glanced once more at the empty lectern, then instinctively took a step closer to Chen Xing. Chen Xing, the teacher isn't here. What should we do? Chen Xing remained calm. Don't panic, it's not our class's business. Let's wait and see what's going on first. Among the boys surrounding Jia Chanqian, one stood out as he loudly protested with great agitation. How could you go behind my back and have a meal with another guy? Jia Chanqian furrowed her delicate brows. We broke up long ago. Who I eat with is none of your business. The guy continued excitedly. Jia Chanqian, did I agree to this breakup? Isn't this just you cuckolding me right now? Chen Xing couldn't help but laugh inwardly. So there are actually people competing to cuckold themselves. The bro who came with the cuckolded guy fueled the fire, saying, Zhang Chao, why waste your breath on this green tea bitch? Make her apologize publicly and pay you compensation for emotional distress. Jia Chanqian had no intention of indulging the other party's unreasonable behavior. She wanted to walk straight out of the classroom, but the five of them blocked her in at the back corner of the room. Chen Xing, seeing Jia Chanqian being bullied by several grown men, Fang Jia anxiously tugged at Chen Xing's sleeve. What should we do now? Chen Xing was also scratching his head at this moment. He wasn't familiar with Jia Chanqian at all, nor were they in the same class. The emotional entanglement between Jia Chanqian and that agitated guy was clearly not something easily explained, so as an outsider, Chen Xing really couldn't intervene rashly. Especially since Little Lam and Xin was present, he didn't want to do anything that might give her the wrong idea. Chen Xing cursed inwardly, damn it, such a perfect chance for heroism, and no one stepping up? Lao San, you coward. You're always gushing about how gorgeous Jia Chanqian is in the dorm, now's your time to shine. After weighing his options, Chen Xing had no choice but to shout loudly in the direction of the broadcasting class. Where are the real men from broadcasting? Did none of you show up to class today? Stirred by Chen Xing's provocation, 3 male students from the broadcasting class already itching to act immediately stepped forward to help Jia Chanqian out. Unfortunately, the 5 opponents were clearly taller and stronger. The 3 male classmates from the broadcasting class instantly lost their nerve when yelled at point blank by the other side. At that moment, the good buddy who had been provoking the cuckolded guy earlier suddenly turned around and roared at Chen Xing. The hell does this have to do with you? What the fuck are you barking about? Chen Xing burst out laughing. Oh shit, you dared to curse at me? The instigator scoffed disdainfully. So what if I cursed at you? Who told you to stick your nose where it doesn't belong? Little did anyone expect Chen Xing to completely ignore the instigator, instead turning his joyful gaze toward the direction of journalism class 2. Big bro, second bro, third bro, did you hear how he just insulted me? The 3 musketeers of room 520 instantly deciphered the meaning behind Chen Xing's glance. Gao Jin immediately shouted in response, I heard it loud and clear. Did our brothers from journalism class 2 catch that too? Zhang Kaming and Zhao Wenhua immediately led the chorus with loud support. We all heard it. Wang Zhaojun, who had long wanted to play the hero and rescue the damsel but lacked the courage, finally found an outlet for his emotions at this moment. He slammed his desk, stood up and shouted, Our class brother got insulted, and you're all still sitting around like idiots? Crash! Amidst the clamor of shifting chairs, all 14 male classmates from Class 2 of the 2014 journalism cohort rose almost simultaneously to their feet. Chapter 33, An Unexpected Turn, Part 2. Chen Xing, don't get into a fight. Watching Chen Xing prepare to lead every male classmate forward to discuss matters with the other party, Fang Jia anxiously called after him with deep concern in her voice. Chen Xing gave her a relaxed smile in return. Don't worry, class monitor. There are plenty of us, we won't fight, at most we'll just beat some people up. Fang Jia. Staring at Chen Xing's retreating figure, she murmured to herself, when did he become so influential among the male classmates? Chen Xing led his 14 brothers as they counter-encircled the 5 opposing members, trapping them in a corner. What are you trying to do? The instigator visibly panicked. Chen Xing asked with a calm expression, did you just curse at me? The instigator stammered, I didn't curse at you. At this moment, Wang Zhaojun, who had been suppressing his anger for too long, knew it was time to steal the spotlight. No cursing? Do you think we're all deaf? You clearly cursed. Seeing the instigator completely shrink into silence, the originally intended male lead of today's drama, Cuckold Guy, glared fiercely at his good brother who consistently failed at everything. Turning to Chen Xing and the others, he said, My name is Zhang Chao, from the School of Civil Engineering. I'm here to discuss some personal matters with Jia Chanqian from the broadcasting class. I have no intention of starting any conflict with you journalism students. Hearing the other person was from the School of Civil Engineering, Chen Xing nearly burst out laughing in spite of himself. Buddy, it's already 2015, and you're just starting civil engineering now. How is that any different from joining the Nationalist Army in 1949? I don't care which school you're from, whether you're from this university or another, all I know is that he just insulted me, Chen Xing said calmly, pointing at the instigator. Zhang Chao, the so-called green hat guy, now looking helpless, turned to the instigator and said, Su Liang, you did curse at him. You should apologize. Under pressure from both sides, brother firestoker Su Liang had no choice but to reluctantly mutter in a low voice, "Sorry." Wang Zhaojun, always eager to steal the spotlight, was the first to object. "What kind of apology is this bullshit? There's not a shred of sincerity in it." The guys from journalism class 2 also chimed in angrily with their complaints. "You're quite good at hurling insults, but when it comes to apologizing, you suddenly don't know how. Speak up, can't hear you. Say it again, make yourself clear." The Wang Zhaojun appeared hot-tempered and loud. Zhang Chao, the guy who'd been cheated on, could tell with his calm demeanor and few words, Chen Xing was actually the group's real decision-maker. He addressed Chen Xing politely, "You tell us how this apology should go, and we'll follow your lead." Chen Xing glanced at the lecture hall's podium. "He just insulted me in front of the whole class. I want him to apologize to me publicly from that podium." "You mother," the instigator immediately bristled. Being forced to apologize already bruised his ego, but he hadn't expected Chen Xing to demand such a humiliating spectacle. But the moment his "you mother" escaped his lips, Class 2 journalism students exploded. "Holy shit, you fucking dare curse at him again? What the hell are you showing off for?" Chen Xing secretly shot Wang Zhaojun a meaningful glance, and Wang immediately stepped forward to shove the instigator Su Liang. "Fuck, you dare push me? What's it to you if I push you?" In an instant, 14 students from journalism class 2 and 5 from the civil engineering school began shoving and grappling in a chaotic scuffle. "Don't fight, everyone calm down." Zhang Chao, who absolutely didn't want this situation to escalate, was still trying to diffuse the tension. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Xing shoved past the 5 opposing students and pulled Jia Qianqian, who was trapped at the center, toward himself. Then, under cover from his brothers, he shielded Jia Qianqian as they forced their way out of the mob. "This isn't your fight. Get out of here before you get hurt." With that, Chen Xing directly shoved her toward the rear defense, Fang Jia. Fang Jia, who usually couldn't stand Jia Qianqian, protectively pulled her behind her back. "Are you okay?" Jia Qianqian stared in shock at Fang Jia's serious expression. I'm fine, thank you." "What the fuck are you doing?" Realizing his home had been stolen, the cuckolded Zhang Chao erupted in fury, ready to charge over and snatch Jia Qianqian back. How could that be? The guys from journalism class 2 formed a human wall and shoved him right back. Zhang Chao's face burned crimson. "Who the hell asked you to stick your nose in my business?" Chen Xing remained utterly calm. "I'm not trying to meddle in your affairs. I just need your buddies to give me a public apology." Zhang Chao jabbed a finger at Chen Xing. "Don't you fucking think you can push me around just because you've got numbers? Just wait till I call all my brothers from class." Chen Xing grinned. Chen Xing from class 2, journalism department, 14th grade. "Ready whenever you are." Chen Xing looked like a freshman, but his soul was actually that of a 30-year-old real adult. He knew full well that the barking dog never bites, and immediately saw through the college student Zhang Chao's bluster. Zhang Chao, seeing Chen Xing's composed demeanor, still stubbornly retorted, "Fine, you've got guts. I'll definitely set a time and place with you. Make sure to bring more people next time, these dozen or so won't be enough." Chen Xing found Zhang Chao's outwardly strong but inwardly weak demeanor amusing. He turned and loudly addressed the entire lecture hall. "Fellow students from the School of Journalism, these civil engineering guys want to pick a fight with us. They're even saying there aren't enough of us journalism students to make it worth their while." Zhang Chao. The classroom instantly erupted in outrage. "What the hell? Who gave these civil engineering punks the nerve to come bully our journalism girls? Get the hell out of here. Since when does our journalism school fear you civil engineering majors? Name the time and place. I dare you to say it. Just give us the time and place already. We'll see who chickens out and who doesn't show up." Zhang Chao's group, realizing they'd stirred up public outrage, had no choice but to slink away in defeat. Witnessing this scene, over 200 journalism students in the lecture hall flashed triumphant expressions, hearts swelling with involuntary exhilaration. Everyone was engaged in heated discussions. "The boys from journalism class 2 are truly commendable. What's the name of that leading male student from their class?" "No idea. I don't know. His name seems to be Chen Xing, looked utterly ordinary before." The bell signaling the start of class rang once more as the instructor, carrying a teacup filled to the brim, strode back into the classroom. Just moments after escaping the dangerous situation, Jia Qianqian had wanted to step forward and say something to Chen Xing. Yet, to her surprise, Chen Xing merely flashed her a smile that seemed to say, "No need to explain, bro gets it," before plopping himself right back down beside an XIN. "Did what just happened scare you?" Chen Xing asked in a low voice. An XIN shook her head. Saving someone was the right thing to do. Chen Xing laughed. "Weren't you afraid we might start fighting?" An XIN whispered. "No, we outnumber them." Chen Xing asked again. "Aren't you afraid I might get hurt in a fight?" The clever XIN instantly understood the implied meaning in his words, her cheeks immediately flushing red, too embarrassed to voice that word afraid. Though an XIN didn't respond verbally, Chen Xing still felt immensely pleased, because a maiden's blush speaks louder than any sweet nothings. Chapter 34, The Appreciation Event, Part 2. Although there was a minor incident during the break in the Mao Zedong thought class that afternoon, fortunately, Chen Xing and the others didn't actually start a fight. The students from the civil engineering school, led by Zhang Chao, were outnumbered and didn't dare to strike first, while Chen Xing and his friends simply wanted to help Zhao Chanqian out of trouble without escalating the situation. After all, the appreciation event scheduled for tonight was the real main event on the minds of the male students from Class 2 of the 2014 journalism cohort. By 7 p.m., all the male and female students of journalism Class 2 had gathered on the grassy field of Goe Garden Sports Ground. 15 male classmates and 30 female classmates formed two gender-separated squares, sitting cross-legged facing each other. Between them lay 30 assorted small gifts. The most eye-catching among the gifts were 3 cute plush dolls, a pair of crescent-shaped earrings, and a brand new hairdryer. The remaining presents were all inexpensive items like small combs and hand mirrors. A few apples and oranges had also slipped in among them, serving as mere fillers to make up the number. Although none of these gifts individually cost more than 50 yuan, the female classmates all wore expressions of eager anticipation, appearing utterly delighted. As freshmen, they were still young, innocent, and untainted by materialism, not yet upgraded to what some might cynically call version T0. Standing between the male and female groups, the two event hosts, Fang Jiayi and Chen Xing, also wore beaming smiles. Chen Xing was the first to speak, to express our gratitude for the noble and generous assistance from our female classmates last time, who saved the boys in our class from the tragic fate of collectively retaking communication studies. Fang Jiayi continued, so today the boys have prepared 30 small gifts for us girls, which they'll distribute through a lottery draw. In response to the boys' act of returning kindness with gratitude, we should also offer them our encouragement and appreciation. With that, Fang Jiayi led the girls in applauding the boys' formation, and soon the entire female contingent was enthusiastically clapping for their male counterparts. Receiving the applause from their female classmates, the boys flushed with visible pleasure, their hearts swelling with emotion. Chen Xing continued, the raffle process is quite simple. Male classmates will come to the center in order of their student ID numbers. First, they'll draw 2 gifts they'll give away, then draw 2 female students' IDs to determine who receives each gift. Great! Hurry up and start, we can't wait. The girls were buzzing with excitement, all wondering what kind of gifts they might receive. Some even began making wishes already. I want that hairdryer. I want that dolphin plushie. I want that teddy bear. Ha! The first to rise and step into the center of the stage was Gao Jin, one of the 3 treasures of room 520. Alright, Gao Jin, our first volunteer today, has drawn an apple and an orange. Fang Jiayi chuckled. Gao Jin, you've really set a great tone for us today, ha ha. Flushing red with embarrassment, Gao Jin said somewhat sheepishly, my drawn student numbers ended with 17 and 35. Upon hearing their numbers, 2 female classmates, Li Jing and Zheng Ting, stepped forward between the 2 formations. Following the order of the draw, Gao Jin handed the apple to Li Jing and the orange to Zheng Ting. Sorry I didn't draw any grand prizes for you. Li Jing smiled faintly, it's fine, I quite like eating apples. Zheng Ting also smiled as she accepted the orange and nodded in gratitude to Gao Jin, her eyes completely free of any hint of reproach. The host, Chen Xing, quickly interjected, alright, the gift may be small but the thought is what counts. Let's have the 3 classmates move closer together. Everyone, take out your phones and help them capture this moment, alright? Alright. Standing between 2 female classmates, Gao Jin watched as the camera flashes merged into a continuous glow before him, giving rise to a profound and enduring sense of happiness in his heart. With a smooth opening, the prize draw appreciation event continued to unfold seamlessly thanks to the perfect coordination between Fang Jiayi and Chen Xing. Classmate Wang Zhaojun has won the dolphin plushie and the bear plushie. Wow. Chen Xing teased, Lao-san, looks like you're going to be the most popular guy tonight. Ahahaha. The female contingent burst into laughter. Classmate Zheng Kaming has drawn tonight's most expensive prize, a hairdryer, and a comb. Even the usually serious Fang Jiayi got caught up in the jovial atmosphere and joined the banter. Zheng Kaming, with 2 gifts so different in value, doesn't this show a bit of favoritism? Ahahaha. The girls' formation burst into laughter again. Zheng Kaming actually wanted to give the hairdryer grand prize in his hand directly to Fang Jiayi, but he could only follow her instructions and hand the gift to another female classmate. What Zheng Kaming didn't know was that Fang Jiayi never wanted the hairdryer. She had secretly set her sights on that pair of crescent moon earrings from the very first glance. After several more rounds of prize draws, it was finally the male host Chen Xing's turn to draw and give out presents himself. He randomly drew 2 small slips from the lottery box. The prizes I got are, a crescent moon earring and an orange. Fang Jiayi's heart fluttered, but what she said was, Chen Xing, these 2 gifts of yours aren't easy to give away. It could easily look like you're favoring one over the other. Chen Xing, however, didn't seem to care. Nonchalantly, he drew another female classmate's student number. The earring goes to the female student with the number ending in 19. Ah, it's the class monitor. Fang Jiayi's roommate, sitting in the female section, couldn't help but exclaim. Fang Jiayi covered her mouth with one hand, her eyes brimming with delight. Ah, it really is me. Chen Xing joked. What's wrong? Is our class monitor not quite satisfied with the earrings I drew for her? Of course I'm satisfied. I've been wanting this pair of earrings from the very beginning. The 19-year-old Fang Jie couldn't contain her joy. Just as she reached out to take the earrings from Chen Xing's hand, she heard him announce the second lucky student's number. Number 29. My oranges for the female student whose student ID ends with 29. Reliable class monitor Fang Jie was intimately familiar with all her classmates' information. She instantly recognized that 29 was the last two digits of an Xian's student ID number. Fang Jie's hand reaching for the crescent moon earrings froze mid-air. Chapter 35. Two Girls' Mutual Deference. Monitor, didn't you really want these earrings? Chen Xing asked in confusion as he saw Fang Jie retract the hand she'd initially stretched toward him. Fang Jie looked at him with a complicated expression. Number 29, don't you know which female classmate has the student ID ending with 29? I have no idea who. Before Chen Xing could finish, he saw an Xian lower her head slightly and stand up from the girls' formation. Oh! In an instant, teasing noises erupted simultaneously from both the boys' and girls' formations. Although the students in journalism class 2 only knew for sure that there was something between Chen Xing and an Xian, given the current situation, they didn't mind teasing Chen Xing and Fang Jie on a whim. No one meant any harm, it's just that this juicy love triangle gossip was simply too entertaining to pass up. Of course, there was one exception, Zhang Kaming, who had quietly harbored feelings for Fang Jie all along. Fang Jie, who had always maintained a perfectly innocent relationship with Chen Xing, suddenly found herself blushing inexplicably under the collective teasing of her classmates. With a face thicker than his peers by at least an order of magnitude, Chen Xing wasn't particularly fazed by such teasing. He could tell Fang Jie genuinely liked those crescent moon earrings, and by the rules of the lottery draw sequence, she ought to have been the rightful recipient anyway. But the one about to receive his gift just happened to be his sugar daddy, little fat sheep. Chen Xing couldn't afford to be careless. Just as Chen Hang hesitated, Fang Jie swiftly snatched the orange from his hand. Give me this orange, and you can give the earrings to Anxin. Ah! A collective sigh of pity rose from the girls' formation. It seemed many had emotionally inserted themselves into Fang Jie's tragic supporting role perspective. At this moment, an Xian also stepped into the center of the stage, forming a perfect lineup with an Xian on the left, Fang Jie on the right, and Chen Xing sandwiched between them. Anxin, these earrings, Chen Xing said to Anxin on his left. Give it to the class monitor, an Xian murmured with quiet certainty. Chen Xing saw the clarity in an Xian's eyes and immediately understood that she truly didn't mind him giving the earrings to Fang Jie. So Chen Xing turned back to his right. Class monitor, according to the raffle rules, this pair of earrings was meant to be yours from the beginning. There's no need to feel embarrassed about accepting them. Unexpectedly, Fang Jie clutched the orange in her hand and shook her head repeatedly. Rules are rigid, but people are adaptable. What's the deal between you and an Xian? You should have given these earrings to her instead of me, don't you think? Chen Xing thought to himself, Fang Jie, you're usually so carefree, why are you suddenly being so petty and hesitant now? He took a step toward Fang Jie with the earrings in hand. Just a simple pair of earrings, really? Anxin doesn't wear this kind of thing anyway, they suit you far better. No, I'll just have an orange. Fang Jie refused while backing away several steps. Now Chen Xing standing in the center of the stage was thoroughly embarrassed. The pair of earrings he'd drawn were being passed back and forth between two female classmates, neither willing to accept them. Zhang Kaming, who had long been seething with jealousy, jeered at that moment, you're such a scumbag, Lao Si. Ha 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 ha. Both the men's and women's formations burst into laughter together. Chen Xing smiled wryly and said, how did I end up being labeled a jerk? Don't you all draw two gifts to give to two girls as well? Seizing the opportunity, the foul-mouthed Wang Zhaojun piled on. How come all of us managed to give our gifts just fine, but yours got rejected? What a scumbag! Ha 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 ha. Another burst of raucous laughter erupted. Chen Xing, damn, Lao San, you sure know how to kick a man when he's down. An Xian noticed Chen Xing caught in an awkward situation. After a brief moment of consideration, she walked over to him, took the crescent moon earrings from his hand, and then carried them towards Fang Jie, who was standing far away. She merely whispered a single sentence into Fang Jie's ear, and instantly, Fang Jie's expression changed drastically. Not only did she hand the orange in her grasp to an Xian, but she also took the earrings an Xian handed her without the slightest hesitation. Chen Xing's eyes widened at the sight. This little lamb who'd read Romance of the Three Kingdoms and the Art of War was truly formidable. The onlookers were also amazed, all guessing what Queenan could possibly have said to make consort Fang obediently accept the earrings. Then, an Xian and Fang Jie, arm in arm intimately, returned to Chen Xing's side. Chen Xiong finally breathed a sigh of relief, figuring he wouldn't have to endure further awkwardness and that the appreciation lottery event could proceed smoothly. He turned to Anxin and Fang Jie and said, let's take a quick group photo, so the students behind us can move on with the prize draw. An Xian and Fang Jie linked arms and nodded together. But the spectators craving drama weren't nearly satisfied yet, unwilling to let Qin Xing and the other two off so easily. Before taking the photo, Jai should put on those earrings first. Fang Jai's roommate egged them on. Since Qin Xing gave them to you, he should be the one to put them on you. Fang Jai flushed crimson with embarrassment. Enough already. If you keep this up, Anqin will get jealous. Yet Anqin showed not a trace of jealousy toward Fang Jai, merely blinking her round almond eyes as she proactively helped Fang Jai put on the earrings. Qin Xing, standing nearby, also chimed in cheerfully. Aren't you guys afraid of our class monitor holding grudges and making things difficult for you later after bullying her like this? The female classmates all laughed and responded, our monitor is really nice, she'd never make things hard for us. That's right, that's right. If anyone's going to get the short end of the stick, it would only be scumbags like you. Qin Xing, ha ha ha. Qin Xing put on an aggrieved expression. How did I become a scumbag again? This is slander, I tell you, pure slander. Ah ha 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 ha. The female classmates were practically falling over with laughter at Qin Xing's deliberately exaggerated accent. Under the bright moonlight, Fang Jai, her cheeks flushed pink, brushed aside the hair by her ear, revealing her dainty earlobe and fair neck as she put on the crescent-shaped earring she genuinely adored. With an Xian's help, Qin Xing felt a flutter in his chest. The class monitor's profile was truly beautiful. No wonder she was the belle of their journalism class too. Detected change in affection level. Fang Jai's affection rose from 52% to 55%, friend level. Hearing the system's notification, Qin Xing was slightly startled. Damn, Fang Jai's favorability had already risen quite a bit when I rescued the damsel in distress this afternoon, and now it's gone up another 3 points. Class president, your favorability towards me is rising a bit too fast. Chapter 36, A Natural Gaming Talent. After the love triangle drama, the appreciation raffle concluded smoothly after several rounds. Fang Jai and Qin Xing's next activity arrangement was to randomly divide the entire class into several groups to play the classic werewolf game. Of course, Fang Jai made the game session voluntary, allowing students to participate if they wished. Those who had other plans or wanted to return to their dormitories early were free to do so. Fang Jai had expected all 15 male students on Qin Xing's side to participate, but she hadn't anticipated that all 30 female students would also choose to stay and play the game with their male classmates. Fang Jai thought to herself, this appreciation event Qin Xing initiated is really good. It's boosted both the girls' enthusiasm and our class's cohesion. On the lawn of Guiyuan Sports Field, the students of Journalism Class 2 formed 4 circles under class monitor Fang Jai's arrangement, dividing into 4 groups to play werewolf. Qin Xing and Anqin coincidentally ended up in the same group, sitting next to each other. After Qin Xing briefly explained the game rules to Anqin, she nodded to indicate she'd understood. Night falls, please close your eyes, Judge Fang Jai said. Werewolves, please open your eyes. The 2 wolves, Wang Zhaojun and Zhang Kaming, pointed without hesitation at the blindfolded villager Qin Xing. Fang Jai couldn't help but chuckle. Now the 2 furious wolves, please close your eyes. Next, the witch, please open your eyes. And Xian opened her round, adorable almond-shaped eyes. Tonight it's his turn to die. Will you save him? Fang Jai pointed at the unconscious Qin Xing with her finger, thinking to herself that her question was somewhat redundant. Naturally, and Xian nodded gently. Then will you use your poison tonight? Fang Jai asked again. And Xian didn't hesitate at all and directly pointed at Wang Zhaojun. Fang Jai. Alright, witches please close your eyes, seers please open your eyes. In short, and Xian, who was playing werewolf for the first time, dominated the game. Not only did she always do her best to protect Qin Xing's little life, but she also effortlessly eliminated opponents, whether they were werewolves or humans. Wang Zhaojun and Zhang Kaming, who were utterly defeated, were very indignant. And Xian, is this really your first time playing werewolf? Zhang Kaming asked in confusion. Qin Xing answered cheerfully on an Xian's behalf, of course it's her first time. I just explained the rules to her. Wang Zhaojun looked unconvinced. Then why is it that every time I'm the werewolf, I either get poisoned by an Xian's witch or shot by her hunter? How can someone be this good at their first werewolf game? An Xian whispered a few words into Qin Xing's ear, who then spoke as her megaphone. She says you always attack way too fast when killing her, Lao San. That's how she instantly figured out you were the werewolf. Wang Zhaojun. Qin Xing wasn't the least bit surprised by an Xian's demonstrated gaming talents. After all, for this little lamb who'd thoroughly studied military strategies, something like werewolf was probably child's play. The students from Journalism Class 2 played from 7 p.m. until nearly 10 o'clock, yet everyone still felt unsatisfied. They all urged class monitor Fang Jai to organize more class activities like today's in the future. Later, upon Qin Xing's suggestion, all 15 male classmates collectively escorted their female classmates back to the dormitory. Thus, beneath the female dormitory of Building 6 in Guiyuan, there unfolded the magnificent spectacle of 15 boys escorting 30 girls back to their dorm. Fang Jai, holding an Xian's arm, said to Qin Xing who was accompanying them, I was actually planning to ask you why you made an Xian treat you to dinner again at the end of this month. but considering you bought her a phone, I think you still have some conscience, so I won't subject you to questioning. Chen Xing clasped his hands together in salute. Thank you, class monitor, for sparing my life. Fang Jie couldn't help laughing at this. Alright, stop being ridiculous already. As long as you treat Anshin well, I won't deliberately make trouble for you. Hey, by the way, class president, after you initially refused to accept the earrings I drew for you, what exactly did Anshin whisper to you that made you change your mind? Chen Xing suddenly remembered and asked. Fang Jie first glanced at Anshin, and only after confirming Anshin's permission in her eyes did she turn back to reply to Chen Xing. At that time Anshin told me that if I too stubbornly refused to accept the earrings you drew for me, people would actually start thinking there really was something going on between us. Chen Xing, little sheep is awesome. Fang Jie glanced at her phone and said, it's getting late now. Since you boys have already walked us girls back to our dorm, you should hurry back to Huban. Alright, we're off then. After receiving instructions from class monitor Fang Jie, Chen Xing led the guys from their class and started heading back. As Fang Jie watched Chen Xing's receding figure, she whispered in her heart, thank you for the earrings you gave me. Under the enchanting nightscape of Jiang University, Chen Xing and his gang walked back arm in arm. Though almost the entire freshman year had passed, it was only tonight that the boys from journalism class 2 truly got to know their female classmates and bonded with them. Every brother's face radiated pure joy and happiness. I added 3 female classmates on WeChat today. I feel like I'm getting close to ending my single status, Zhao Wenhua exclaimed excitedly. Though they were all in the same class group chat, most male classmates weren't individually connected with their female classmates on WeChat, which explained why Huazi, Zhao Wenhua, was so thrilled about friending several girls he admired. It's all thanks to Lao Si organizing such a great appreciation event, giving us this perfect chance to interact with our female classmates, Gao Jin chimed in, his face beaming with joy. Tonight, he had successfully added the gentle and sweet Li Jing as a WeChat friend. Chen Xingla smirked, still calling me old for? From now on, all of you should address me as Godfather. The thoroughly satisfied brothers were also quite cooperative. Godfather, honored father, please accept this salute from your devoted son. At this point, Chen Xing turned to Wang Zhaojun again and said, hey, third brother, tonight the second brother finally mustered up the courage to add the class monitor as a friend. Even our usually timid eldest brother added Li Jing's contact. How about you? Any progress? Wang Zhaojun shook his head, his gaze so resolute it could qualify him for party membership. I haven't added any female classmates as friends. My loyalty belongs solely to my goddess Jia. Just then, Zhang Kaming suddenly pointed ahead. Hey, speaking of goddess Jia, isn't that girl over there Jia Chanqian? The whole group of brothers turned to look. Sure enough, they saw Jia Chanqian standing alone by the lakeside dormitory too, with 2 bags at her feet as if waiting for someone. When Chen Xing and his group reached the dormitory entrance, Jia Chanqian generously said to them, thank you for helping me out this afternoon. Please accept these 2 bags of fruit as a token of my gratitude. Wang Zhaojun and Zhang Kaming quickly stepped forward to take the 2 large bags of fruit Jia Chanqian had just lifted. Jia, we can't accept these. We're all classmates at the School of Journalism. Helping you is what we should do, Wang Zhaojun stammered, his face turning red. Chen Xing, however, didn't stand on ceremony. Third brother, these gifts are Jia's sincere gesture. Besides, the fruit is so heavy, it wouldn't be right to make her carry it back alone. Jia Chanqian nodded repeatedly. Chen Xing is right, won't you even accept this small token of my affection? Faced with Jia Chanqian's charming wink and alluring smile, how could the boys from journalism class 2 possibly say no? Jia Chanqian purchased fruit for the boys of journalism class 2, spending 89 yuan. Your proportional share is 6.66%. Jia Chanqian's affection value toward you, 50%, friend level. Sigma system reward, 89x 6.66% x 50 equals 296.37 yuan. We've accepted the gifts, you can leave now. Just as Chen Xing was about to enter the dormitory with his friends, Jia Chanqian unexpectedly spoke up behind him. Chen Xing, can we talk alone for a moment? Chapter 37, Bronze Badge. Chen Xing's first reaction was to refuse. After all, he just witnessed the allure of the tea queen that very afternoon. Chen Xing knew that no matter who else he might provoke, Jia Chanqian wasn't someone to mess with. But when he noticed Wang Zhaojun glaring with barely contained jealousy beside them, and took a discreet glance at Jia Chanqian's favorability rating, he stopped in his tracks and deliberately spoke in Wang Zhaojun's direction. Guys, head back to the dorm first, I'll stay and chat with Jia for a bit. After the 13 little vinegar jars from journalism class 2 dragged the big vinegar jar, Wang Zhaojun into Lakeside Dormitory 2, facing Chen Xing alone, Jia Chanqian's expression noticeably dimmed. I don't want to go back to the dorm right now, can you drink with me? Your treat? Chen Xing asked. Jia Chanqian paused briefly before laughing. Since I'm the one asking you to drink with me, of course it's my treat. 5 minutes later, only the lakeside basketball court remained bathed in moonlight as Chen Xing and Jia Chanqian sat side by side on a bench. You said you'd treat me to drinks. I thought you meant taking me to Westgate's Snack Street. Chen Xing let out a PSSHT sound as he cracked open a can of Tsingtao beer. Never imagined it'd just be grabbing a few beers from the lakeside convenience store and drinking them dry at the basketball court. Seated beside him, Jia Qianqian couldn't help but shoot Chen Xing an exasperated look. Drunken ghost peanuts, Wulong rice crackers, sausage, marinated eggs, braised chicken legs. Didn't I buy all those bar snacks you wanted? How is that drinking dry? Chen Xing ignored Jia Qianqian's complaints, pulling out a large chicken leg from a big bag of snacks, unwrapping it directly and taking a big bite. He thought to himself, Jia Qianqian, do you have any idea how much risk I'm taking just by drinking and chatting with you, the queen of drama? These snacks cost nothing, and that damn system only gives me a 50% rebate. Hey, didn't you just ask me to buy you a pack of cigarettes? Why aren't you smoking any? Jia Qianqian pressed further. I don't smoke, Chen Xing replied. Jia Qianqian looked puzzled. If you don't smoke, why'd you ask me to buy cigarettes? Chen Xing, they'll be useful later. Jia Qianqian, useful how? It's already past 10 p.m., Chen Xing said between bites of food and sips of alcohol. When I get back from drinking with you, my dorm will definitely be locked. The cigarettes are for old Wang, the building superintendent. Jia Qianqian glanced sideways at Chen Xing. You've thought this through quite thoroughly. Then neither of them spoke again, simply sitting on the bench drinking in silence. On the basketball court not far away, a lone male student was still practicing shots by moonlight. Meanwhile, Chen Xing took advantage of the moonlight to admire Jia Qianqian's captivating profile, her long hair cascading in natural, elegant waves. Bathed in the pure moonlight, those disordered strands at her forehead and the long lashes framing her bewitching eyes seemed utterly enchanting. Her nose was petite yet delicate, and the shape of her lips was especially captivating, making one unable to resist. Do you know why I don't want to go back to the dorm? Jia Qianqian suddenly spoke up. Chen Xing replied calmly, if I were in your shoes and embarrassed myself in front of so many people, I wouldn't return to the dorm to hear all those so-called concerns and comforting words either. I'd rather find a quiet place to hide for a while too. Jia Qianqian glanced sideways at Chen Xing. So do you think I'm a bad woman? Yes. You didn't even think about it. Answered so quickly. Jia Qianqian feigned anger and reached to pinch Chen Xing's arm. Chen Xing dodged slightly. You are a bad woman, but those losers who cornered you in the classroom this afternoon, they're not even real men. Hearing Chen Xing's words, Jia Qianqian slowly withdrew her hand. Chen Xing smiled again and said, besides, not just anyone can be that bad woman. You have to be exceptionally beautiful to even qualify. Jia Qianqian flicked her beguiling eyes, teasing, calling me beautiful? I'm nowhere near as pretty as that girl who was crying for you outside your dormitory the other day. Hearing this, Chen Xing realized Jia Qianqian must be referring to Song Xiaoqing. Care to share how you managed to make such a pretty girl cry? Jia Qianqian inquired with gossipy curiosity. Hey, nothing major. She's pregnant with my kid and says she wants to keep it, but I told her I don't want it, Chen Xing said with a straight face. You heartless jerk. Jia Qianqian also put on an adorably indignant expression. Then the two of them exchanged a smile, and both the mood and atmosphere lightened considerably. Chen Xing suddenly realized, he actually felt incredibly at ease with T-Queen Jia Qianqian. When they chatted, he never had to hold himself back. He guessed this was probably because his 19-year-old body actually housed a mature old man, while T-Queen Jia Qianqian was indeed far more emotionally intelligent and mature compared to ordinary college students. That was why the two of them had hit it off instantly and got along so well. Suddenly, a hint of loneliness flashed through Jia Qianqian's beautiful, alluring eyes. I know what everyone says about me behind my back. That I'm a green tea bitch, that I'm flighty, and of course, even worse things. Jia Qianqian turned her profile toward Chen Xing and asked, if I told you that I, Jia Qianqian, have always been emotionally devoted, that I've only truly liked one person my whole life, would you believe me? Chen Xing replied calmly, I believe you. Jia Qianqian hadn't expected Chen Xing to answer like this and immediately leaned in to stare into his eyes. Jia Qianqian, you really believe me? Chen Xing, I do. You, really believe me? Jia Qianqian murmured. She didn't detect a trace of hesitation in Chen Xing's eyes. Chen Xing thought gleefully to himself, if I couldn't see that your panel clearly shows, purity, 99%, durability, 99.6%, I definitely wouldn't believe those manipulative sweet nothings you just said. Suddenly, the system alert chimed in Chen Xing's ear. Detected change in favorability. Jia Qianqian's favorability has increased from 50% to 55%, friend level. Jia Qianqian seemed moved by Chen Xing's trust, her beautiful almond eyes glistening with a thin film of tears. The only man I ever loved was tall, handsome, and broke my heart terribly. Stop right there. I don't want to hear your ancient history. Chen Xing shoved a bag of Wulong rice crackers into Jia Qianqian's hands. The spell interrupted. Jia Qianqian felt physically uncomfortable all over. The mood was perfectly set. How could you not let me finish my story? Chen Xing pushed a beer can toward her. Let past sorrows stay in the past. I'm not interested and don't want to hear it. I think you're perfectly fine as you are now. Detected change in affection value. Jia Chanchan's affection has increased from 55% to 56%, friend level. Jia Chanchan gazed at Chen Xing with a complicated look in her eyes. You're quite an interesting person. If only you were a bit more handsome. Suddenly, a black spherical object appeared in Chen Xing's peripheral vision, hurtling toward him and Jia Chanchan at high speed. Faced with this sudden danger, Chen Xing's adrenaline surged wildly. For a fleeting moment, everything around him seemed to slow down, as if watching a video at 0.5x playback speed. Chen Xing understood. This was the effect of the agility bronze medal awarded to him by the system. By the time Jia Chanchan noticed a basketball flying toward her, it was already too late. She could only let out a startled scream, instinctively dodging toward Chen Xing beside her. Chen Xing caught Jia Chanchan with his left hand while swiftly raising his right hand, accurately blocking the incoming basketball. Oh my, I'm so sorry, did my ball hit you guys? The guy who had been practicing shooting alone immediately ran toward Chen Xing and Jia Chanchan by the court, his voice full of apology. But when he got closer, he saw not only was Chen Xing completely unharmed, but he was also holding a pretty female classmate in his arms. The shooter's apologetic expression swiftly turned into one of sour jealousy. Chapter 38, Each to their own. Chen Xing said casually, "We're fine here, classmate. You can keep practicing your dribbling." The shooting dude's pearly whites were practically aching from how sour the scene was. Who could concentrate on basketball anymore? He just picked up his ball and trudged away dejected from Lakeside Court. "You held me just like this when you saved me from that crowd this afternoon," Jia Chanchan murmured, nestling against Chen Xing's chest while gazing up at him through her bewitchingly alluring eyes. She'd initially ducked into Chen Xing's embrace as shelter, but even after the danger had passed, she made no move to extricate herself. Chen Xing remained motionless, and neither did Jia Chanchan. "Is that so? Probably because there were too many people crowding around you this afternoon. If I didn't hold you, we wouldn't have been able to squeeze through at all," Chen Xing said with a laugh. Right now, he really wanted to move his left hand away from Jia Chanchan's waist, but Chen Xing found himself somewhat unable to do so. The supple waist of a 19-year-old girl, that texture, that sensation. Jia Chanchan's delicate face was right next to Chen Xing's lips, her faint alcoholic breath brushing against his cheeks as she spoke. "This afternoon it was because we were surrounded by people, but now the entire basketball court is just the two of us, yet you're still holding on to me. You scoundrel, don't tell me you've fallen for me." Jia Chanchan's eyes sparkled, her flirtatious gaze speaking volumes. For a dazed moment, Chen Xing nearly surrendered. Then he abruptly released Jia Chanchan, immediately standing up and turning his back. "Damn it! I knew I shouldn't have provoked Jia Chanchan, this queen of tease. A 30-year-old old man like me actually got controlled within a few moves by a 19-year-old girl, and even started raising the flag in salute to her. Alright, I'll stop teasing you." Jia Chanchan laughed while pulling Chen Xing back to sit down. After taking another sip of wine, she said, "I only like dating handsome guys, so I won't steal an Xian's man." "Don't worry." Chen Xing calmed himself down. "Well then, I thank the beautiful Miss Jia for sparing me." Jia Chanchan's face was full of delight. "Ha ha, why do you seem a little scared of me now? That wasn't your expression when you were hugging me just now." Chen Xing kept drinking and chatting with Jia Chanchan until 1 a.m. "It's about time. I need to head back to the dorm to sleep." "You should go back too," Chen Xing said after glancing at his phone. Jia Chanchan looked at him pitifully. "You're going back to Wuxin dorm too, but what about me?" Chen Xing stood up and replied, "You can go back to your dorm if you want. Otherwise, there are plenty of hotels outside the school gate." Jia Chanchan adopted an even more coquettish tone, "But it's so far to walk from here to the school gate. Chen Xing, why don't you take me to the hotel instead?" Chen Xing instantly wore an expression of sheer horror. "You'd better go by yourself. Should I take you to a hotel at this hour? If any of our classmates see us, how am I supposed to explain that later?" Jia Chanchan continued to wheedle relentlessly. "But it's so late, aren't you worried about me walking all that way alone?" Chen Xing quickly shook his head. "No need to worry, the campus has security patrols and is very safe. The school gates are brightly lit, so it's secure too." Jia Chanchan pouted her pretty little lips. "I just wanted you to walk me to the hotel, not stay with me." How can a grown man be so timid? Chen Xing wore a helpless expression. "Classmate Jia Chanchan, I'm only a freshman now. I don't want to be hunted down by your fans on campus. I'd like to graduate with all my limbs intact." "Fine, I'll let you off this time." Seeing Chen Xing begging for mercy, Jia Chanchan finally stood up with satisfaction. "Let's go. If you won't take me to the hotel, I'll walk you back to Lakeside Dorm 2 instead." At the foot of Lakeside Dorm 2, just as Chen Xing was about to knock on the door, he turned back to Jia Chanchan and said, "Oh, there's one more small favor I need from you." Jia Chanchan, "What small favor?" Chen Xing, "Take out your phone and open WeChat, %%. Uncle Wang, could you open the door, please?" Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang, the dorm supervisor of Lakeside Dormitory 2, had just been dreaming of holding a young female dorm supervisor while square dancing when Chen Xing's banging on the gate startled him awake. "Which damned brat is knocking again?" Grumbling reluctantly, Uncle Wang got out of bed, grabbed his keys, and emerged from the guardhouse. Which dorm student is coming back this late? Absurd! I must report this to your counselor tomorrow. Just as he reached the gate, old Wang saw a pack of Huangdalo cigarettes being slipped through the fence rails. Chen Xing put on an overly earnest smile. Sorry, old Wang, I lost track of time chatting with my girlfriend. Accepting the cigarettes, old Wang swallowed the scolding that was already on the tip of his tongue. Well, be more careful next time. Next time make sure you return to the dorm by curfew. I hear you, Uncle Wang. The moment Chen Xing entered the dark dormitory, 3 phone flashlights instantly exposed him. As expected, none of the 520 trio were asleep. The third roommate, Wang Zhaojun, flipped off his bed and charged at Chen Xing brandishing a Swiss Army knife. The eldest Gao Jin and second oldest Zhang Kaming rushed to intervene. Calm down, third brother. Don't be impulsive. Chen Xing turned on the small desk lamp on his table and said cheerfully, Hey, third brother, is this really necessary? Your goddess Jia was in a bad mood, so I just kept her company for a chat. Was it really just a chat? Wang Zhaojun asked tearfully, his voice thick with jealousy. Chen Xing, well, she also treated me to a few cans of beer. Wang Zhaojun's voice trembled. You even drank together? Chen Xing nodded. We drank together, had some snacks, and hugged a bit. We didn't do anything else. Wang Zhaojun's flushed face was clearly visible even in the dimly lit dorm room. Boss and second bro, let go of me. I'm gonna stab that bastard fourth bro. Zhang Kaming tightly held Wang Zhaojun back. We're brothers from different mothers sharing the same dorm. We can't kill each other over a woman. Gao Jin also wrapped his arm around Wang Zhaojun's neck. Third brother, don't fall for fourth brother's trick. He said that on purpose just to provoke you. Fourth brother, you only chatted with Jia Qianqian for a while, right? Am I correct? Gao Jin winked mischievously at Chen Xing. Big brother is right. We just talked and drank. I swear I never hugged your goddess Jia, Chen Xing said with an earnest expression. Hearing Chen Xing's words, Wang Zhaojun finally temporarily lowered the butcher's knife in his hand. Old fourth, you clearly know I like Jia Qianqian. Why would you still do this? Damn it, third brother, are you even making sense? It's not like I was the one who asked Jia Qianqian out, she was the one who asked me. Chen Xing looked utterly helpless. And the way you're putting it, it's almost like you're accusing me of stealing your girl. A tear slid down Wang Zhaojun's cheek. Well, didn't you? Chen Xing. Wang Zhaojun's face was full of sorrow. Old fourth, no more needs to be said. From this moment on, we cut all brotherly ties. I am no longer your third brother, and you are no longer my fourth brother. Chen Xing said with a smile, are you sure? Starting now, we're no longer brothers? Tears welled up in Wang Zhaojun's eyes as he replied, I'm sure. Chen Xing heaved a heavy sigh. What a waste of my thick-skinned efforts to get Jia Qianqian's WeChat for you. Wang Zhaojun slid into a kneeling position before Chen Xing. Godfather, your son admits his wrongdoing. Chen Xing laughed. What's this about? Didn't you just sever ties with me? Don't, our relationship can't be broken. Wang Zhaojun's face was full of fawning flattery. Fourth brother, from now on you keep calling me third brother, and I'll address you as godfather. Among brothers, we'll each keep our own titles. Chapter 39, A Truce is Struck. After all, Jiangcheng University is a prestigious key institution, where the proportion of well-behaved students remains relatively high. Hence, physical altercations among students are rare occurrences, let alone the blatant pre-arranged fight between Chen Xing and 5 students from the civil engineering school during the Marxism class on Friday afternoon. Compounded by the omnipresence of smartphone cameras in this mobile internet era, news of their brawl spread instantly across campus. After fermenting over the weekend, even Lu Xijie from the School of Journalism's Student Affairs Office got wind of the incident. So early Monday morning, Lu Xijie called both Chen Xing and Fang Jiayi to her office with a single phone call. Chen Xing looked completely at ease. Teacher Lu, you're overthinking it. That Zhang Chao from the civil engineering school doesn't actually have the guts to challenge me to a fight. Lu Xijie was both amused and exasperated by Chen Xing's words. From what you're saying, if any student from the civil engineering school dared to challenge you to a fight, you'd happily lead the boys from your journalism class to represent the journalism school, is that it? Chen Xing nodded. It's not about the buns but the pride. As long as Zhang Chao dares to challenge us, me and my brothers from journalism class 2 won't back down for sure. Nonsense, Lu Xijie scolded. Chen Xing, not only did you instigate a conflict between our class and students from another department in the classroom, but you also openly challenged them to a fight in front of so many people. Aren't you afraid the school will give you disciplinary action that goes on your permanent record? Fang Jiayi, standing nearby, saw Lu Xijie losing her temper and anxiously tugged at Chen Xing's sleeve. To everyone's surprise, Chen Xing continued, let the school punish me if they must. When it's time to stand up, I'll stand up regardless. Lu Xijie looked at Chen Xing's composed face with astonishment, secretly admiring his brave actions and fearless attitude. She just couldn't openly express it due to her identity as a student affairs office teacher. Actually, the threat of having disciplinary records filed in your permanent record would intimidate most ordinary students. Unfortunately, Chen Xing was an old hand experiencing university life for the second time. He knew that except for those classmates without connections who wanted to enter the system and pursue an official career, nobody in society would care about your student records after graduation. Seeing Chen Xing cheerfully accept the disciplinary action, Fang Jiayi anxiously pulled at his sleeve from the side. Chen Xing, don't talk to Teacher Lu like this. Chen Xing calmly turned to Fang Jiayi and said, Class President, don't worry. There are surveillance cameras in the lecture hall, and videos taken by other students are circulating online. It was the civil engineering students who started the incident. The male students from our journalism class 2 protected the female students from our own department without actually resorting to violence. Professor Lu won't really give me disciplinary action over this. This left Lu Xijie momentarily speechless, as she had indeed watched both the surveillance footage and the viral videos from the scene. You were right to protect the broadcasting female students, but your communication method should have been more restrained, and you certainly shouldn't have challenged others to a public fight. Lu Xijie's tone softened considerably. Chen Xing said, Teacher Lu, there were 15 of us and only 5 of them. Letting them leave unharmed was already our greatest restraint. As for the arranged fight, that was just us young folks shooting the breeze. Lu Xijie. Kid, with silver-tongued skills like yours, it's a shame you're not on the institute's debate team. She sighed and finally showed a helpless smile. Alright, I'll contact the academic affairs teacher from the civil engineering department. You and that Zhang Chao can meet up, apologize to each other, and we'll consider this matter resolved. Chen Xing stood ramrod straight. Teacher Lu, I didn't throw a single punch, why should I apologize? Lu Xijie. Fang Jiayi. Lu Xijie explained, the apology is just a formality. Chen Xing interrupted, I don't agree with this approach. My demand is that the person who insulted me apologizes first. After that, I can go through the formality of shaking hands and making peace with Zhang Chao. Lu Xijie frowned slightly with her delicate eyebrows. What if the students from the civil engineering school don't agree to your demand? Looking completely unfazed, Chen Xing replied, if they don't agree, then let them come find me privately to settle it. This widely circulated conflict incident wasn't particularly major nor minor. What really mattered was whether it would be put on the scales for public judgment. One of the responsibilities of student affairs teachers across various school departments was precisely to prevent minor conflicts between students from escalating into matters that needed to be weighed publicly. Therefore, through the mediation efforts of Lu Xijie and the Civil Engineering Department's student affairs teachers, the uncompromising Chen Xing secured the greatest spoils of war. Su Liang, the instigator who had previously insulted him, made a formal apology in person, and both he and Zhang Chao reconciled with a handshake witnessed by student affairs teachers from both sides. Chen Xing extended his right hand. Just a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Zhang Chao also extended his hand. All a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Noon, Lakeside Cafeteria. Having just completed the bury the hatchets ceremony, Chen Xing was in high spirits and was enthusiastically devouring the large chicken leg an Xian had treated him to. He watched the little sheep across from him devouring her mountain of millet rice, silently running numbers in his mind. With her part-time work-study salary of 1,500 yuan a month, skimming a week's worth from her at the end of each month was entirely feasible, so the rewards he could reap from her would be. Suddenly, an excited shout erupted from the crowd of students gathered around the canteen TV watching the NBA game. Hell yeah, Kobe's unstoppable. Chen Xing turned toward the sound and saw Kobe Bryant wearing his purple and gold jersey on the live broadcast playing on the TV. Though not a die-hard fan of the Black Mamba, Chen Xing couldn't help feeling an infinite melancholy when thinking about the tragic accident that had befallen Kobe and his second daughter. The unpredictability of fate strikes without warning, indifferent to whether you're poor or wealthy, healthy or disabled. That's why people should truly cherish every good moment in life, for no one knows whether tomorrow or tragedy will come first. Chen Xing turned back and looked at the quietly eating little lamb across from him, suddenly feeling an immense sense of peace in his heart. After calming his emotions, Chen Xing continued calculating in his mind. In April, Little Lamb treated me to meals for a whole week, earning me a system reward of over 16,000. Taking photos for 3 female classmates in the photography club and being treated to meals by them resulted in a system reward of over 5,000. Being treated to a barbecue feast in Haiti by Song Xiaoqing earned him a system reward of 11,648 yuan. In other words, without developing new revenue streams, my current monthly income is around 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. This income, while not exactly small, is still worlds away from Chen Xing's goal of achieving a few dozen small targets. Earning 20 or 30,000 a month like this won't let me retire quickly, buy yachts, throw platinum parties, travel the world, and fully enjoy life. It's finally time for me to make my money skyrocket. Chen Xing turned around while thinking this, his eyes landing on the NBA game playing on the cafeteria TV. Chapter 40, The Path to Sudden Wealth. In his previous life, reincarnator Chen Xing had been just an ordinary corporate worker drone. So even though he'd been reborn with memories 10 years into the past, becoming instantly wealthy wasn't going to be that easy. Initially, Chen Xing's first thought was, buy lottery tickets or stocks, but he neither remembered any winning lottery numbers nor had the capital to play the stock market. Then Chen Xing thought about property speculation. Getting rich through real estate is practically every Chinese person's shared dream. But housing prices in 2015 were already quite high. Although there would be another wave of price increases in 2017, Chen Xing still faced the same old critical problem: he had no starting capital. By 2015, oligopolies across various domestic industries had already largely solidified. The long-established elite class was growing increasingly distant from the common people, and upward mobility for ordinary citizens was gradually narrowing. Chen Xing, the reborn man, without power, connections, or capital, was after all just an ordinary person with a negligible predictive ability. Fortunately, Chen Xing had his not-so-easy-to-use Sigma system, and fortunately, he was still just an ordinary sports fan. Chen Xing loved playing soccer as a child and gradually developed a passion for basketball in middle school. He also knew a little about other sports like badminton, table tennis, and billiards. He rarely watched full sports games and mostly just browsed sports news and highlights online. But for high-profile sports events like the NBA playoffs, the annual Champions League matches, and tournaments like the European Championship and the World Cup, Chen Xing would still watch some sections. In Lakeside Dining Hall, reincarnator Chen Xing gazed at the game broadcast on TV. This year's NBA playoffs had finally begun. Last year, the Spurs avenged their loss to the Heat and took the championship. This was 2015, the first year of the Warriors dynasty's rise, and also the year Stephen Curry would heartbreakingly miss out on the finals MVP. At this thought, Chen Xing immediately pulled out his phone and opened a sports betting site. The betting site offered all sorts of wagers, predicting home versus away wins, over, under scores, point spreads, you name it, they had it. But Chen Xing didn't understand any of that and wouldn't bother looking. He went straight for the main event, predicting the champion. After searching for ages, Chen Xing finally found the Warriors championship odds, 15-1. Holy shit, this is going to be a massive payday. Now, the question was how much to bet. Over the past 2 months with the Sigma system, Chen Xing had earned over 250,000 yuan in bonuses. Aside from his modest daily expenses, the two largest expenditures were spending more than 50,000 yuan to buy an XAN, a Redmi phone, and around 6,000 yuan treating his buddies from journalism class 2 to drinks and food. Thus, Chen Xing currently had 190,400 yuan left in his bank account as principal. I'll start by betting 100,000 on the Warriors to win the championship. Even if my memory fails me because it's been too long ago, I'll still have over 90,000 in liquid funds. After clarifying his thoughts, Chen Xing promptly registered under his real name, linked his card, and placed the bet in one swift motion. After finishing her mountain of millet rice, Anxin across the table had been quietly observing Chen Xing's every move. When she noticed Chen Xing intensely focused on operating his phone, she couldn't help but lean closer. Anxin's reasoning was simple. Whatever caught Chen Xing's attention should catch hers too. This way she'd feel closer to him. Just as Chen Xing completed placing a 100,000 yuan bet, he suddenly noticed Anxin leaning forward with her round almond eyes fixed on him. Oh, I was just placing a bet on a sports betting site, $100 on the Warriors winning the championship this year, Chen Xing explained casually, noticing an Xian's curious expression. Can I buy it? An Xian asked softly. You watch the NBA too? Also interested in gambling on games? Chen Xing asked in disbelief. An Xian shook her head. Chen Xing, then why are you meddling in this? An Xian obediently returned to her seat upon hearing Chen Xing telling her not to interfere. It was then that Chen Xing suddenly realized, he must have appeared too immersed when placing bets earlier, which made Little Lamb want to learn about sports betting. That Little Lamb was constantly observing him and caring about him. Chen Xing felt a sudden stirring in his heart and beckoned an Xian with a finger, saying, take out your phone, and I'll show you how I make money. An Xian's round face immediately broke into a smile as she carefully retrieved her Redmi 2 phone from the green cloth bag she had sewn herself, then sat down beside Chen Xing. Chen Xing navigated on an Xian's phone. This is the sports betting site. You can buy welfare lottery tickets or place bets on games. This is the Warriors, the team I just bet 100 yuan on. The current odds are 115, meaning if the Warriors win the championship this year, my 100 yuan will turn into 1500. Anxin whispered, my salary for a month. Chen Xingle said, exactly. If I win the bet, it's like earning your entire month's salary from part-time work without having to lift a finger. After a brief moment of thought, right under Chen Xing's watchful eyes, Anxin also registered an account and followed suit by betting 100 yuan on the Warriors to win the championship. Chen Xing, the Little Lamb wasn't doing anything wrong. April ended and May began. The weather in Jiangchang was gradually getting warmer. Once daytime temperatures exceeded 30 degrees, it signaled the official arrival of the season of blessings, mini skirts, hot pants, black stockings, white stockings, and endless stretches of fair thighs. The energetic female college students dressed in increasingly lighter outfits transformed the university campus into one captivating scene after another. On the balcony of dormitory 2 to 520 by the lakeside, Chen Xing, who had once again slept until noon, was stretching lazily while brushing his teeth. Staring at his disheveled hair in the mirror, Chen Xing muttered to himself, "It's getting hot out. Time for a fresh, cooler haircut." "Lao Si, you're getting a haircut? That's perfect, I was thinking the same. Let's go together." Wang Zhaojun approached with an unusually amiable expression. Chen Xing frowned as he shot him a sideways glance. "Going for a haircut together isn't the issue. It's just that I'm still not used to you being all kind-hearted and gentle like this, Lao San." Ever since Chen Xing helped Wang Zhaojun add his crush Zhao Jianxian on WeChat at the end of last month, Wang had transformed into an almost unrecognizably humble and warm-hearted guy. He hadn't trash-talked or roasted anyone in the dorm for half a month now. The eldest brother Gao Jin sat to the side with a worried expression. "Lao Si, ever since you gave Lao San Jia Qianqian's WeChat, he's become a completely different person. Now, aside from sending his goddess Jia morning and evening greetings on WeChat like clockwork every day, he just stays in the dorm listening to love songs, singing them, and then laughing to himself like an idiot. Do you think Lao San might have some mental issue?" Chen Xing scoffed dismissively. "What issue could there be? This is just classic simp behavior where he thinks his devotion has reached the goddess. He'll snap out of it on his own after a while. We don't need to bother with him." Zhang Kaming chimed in cheerfully. "Big bro, I think Lao Si has a point. He's got plenty of first-hand experience being a simp himself." Chen Xing cursed. "Damn it, second brother, don't bring up my old scars. Who hasn't acted foolishly once or twice when they were young?" Wang Zhaojun was now completely immune to his three roommates' discussions about his condition. He was in an optimistic and hopeful state of mind. "No need to worry about me, dear brothers. I'm feeling absolutely terrific. And last night, our relationship made a major breakthrough." Wang Zhaojun strode confidently to the center of the dorm room, holding up his phone and declaring, "Last night, after I sent her a goodnight message, she immediately replied with a smiley face." Chapter 41, A Complete Makeover, Part 1. Watching Wang Zhaojun holding his phone and reveling in self-admiration, Chen Xing and the others wore expressions full of concern. Gao Jin asked, "Old Fourth, with third brother's condition deteriorating like this, will he really wake up to reality on his own after some time?" Chen Xing shook his head, hard to say. A few minutes later, all four residents of room 520 went downstairs together to eat at Lakeside Cafeteria. After queuing up to get their meals, Chen Xing and the others found an empty table and sat together to eat. "By the way, fourth brother, how come we haven't seen you eating with an XIN these past 2 weeks? Lovers quarrel?" The campus gossip king Zhang Kaming suddenly asked curiously. Chen Xing thought to himself that since it wasn't month-end yet, his little cash cow was still in her recovery period. Out loud, he said, "If a man and woman stick together too much, they'll get tired of each other easily. Maintaining proper distance and a sense of mystery is the golden rule." Gao Ji nodded repeatedly at Chen Xing's insight. "I always thought an XIN seemed like a girl with a good temper. So how could she suddenly clash with Lao Si? By the way, Lao Si, have you and an XIN actually confirmed your relationship?" Hearing this, Chen Xing immediately played dumb. "What relationship? An XIN and I are just classmates." At this point, Wang Zhaojun chimed in smugly, "Lao Si, stop pretending. You better strike while the iron's hot and confirm your relationship with Anshin soon, or my Qianqian and I might beat you to it." Chen Xing watched Wang Zhaojun's self-delusion with inner amusement. "Third brother, the Tea King's waters run deep, you can't navigate them." But aloud he said, "Alright, third brother, let's both hurry up then. Let's aim to go on a double date with our two couples before freshman year ends." Wang Zhaojun's face lit up with excitement. "It's a deal." Gao Jin and Zhang Kaming said in unison, daydreaming. In fact, confirming a relationship with an XIN had always been a knot in Chen Xing's heart. It went without saying, even without the system's confirmation, that an XIN clearly had feelings for Chen Xing. Anyone with eyes could see it. Yet, at present, Chen Xing only regarded an XIN as a close classmate, without any romantic inclinations toward her. Meanwhile, an XIN's favorability rating toward Chen Xing had already reached 81%. Chen Xing knew that if he spent more time with her and found the right moment to confess, there was a high chance of pushing an XIN's favorability past 90%. Once the affection rating of any member of the opposite sex towards Chen Xing exceeds 90%, the Sigma system will reward him with 1 million renminbi and 20 attribute points. The 1 million renminbi is manageable, but the real treasure is the 20 attribute points in the system. Purchasing just one attribute point costs 10 million renminbi, meaning 20 points are worth 200 million alone. Moreover, there are plenty of areas where Chen Xing urgently needs improvement, such as height, appearance, weapon length, endurance and battle. But forcing an ex-IN to become his girlfriend purely for his own benefit when he doesn't truly like her, wouldn't that just be emotional deception and exploitation? So whenever he thought of this, Chen Xing's dwindling conscience would ache faintly. Chen Xing set down his chopsticks and patted his chest reassuringly. Never mind, take it one step at a time. Perhaps the boat will straighten itself when it reaches the dock. After finishing lunch in the cafeteria, his 4 roommates began discussing getting haircuts together again. Yet a disagreement arose among them about where exactly to get those haircuts. Chen Xing and Wang Xiaojun wanted to go off campus to find a better barbershop for haircuts, while Gao Jin and Zhang Kaming insisted on sticking to their old routine, just getting a quick trim at the nearby lakeside styling. Gao Jin said, "Getting a haircut on campus is cheap and convenient. Why bother traveling so far off campus? It's perfect." Leader, a guy's hairstyle greatly affects his appearance. Lakeside styling might be cheap, but will it make us look more handsome, remarked Wang Xiaojun, who is currently very concerned about his looks. Chen Xing nodded in agreement. As a Sigma male who couldn't spend money on women, Chen had long decided to splurge on himself, seeking better things to enjoy in life. "Today's haircut is on me. What do you two think?" Chen Xing asked. Zhang Kaming exclaimed in surprise, "Holy shit, Lao Si, did your family get a demolition payout? You've been treating us to drinks and barbecue lately, and now you're offering to pay for haircuts outside campus." Chen Xing replied impatiently, "None of your business whether my house got demolished or not. Just tell me if you're coming or not. If not, I'm going with Lao San." The honest Gao Jin quickly tried to mediate. We're going. Since Lao Si's treating, Lao Er and I might as well tag along and enjoy the freebie." So Chen Xing and his group of 4 arrived at the western gate of the university after some playful banter, where they found a newly and beautifully decorated salon called Banana Island Styling. Looking at the spacious 2-floor business area of Banana Island Styling, Gao Jin couldn't help but express his concern. "Old 4, this barbershop looks expensive. Are you sure you want to treat the 3 of us to a haircut here?" With money in his pocket and a confident smile on his face, Chen Xing replied, "My family's house got demolished for redevelopment. Taking my dorm buddies out for a nice haircut is no big deal. Why are you even talking about price, boss?" Gao Jin. Chen Xing entered Banana Island Styling without hesitation. "Hello, handsome gentlemen, I'm Tony. It's my pleasure to serve you today," said the avant-garde Tony teacher with warm smiles, sporting a sleek perm. "All 4 of us are here for haircuts. Please arrange your best stylists for us, using the most expensive shampoo and conditioner money can buy." Chen Xing waved his hand and continued, "And during the haircuts, there's no need to upsell us on memberships. Just make sure Tony makes us look good, and I'll definitely recharge at your shop." Tony's smile grew even brighter. "Rest assured, handsome gentlemen, I guarantee after this haircut at Banana Island, you'll definitely come back for more." Then, under the guidance of 4 masked female staff members, Chen Xing and his group were led to the semi-enclosed shampoo area further inside. After having them lie down side by side, the 4 beautician staff carefully adjusted the water temperature. Only after repeatedly confirming the temperature was comfortable did they begin the slow, meticulous hair washing process for Chen Xing and company. The procedure involved an initial cleanse, followed by conditioning treatment, another rinse, and finally a skilled head massage. "How about it, brothers? The service here is a bit better than lakeside styling, right?" Chen Xing asked with his eyes closed while enjoying the soothing scalp massage. Zhang Kaming, also with his eyes shut in pleasure, replied, "No comparison at all. Lakeside styling can't hold a candle to Banana Island Styling." Wang Xiaojun added with his eyes still closed, "You get what you pay for. At Lakeside you just get a haircut, but here we get premium wash cut style full service." Gao Jin, thoroughly enjoying his scalp massage, sighed, "If only we could come here for haircuts all the time." Chen Xing US said cheerfully, "What's so hard about that? If Tony does a good job with our new hairstyles later, I'll top up more money, and all our haircuts for the next 4 years of college will be on me." Holy shit, is this for real? Holy shit, Lao Si is awesome. Holy shit, looks like Lao Si's family really got compensation from demolition. Chapter 42, A Brand New Look, Part 2. After washing their hair, Chen Xing and his 3 friends were seated in a row in the front hall, where 4 hairstylists with distinct hairstyles began cutting their hair simultaneously. Tony, the shop owner and chief hairstylist, personally took charge of Chen Xing's haircut because his seasoned eye instantly recognized Chen Xing as the golden client among the 4 college students, and his demeanor didn't seem like that of an inexperienced freshman at all. With swift and precise movements, the stylists, true to Chen Xing's prior request, focused entirely on tailoring new hairstyles to suit each of their face shapes and hair textures, without any pushy membership card promotions. "So, handsome, are you satisfied with my masterpiece?" Tony sheathed his scissors and addressed the new Chen Xing in the mirror. Chen Xing stared at his reborn self in the mirror. This new haircut, seemingly just a simple undercut with longer hair on top, had instantly made him look more energetic and handsome. "Tony, your skills are truly amazing. I feel this is the most satisfying haircut I've had in my 30 years of living." Chen Xing blurted out excitedly before catching himself. Tony laughed. Handsome lad knows how to joke. If you were really 30, I'd comp all 4 of your haircuts today. Chen Xing hurriedly explained, slip of the tongue, slip of the tongue. Then, Tony picked up a slender comb and demonstrated while combing Chen Xing's hair, saying, this haircut I'm giving you is both easy to maintain and offers multiple styling options. If you want to look more docile and youthful, just lightly comb your hair forward a few times after washing, then let it air dry or blow dry. Tony combed the hair on Chen Xing's crown forward, instantly giving him a more student-like appearance. If you want to look cooler and more mature, use a bit of styling gel to make your hair stand up, get messy, or simply comb it all back into a sleek pompadour. Tony sprayed some styling gel into his palm and worked it through Chen Xing's hair. Sure enough, Chen Xing now looked more mature and steady, exuding masculine charm. By this point, Chen Xing was utterly awed by Tony's skills. Tony, my man, say no more. Sign me up for a membership right now, I'm ready to top up my card. When Chen Xing went to the front desk to pay and top up his account, the 520 trio were all admiring their new hairstyles in the mirror, still basking in their fresh looks. Brothers, happy with your haircuts? Chen Xing asked. Happy? We're thrilled, the 520 trio cheered in unison. After the front desk clerk issued Chen Xing a membership card, Tony beside him added, handsome, normally my services as the store manager cost more, but seeing how close you 4 are, I'll charge you all the same rate, 120 per person, 480 for the 4 of you. Chen Xing nodded in satisfaction. Tony knows how to run a business. I'll top up 5,000 on my card today, and you can directly deduct the 480 from it. With that, Chen Xing promptly scanned the code to pay without the slightest hesitation. Seeing this, teacher Tony's eyes crinkled into happy slits. Thank you, thank you, thank you 4 handsome gentlemen for recognizing our Banana Island styling. The 4 of them strode out of Banana Island styling brimming with confidence, their fresh and handsome new hairstyles giving them all the feeling of having reinvented themselves and turned over a new leaf. Gao Jin was still using his phone as a mirror to check out his new haircut. $120 for a trim isn't cheap, but damn, this was money well spent. Zhang Kaming added, the service was meticulous, the experience was comfortable, and the results were pleasantly surprising. Old Fourth, are we really going to get all our future haircuts at Banana Island? Chen Xing nodded. I've already topped up the credits, just give them my phone number when you come for haircuts. Wang Jiajun snapped a selfie while saying, Lao Si, now that I've got this dashing new haircut, I feel way more confident about winning Qianqian's heart. Great kindness needs no thanks. When Qianqian and I get married, I'll make sure you, 4th brother, get the seat of honor at the head table. Chen Xing couldn't be bothered to comment on Wang Jiajuan's never-ending pipe dreams anymore. Alright, haircut's done. You 3 head back to campus first, I've got some things to take care of. The ever-nosy Zhang Kaming immediately chimed in, hey, 4th brother, you're not coming back with us? The boss just mentioned treating us to stir-fry at Lakeside Restaurant tonight. Chen Xing flashed a mischievous grin. 2nd brother, now's not the time for your gossip. I don't want to ruin the good mood you 3 are in right now. What do you mean? The gossip prince couldn't help but press further. Is it because you're going on another date with Song, the goddess from Normal University? Damn it! Gao Jin and Wang Jiajun cursed simultaneously. Chen Xing looked at Zhang Kaming's unmistakable jealousy and burst into laughter. I told you not to ask, but you just had to. Now it's all for nothing, I treated you 3 to haircuts for free. Chuanwang Plaza was located between Jiangcheng University and Normal University, and was also close to Jiangcheng Institute of Technology. Even on weekdays, the mall was bustling with activity. Chen Xing didn't expect getting a haircut to take so long, so when he finally arrived at the entrance of Chuanwang Plaza, he was already 2 minutes late. From afar, Chen Xing spotted the campus belle Song Xiaoqing, whose beauty always made her stand out in any crowd. Today she wore minimal makeup again, but had left her hair down, a waterfall of smooth black locks cascading naturally down her back. Her outfit consisted of a white off-shoulder blouse that revealed snow-pale shoulders and delicate clavicles with effortless grace. Her lower half was clad in pale blue denim hot shorts. Her slender, long legs were sheathed in thin, nearly transparent nude stockings, paired with ankle socks and Converse sneakers. Youthful, beautiful, with a hint of sensuality. Song Xiaoqing's summer outfit was truly eye-catching. The only pity was that this beautiful scene was marred by Yang Li's presence. Today she also wore an off-shoulder t-shirt with hot shorts, but her figure, demeanor, and looks paled in comparison to Song Xiaoqing beside her. Going on a date with 2 beauties like us, Chen Xing, not only did you not arrive an hour early as a man should, but you actually dared to be late? Seeing Chen Xing finally appear, Yang Li, who had been waiting impatiently, was just about to dish out sarcasm and mockery when she noticed his stylish new haircut at first glance. Are you really Chen Xing? How did you get so much handsomer in just a few days? Chen Xing couldn't be bothered to entertain Yang Li and turned to Song Xiaoqing instead. Sorry I'm late, it's just 2 minutes. Song Xiaoqing's eyes sparkled with delight. It's fine, we just got here ourselves. She reached out to smooth the bangs on his forehead, her voice tender as she said, next time if you're running a few minutes late, just take your time. Look how your new hairstyle got all messed up from rushing here. Chapter 43, Money Doesn't Grow on Trees. Suddenly, Chen Xing heard the system notification sound in his ear. Detected a change in favorability value. Song Xiaoqing's favorability increased from 52% to 54%, friend level. Detected a change in favorability value. Yang Li's favorability increased from 3% to 22%, friend level. Chen Xing inwardly sighed, holy crap, this world really is obsessed with looks. Just a nice new hairstyle made Song Xiaoqing's favorability rating toward me jump by 2 points. I probably didn't even earn that much goodwill from her after delivering breakfast for over half a year. Although Yang Li's favorability increase was even more staggering at a whopping 19 percentage points, Chen Xing couldn't care less about it. After that, Chen Xing began playing the role of Song Xiaoqing's simp, accompanying her and Yang Li on their shopping trip for clothes. Truth be told, following around a stunning beauty like Song Xiaoqing, carrying her bags, watching her try on outfits in different stores, and offering timely compliments, this could have been both a visual feast and lucrative gig. But today they had the sharp-tongued Yang Li tagging along. At Only's women's clothing store, Song Xiaoqing was trying on a navy blue pleated miniskirt. Chen Xing held her purse and several shopping bags, his eyes unable to leave Song Xiaoqing's lovely, slender long legs. Song Xiaoqing naturally has a slender and tall figure. If she wore slimming black stockings, her long legs would appear slightly too thin. But the semi-transparent nude stockings she's wearing today don't have this problem. They make her look pure yet subtly alluring, hitting just the right balance. Just as Chen Xing was immersed in admiring Song Xiaoqing's stocking-clad legs, a jarring voice suddenly sounded beside him. Chen Xing, doesn't Xiaoqing look absolutely lovely in this pleated skirt? Aren't you going to buy it for her? Yang Li said meaningfully to Chen Xing while eyeing the price tag that read 899 yuan. Upon hearing this, Sigma male Chen Xing immediately cursed Yang Li in his heart. What's this troublemaker stirring up now? I'm here to make money today, not to bleed cash. Just as Chen Xing was about to explain, Song Xiaoqing came to his rescue first. Why should Chen Xing pay for my clothes? Xiao Li, stop teasing him. Seeing Song Xiaoqing voluntarily speaking up for Chen Xing made Yang Li even more displeased. She pressed on relentlessly, Chen Xing, Xiaoqing might say that, but she specifically invited you out to Chuanguang Square today. You're not planning to let her leave without buying her a single piece of clothing or spending a single cent on her, are you? Song Xiaoqing cut in before Chen Xing could speak, smiling as she said, didn't he spend money on me? He even got himself a stylish new haircut before coming to see me. She hooked her arm through Yang Li's, whose lips were puckered in a pout. Xing Chen's hairstyle isn't something you'd get from the little barbershop at their school. He probably went to that newly opened Banana Island styling place. Getting your hair cut there isn't cheap at all. Seeing Song Xiaoqing repeatedly taking the knife for Chen Xing, Yang Li couldn't very well keep pushing him to buy things for Xiaoqing either. So after shooting Chen Xing a fierce glare, Yang Li angrily wandered off on her own to browse through the only women's clothing store. Song Xiaoqing, who came from a well-off family, had never expected Chen Xing to buy clothes for her in the first place. Moreover, when she saw that he had even splurged on a fresh haircut just to accompany her shopping, her heart swelled with happiness. It made her feel incredibly esteemed. Don't pay her any mind, Yang Li's mouth has never been guarded. Song Xiaoqing flashed a charming smile at Chen Xing. Do you think this little dress looks good on me? Chen Xing's face lit up with infatuation. It's beautiful. Couldn't possibly look any better. Seeing her loyal puppy react this way, Song Xiaoqing felt a warm satisfaction. Smoothing the skirt, she asked, it is pretty, but don't you think it might be a bit too short? Chen Xing immediately switched to a jealous expression. It is a little short. If you wear this dress around your normal university campus, all those male students, ugh, those bastards would be getting an undeserved treat. Percent. Song Xiaoqing burst out laughing upon hearing this. Chen Xing, how did you just manage to insult every male student at our school in one breath? She then headed toward the fitting room while saying, this skirt really is too short and risks exposure, I'll go try on some other styles. As a straight guy who hates shopping, accompanying two girls for an entire afternoon of retail therapy was truly testing Chen Xing's physical endurance and patience to their limits. To make matters worse, the rotten apple Yang Li kept whispering things in his ear that sent his blood pressure skyrocketing, leaving Chen Xing thoroughly exasperated. I'm telling you Chen Xing, when pursuing a girl you need to understand perseverance. You absolutely can't work by fits and starts like fishing for 3 days and drying nets for 2, always thinking the grass is greener elsewhere. And the prettier the girl, the longer a guy usually needs to pursue her. For someone like our Xiaoqing, the department beauty of the English department, no matter how long you chase her it's only proper. For ordinary guys like you with average family backgrounds and looks, you absolutely must redouble your efforts in studying and self-improvement. If you don't demonstrate outstanding talent in university and fail to achieve financial success after graduation, it's very unlikely any girl would be willing to be your girlfriend. Were it not for his hands being full of shopping bags, were it not for saving face for Song Xiaoqing, Chen Xing genuinely wanted to send Yang Li flying out of the mall with one solid slap. He sighed inwardly, whether it's being a workhorse in 2025 or playing the role of a simp for Song Xiaoqing in 2015, no matter what era it is, money is always hard to earn and life always tastes like shit. However, Qin Shing also understood that since he planned to earn his initial capital by acting as a simp for Song Xiaoqing, it was inevitable that she would show him off in front of her roommates and classmates. Dinner time arrived quickly. Seeing her chance, Yang Li confronted Qin Shing again. Qin Shing, what are you planning to treat Xiaoqing and me to tonight? Qin Shing, who was gradually becoming a Sigma male, wasn't going to fall for this trick anymore. I've almost spent all my living expenses for this month, so I can't treat you to dinner. Yang Li's eyes widened in disbelief. Today's only May 15th, how could you have already spent all your living expenses? Qin Shing calmly replied, I still had some left, but I got a haircut before meeting you guys today that cost $480. Yang Li looked utterly unconvinced. $480? How is that possible? Why would a guy's haircut cost that much? Hearing that Qin Shing had spent $480 on a hairdo just to impress her, Song Xiaoqing felt even more smug and quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Oh, come on, Xiaoli, don't argue with Qin Shing anymore. Haven't you been raving about craving hot pot in the dorm these past few days? How about I treat you to Hey De Leo tonight? Yang Li shot another sidelong glance at Qin Shing after hearing Song Xiaoqing's offer to treat her to hot pot, and finally dropped the subject. Chapter 44, Coach, I want to play basketball. Part 1. The famous Hey De Leo hot pot isn't cheap. However, it offers attentive service, relatively fresh ingredients, and the soup base has a pretty good flavor. With a pot of boiling delicacies serving as a social lubricant, Yang Li didn't continue giving Chen Hang a hard time at the table. The three of them managed to enjoy a fairly harmonious meal together. But when Song Xiaoqing settled the bill after dinner, Chen Hang couldn't help mentally cursing Yang Li's entire family again, because if Yang Li hadn't come today, this hot pot meal would have been Song Xiaoqing treating Chen Hang alone. The Sigma system would have given Chen Hang rewards based on 50% of the meal cost multiplied by Song Xiaoqing's favorability coefficient. Yet because of that rotten apple Yang Li joining the table, the Sigma system only calculated the reward based on 33.33% of the meal cost. However, 3 people eating together inevitably consume more than 2, so although Qin Shing didn't earn over 10,000 today, he still made more than 8,000. Playing the role of a lovelorn simp all afternoon, with dinner included, and earning over 8,000, that's still pretty good, Qin Shing thought to himself as he walked back to his dorm. Just then, Qin Shing passed by the number 912 sports field again, the unavoidable route on his way back to lakeside residence. His gaze swept along the synthetic rubber track, and sure enough, he spotted an Xin jogging under the night sky. The little sheep still ran with a somewhat clumsy gait, but her speed and endurance had clearly improved. Qin Shing noticed that today she took only an hour and a half to complete the usual 10 laps of 4,000 meters. After the little sheep finished her night run and left the 912 sports field, Qin Shing's gaze was drawn to the basketball court by the field. Lang Feng, the captain of the journalism school basketball team, was leading his teammates in a practice match. Sometimes a person's name matches their personality, and other times it's the complete opposite. Lang Feng was a classic example of someone who contrasted sharply with their name. A third-year student standing 195 centimeters tall, Lang Feng was tall, radiantly handsome, and sunny in demeanor. As both the sports minister of the journalism school's student council and the captain of the basketball team, he was always seen with a genuine smile, known for his warm, easygoing nature and exceptional popularity within the journalism school. Hey, classmate, I think I've seen you before, Lang Feng suddenly said to Qin Shing, who was watching the game from the sidelines. You're from the School of Journalism too, right? Qin Shing nodded. Yes, I'm from Class 2, Journalism 14. My name is Qin Shing. Lang Feng laughed in sudden realization. Oh right, Qin Shing. I saw you during our School of Journalism's Student Union General Meeting. So, Qin Shing, do you play basketball? Lang Feng asked again with a smile. Qin Shing didn't react immediately. I know a little. Then come practice with us for a while. Lang Feng pointed to a teammate resting with his hands on his knees at the side of the court. One of our guys got cramped up. We're short one player for the 5-on-5 full court training. Qin Shing felt a bit embarrassed. No, Senior Lang, my skills are really not. Lang Feng smiled warmly. No worries, just fill in for the guy with cramps until he's rested up. Seeing Qin Shing still hesitating, Lang Feng suddenly passed the basketball directly to him. Smack! Qin Shing reacted swiftly, catching Lang Feng's rapid pass with both hands. Lang Feng waved at Qin Shing with a grin. Come on, the ball's already in your hands. Besides, we're all journalism department classmates, what's there to be shy about? In this situation, Qin Shing could hardly refuse any longer. Holding the ball, he stepped onto the court to join the journalism department basketball team's practice as a temporary substitute. The other members of the college basketball team all cast scrutinizing glances at Qin Shing. Still, since he was someone their captain Lang Feng had invited to help out, no one made any further comments. Soon, the 5-on-5 training match resumed. Unlike the casual half-court games he usually played at Lakeside Basketball Court, the physical conditioning and training intensity of the college team members were on a level Qin Shing had never experienced before. After just a few offensive and defensive transitions on the court, Chen Xing was already drenched in sweat, panting heavily, his adrenaline surging, which also activated the bronze agility insignia within him. This time, Chen Xing wasn't surprised when everyone around him suddenly seemed to slow down. Having experienced activating the bronze agility badge when facing that unexpected basketball during drinks with Jiao Qianqian, he now understood that whenever his adrenaline surged, he could freely toggle the agility bronze badge on or off. Gradually, the other 9 players on the basketball court began to sense something amiss. From the start, Chen Xing's performance as a temporary substitute was just as they expected, no more than a basic bot following them up and down the court, merely filling a spot. Gradually, Chen Xing's movements became increasingly agile. Though his lack of foundational basketball skills meant he couldn't score offensively, his defensive performance was outright explosive. For 3 consecutive defensive plays, he outright stripped the ball from Fang Mengao, the starting point guard of the School of Journalism's varsity team. Fang Mengao was also puzzled in his heart. At first, dribbling past this Chen Xing had been as easy as crossing an empty morning street. How did it get to the point where he couldn't break through for a single basket? After several rounds, Chen Xing had thoroughly frustrated Fang Mengao, who had always been brimming with confidence in his ball-handling skills, so much so that Fang now resorted to using his burly 183 cm frame to back down the 175 cm Chen Xing. Watching Chen Xing relentlessly being pushed back by Fang Mengao's sheer strength, yet suddenly executing a nimble chair pull move, he once again stripped Fang of the ball. Great play! Captain Lung Feng couldn't help but loudly praise Chen Xing's brilliant defensive move. He hit my hand. Point guard Fang Mengao, feeling his dignity had been compromised, weakly protested in an attempt to save face. Lung Feng had seen everything clearly. Chen Xing's steal was perfectly clean, but still offered warm consolation with a smile. Mengao, none of us have played with Chen Xing before. It's normal to lose a few balls to him while figuring out his style. He then turned to Chen Xing and said, Chen Xing, would you like to join our college basketball team? We're short on perimeter defenders like you. Hearing Ling Feng's recruitment pitch, Fang Mengao anxiously interjected, Captain, sure he's got some athletic talent, but his basketball fundamentals are terrible. Forget about shooting, he can't even dribble properly. Lang Feng smiled and said, Chen Xing's fundamentals certainly need improvement, but he's only a freshman this year. I believe with more practice, he'll be able to compete for the journalism department's team. At this moment, Chen Xing suddenly spoke up, thank you for the invitation, Senior Lang, but my current skills truly don't meet the institute team's standards. Chen Xing noticed the basketball player who had just suffered a cramp was now back on the sidelines. He made a circling arm substitution gesture toward him, then wiped his sweat and voluntarily retreated to the edge of the court. Seeing Chen Hang decline his offer, Lung Feng didn't press further and turned away to resume training with the squad. Joining the basketball team is easy, but sticking with the practice schedule and becoming a qualified university team member is no simple feat. It demands both passion and perseverance, without which it's hard to stay the course. This is why Lung Feng, who values talent, never forces Chen Xing, and similarly, why Chen Xing politely declines Lung Feng every month and demands his presence at dinner with the little lamb to glean her generosity, while his regular schedule is packed with photography club activities, snapping shots for the female classmates in the group. Not to mention, he must periodically play the role of a loyal simp in front of Song Xiaoqing. Chen Xing, who barely attended classes, felt he already had enough business on his plate and didn't want to blindly add more unprofitable burdens to himself. Chapter 45, Coach, I want to play basketball, Part 2. Before long, the journalism school's basketball team wrapped up their training for the day. With a sudden rustle, over a dozen female students who had been watching from the sideline swarmed forward, immediately surrounding the tall and handsome team captain, Lung Feng. Senior Lang Feng, I bought you a bottle of water. Senior Lang Feng, I got you a bottle of green tea. Senior Lang Feng, I bought you Gatorade. You sweated so much during training, my drink would be better for you. Lang Feng clearly had experience with such situations. First, he smiled and accepted the water and drinks offered by the female classmates, thanking each one in turn. Then, after obtaining their consent, he shared all the drinks he received with the entire basketball team. Finally, Lung Feng even tactfully declined a few bold female classmates who mustered up the courage to ask for his WeChat. Standing on the sidelines, Chen Xing watched Lang Feng's smooth handling of the situation and couldn't help but secretly admire his grace. CL classmate, H here, this bottle of water is for you. Chen Xing turned his head toward the voice and noticed a bespectacled female classmate who, under her companion's encouragement, was handing him a bottle of Nongfu spring water. This, classmate, are you offering me this water? Chen Xing asked in surprise. The bespectacled girl blushed slightly and shyly replied with a soft MHM. Chen Xing's mind went blank for a moment as he instinctively took the bottle of Nongfu spring water. Thank you, he said. Lu Fan spent 1.5 yuan to purchase a bottle of Nongfu spring for the host. Lu Fan's favorability toward the host, 41%, friend level. Sigma system reward, 1.5 times 41 is equal to 61.5 yuan. Then, can we add each other on WeChat? Glasses-wearing Lu Fan, egged on by her friends, mustered the courage to ask Chen Xing. Seeing that he'd already taken her water, Chen Xing took out his phone and opened WeChat. I have a question for you, classmate. Hope you don't mind. Lu Fan adjusted her glasses. It's fine, go ahead. Chen Xing glanced at Ling Feng in the middle of the court. Senior Lang's tall and handsome, so I get why everyone brought him water. But why did you? Lu Fan understood Chen Xing's implication and said, Senior Lang is indeed outstanding, but he's too tall. I just want a boyfriend around 178 centimeters. When she uttered the word boyfriend, not only did Lu Fan's face turn redder, even Chen Xing felt somewhat embarrassed. And you looked really handsome playing on the court earlier, Lu Fan added while stealing glances at Chen Xing's fresh, clean haircut. Chen Xing, however, wasn't paying attention to the ordinary-looking Lu Fan at all. His focus was entirely on Lung Feng. With over a dozen people, even at just 3 yuan per person, that could mean 2 to 3,000 in earnings. This might just be a whole new revenue stream. A classic scene from the anime Slam Dunk suddenly flashed through Chen Xing's mind. Coach, I want to play basketball. Classmate Lu Fan, let's catch up on WeChat later, Chen Xing casually replied to the bespectacled girl beside him before walking back toward the center of the basketball court. Lung Feng noticed Chen Xing approaching and asked curiously, Chen Xing, what's up? Chen Xing hesitated slightly before saying, Coach, Senior Lang, I love playing basketball. I want to join the college basketball team. Lung Feng immediately wore a friendly smile upon hearing this. Joining the basketball team is easy, but sticking to the training isn't. Chen Xing nodded, I'll do my best to keep up. Lung Feng laughed, even if you stick to the training, I won't let you play in official matches if your skills aren't up to standard. Do you understand? Chen Xing understood. Fang Mengao, sensing the awkward tension, was just about to intervene when he saw Lang Feng extending a large hand towards Chen Xing. Chen Xing, welcome to the journalism school basketball team. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was already the last week of May. Time once again for Chen Xing to harvest his little sheep, an XIN. A simple message from Chen Xing. Living expenses ran out again. An XIN took the bait with straightforward honesty. Then I'll treat you to dinner this week. Chen Xing, same time, same place. An XIN, okay, smiley face. Actually, apart from the end-of-month money-saving opportunities, Chen Xing wasn't completely out of touch with an XIN at other times either. Now every month, Fang Jai organizes 1 or 2 class activities, and Chen Xing would play werewolf and various minigames with an XIN. Every Friday afternoon, Chen Xing would sit with an XIN to attend 2 Maoism classes together. Normally, he'd also chat with an XIN on WeChat from time to time. So when Anqin appeared at the lakeside cafeteria entrance again in late May, Chen Xing discovered that her favorability rating had risen to 82%. Chen Xing also noticed, after 2 months of persistent exercise, although Anqin hadn't lost much of her excess weight, her previously broad face and thick double chin had noticeably improved a lot, revealing her genuine 7.5 level attractiveness. Now, Anqin could already be called a lovely plump girl. After greeting the rapidly improved Anqin at the 523 Treasures spot, they headed to the cafeteria for lunch while launching into a heated discussion along the way. Big brother Gao Jin said, who would have thought an XIN's features would look so good after her face slimmed down? Fourth brother really has an eye for this. Looking at the 3 of us, we really were blind as dogs before. Wang Zhaojun, having regained some rationality and become slightly more normal, said to Zhang Kaming, if an XIN could slim down just a bit more, maybe second brother, your squad leader Feng's title as class beauty would be in jeopardy, ha ha ha. Zhang Kaming wore an expression of disbelief. Get out of here. Fourth brother might have some stock-picking talent, but I don't believe for a second an XIN's looks could surpass our squad leaders. Wang Zhaojun seized the chance to provoke, and if Anqin really slims down and her looks surpass the class monitors, what then? Zhang Kaming stiffened his neck and retorted, don't try to goad me. Third bro, if Anqin becomes the belle of our journalism class too, I'll eat shit standing on my head. Chapter 46, The Freak of Talent, Part 1. In the corner of Lakeside Cafeteria, Chen Xing and Anqin sat facing each other at their usual spot. Looking at his own plate filled with fish and meat, then glancing at an XIN's plate still holding only plain rice with shredded potatoes, Chen Xing couldn't help but frown. Your grandpa gives you 900 yuan a month for living expenses, and you earn another 1,500 from your part-time job at the school library. An XIN, you have 2,400 yuan a month now, why are you still just eating shredded potatoes? Seeing Chen Xing slightly irritated, an XIN replied timidly, I'm saving money. Chen Xing asked, saving money? What for? Grandpa borrowed money from relatives to pay my tuition. Grandpa said it was the first time in his life he'd ever asked anyone for a loan. Anqin lowered her eyes, not daring to look at Chen Xing. I want to save up, to repay my tuition debt. Chen Xing's conscience ached faintly at her words. What a callous jerk I am. How could I possibly ask Anqin something as idiotic as, why are you saving money? So exactly how much did your grandfather borrow from relatives? Chen Xing asked. Anqin immediately shook her head in refusal. I'll save up myself to pay it back slowly. I don't want your money. Chen Xing recalled how Anqin had cried earlier when asking Fang Jie for some shampoo to wash her hair. This showed that despite her introverted and insecure appearance, Anqin actually possessed strong self-respect. So the fact that she had accepted the Redmi phone he gave her previously was already showing him tremendous face. There was no way she would let him help pay her tuition. Moreover, Chen Xing's current financial situation wasn't exactly robust enough to cover her tuition fees either. It's understandable that you're saving money to pay back the borrowed tuition with your grandfather, but eating just potatoes with rice every day isn't good for your health. Chen Xing changed his approach and said, how about this, on days when I'm not eating with you, you'll have one egg in addition to your potatoes and rice, okay? And Xian raised her lovely almond-shaped eyes and blinked at Chen Xing. Chen Xing added, an egg in the cafeteria only costs 1.5 yuan. Eating one every day won't delay your tuition savings. And Xing calculated for half a second before obediently nodding her agreement to Chen Xing. Seeing this, Chen Xing immediately broke into a delighted smile, divided half of his stir-fried vegetables for an Xian, and began eating heartily. Watching an Xian routinely take out chili oil and pour it over her shredded potatoes, Chen Xing thought to himself, little fatty sheep has been exercising religiously for 2 months without corresponding weight loss effects. Her high-carb diet probably has a lot to do with it. I believe once basic proteins are added to little fatty sheep's diet, her 7.5-point appearance will likely shine through completely very soon. After lunch, at the entrance of Hubin cafeteria, Chen Xing said to an Xian, by the way, I'm going to Guiyuan Sports Field for basketball team practice this afternoon. After training, let's have dinner together at Guiyuan cafeteria. An Xian nodded obediently, then asked softly, can I come watch you practice? Chen Xing noticed his little lamb was becoming increasingly interested in everything related to him, and his heart swelled with emotion once more. Of course you can come watch if you've got nothing else to do. Chen Xing added, oh right, today our college's men's and women's basketball teams are training together, and the class monitor will be there too. You can not only watch me practice but also cheer for her. At 4 p.m., the Guiyuan Sports Field was bathed in sunshine. The journalism school's men's basketball team was the first to appear on their reserved court. Chen Xing, don't practice with us for now. Take a ball and work on your dribbling by the sidelines first, said Leng Feng, the basketball team captain, smiling at Chen Xing. Got it, Captain. Chen Xing had no objections to Leng Feng's arrangements. Picking up a basketball, he walked to the sideline and began dribbling on his own. Starting point guard Fang Mengao felt a secret thrill when he saw Leng Feng treating Chen Xing so neglectfully. Before long, the women's basketball team from the School of Journalism also appeared at Guiyuan Field, settling on the court adjacent to the men's team's space. Once the women's team began their drills, the men's team completely lost focus. Their attention had firmly drifted elsewhere. The skill level of women's basketball teams at non-sports colleges is honestly quite tragic. Forget about advanced techniques. Even something as basic as a layup can barely be executed correctly by a handful of players who manage to avoid traveling while actually making the shot. Airballs and dribbling off their own feet are the norm for players on the School of Journalism's women's basketball team. Yet despite these dismal skills, the men's basketball team watches their practices with rapt attention, eyes glued to the court. The reason is simple. While the women's basketball team may play ugly, the players themselves are anything but. All the tall girls from every grade and major throughout the journalism school had gathered here, including some stand-up players like Broadcasting Class Belle, the reigning tea queen Jia Chanchan, and News Class 2's Beauty Fang Jai, whose figures and looks were equally exceptional. A dozen young, vibrant, and supple bodies ran freely across the basketball court, with countless basketballs of varying sizes bouncing up and down alongside the girls in rhythmic waves. Faced with such a captivating scene, what red-blooded young man could possibly look away? Thus, even Leng Feng, who usually commanded great authority within the basketball team, found himself utterly unable to regain his players' focus at this moment. Forget it. Leng Feng grinned broadly and announced loudly, today's men's basketball team practice is cancelled. Take this opportunity to go coach our sister team members instead. Seriously, Captain? Fang Mengao couldn't believe his ears, his eyes widening in shock. Leng Feng laughed heartily. Get your asses moving already, before I change my damn mind. Yes, led by Fang Mengao, the men's basketball team members rushed straight to the neighboring women's team practice court and enthusiastically began their technical assistance mission full of warm camaraderie. Chen Xing only knew Jia Chanchan and Fang Jai in the women's basketball team. By now, they were already surrounded by plenty of enthusiastic male players. What's more, Chen Xing himself needed technical assistance, so he was one of only 2 guys in the entire men's basketball team who didn't go to the women's training court. Didn't expect that. You've got some self-control, kid, Leng Feng said with a laugh as he walked up to Chen Xing. Chen Xing replied honestly, I'm not good enough to teach anyone, no point in making a fool of myself. Leng Feng kicked Chen Xing's feet further apart, forcing him to lower his dribbling stance even more. During regular team training sessions, I deliberately avoid practicing with the women's team specifically to prevent situations like today from happening. But today, since I had some unexpected matters to attend to, I left the training venue reservations to Jia Qianqian to arrange, and the result was both teams practicing simultaneously on adjacent courts. While correcting Chen Xing's dribbling posture, Lung Feng murmured to himself, who knows if she did it on purpose or by accident. Chapter 47 The Freak of Talent, Part 2. Chen Xing chuckled inwardly, Captain, don't doubt it, the T-Queen definitely did this on purpose. Lung Feng glanced at Jia Qianqian, who was being carefully attended to by several male team members, and said with a smile, just who is this Jia Qianqian? Even someone like Feng Mengao who has a girlfriend is this enchanted by her. Chen Xing laughed silently again, Captain, this is the power of a true T-Queen. We simply can't compete with this level of skill. At this moment, Anqin with her short hair appeared by the basketball court. She paid no attention to the lively mixed-gender practice happening at the women's basketball training area, simply watching Chen Xing quietly as he practiced dribbling. Lang Feng quickly noticed Anqin standing courtside. Your girlfriend? Chen Xing, classmate. Lang Feng smiled and said, oh, so we're classmates. Having said that, Lang Feng took the basketball and went to practice shooting by himself, no longer paying attention to Chen Xing. Seeing that Captain Lang was letting him act freely, Chen Xing dribbled the basketball over to an Xian side. Ever played basketball before? An Xian shook her head. Chen Xing held the basketball in his hands and asked again, want to give it a try? An Xian nodded happily. Then she took the basketball handed to her by Chen Xing, dribbled it a few times to feel its weight and bounce. Then, with a lift of her hand, the basketball drew a beautiful arc in the air, only to completely miss the hoop. Chen Xing smiled as he retrieved the basketball for an Xian and handed it back to her. My shooting skills aren't much better than yours. It's alright, try again. Encouraged by Chen Xing, an Xian took a few steps closer to the hoop, raised her arms, and sent another beautiful arc through the air, which once again fell short of everything. This time, however, Chen Xing noticed something. Although an Xian shot was indeed an airball, the arc had the right height and the trajectory was straight toward the basket. She just wasn't putting enough power behind it. He fetched the ball for an Xian once more and led her to the free throw line. Stand a bit closer to shoot. I bet after a few more tries, you'll definitely make your very first basket. An Xian's round face flushed slightly as she cradled the basketball against her chest with both hands again, then gazed at the hoop while mentally calculating for half a second. On her third attempt, the ball swished cleanly through the net. And nice shot. Chen Xing was slightly startled, never expecting an Xian to make her first basket in life so quickly. Detected change in affection value. An Xian's affection has increased from 82% to 83%, lover tier. Hearing the system's prompt tone, Chen Xing hurriedly retrieved the basketball for an Xian again, letting her continue experiencing the joy of playing. But Chen Hang immediately noticed something unusual. An Xian on the free throw line, after making her first shot, suddenly became unstoppable, sinking 10 consecutive baskets. This anomaly was quickly spotted by Feng Jiai and the women's basketball team on their side of the court. An Xian, how are you shooting so accurately? Led by Feng Jiai, the entire women's basketball team swarmed over to the men's training court again. An Xian stared blankly at class monitor Feng Jiai, momentarily at a loss for how to explain. The alluring beauty Jia Qianqian glanced at an Xian, then at the basketball hoop, before pulling an Xian 45 degrees to the left. An Xian, try shooting another basket from here, Jia Qianqian said, handing her own basketball to an Xian. An Xian looked up at the hoop, hesitated for half a second, then raised her hand and swished another perfect shot through the net. Wow! The female teammates exclaimed in unison. Then, Jia Qianqian pulled an Xian near the baseline again. An Xian, shoot one more time from here. An Xian obediently complied, fixed her gaze on the basket for half a second, and once again released the ball with a perfect swish. Ah, an Xian, you're amazing, you're a gifted shooter. Feng Jiai couldn't contain her excitement, hugging an Xian while jumping and cheering. An Xian was quite unused to such situations. Her face flushed as she obediently let Feng Jiai hug her, like a quiet oversized plush doll. Jia Qianqian said to the women's basketball team captain Xiamulan, Captain, we don't have anyone in our team who shoots more accurately than an Xian. I suggest we recruit her for the college women's basketball team. Captain Xiamulan was naturally willing, because in their college women's basketball team, players who could smoothly dribble past half-court were the team's pillars. Those who couldn't dribble well but could sink baskets were equally treasured. That depends on whether an Xian is willing, Xiamulan said to Jia Qianqian. Feng Jiai hooked her arm around Anqin's and excitedly said, Say yes, Anqin. Then we'll be teammates on the college women's basketball team. Seeing that the introverted and shy Anqin was still hesitating, Jia Qianqian stepped forward and whispered in her ear, Chen Xing is on the men's college basketball team. If you join the women's team, you'll get to train together often. Anqin's round face flushed pink, her eyes softening with gratitude as she looked at Jia Qianqian. Then she nodded at Feng Jiai, followed by nods to Jia Qianqian and Xiamulan in turn. Perfect. The women's basketball team members erupted in cheers. Chen Xing, who had been silently observing from the sidelines, noticed early on, and Xin always looked at the basket for about half a second before shooting, as if she was calculating the distance between herself and the hoop. Suddenly, Chen Xing felt a weight descend on his shoulders. Turning his head, he saw the 195 cm tall Lung Feng leaning on him. "Captain, you're about to crush me shorter." "Chen Xing, how accurate you're—" "Oh no, I mean your classmates' shots are," Lung Feng said with a smile as warm as a spring breeze. "And here you are, a fraud who can't even dribble properly, spectating? Get your ass to training now." Dinner time, at a corner table in Guiyuan cafeteria. Chen Xing looked utterly incredulous. "No way, you actually calculate before taking the shot?" And Xin nodded, then pulled out paper and a pen from her worn backpack. Before Chen Xing's eyes, she drew a coordinate system, sketched an arc, and scribbled down several formulas that Chen Xing couldn't begin to comprehend. Now Chen Xing fully understood, and Xin's gift wasn't basketball talent, what she possessed was something far more outrageous, top-tier mathematical genius. "And Xin, just how high did you score in math on the college entrance exam?" Chen Xing asked, his voice laced with uneasy admiration. Still scribbling and sketching on the draft paper, trying to explain to Chen Xing why her basketball shots were invariably accurate, and Xin raised her round, adorable almond-shaped eyes upon hearing Chen Xing's question and whispered in reply. 150 points. Chapter 48, The Game of Thrones, Part 1. Chen Xing felt both surprised and not entirely surprised by an Xin's answer. After calming his excited emotions slightly, he went on to inquire about an Xin's scores in other subjects for the college entrance examination. An Xin, with results like these, you could definitely aim for better universities, like Tsinghua or Peking University in the capital, or Fudan and Shanghai Jiaotong University in the Magic City. An Xin explained that her grandfather had told her the cost of living in the capital and the Magic City was too high, and he feared she wouldn't adjust well and would struggle too much. So her grandfather had chosen Jiangcheng, a more affordable central city, and Jiangcheng University, a prestigious century-old institution, for her. Chen Xing suddenly felt a strong desire to meet an Xin's grandfather. He thought the old man's wisdom and insight were truly remarkable. "And what about you, Anshin? Do you think coming to Jiang University was a good choice?" Chen Xing asked. The clever Anshin immediately detected the underlying meaning in Chen Xing's words. She already agreed with her grandfather's choice for her, and after coming to Jiang University, she had met Chen Xing. Of course, she believed that joining Class 2 of the 14th Journalism Department at Jiangcheng University was the best choice she could have made. Anshin raised her round almond-shaped eyes to look at Chen Xing, her heart full of words she couldn't quite express. In the end, she could only nod firmly at him. At the end of May, aside from the talented prodigy and Xin joining the School of Journalism women's basketball team, another major event was the Student Council's leadership transition election. A wave of junior-year student council leaders, including the student union president, vice president, and heads of various departments, would all be stepping down. Once they entered their senior year in the second half of the year, they would need to begin off-campus internships. After returning to campus, they'd have to attend numerous job fairs and go through countless interviews to secure desirable offers. Finally, there were thesis papers to write and defenses to prepare for. In short, seniors could hardly spare any time for campus club activities. They were already gearing up to enter the new battlefield of society. On the evening when the School of Journalism Student Union held its leadership transition elections, Chen Xing headed to the election venue, the largest lecture hall in Building 5, with Wang Xiaojun and Zhang Keiming, two of his roommates from Dorm 520, after having dinner with an Xin. Neither Wang Xiaojun nor Zhang Keiming were members of the student union, so originally, they didn't have the right to attend the election or cast votes. However, after learning that each class must send 5 student representatives from freshmen to juniors to participate in the election and vote, they volunteered to class monitor Fang Jiayi to represent the Class 2 of the 2014 journalism cohort at the student union transition event. The reason why Wang Xiaojun and Zhang Keiming, who usually had no interest in such student activities, became so enthusiastic was because Jia Qianqian from the sports department and Fang Jiayi from the secretariat would be at the event. Of course, the grand annual election event wasn't just attended by the two beauties Jia Qianqian and Fang Jiayi. Xia Mulan, the sophomore class monitor of the broadcasting department who served as both the women's basketball team captain and the head of the student union's academic department, was another famously talented and beautiful figure in the journalism school. Standing beside Xia Mulan was Ho Juntang, head of the student union's publicity department, one of the leading candidates for the next chairperson of the journalism school's student union. Ho Juntang wore a crisp suit, towering over others with his impressive stature, though a sinister glint often flickered behind the golden frames of his glasses. Xia Mulan beside him gazed at him adoringly as they conversed, yet Ho Juntang's attention drifted toward the sports department's seating area, his eyes repeatedly lingering on the sports department staff member Jia Qianqian. To be fair, one couldn't entirely blame Ho Juntang for keeping an eye on the pot while eating from his bowl, because Jia Qianqian's outfit today was simply eye-catching. She had styled her naturally wavy long hair into a high ponytail, revealing her slender, fair neck. She wore a blue and white sailor outfit. The top was white with a dark blue oversized collar and a short scarf draped across the chest as accents. Below was an ultra-short blue pleated skirt, and further down, a pair of smooth, beautiful bare legs were dazzlingly on display, utterly impossible to look away from. Jia Chanshan was looking up, engaged in a warm conversation with Leng Feng, the 195 cm tall sports department head and basketball team captain. Meanwhile, Fang Mengao, the deputy sports department head beside them, kept trying to butt in, eager to show off and catch Jia Chanshan's attention. Standing at the entrance of the lecture hall, Chen Xing took in all these tableaus of human drama, thinking he might get to watch quite a show tonight. Chen Xing, what are you three doing standing at the door? Hearing the familiar voice, Chen Xing turned to see the arrival of Lu Xijie, the beautiful student affairs teacher from the journalism school. Lu Xijie was dressed in her usual proper dark-colored suit today, with sheer black stockings on her legs and subtle, elegant makeup on her face. Unlike the slightly naive charm of female college students, at 25 years old, Lu Xijie, with her graceful figure, had begun to exude that unique allure particular to mature women. Hello, Professor Lu. Chen Xing and the other two greeted Lu Xijie with dazed expressions. Lu Xijie, long accustomed to the dazed gazes of her male students, chuckled and said, "Don't just stand there, hurry up and find your seats. The election for the new committee is about to begin." After greeting Chen Xing and the others, Lu Xijie gracefully walked to the front row of the lecture hall in her small high heels and took a seat. Not only Lu Xijie was there, but also several teachers from the college's youth league committee, including Liang Wan, the committee director. Second and third bro, go sit with our classmates. I need to join my external liaison department folks, Chen Xing said to Wang Xiaojun and Zhang Kaming. Alright, we'll head over then, they replied. Then, Chen Xing arrived at the area where the members of the student union's external relations department were gathered. He said to the department head, Yan Chunming, Director Yan, after today's student union reshuffle, we'll all have to start calling you Chairman Yan. Yan Chunming couldn't help but beam with delight at Chen Xing's flattery, his eyes nearly disappearing into slits. The election cycle hasn't even started yet, Chen Xing, don't jinx me with your praise. There are still a few seats left. Hurry up and take one. To be precise, Chen Xing's words couldn't exactly be called flattery. Yan Chunming, the diligent and hard-working Minister of External Relations, along with Ho Huntao, the shrewd and calculating Minister of Propaganda, were both strong candidates for this year's Student Union presidency. Understood, Minister. Chen Xing had barely settled into his seat when the 2015 School of Journalism Leadership Election Assembly officially commenced. Chapter 49, Game of Thrones, Part 2. After the moderator's brief opening remarks, the first cannon fodder candidate Jia Chanshan gracefully ascended the podium in the lecture hall to deliver her campaign speech. Labeling Jia Chanshan as a cannon fodder candidate wasn't because she completely lacked popularity, it was simply because she was still a freshman this year. One of the unwritten rules of the student union elections dictated that, under normal circumstances, sophomore student council members would succeed the junior year executive committee, serve for 1 year, then retire. This cyclical renewal formed a predictable pattern of metabolism. But whether to embody democracy or because there are always bold freshmen who don't fear tigers, each year's list of candidates for student council president inevitably includes 1 or 2 first-year students. Jia Chanshan's campaign speech was polished and concise, though none of the male audience members paid much attention to what she actually said. They all just wished her speech would go on longer, and longer still, until it lasted indefinitely. Lu Xijie, seated at the front podium, silently listened as the Communist Youth League Committee Director Liang Wan and others beside her whispered remarks about Jia Chanshan's fashion choices. While there were no strict rules requiring candidates for the new student council election to wear formal attire, candidates dressed as refreshingly and attractively as Jia Chanshan were indeed a rare sight. Thank you all. That concludes my election speech. Jia Chanshan placed a hand over her heart and bowed deeply to the audience before stepping off the podium with a relaxed expression. Yet unexpectedly, instead of returning to her colleagues in the sports department after her speech, Jia Chanshan walked straight toward the public relations department where Chen Xing was seated. Seeing this, Chen Xing immediately tensed up. T-King, please don't come over here. As expected, Jia Chanshan smoothed her short skirt behind her and plopped down right next to Chen Xing. In an instant, countless razor-sharp gazes shot towards Chen Xing like drawn swords, with Fang Mengao, Wang Xiaojun, and Fang Jiayi's stares being particularly scorching. The people sitting in the front few rows from the External Relations Department also turned around one after another, secretly observing this unexpected incident. This isn't, what kind of joke is this? Chen Xing said with a helpless expression. Jia Chanshan smiled faintly, her enchanting eyes radiating enough electricity to light up a city. What, is this seat taken? Chen Xing rubbed his forehead and said, everyone sitting here is from the External Liaison Department. Your sports department is over there. Jia Chanshan crossed her fair legs, propping one over the other with a languid air. I don't want to go back and sit with the sports department, she said. Why? Senior Lang Fong, and that Fong Mengao too. There are so many handsome guys in the sports department. Don't you like handsome men? Chen Xing asked in confusion. Senior Lang Fong already has a girlfriend. I'm a good girl, I wouldn't dream of interfering in someone else's relationship, Jia Chanshan said with a stern expression. Chen Xing chuckled helplessly. She's a good girl. That Fong Mengao isn't bad either. Jia Chanshan pouted her pretty lips, all show and no substance, just full of empty talk and noisy chatter. Chatting with you is much more interesting. Thanks for the compliment. Chen Xing's gaze involuntarily drifted toward Jia Chanshan's snow-white legs. Jia Chanshan, meanwhile, was looking at Chen Xing's hair. There were too many people on the basketball court the other day. I didn't even notice your new hairstyle. Really suits you. Detected change in affection level. Jia Chanshan's affection has increased from 56% to 57%, friend level. Thank you for the compliment. Chen Xing thought to himself. It seems that apart from little Lam Anqin, every other woman who saw my new hairstyle showed varying degrees of increased favorability. How do you like my legs? Do they look good? After checking out Chen Xing's new hairstyle, Jia Chanshan noticed he was eyeing her legs. Ahem. Chen Xing immediately averted his gaze awkwardly. The dress looks nice, just a bit short. Only then did he realize that the navy blue pleated miniskirt Jia Chanshan was wearing was the exact same style Song Xiaoqing had tried on recently at the only women's clothing store in Xuanwang Plaza. Don't worry, I'm wearing really thick leggings underneath, Jia Chanshan said casually. She lowered her head to adjust the short scarf at her chest, then smoothed out the pleated skirt hem that barely covered a small section of her snowy white thighs. Hey, you still haven't answered me. Do my legs look good? Chen Xing nodded. Do I even need to say it? The masses have sharp eyes. Jia Chanshan was so amused by Chen Xing that she snorted with laughter. So whose legs are better looking, mine or Song Xiaoqing's from Normal University? That night over drinks and conversation, Jia Chanshan managed to coax Song Xiaoqing's name out of Chen Xing's mouth. They're both nice, each has its own merits, Chen Xing said with a hand over his chest. But to be honest, I personally prefer your leg shape more. Jia Chanshan smiled radiantly. How so? Her figure is on the slender side, so her legs are the slim type. Personally I prefer thighs with a bit more thickness, plumper legs. Jia Chanshan's pretty face flushed slightly. You perverted scumbag. Chen Xing. I won't deny being lustful, but how does telling the truth make me a scumbag? At this moment, the vibration from Chen Xing's phone in his pocket grew increasingly frequent. Jia Chanshan, sitting beside him, noticed this. Who's messaging you? You should check it. Chen Xing pulled out his phone. Without even unlocking it he knew it must be Wang Zhaojun and Fong Jia bombarding him with WeChat messages. Wang Zhaojun, what's going on? Why is my goddess Jia sitting with you? Fong Jia, what's happening? Why is Jia Chanshan sitting with you? Of course, Chen Xing never replied to their WeChat messages, and they ended up sending several similar follow-ups. Jia Chanshan leaned in curiously next to Chen Xing to peek at his phone. Your class leader Fong is so worked up. She must be worried about an XIN. Who's this Wang Zhaojun? Chen Xing. No, Wang Zhaojun is my roommate. Doesn't he text you on WeChat every day? You don't know him? Chen Xing asked in confusion. Jia Chanshan paused for a second before replying. Oh, he must have added my alternate account. My cousin manages that WeChat ID. Chen Xing. What alternate account? What cousin? Jia Chanshan said calmly. Too many people want to add me on WeChat, so I put all the people I don't really want to interact with on my alternate account. Then I'll give my high school freshman cousin 500 yuan in pocket money every month to help me manage my WeChat side account. Chen Xing. The reigning T-King is truly terrifying. With a loud swish, Yan Chunming, the outgoing Minister of External Relations sitting in front of Chen Xing, finally stood up and walked to the podium with an impassioned expression, ready to deliver his emotionally charged campaign speech. Jia Chanshan watched Yan Chunming on stage and leaned closer to Chen Xing, asking, who do you think will be elected as the new student council president today? Chen Xing replied casually, how would I know? Anyway, judging by all the gossip, it's either our Minister Yan or that Ho Juntang. Jia Chanshan turned her flirtatious gaze back to Chen Xing and said, you don't seem very interested in student council affairs. Chen Xing nodded. After voting for our outreach department head today, I'll find an opportunity to quit the student council in a couple of days, this little nobody just tagging along for the ride. Jia Chanshan sighed with regret. If you quit, then I don't want to continue either. Between the debate team and basketball team commitments, I'm already swamped as it is. Chen Xing smirked without a word, thinking to himself, whether you refund your T-King title or not, it's none of my damn business. At that moment, Jia Chanshan's gaze drifted toward Ho Juntang, who was stealing glances at her, and she murmured softly to Chen Xing. Chen Xing, if we make you the next Minister of External Relations, will you still withdraw from the Student Council? Chapter 50, The Game of Power, Part 2. Chen Xingla chuckled. Me? A nobody who spent over half a year in the External Relations Department without securing a single sponsorship dime, becoming the next External Relations Department head? Classmate Jia Chanshan, how come I never noticed you were this hilarious before? Jia Qianxian shot Chen Xing a flirtatious glare with her bewitching eyes. I'm not joking with you. Chen Xing knew Jia Qianxian wasn't the type to make baseless statements. Then tell me, how can I secure the throne as the next Minister of External Relations? Jia Qianxian's eyes suddenly turned razor-sharp. Just make sure your current Minister Yan successfully becomes the next Student Union President, then you, Chen Xing, will have a very strong chance of taking over external relations. Chen Xing became intrigued. Go on. Jia Qianxian's alluring eyes sparkled even brighter with gossip fuel. This year's two front-runner candidates are Ho Juntang and Yan Chunming. They absolutely despise each other. Ho Juntang is from the advertising department, and Yan Chunming is from the journalism department. Because of their feud, the student union gradually split into advertising department and journalism department factions. Chen Xing laughed. Wow, a bunch of college students actually playing at factional rivalries. Wait, hold on. What about your broadcasting department? Which side are you on? Chen Xing asked, looking at Jia Qianxian. Our broadcasting department has always been small. We're practically the mascots of the student union, Jia Qianxian replied, glancing toward Xiamulan. And just look at how senior sister Xia stares at Ho Juntang. You tell me, which side would the broadcasting department take? Chen Xing said somewhat helplessly, sometimes being a simp knows no gender. Jia Qianxian ignored Chen Xing's sarcastic remark and continued explaining. Currently, Ho Juntang's advertising department faction holds sway. The publicity department is his stronghold. He's about to take over the literary arts department, and the study department and secretariat are also filled with his people. Chen Xing laughed and quipped sarcastically, damn, the journalism school student union has 6 departments total, and Ho Juntang controls 4 of them. Your news department's leader Yan Chunming was already at a disadvantage. If Ho gets elected student union president, don't you think he'll carefully handpick the next outreach department head? Jia Qianxian asked rather smugly. Chen Xing nodded repeatedly as he listened. Advisor Jia makes a valid point. But with so many talented people in the external relations department, why would Minister Yan choose a nobody like me? Jia Qianxian leaned her face closer to Chen Xing's and said while observing the external relations members sitting in front of them, simple, because while your department's current deputy minister is competent, he's already a junior. After today's election for new leadership, he'll be stepping down. The other moderately capable members are either preparing to leave or are all from the advertising department. While advertising students don't necessarily follow Ho Juntang's lead, your Minister Yan only has the external relations department as his last stronghold now. He can't afford to take that risk. Finally, Jia Qianxian turned her gaze back to Chen Xing and gave his shoulder a light pat. You're Chen Xing, the only journalism freshman in the PR department with a clean background, and on the surface you seem easy to control. If you were Yan Chunming, who would you choose as the next PR department head? Chen Xing found his emotions unexpectedly stirred by Jia Qianxian's words, and he responded somewhat heatedly. If I were Yan Chunming, I'd definitely choose myself. Damn, this is like a budget mini version of Game of Thrones. Chen Xing couldn't help but exclaim. Jia Qianxian proudly smiled at her own analysis. So, are you joining this game of power? I'm not joining. Jia Qianxian. I wasted all that breath. Why do you still have zero interest? Chen Xing chuckled. Chief Strategist Jia, there's a bit of ambiguity in what you just said. Jia Qianxian froze for a moment before her face flushed red. You pervert. Your explanation was brilliant, Chief Strategist Jia, but this knockoff version of power feels a little childish to me, Chen Xing added. Jia Qianxian rolled her eyes at him. Childish? How? You're just a freshman putting on airs of maturity. Chen Xing smiled and asked, do I really look like a freshman to you? Jia Qianxian also flashed a meaningful smile. On the outside, yes, but inside, you seem more like a man in his 30s. Chen Xing burst into silent laughter, internally exclaiming how truly legendary this girl was. Soon after, Yan Chunming and Ho Juntang finished their respective campaign speeches one after another. Then, the final sacrificial lamb among the candidates, Fang Jia, stepped onto the stage. Zhang Kaiming, who had a crush on Fang Jia, mustered up his courage at this moment. He stood up and led 5 student representatives from journalism class 2 to cheer for her. Go, class president. You're the best. But this cringeworthy scene only made Fang Jia, who was already somewhat nervous, even more tense. Chen Xing from the back row noticed class president Fang's embarrassment and shouted towards Zhang Kaiming's direction, everyone from journalism class 2, sit down now. Sure enough, after the 5-person cheering squad took their seats, Fang Jia was finally able to smoothly begin her campaign speech. Sitting beside him, Jia Qianxian understood Chen Xing's subtle maneuvering and muttered, your observational skills and emotional intelligence. It's a shame you left the student council. Since you're not doing it anymore, there's no one interesting left in the student council. I'll go tell Senior Leng Feng later that he should look for someone else to fill the deputy head position in the sports department. Chen Xing chuckled, no one really cares whether I stay or go. But if you leave the sports department, that Fang Mengao guy is probably going to be heartbroken for a long time. Jia Qianxian lifted her delicate little chin, who cares about him? A few minutes later, the last candidate Fang Jia also finished her speech. She was seen letting out a deep breath and walking off the stage with a relaxed expression. Next came the live voting session. All present student council members, class presidents, youth league branch secretaries, and student representatives, 155 individuals in total, were each asked to write down 3 names. The candidate with the most votes would become the next student council president, while the second and third highest vote-getters would serve as vice presidents. After Jia Qianxian finished writing her own ballot, she glanced at Chen Xing beside her. Unexpectedly, Chen Xing openly showed her his ballot, which bore 3 names: Yan Chunming, Fang Jia, Jia Qianxian. Jia Qianxian said happily, "Oh, so you're choosing me as the student union vice president?" Chen Xing pretended to lament, "If I were the student union president, I'd definitely make you my vice president. Too bad I'm just a small fry." After all the classmates' ballots were submitted, the tense vote counting process began. The task of tallying the votes for each candidate was assigned to members of the student union secretariat. To ensure fairness and impartiality, the counting process would be supervised by teacher Lu Sijie from the Student Affairs Office and 2 other teachers from the Youth League Committee. Finally, the moment everyone had been waiting for arrived, the exhilarating vote-counting ceremony. The 8 candidates stood in a row on the podium, arranged in the order of their speeches. The host announced with visible excitement, "First candidate Jia Qianxian has received a total of 81 votes. Wow, that Jia Qianxian is only a freshman. She got so many votes." The entire venue buzzed with chatter and murmurs of surprise. Jia Qianxian graciously bowed to everyone in appreciation. Chen Xing thought to himself, 81 votes? That probably means every male student present cast their ballot for the T-King. Is the T-King already this formidable even as a freshman? Then, the host continued announcing the votes. Our second candidate, Xiamulan, received a total of 94 votes. Candidate number 5, Yan Chunming, received a total of 123 votes. Candidate number 6, Ho Juntang, has received a total of 119 votes. Candidate number 8, Fang Jia, has received a total of 69 votes. Congratulations to Yan Chunming for being elected as the new president of the student union in the School of Journalism. Congratulations to classmates Ho Juntang and Xiamulan for becoming the new vice presidents of the Student Council Executive Board. Chapter 51, Instructor Lin, Please Don't Turn Your Anger on Your Allies, Part 1. The entire venue erupted in thunderous applause, with cheers rising one after another. Chen Xing sat in the back row, clapping lightly, marveling inwardly at Queen Jia Qianxian's intelligence gathering and analytical skills, truly admirable. The election was successfully completed, with various factions in the lecture hall still gathered together, some engaged in animated discussions, while others slowly exited. A small group from Class 2 of the 2014 Journalism Department also formed their own little circle. Zhang Kaming, his face flushed, mustered up his courage and said to Fang Jia, Class President, 69 votes is pretty good, you did amazing. Chen Xing listened to those words, you did amazing, but somehow, it didn't quite sound like genuine praise. Monitor, don't be discouraged. Let's try again next year, Chen Xing also encouraged. Next time our whole class will come to cheer for you, we'll make sure you get elected. Fang Jia's face turned slightly red. No, please don't. Just imagining the whole class cheering for me scares me. Ha 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 ha. The entire news class too burst into laughter. Fang Jia, stay back for a moment, said Ho Juntang, the newly elected vice president, addressing their group. Zhang Kaming watched the elegant-looking Ho Juntang call out the name of his beloved, cursing him silently in his heart as a hypocritical scum, refined yet degenerate, outwardly virtuous but inwardly vile, dressed like a gentleman but behaving like a beast, a monkey in human clothes, a wolf in sheep's clothing, worse than a pig or a dog. Chen Xing knew this was the phase of reappointing positions after the leadership transition election. Every time a new presidium was formed, a few small meetings would be held immediately to finalize all the positions during the transition. Diligent and capable Fang Jia was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for the position of Deputy Secretary General. Though Fang Jia was from the journalism program rather than the advertising department, the Secretary General was one of Ho Juntang's people, so he didn't mind Fang Jia serving as a minor Deputy Secretary General. The class monitor wants to stay for a private meeting, we can head out now, Chen Xing said to the other students from Journalism Class 2. But before Chen Xing and his group could reach the entrance of the lecture hall, Yan Chunming called out from behind them, Chen Xing, stay back a moment. Chen Xing turned around in astonishment, pointing at himself with his finger, me? Yan Chunming said with slight irritation, nonsense, does our journalism school have a second Chen Xing? Chen Xing inwardly panicked. They wouldn't really make me take over as the public relations department head, would they? I'm completely useless at securing sponsorships. Second bro, third bro, you guys head back first. Looks like I won't be going anywhere for a while yet. Over at the sports department, the outgoing head Lang Feng wore an expression of regret. Junior sister Jia, are you absolutely sure about declining the sports department deputy position? Jia Qianxian nodded emphatically. The eunuch like Fong Mengao couldn't hold back his urgency. Xianxian, don't you understand? Senior Leng arranged for me to take over as sports minister with you as deputy before he left the student council. Why won't you accept? Jia Qianqian rolled her eyes inwardly. Asterisk, are we that close? Calling me Qianqian like that? How nauseating. Asterisk. Senior Leng, I have a lot going on with both the debate team and the basketball team. I feel like I can't handle everything at once. Fong Mengao came straight out with it anxiously. It's fine, don't worry about the sports department affairs. Just take the honorary title of deputy director. Lung Fong glared at Fong Mengao, his eyes saying, you've got a girlfriend, you know. Fong Mengao slowly regained his composure only after seeing the usually respected Captain Lung glare at him. In the outreach department, the newly elected chairman Yan Chunming pondered for a long time before finally uttering those words that were painfully difficult for him to say. I propose Zhang Fan as the next deputy head of the External Liaison Department and Chen Xing as the head of the External Liaison Department. These words sent a shock through the room. Sophomore Zhang Fan surpassed freshman Chen Xing in both seniority and demonstrated work abilities by a wide margin. The only conceivable reason for making him the deputy and Chen Xing the head was clear to everyone. Zhang Fan was from the advertising department. Zhang Fan also understood there was no way to prove his advertising department affiliation wasn't the same as Ho Juntang's, so he had no choice but to grit his teeth and nod. Having a position was better than none, and certainly more respectable than slinking away from the student union in disgrace. Lost in thought, marveling at strategist Jia's flawless calculations, Chen Xing froze for a moment before hurriedly speaking up. Director, no, Chairman Yan, the position of External Relations Director should go to Senior Zhang Fan. Hold on, don't speak yet. After becoming chairman, Yan Chunming exuded full authority. Does anyone else in the External Liaison Department have any objections to my proposal? Everyone exchanged glances. Even Zhang Fan himself had nodded in acceptance. How could anyone possibly oppose the proposal of the newly elected student council president? I object. The members of the External Liaison Department were startled and turned towards the voice in unison. Ho Juntang was walking towards them with Fong Mengao. Chairman Yan, may I voice my opinion? Ho Juntang asked with feigned deference. Vice Chairman Ho, please speak, Yan Chunming replied, doing his best to project an air of quiet authority. At that moment, all eyes in the lecture hall that had stayed behind for the small meeting focused on the Liaison Department's section. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, the members of the External Relations Department tensed up one after another, while Chen Xing simply leaned back with a smile, enjoying the show. Ho Juntang adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and said, as far as I know, Chen Xing is currently a freshman and has been in the External Relations Department for nearly a year, but hasn't shown any outstanding performance. Ho Juntang deliberately emphasized the word outstanding with a sarcastic undertone, implying that Chen Xing had no competence whatsoever. So I propose that Fong Mengao from the sports department take over as head of the External Relations Department, with Zhang Fan as deputy head. Fong Mengao has an exceptional appearance and excellent eloquence, and has demonstrated remarkable work ability in various tasks within the sports department. What does our public relations department's successor selection have to do with the sports department? Yan Chunming couldn't take it anymore and interrupted. A cold glint flashed in Ho Juntang's eyes. Your public relations department? Chairman Yan, the public relations department belongs to the journalism school's student union. As the newly elected vice chairman, isn't it reasonable for me to nominate a suitable successor for the public relations department? In an instant, everyone in the lecture hall felt the air freeze with tension, like drawn bows and loaded arrows ready to strike. Chen Xing, who had been standing nearby enjoying the spectacle, suddenly had a scene from one of China's 4 great classical novels, Water Margin, flash through his mind. The tactician Wu Yong shouted with concern on his face, Instructor Lin, let's talk this through calmly. Whatever you do, don't turn on each other. Chapter 52, Instructor Lin, whatever you do, don't turn on each other, Part 2. Yan Chunming understood clearly that he couldn't back down here. If he did, Ho Juntang would quickly sideline him, leaving him with nothing but an empty title. Vice Chairman Ho has his proposal, and I have mine. Why don't we take a democratic approach and let the students from the External Liaison Department decide which proposal to accept themselves? Yan Chunming skillfully advanced by retreating, turning the tables in one swift move. Yan Chunming knew full well, although his arrangement wasn't entirely reasonable, the members of the External Liaison Department would never accept an airdropped leader from the sports department. A sinister smile curled at the corner of Ho Juntang's mouth. Chairman Yan's proposal is excellent. Our presidium shouldn't have a monopoly on decisions. We should listen more to the opinions of other student union members. But this opinion shouldn't solely come from the External Liaison Department. Vice Chairman Xia, bring over the heads and deputy heads of several other departments. With a wave of Ho Juntang's hand, Xia Mulan led a group of cadres from the advertising department forward. Yan Chunming was absolutely furious at this scene. Ho Juntang, you bastard. On the very first day of my election as student council president, you're already trying to sideline me. But faced with the formidable and well-organized advertising department team, Yin Chunming momentarily couldn't find the right angle to counter Ho Juntang. After all, the pit of listening to everyone's opinions was one he had dug himself. Just as Yin Chunming felt isolated and helpless, contemplating whether to tear off all pretense and fight to the bitter end, Chen Xing, who had been quietly enjoying the spectacle, stepped forward. "Chairman Yen, Vice Chairman Ho, you mustn't start a bloodbath." Of course, Chen Xing only said this in his heart. "May I have a few words with both the chairman and vice chairman?" Originally, Chen Xing hadn't planned to stand up and speak for Yin Chunming. He also had no intention of taking over as head of the external liaison department, nor was he interested in getting involved in the low-budget version of Game of Thrones between Yin Chunming and Ho Juntang. But when he saw the well-dressed yet sinister and hypocritical Ho Juntang backing the always kind and accommodating Yin Chunming into a corner, Chen Xing's stance became clear in his heart. Seeing one of the parties involved, the minor league player Chen Xing suddenly speak up, both Yin Chunming and Ho Juntang were startled, but neither objected. Chen Xing smiled and said, "Actually, this matter is quite easy to resolve. We just need to combine the proposals of the two chairpersons." Chen Xing pointed at Zhang Fan and Fang Mengao standing to the side. "I have the least seniority here, so I should step aside. Then, Senior Zhang Fan can take over as the head of the outreach department, and Fang Mengao can serve as the deputy head. What does everyone think?" Upon hearing Chen Xing's suggestion, the members of the outreach department nodded in agreement, because when it came to work capability, this proposal was quite reasonable. Having Zhang Fan as the head of the outreach department was convincing enough, and Fang Mengao, as an outsider, only taking on a deputy role was also acceptable. After listening to Chen Xing's words, Ho Juntang was practically bursting with joy inside. This little brother of Yin Chunming's named Chen Xing was utterly clueless. I thought he might have some brilliant suggestion to help his big brother Yin Chunming out of this bind. Instead, he came up with such a brain-dead, digging his own grave kind of proposal. Yin Chunming was completely baffled after hearing Chen Xing's words. "Hold on, Chen Xing, whose side are you even on? Are you actually a mole Ho Juntang planted in my PR department? On my very first day in office, with that bastard Ho Juntang breathing down my neck so aggressively, there was no way I'd let my PR department fall into the hands of two people from the advertising department." Just as Yin Chunming was about to snap back at Chen Xing, he heard Chen Xing continue, "My proposal has its merits, but there's one tiny flaw. Do you know what it is, Vice Chairman Ho?" At this moment, feeling victorious and smug, Ho Juntang casually replied, "Oh, what minor flaw are you referring to?" "The minor flaw is that if we proceed according to my suggestion, our outreach department will effectively become territory controlled by your advertising department. Vice Chairman Ho, you'd be able to sideline Chairman Yin Chunming on the very first day of your election." As soon as Chen Xing uttered these words, the enormous lecture hall instantly fell into complete silence. No one would have expected that Chen Xing, an obscure and unremarkable freshman, would so blatantly lay bare all the shady dealings beneath the table in this game of power, exposing them to everyone in an instant. After what seemed like an endless moment, Jia Qianqian, who had been observing the battle from afar, was the first to burst into laughter. Her bell-like laughter shattered the icy awkwardness that had frozen the scene. Ahem! Ho Juntang seized the chance to clear his throat and interjected, "Advertising majors or journalism majors, we're all students from the School of Journalism. And saying I plan to sideline Chairman Yen Chunxing, you're quite the joker." Yet, Chen Xing showed not even the slightest regard for Ho Juntang's attempt to save face. "Me, humorous? Vice Chairman Ho is the truly humorous one. Just count for yourself how many of the 6 department heads and deputies in the student union are from the advertising department, and how many remain from journalism. And now you want to interfere with our outreach department's personnel appointments. If this isn't an attempt to undermine Chairman Yan's authority, then what is it?" Chen Xing's relentless and blunt questioning left Ho Juntang momentarily at a loss. Where did this troublemaker Chen Xing come from? Were these words instigated by Yin Chunming? Had he pushed Yin Chunming too far? "Hang on, who do you think you are in the student union to spout such nonsense here?" Fang Mengao, standing beside Ho Juntang, suddenly shouted at Chen Xing. Fang Mengao had already felt jealous of Chen Xing upon seeing him sitting and chatting happily with Jia Qianqian earlier. Now witnessing Chen Xing's verbal assault on Ho Juntang, his advertising department's decision-maker, right to his face, Fang Mengao completely lost his temper. Chen Xing immediately took offense. "Who do I think I am? Then who do you think you are? Since when did student council start having seating hierarchies?" Though Ho Juntang secretly approved of his underling Fang Mengao's aggressive charge, he still verbally reeled him back. "Fang Mengao, mind how you speak." Ho Juntang then turned to the members of the student union and said, "Everyone knows I've always admired President Yan's work ethic and respected his character. I don't have the capability, nor would I ever attempt to undermine his authority." Though they were all insincere pleasantries, as the vice president of the student council, Ho Juntang still made sure to maintain an appearance of unity. Ho Juntang then pulled Xia Mulan to the center of the crowd and said, Vice Chairman Xia, who was elected by everyone, is from the broadcasting department. So there's no such thing as advertising or journalism factions in the student union. For the moment, Ho Juntang managed to smooth things over, but the staffing issue in the external relations department remained unresolved. How about this? Chen Xing, the inconspicuous one, said with a mischievous grin, once again proposing his idea. Submit all three of our names, mine, Zhang Fan's, and Fang Mengao's, to teacher Lu Xijie at the Student Affairs Office. Let her make the arrangements. Lu Xijie was the direct supervisor of the journalism school's student council, and deferring to her judgment was indeed a viable solution. However, while everyone else considered the plan feasible, Yan Chunming and Ho Juntang both held different opinions. Yan Chunming wasn't very familiar with Lu Xijie, who had only joined the journalism school less than 2 months ago. He was worried that Lu Xijie might make the reasonable arrangement of appointing Zhang Fan as head of the external relations department and Fang Mengao as deputy head. Ho Juntang also didn't want this matter pushed in front of Lu Xijie. Firstly, he worried doing so would make the new student union presidium appear both disunited and indecisive. Secondly, if Lu Xijie consequently called the 3 candidates for face-to-face interviews, would this Chen Xing still barefacely spout the same nonsense about the advertising department suppressing the journalism department in the student union as he did today? Some things weigh less than 4 taels when not placed on a scale, but once they land on Lu Xijie's scales at the academic affairs office, Ho Juntang dared not imagine further. He cleared his throat again and adopted a humble posture as he addressed Yan Chunming. Chairman Yan, perhaps we shouldn't trouble teacher Lu from the Student Affairs Office with these internal personnel arrangements of our association? Seeing Yan Chunming nod in agreement, Ho Juntang continued in a cordial tone, why don't we let the new presidium discuss this matter separately? Of course, regarding the external liaison department's affairs, we'll mainly follow Chairman Yan's opinion. Noticing Ho Juntang's voluntary compromise, Yan Chunming maintained a guarded expression as he stepped aside with Ho and Xia Mulan. After the 3 presidium members engaged in whispered deliberations in full view of everyone, Xia Mulan stepped forward to announce their joint decision. The executive committee has decided, sophomore Fang Mengao will assume the position of external relations department head, while freshman Chen Xing will serve as deputy head. Chapter 53, One general's achievement is built upon 10,000 bones. Hearing the executive committee's decision, Zhang Fan, who had unexpectedly lost the election, widened his eyes in shock, momentarily unable to accept reality. He had worked diligently in the student union's external relations department for nearly 2 years, contributing both meritorious service and hard labor. Yet when it came time for rewards commensurate with merits, he became the discarded sacrifice, cast aside like worthless straw. Just as the members of the external relations department were about to step forward to comfort Zhang Fan, he suddenly let out 3 cold laughs and walked out of the lecture hall without looking back. In fact, the compromise between the 2 sides was easy to understand, 1 leader and 1 deputy, with the advertising department and journalism department each getting one of the positions. Yan Chunming felt that Fang Mengao, who had been parachuted in, would have a hard time winning people over. Under his subtle manipulation, Fang Mengao's position as head of the external relations department wouldn't be stable. Ho Juntang thought that although Chen Xing, who seemed utterly unremarkable, was good at muddying the waters, he had zero competence in actual work. This insignificant deputy department head was nothing to worry about. At this point, the power dynamics of the newly elected journalism school student council had been fully established. The minor episode that had just occurred at the outreach department served as a vivid demonstration to everyone present of what the Game of Thrones truly meant, showing how a general's triumph is built upon 10,000 bones. Suddenly, Jia Chanshan came to her senses and hurriedly ran back to Lang Feng's side at the sports department. Lang Feng was currently staring at the 3 newly elected members of President Yan Hoxia's team with a disappointed expression, worried that the journalism school student council would become a cesspool under their leadership. Senior brother Lang, can I change my mind? Jia Chanshan looked up at Lang Feng with a charming smile dancing in her alluring eyes. Lang Feng could see that his junior, Jia Chanshan, was not only strikingly beautiful but genuinely capable, so he readily agreed to her change of mind and reinstated her as the deputy head of the sports department, a position he had originally intended for her anyway. Watching Jia Chanshan unexpectedly return to the sports department, Fang Mengao, who had just taken over as head of the liaison department, felt his guts twisting with regret. He had only accepted the new position in the liaison department after his big brother Ho Juntang arranged it for him, thinking Jia Chanshan had truly quit the sports department. Who could have guessed this mischievous tea queen would suddenly pull a U-turn? Fang Mengao glanced at Ho Juntang chatting with 2 other executive committee members nearby, but ultimately dared not voice his absurd thought, I regret this too. Chen Xing, stop right there. Chen Xing had just stepped out of Building 5 when he heard tea queen Jia Chanshan calling after him. You told me you weren't interested in joining student council, that it was just some childish power game. Jia Chanshan caught up and walked alongside him. Chen Xing replied, I changed my mind at the last minute. Jia Qianqian pouted her pretty little lips. You changed your mind without telling me, and made me look stupid flipping back and forth in front of Senior Lang. Chen Xing chuckled. You saw the situation we were in. While our journalism department was besieged by the advertising department, we were hanging by a thread. Who had time to notify you? Humph. Jia Qianqian wasn't satisfied with Chen Xing's excuse. Then tell me, why did you suddenly stick up for Yin Chunming? Just because he's your former minister? Chen Xing replied, that's part of it. The other reason is I can't stand Ho Juintong's smug face when he gets his way. Jia Qianqian laughed. A petty man intoxicated by success? I don't see it at all. Could it be you're jealous that Vice Chairman Ho is handsome and got elected as the student union's vice president? Chen Xing said plainly, whoever wants to be the student union vice president can have the position. I won't deny feeling a bit jealous of him for being good looking, but the truth is, I genuinely dislike his character. Jia Qianqian froze for a moment. You're quite honest about it. Chen Xing smiled and said, I've always been an honest and straightforward guy. You call yourself an honest man? Who was it that sat right next to me just now, staring straight at my legs? Honest men aren't dead men, honest men can still have desires too. You utter scumbag. Just as Chen Xing and Jia Qianqian were walking shoulder to shoulder laughing and teasing each other, Fang Jia suddenly pushed her way between the two. Chen Xing, monitor? Fang Jia glared fiercely at Chen Xing. What were you two chatting about so happily? Jia Qianqian flirtatiously rolled her eyes, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Oh, we just talked about Chen Xing staring at my... Chen Xing hurriedly interrupted the tea queen's setup. We were just saying how it's such a waste that you're only a deputy director in the secretariat, Fang monitor. You'd be much more suited to be a vice president. Fang Jia eyed Chen Xing suspiciously. Why did you interrupt Jia Qianqian? Ah, did I? Chen Xing quickly seized the moment when Fang Jia turned toward Jia Qianqian to make pleading faces at the latter. Seeing Chen Xing had admitted defeat, Jia Qianqian smiled and said, Class President Fang, Chen Xing said you should be vice chairperson, but I think your abilities are more than sufficient to be chairperson. Fang Jia didn't believe a word from this shameless pair. After a moment's thought, she simply linked arms with Jia Qianqian and said, Jia Qianqian, let's go this way, I know a shortcut back to Guiyuan dorm. Jia Qianqian barely had time to react before Fang Jia dragged her into a narrow alleyway by the roadside, leaving Chen Xing with nothing but a longing glance. Left stranded at the scene, Chen Xing chuckled while shouting into the alleyway. Class President, you've gone down a dead-end path, the shortcut to Guiyuan Garden is at the next intersection. Sure enough, a thoroughly embarrassed Fang Jia soon emerged from the dark alleyway arm in arm with a thoroughly confused Jia Qianqian. The lighting was bad at night. I must have taken the wrong path. After uttering these barely face-saving words, Fang Jia once again dragged Jia Qianqian away from Chen Xing with swift steps. Chen Xing could do nothing about the straightforward Fang Jia and simply shook his head as he headed alone toward his dormitory. Before he even reached the lakeside dormitory building number 2, Chen Xing received a WeChat message from Fang Jia. Do you know why Anqin suddenly cut her hair short before? Chen Xing? Fang Jia, it's because you gave her a small bottle of Rejoice shampoo. By cutting her hair short, the shampoo you gave her would last longer. Chen Xing stared at the text message from Fang Jia on his phone, completely at a loss for how to respond. An angry Fang Jia didn't even give him time to react. Chen Xing, if you dare break an Xian's heart, I, Fang Jia, will never let you off the hook. Chapter 54, Chen Xing, the Great Philanthropist. With Chen Hang, a fringe figure in the student council, accidentally becoming the new deputy minister of the External Relations Department, the good days of late May slipped away. June arrived, and the notorious reputation of Jiangcheng as a furnace city began to show itself as the daytime sun grew increasingly scorching. Fortunately, Jiangcheng University, built amidst mountains and rivers, boasted lush greenery, allowing students to weave through the woods and follow the winding paths of shade to classrooms or canteens. Students sported lighter and lighter clothing, while ice creams and cold drinks in convenience stores across dormitory areas, much like cold showers in dorms, became increasingly popular. On a mid-June morning, Chen Xing sat in his dorm wearing a tank top and shorts, watching Game 6 of the 2015 NBA Finals on his computer. Though the current series stood at Warriors 3-2 over the Cavaliers, Chen Xing knew this game would be the final showdown of the championship series. As expected, the final buzzer sounded with the Golden State Warriors claiming the 2015 NBA championship trophy. Andre Iguodala unexpectedly received the finals MVP award while Stephen Curry stood nearby with a smile. Holy shit, old 4, you're a fucking prophet. The Warriors actually won. Wang Zhaojun, also a basketball fan, watched the game with Chen Xing, and he knew Chen Xing had bet on the Warriors to win on the sports gambling website, though he wasn't aware of the exact amount he had wagered. Shortly after, a notification for the deposit of 1.5 million yuan appeared on Chen Xing's phone. Chen Xing clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, then let out a cathartic roar in the dorm room. Aya. Gao Jin and Zhang Kaming, who were still lying in bed playing with their phones, were startled by Chen Xing's sudden outburst. Zhang Kaming, holy shit, fourth brother, have you lost your mind? Gao Jin asked Wang Zhaojun, what's wrong with fourth brother? Wang Zhaojun shook his head with a smile, I'm not sure if he's gone crazy, but I do know he just won his sports bet. Zhang Kaming's gossipy heart was immediately piqued, holy shit, old four, you're so worked up, how much did you actually win? Chen Xing couldn't stop grinning, his eyes nearly disappearing from laughter. Second brother, there's a time for gossip and a time to shut up. If I told you guys how much I won this time, the four of us probably couldn't stay brothers anymore. Zhang Kaming looked utterly confused. What the hell does old four mean by that? The slightly older Gao Jin saw things most clearly. What Lao Si means is he's won too much this time. If he tells us exactly how much he won, the three of us would be too jealous to ever speak to him again. Chen Xing nodded and said, as expected of the big brother, always the smartest. Wang Zhaojun pulled out the Swiss Army knife from his pocket. Personally, I think we should just team up and whack Lao Si, then divide his betting winnings. Ha ha ha, brilliant idea. Zhang Kaming chimed in. Gao Jin said, after all, Lao Si is our sworn brother from different mothers and fathers. It wouldn't be righteous to off him just for some money. Seeing the honest Gao Jin get out of bed to speak up for him, Chen Xing was deeply moved. Big bro really values brotherhood. But then Gao Jin continued, Lao San, if Lao Si won't hand over his winnings, just castrate him and spare his life. Chen Xing. Wang Zhaojun nodded solemnly, understood, big bro. Then he took out a sharp Swiss Army knife and slowly moved it toward Chen Xing's vital spots. Seeing the situation escalate, Chen Xing immediately backed down. Brothers, let's talk this through. There's no need for knives and guns, right? Zhang Kaming grinned triumphantly. Then why don't you hurry up and confess? How much did you actually win? Pretending to struggle with the decision, Chen Xing held up one finger on his left hand and 5 fingers on his right. You won 15,000? Zhang Kaming couldn't help but shout out. Chen Xing immediately put his index finger to his lips, nervously lowering his voice. Keep it down, second bro. You want the whole lake too to know I won money? Don't flash your cash, haven't you heard that saying? Zhang Kaming promptly lowered his volume. Oh, right, my bad. Seeing this, Wang Zhaojun sheathed the blade in his hand and nodded, honest confession deserves mercy. Old fourth, now that you've won so much, what fancy treat are you treating us brothers to? Chen Xing sneered disdainfully, damn, third bro, is eating all you ever think about? Haven't I always treated you guys to good food and drinks? Gao Jin nodded and said, that's true, old fourth has never been stingy with us brothers. Old fourth, stop keeping us in suspense. Just tell us straight how you plan to share your gambling winnings with us. Chen Xing smiled and said, I'm planning to take you all to Chuanwang Square together and buy each of you a new set of clothes. 520 Sanbao first froze, then looked utterly thrilled. Is it really true, Godfather? Chen Xing stood with arms akimbo, grinning smugly, dead serious. The scorching midday heat did nothing to dampen the enthusiasm of Chen Xing's 4-member expedition to Kunwang Plaza. The mall's air conditioning blasted at full strength. Each holding an iced milk tea, Chen Xing's group sipped and strolled through the shopping center. When Chen Xingyang led the 3 treasures of 520 into the Nike store, all 3 of them still wore hesitant expressions. Fourth bro, are you really letting us pick out clothes here? Nike stuff isn't cheap. Honest Gao Jin voiced his concerns. Chen Xing chuckled, no worries, big bro, just pick what you like. Besides, if I just took you to some discount shop to make do, would you guys really let me off the hook? Wang Zhaojun, always quick with sarcastic remarks, was the first to start browsing. Big bro, since fourth bros put it this way, we shouldn't be shy about it anymore. Watching the 3 musketeers of 520 browsing around the store separately, Chen Xing cheerfully added, pick whatever you like, guys. If nothing here catches your eye, Adidas is right across the street. However, the way straight men shop is completely different from most women. While men's shopping motto is fast, precise, and decisive, women can happily spend an entire day leisurely browsing, whether they end up buying anything or not. As a result, Chen Xing and his friends had already picked out everything they wanted after just visiting this one Nike store. For tops, each of the 4 chose sports t-shirts in different colors. For bottoms, Chen Xing and Gao Jin opted for dark athletic pants while Wang Zhaojun and Zhang Kaming selected light-colored casual trousers. Then the 4 of them each picked out a pair of Nike basketball shoes. Finally, before checking out, Chen Xing separately bought himself a Golden State Warriors jersey and a new basketball. The total came to 5,582 yuan. So, now that I've done my part and bled a little, are you guys finally feeling balanced? The 3 housemates from room 520 all looked ashamed. You shouldn't have spent so much, old fourth, this is really too much. Chen Xing looked at the freshly dressed 523 treasures and thought to himself, if you knew I didn't win 15,000 but 1.5 million, you'd probably never find peace in your hearts for the rest of your lives. I'm not deceiving you, I'm doing charity work. What a kind and virtuous man I am, this Chen Xing. The 4 of them, all clad in new outfits, had barely stepped out of the Nike store when they spotted Adidas, Reebok, Kappa, and Li Ning across the way. But these straight men, having completed their shopping mission, had already entered their post-climactic zen state and couldn't muster the slightest desire to continue mall hopping. Wang Zhaojun glanced at his phone. Holy shit, it's not even 3 p.m. yet. What should we do before dinner? Chen Xing checked his phone to see what movies were currently playing. Mad Max, Fury Road looks good. Let's catch a movie first, then have dinner at Chuanwan Plaza. Seeing the three treasures of 520 all nodding in agreement, Chen Xing added, second and third brother will treat for the movie, and big brother will cover dinner. Gao Jin, a local from Jiangcheng, had more disposable income than Wang Zhaojun from the same province and Zheng Kaming from Shaanxi, so Chen Xing made this arrangement for treating everyone. Wang Zhaojun couldn't resist cracking a crude joke. Damn, old four, you're really clever with your arrangements, watching a movie followed by dinner, and you're not spending a single cent. Upon hearing this, Chen Xing immediately grabbed Wang Zhaojun's clothes, trying to strip him. Not spending a single cent, huh? Then you better take off this new skin you're wearing. Just as the group was roughhousing and getting ready to head to the mall cinema, Zheng Kaming, who loved to gossip and look around, suddenly said, Hey, Lao Si, isn't that an XIN over there? Chapter 55, Save the World in a Past Life, Part 1. A few days ago, the well-worn sneakers that an XIN had been wearing finally gave out after enduring nightly runs and the women's basketball team training. Sitting on the sidelines, staring at the completely separated sole, an XIN wondered maybe she should visit that old cobbler who sets up his stall at the faculty market entrance to see if they could be salvaged. But Fang Jia beside her instantly saw through her thoughts. Anqin, those sneakers of yours are too worn out, they're beyond saving now. There are plenty of affordable domestic sneaker brands these days. You can get a decent pair for just 100 or 2. Noticing Anqin's troubled expression at the mention of 100 or 2, Jia Chanchan chimed in, Anqin, we wear the same shoe size. I've got so many sneakers I can't possibly wear them all, why don't I give you a pair? Anqin immediately shook her head and whispered, No, I'll buy my own. Jia Chanchan leaned down, bringing her face close to Anqin's with a meaningful smile. Fine, since you said you'd buy them yourself. If I don't see you wearing new shoes at our next training session, you're definitely taking my sneakers. Under Jia Chanchan's close-range intimidation, Anqin finally abandoned her idea of repairing the old shoes. The reason Jia Chanchan said that was because through training together on the institute's women's basketball team, she and Anqin had gradually grown closer. She knew Anqin disliked troubling others, and understood that behind Anqin's seemingly impoverished appearance was simply a girl who was excessively frugal with herself. Buying a pair of ordinary sneakers was certainly within an XIN's budget, otherwise her class monitor Fang Jia wouldn't have urged her so persistently. Watching an XIN limping away from the basketball court in her worn-out shoes, Jia Chanchan couldn't help but call out behind her, An XIN, you should be kinder to yourself. An XIN turned back somewhat clumsily and nodded at Jia Chanchan with a gentle smile. The moment an XIN thought about buying new sneakers, her first instinct wasn't considering what style or price range to get for herself, but rather where she should go to buy a new pair for Chen Xing. Chen Xing came from an average family, so he'd always worn an old Anta pair when playing basketball. Truth be told, those Anta sneakers were quite durable, and Chen Xing found them perfectly comfortable. Hence, he'd never felt the need to replace them. Yet from the sidelines where an XIN quietly watched Chen Xing practice, the sight of his noticeably worn Anta shoes stood out sharply amidst a sea of brightly colored Adidas, Nikes, AJs, and Reeboks. Anqin naturally didn't recognize brands like Adidas, Nike, AJ, or Reebok. She just wanted Chen Xing to have a nice new pair of basketball shoes too. So Anqin secretly went alone to the Chuangwan Plaza she'd always heard her female classmates talking about. At the Adidas store, she immediately spotted a pair of basketball shoes with white soles and green patterns that caught her eye. Though startled by the price tag showing 1,198 yuan, Anqin never wavered in her determination to give Chen Xing these exorbitantly expensive shoes. She had planned to buy Chen Xing the new shoes at Chuangwan Plaza as soon as her 1,500 yuan work-study payment came through at the end of June. But just 2 days later, she unexpectedly received a text notification for a 1,500 yuan deposit. It turned out the Warriors had won the championship, and an XIN's initial 100 yuan bet placed with Chen Xing had now multiplied to 1,500 yuan. Overjoyed, an XIN hastily finished lunch at Guiyuan Cafeteria before braving the scorching sun alone to rush toward the Chuangwan Plaza outside the university's south gate. Hey Laosi, isn't that an XIN over there? At Zheng Kaming's remark, Chen Xing and the other two immediately followed his pointing finger to look. That familiar figure buying shoes in the Adidas store, it was really an XIN. Chen Xing immediately walked over. An XIN, what are you doing here? Startled by Chen Xing's sudden appearance, an XIN first showed a trace of panic before composing herself. With slightly flushed cheeks, she pulled out the shoebox she had just packed from her shopping bag and opened it before Chen Xing. A pair of white and green men's basketball shoes came into Chen Xing's view. This is for me? Chen Xing wore an incredulous expression. An XIN, where did you get the money to buy me Adidas shoes? An XIN replied quietly, you taught me sports betting, we won 1,400 yuan. Chen Xing froze momentarily before realizing, when he placed his own bet, Little Sheep had indeed followed his lead by wagering 100 yuan on the Warriors to win the championship. Just then, he noticed the new shoes on an Xian's own feet, a pair of Warrior brand sneakers that definitely couldn't have cost more than 100 yuan. A sudden surge of inexplicable anger welled up in Chen Xing's heart. His voice carried a sharp edge as he reprimanded. "Why are you so foolish, buying me Adidas shoes while getting yourself those shabby Warrior sneakers?" And Xian didn't understand why Chen Xing had suddenly gotten angry, but she just lowered her head, not daring to respond. At this moment, the trio of 520 who'd been standing by and swallowing this dog food could take no more. "Old four, are those words coming from a human being? Anshin made a special trip to Kunguang just to buy you basketball shoes, and you still yell at her. Are you even human? You're blessed but don't know it, you have no idea what's good for you. Why are you staring at the three of us? Hurry up and apologize to Anshin." Chen Xing also realized that his tone and attitude toward Anshin just now weren't exactly great. Looking apologetic, he said, "I'm sorry, Anshin, just now And Xian heard Chen Xing apologize to her and quickly raised her round, adorable almond eyes, shaking her head at him. "It's okay." Seeing that Xian wasn't angry with him at all, Chen Xing sighed and said, "Of course I'm happy you gave me these sneakers, but the money you won yourself should be spent more on you." And Xian shook her head again. "You taught me how to win, it's not really my own winnings." Chen Xing, what a silly girl. How much did these Adidas cost you? Anshin blinked her round almond-shaped eyes and answered softly, 11.98. Chen Xing frowned slightly. "What about the Warrior sneakers you were wearing yourself?" Anshin blinked her round almond-shaped eyes and whispered, 65. Then she broke into a happy smile. "There's still 137 left to save." After hearing Xian's words, Chen Xing smiled bitterly and said, "I can accept these Adidas shoes you bought me, but you have to promise me that next time, whether it's money you earn from part-time jobs or winnings from betting on games, you should spend the bulk of it on yourself." And Xian inwardly disagreed with Chen Xing's notion of self-centered spending habits. But at this moment, it wasn't just the 520 trio watching from the sidelines. Several Adidas shop assistants were also standing nearby with knowing anti-smiles, thoroughly enjoying the unfolding drama. Anshin felt extremely shy and was quite unaccustomed to being the center of attention, so she adopted a delaying tactic, first nodding in agreement to Chen Xing's request. Seeing Xian agree, Chen Xing happily took the Adidas basketball shoes from her hands. And Xian gifted the host a pair of Adidas basketball shoes, costing 1,198 yuan. And Xian's favorability toward the host, 83%, lover level. Sigma system reward, 1,198 times 83 is equal to 99,434 yuan. Chapter 56, Must Have Saved the World in My Past Life, Part 2. Don't worry, we don't have classes this afternoon anyway. Why don't you watch the movie and have dinner with us before heading back to school? After accepting the exorbitantly priced sneakers from Chen Xing, who knew the upcoming activities would be covered by the 520 trio, he turned to Anshin with the suggestion. Though feeling slightly shy about spending time with Chen Xing's three roommates, Anshin was more than willing to overcome this minor discomfort if it meant staying by Chen Xing's side. With rosy cheeks rounding her face, she nodded in agreement. Soon, Chen Xing and his group of 5 arrived at the lobby of the cinema on the top floor of the mall. Holy shit, why are tickets for this crazy something or other movie so damn expensive? Wang Zhaojun, who was supposed to treat everyone, couldn't help but complain. 70 yuan per ticket. Lao Si, are you sure this movie is worth watching? Zheng Kaming, who was also chipping in, asked. Chen Xing thought to himself, I watched this movie twice in my previous life, of course I'm sure it's worth seeing. Dad, I've watched tons of movies, I guarantee this one's good. You two just go ahead and buy the tickets. Don't be stingy about treating someone to a film, Chen Xing said impatiently. And Xin beside Chen Xing said somewhat awkwardly, I can buy my own ticket. Hey, it was agreed that third bro and I would treat everyone to the movie, while first bro treats everyone to dinner. How could we let you buy your own ticket? And Xin. Zhang Kaming quickly interjected. Wang Zhaojun also chimed in, exactly. Besides, and Xin, when you're hanging out with the 4 of us guys, there's no way we'd let you, a girl, spend your own money. And Xin looked puzzled. What does spending money have to do with gender? I've eaten in the cafeteria many times with Chen Xing, and every time it was me, a girl, who paid. Chen Xing, standing nearby, noticed Xin's confusion and explained with a smile, Old Third and the others are showing machismo, they feel embarrassed if they don't treat women. So just relax and watch your movie. Don't worry about the rest. As soon as the group entered the dimly lit cinema 8, Xin immediately froze in bewilderment. She instinctively leaned closer to Chen Xing, wanting to hold his hand, but in the end, only lightly tugged at the hem of his sleeve. Noticing Xin's reaction, Chen Xing guessed this might be her first time watching a movie in a theater. He reached out and directly grasped her right hand, the one clutching his sleeve, and said, follow me, and watch your step on the stairs. The moment Chen Xing took her hand, Xin's nervousness and fluster instantly settled. She immediately let him lead her, following closely behind while carefully eyeing each step beneath her feet. Since it was now a weekday afternoon, there weren't many moviegoers in Theater 8, so Chen Xing and NXIN were able to sit directly in the prime viewing area, center middle, toward the back. After the five of them sat down side by side, Chen Xing let go of NXIN's right hand. NXIN felt reluctant but didn't have the courage to voice her thoughts. The movie hadn't started yet, and various trailers were playing on the big screen. Only then did NXIN realize the screen was quite far from her seat, so she immediately took out her old glasses from her small backpack and put them on. Just as she finished putting on her glasses, NXIN saw Chen Xing passing her a cup of cola and a small bucket of popcorn. The Coke and popcorn came free with the movie ticket package. Each of the five got a cup of Coke, while Chen Xing instantly grabbed one of the two small popcorn buckets for NXIN, leaving the other bucket to be shared among Bao, De, and Air. Soon, after a few public service announcements about fire safety, the movie officially began. Mad Max, Fury Road is truly a great movie. The gripping plot and explosive action sequences instantly captured the audience's attention. NXIN, who was watching a movie on the big screen for the first time, kept holding her breath in excitement, completely forgetting about the bucket of popcorn clutched in her hands. When the big screen showed five supermodels washing together in the vast desert, Wang Zhaojun and Zhang Kaming, who had treated everyone to the movie, instantly felt the 70 yuan ticket price was absolutely worth it. Chen Xing glanced sideways and noticed NXIN was also staring transfixed at the five beautiful models on screen. Little fatty, if you'd just listen to me and eat more meat, eggs, and dairy while cutting back on carbs, plus keep up your exercise routine, you might just develop a figure like theirs someday. With its tightly paced plot and relentless climaxes, Mad 4 completely captivated NXIN. She became so absorbed that she forgot to eat her popcorn and didn't even take a sip of water for over an hour. So when the plot of the movie slowed down a bit, Chen Xing leaned over and whispered a reminder. Have some Coke. Don't get so engrossed that you die of thirst. NXIN blushed and obediently picked up the Coke cup, taking a sip through the straw. It was a little icy, but very sweet. NXIN rarely drank soda. She usually filled her own bottle at the water cooler and drank it cooled. That's why even the relatively diluted, ice-melted Coke at the cinema still tasted incredibly sweet to her. At this moment, NXIN, sipping her drink, noticed Chen Xing was also drinking cola. After taking a few sips, he shook his cup and set it down, clearly having finished it. NXIN worried that Chen Xing might still be thirsty, but she had already taken sips from her own cola. Otherwise, she would gladly endure her thirst and give her cup to him. What's up? Chen Xing noticed NXIN staring at him while holding her cola cup and asked quietly. Are you still thirsty? NXIN lowered her head and whispered. Chen Xing immediately understood. Anqin wanted to share her cola with him, but since she had already drunk from it, she was worried he might find it unappealing. Without hesitation, Chen Xing pulled the straw from his empty cup and inserted it into Anqin's, draining half the cola in one go. I'm full, he said. After drinking his fill, Chen Xing leaned back in his recliner to continue watching the movie, but Anqin beside him grew restless. In the dim cinema lighting, she couldn't tell which straw was hers and which was Chen Xing's. Chapter 57, Save the World in My Past Life, Part 2. Anqin naturally didn't mind using the straw Chen Xing had drunk from, but sharing the same straw would be like an indirect kiss, wouldn't it? At this thought, Anqin's round little face turned crimson in an instant, burning hot with embarrassment. Fortunately, the cinema was already dark, and Chen Xing was engrossed in the movie beside her, so no one noticed her flustered state. Anqin randomly picked up a straw and took another sip of cola. Somehow, this cup of cola tasted even sweeter than before. Seeing Chen Xing didn't mind drinking the cola she had already sipped, NXIN felt happy enough, but now she was drinking from a straw he might have used. It almost felt like she was stealing a kiss. Suddenly her mouth felt parched, and she gulped down several more mouthfuls of cola in quick succession. After watching 2 hours of Crazy 4, it was exactly 6 o'clock, dinner time. Chen Xing and the others started discussing which restaurant they should make Gao Jin treat them to next. After much debate without reaching a consensus, Chen Xing ultimately made the final decision. Hot pot it is. And so, while animatedly discussing the spectacular film they just watched, they stepped into the Hey De Leo Hot Pot restaurant inside the Chuanwan Plaza. Hey De Leo's overwhelmingly enthusiastic and attentive service wasn't particularly friendly for socially anxious individuals, especially someone like NXIN, who was introverted, socially timid, and particularly averse to troubling others. Chen Xing noticed this and thought to himself, next time he'd take an XAN for hot pot at the snack street outside the university's west gate instead, cheaper, more wallet-friendly, and definitely more comfortable for his little plump lamb to enjoy. Anqin, what would you like to order? Let me help you choose. Gao Jin picked up the ordering tablet and turned to Anqin. Encouraged by Chen Xing's gaze, Anqin whispered, potato chips. Yang Yu, does that mean taro? Gao Jin looked puzzled and turned to Chen Xing for clarification. Chen Xing explained, it means potatoes. In Anqin's hometown in Yunnan, they're used to calling potatoes Yang Yu. Oh, I see. Gao Jin checked off a potato dish on the tablet. Other than potatoes, Anshin, what else would you like to eat? Anshin shook her head lightly. Chen Xing immediately translated, boss, don't bother asking. Her only hobby is potatoes. Just order whatever you guys want, we'll eat whatever's served. Her only hobby is potatoes. A wave of bitter envy welled up in Gao Jin's heart. Such a gentle, well-behaved girl who's so easy to please, why can't I meet someone like her? She wore wheelie shoes herself while saving up to buy Adidas basketball shoes costing over 1,000 yuan for Lao Si. Did Lao Si save the world in his past life or what? Zhang Kaming and Wang Xiaojun, sitting on either side of Gao Jin, shared the same sentiment. How the hell did that bastard Lao Si get so lucky? Before long, the split hot pot base was brought to the table. Actually, ordering the split pot was purely to accommodate Zhang Kaming, the Shanxi native who only liked vinegar-based dipping and couldn't handle spicy food at all. Among the other three in room 520, Chen Xing and Wang Xiaojun were locals from the province, while Gao Jin was from Jiangqing City. All of them could handle spicy food. As for an Xian, she was even more of a spice enthusiast. She'd even dip a piece of baby bok choy in a fiery red oil hot pot. A pot of delicious food is the best relationship binder. Amid eating, drinking, chatting, and laughing, an Xian gradually shed the awkwardness she had initially felt around the trio from room 520. Seeing an Xian slowly open up and try to connect with more people and make more friends, Chen Xing couldn't help but feel genuinely happy for her. Hey an Xian, don't just eat vegetables, have some meat too, urged Gao Jin, the dorm leader, who particularly doted on an Xian, the sweet and well-behaved little sister of the group. Just as Anshin was about to pick up a potato slice with her chopsticks, she changed direction upon hearing Gao Jin's words and instead picked up a beef ball. But noticing Chen Xing's empty bowl from the corner of her eye, she mustered her courage and placed the beef ball into his bowl. Seeing how Anshin had finally gone through the trouble of picking up some meat only to give it to him, another wave of inexplicable irritation rose in Chen Xing's heart. He said impatiently, "Big brother told you to get meat for yourself, why are you giving it to me?" Anshin heard Chen Xing get angry again, and immediately lowered her head without daring to make a sound, still holding her chopsticks, unsure whether she should retrieve that beef meatball from his bowl. Lao Si, where does this rotten temper of yours come from? Is that how you talk to your girlfriend? Even Gao Jin, the usually mild-mannered leader of their dormitory, couldn't help scolding Chen Xing at the scene. Was it wrong for her to pick food for you? Why are you treating her so harshly? Zhang Kaming and Wang Xiaojun nearby were both angry and puzzled. Chen Xing never lost his temper when joking around with his brothers and always got along remarkably well with other female classmates. What was wrong with him today? Zhang Kaming, Lao Si, talk to your girlfriend properly. Don't be ungrateful when you're sitting in the lap of luxury. Wang Xiaojun, exactly. How could you bear to raise your voice at such a gentle girl like sister-in-law? The moment Chen Xing's words left his mouth, he knew his tone had been wrong. But after his buddy's chorus of chivalrous protests, he actually grew embarrassed to apologize directly to Anshin. So instead, Chen Xing kept placing meat in Anshin's bowl as silent apology while changing the subject. Stop calling her sister-in-law all over the place. Anshin has a perfectly good name of her own. Seeing Chen Xing admit his mistake, Gao Jin also smoothed things over by saying, "It was my mistake in addressing, Anshin, don't take it to heart." Noticing Anshin shaking her head shyly, the gossipy Zhang Kaming couldn't help but tease, "Hey, even if we don't call Anshin sister-in-law now, it's just a matter of time." Chen Xing immediately dropped a beef meatball into Zhang Kaming's bowl. "Second brother, eat more meat and talk less." "But I don't eat spicy food," Zhang Kaming said, staring at the chili oil-coated meatball in his bowl. Chen Xing laughed, "Can't even handle this little bit of spice? Are you really a man?" When something gets tied to the question of being a man, no real man would back down easily. Zhang Kaming retorted indignantly, "What does eating spicy food have to do with being a man?" Wang Xiaojun seized the chance to taunt, "Even Anshin can handle spicy food so well. Second bro, just tell us if you dare to eat it or not." Zhang Kaming, "What am I afraid of? I just don't like spicy food." Chen Xing, "Stop beating around the bush. A real man should push his limits, don't chicken out." Zhang Kaming, "Who the hell is chickening out? Fine, I'll eat it." Gao Jin, "Hey, second bro, don't dip it in so much vinegar." Chapter 58, The Debt That Can Never Be Repaid. After a satisfying meal, Chen Xing and his group of 5 leisurely made their way back to campus. The 3 treasures of 520 were particularly considerate. The moment they entered Jiang University's south gate, they deliberately went their separate ways from Chen Xing and an Xian, choosing a slightly longer route back to Lakeside Dorm 2, thus leaving the 2 more space for themselves. Summer nights in Jiang City always arrived late in June. Although it's already past 7:30, the orange hues of the twilight are still clearly visible on the horizon. Some of the campus streetlights have already turned on while others remain in waiting. Light and shadow interweave as mottled tree patterns adorn the ground. Students who finished dinner now bustle with energy as they hurry toward their destinations. The newly nightfall at Jiangcheng University finally brings cooler temperatures and livelier crowds. Yet Chen Xing and an Xin walking side by side across campus remain enveloped in silence. Normally, Chen Xing and an Xin didn't talk much when they were alone together. Most of the time, Chen Xing would ask questions, and an Xin would answer. Today, Chen Xing was preoccupied with his own thoughts the entire way, so an Xin just quietly walked beside him, keeping him company while he pondered. Truth be told, an Xin was already quite happy just being able to silently accompany Chen Xing like this. Though Chen Xing appeared to be ignoring an Xin on the surface, his mind was actually filled with thoughts about her. He was deeply curious. Where exactly had those two unexplained outbursts of anger come from today? Little Cash Cow was his golden goose, someone he ought to cherish tenderly and worship, so how could he have snapped at her repeatedly for no reason? After much deliberation, Chen Xing arrived at just one conclusion. He wasn't actually mad at an Xin, he was mad at himself. An Xin had been so good to him, yet he treated her as nothing more than a plump little sheep offering steady and generous profits. So every time Chen Xing saw an Xin being harsh on herself while showering him with kindness, he'd have this knee-jerk reaction of losing his temper. Like when Anqin ate shredded potatoes with plain rice for herself but bought Chen Xing a big chicken drumstick. Like when Anqin wore 65 yuan warrior sneakers herself but bought Chen Xing Adidas worth over 1,000 yuan. Like whenever Anqin always prioritized Chen Xing's needs above all else. During these moments, Chen Xing couldn't help but lose his temper and snap at Anqin, because he wanted her to be better to herself, and because his subconscious was trying to conceal the guilt in his heart. Before they knew it, Chen Xing and an Xin had walked back to Guiyuan Dormitory 6, right beneath an Xin's residence. Throughout the journey, Chen Xing had been deeply reflecting, mentally exhausted, his face showing signs of fatigue, whereas an Xin was simply delighted to have taken such a long stroll with Chen Xing after dinner, her face brimming with contentment. An Xin, I shouldn't have gotten angry with you for no reason. I'll definitely be more careful about it in the future. Chen Xing stopped and sincerely apologized to an Xin. The clever an Xin understood that sometimes Chen Xing's temper stemmed from his desire for her to treat herself better, so she didn't blame him at all. An Xin shook her head, then nodded slightly, her way of accepting Chen Xing's apology. Chen Xing suddenly laughed. This head language of yours, nodding and shaking your head, really isn't something ordinary people would understand. Were you shaking your head to say no need to apologize, you're not mad at all, and nodding to say you can change or keep being stern, either way is fine? An Xin smiled and gave another small nod. Chen Xing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. People always say a general's kindness can never be fully repaid, but I'll never be able to repay little lamb's kindness to me either. Looking at the short haircut Anqin had given him, Chen Xing thought to himself, if I can't repay it all at once, I'll just repay it slowly over time. Life is long and the path ahead stretches far, but when the heart turns toward the sun, flowers will bloom in their season. As he watched Anqin turn to walk back to the dormitory, Chen Xing suddenly called out after her. Tonight's the Champions League final, Barcelona versus Juventus. I'd bet on Barcelona to win. Truth be told, Chen Xing had no memory whatsoever of this Champions League final in June 2015. Without checking the matchups on sports betting websites, he had no idea the final would be between Barcelona and Juventus. Since Chen Xing didn't know the match outcome, why would he tell an Xin he'd bet on Barcelona to win? Because Chen Xing made a simple deduction, he was absolutely certain his memory showed Juventus hadn't won the Champions League in nearly 30 years. Apologies to Bayern Canary fans. Looking further at the championship odds on the sports betting site, Barcelona was 1.7, Juventus 2.85. Chen Xing currently had over 80,000 in pocket money, the 1.5 million bonus deposited that morning, plus the 99,000 system reward from an Xin gifting him Adidas soccer shoes in the afternoon, totaling 1.68 million. Tonight's Champions League final presents Chen Xing with his second and final opportunity in 2015 to rapidly grow his wealth. The next time Chen Xing can engage in sports betting won't be until next year's NBA playoffs, the Champions League final, and the 2016 European Championship. So gritting his teeth, Chen Xing went all in, betting a whopping 1.6 million on Barcelona to win the championship in the early hours of this morning. By the time Chen Xing returned to the dorm, the three treasures of room 520 had long since arrived. They'd even finished taking their cold showers. Chen Xing also took a shower and then lay comfortably on his bed scrolling through his phone, planning to stay up until 3 a.m. to watch the Champions League final on his phone. But before even 2 a.m., Chen Xing couldn't hold out any longer. Just as the pre-match interviews started playing on his phone, his snoring rose and fell in waves. Chapter 59, size 47 feet. When he opened his eyes the next morning, it was already 11 a.m. Chen Xing hurriedly plugged in his already auto-shut-off phone. As soon as it rebooted, he saw the deposit notification in the message bar. Your account has received a deposit of 2,720,000 yuan. Current balance, 2,807,351.25 yuan. Chen Xing clutched his phone tightly in excitement. But after yesterday's experience with the 1.5 million yuan windfall, he'd matured, no more suddenly screaming in the dorm room like last time. Wealth should never be flaunted. Chen Xing resolved to silently amass his fortune. Chen Xing understood that what he needed to do next was to accumulate as much capital as possible before those competitions arrived next summer. Perhaps after the summer of 2016 passed, he would achieve his first small goal. At that moment, his still charging phone received a WeChat message from Song Xiaoqing. Are you free this afternoon? Wow, work comes knocking so soon. 1,000 miles, free right now, what's up? Sunny day, I want to go to Kunguang Mall to buy new sandals, need you as my shopping consultant. 1,000 miles, anyone else coming as consultants? Sunny day, all 3 of my roommates are coming too. Song Xiaoqing's subtext in sending this message was to have Chen Xing dress sharply, wanting him to boost her face in front of her roommates. Chen Xing's reaction to reading this message was, like being forced to swallow shit. Dealing with a self-proclaimed T0 version Yanli was already annoying enough, but that roommate named Qian Jingjing was even worse than Yangli. Chen Xing looked at his account balance of over 2.8 million on his phone and thought, I'm a millionaire now. No longer some beast of burden that has to eat any crap thrown its way. If you just want me to play the loyal dog routine for Song Xiaoqing alone and earn an extra 8 to 10 grand in the process, I might consider taking this job. But if you're expecting me to serve your bunch of insufferable roommates at such a low price, then Song Xiaoqing, you must be dreaming. My worth is different now, I don't perform on just any stage anymore. 1,000-mile journey, I just remembered, our journalism school basketball team has practice this afternoon. Sunny, did you join your college's basketball team? 1,000 miles, smiley face. Sunny, that's amazing. I only knew you played basketball occasionally before. I had no idea you were this good. Chen Xing chuckled internally. His skills were as terrible as ever. He just happened to be carrying a bronze agility badge. Sunny, then you focus on your team practice this afternoon. I'll go shopping with my roommates. A journey of 1,000 miles, smiley face. At 4 p.m., the excessively enthusiastic summer sun in River City had just begun to relent slightly when the men's basketball team from the School of Journalism gathered at a basketball court beside Field 912. Tall and handsome Lang Feng, wearing a college team jersey with his name and number 1 printed on the back, along with a pair of sunglasses, faced the 10 players lined up in a row, ready to deliver his final pep talk as captain of the journalism school basketball team before practice. But before he could speak, he noticed his teammates' gazes had all drifted toward the sidelines. None of them were looking at him. Lang Feng followed their line of sight. His buddies were indeed sneaking glances at Jia Qianqian standing by the court. The tea queen was dressed in women's tennis attire today. A skin-tight pink athletic top paired with a white miniskirt and white leggings, completed with white socks and sneakers. She wore a visor-style sun hat with a stylish high ponytail cascading from its back opening. Jia Qianqian also wore sunglasses. She was currently unintentionally applying sunscreen in full view of everyone onto her striking, bare legs that maintained their usual distracting allure. Ahem. Lang Feng cleared his throat before remarking, Junior sister Jia, this spot's too sunny. There's shade under those trees back there. The Tea King immediately grasped Captain Lang's implication. After bestowing them with an understanding smile, she wordlessly retreated to the shaded area behind the group. Seeing that the team had finally settled down, Lang Feng smiled and spoke up. You damn bastards, today's the last time I'll be leading your training, and all you could do was stare at the pretty freshman girls. Hearing this, the basketball team members' faces all showed expressions of reluctance and sorrow. Chen Xing also felt heavy-hearted. Although he had only joined the team for less than a month, and despite Lang Feng never letting him play a single second in any official matches since he joined, none of that stopped Chen Xing from liking the warm and easygoing Lang Feng, nor did it prevent him from genuinely admiring Lang Feng's character and integrity. Alright, what's with all these expressions? I'm just going for my senior year internship next semester, not heading to the battlefield where there's a slim chance of coming back alive. When I return from my internship and have free time, we can still play basketball together. Hearing Lang Feng's cheerful and straightforward words eased everyone's sadness and reluctance somewhat. With a smile, Lang Feng then added, aside from bidding a temporary farewell to you guys, I have 2 important announcements to share today. The first order of business starting next semester, Fang Meng-ao will be the new captain of the School of Journalism basketball team. Congratulations, Meng-ao, we'll have to start calling you Captain Fang now, huh? Thank you. Hearing his teammates' praise and compliments, Fang Meng-ao radiated joy. As the team's starting point guard, Fang Meng-ao has outstanding skills. He can drive to the basket and shoot with precision. He also enjoys good rapport within the team, making him the universally favored candidate for the next basketball team captain. The only person slightly concerned about this new captain selection was Chen Xing, who had just joined the basketball team not long ago. But Chen Xing wasn't too worried either. He figured if Fang Meng-ao, who seemed to have some friction with him, intentionally made things difficult, he could simply quit the team. The second matter is that from now on, tasks like reserving our basketball team's training venue and arranging logistics for official games will be handled by the newly appointed Vice Minister of the College Student Union Sports Department, Comrade Jia Qianqian. Upon hearing Lang Feng's announcement, everyone turned to look at Jia Chanxian standing under the shade of the trees. At this moment, she stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her fair arms pressed tightly against her sides, her playful and adorable posture subtly accentuating the alluring curves of her modestly endowed chest. The basketball team members all began to feel their mouths go dry, with the visibly thirstiest Fong Mengao swallowing hard several times in succession. Alright, turn your heads back now. You'll have plenty of chances to interact with classmate Jia Chanxian later. Lang Feng chuckled as he recaptured the team's attention. I've discussed with Jia Chanxian. Although I've always avoided joint training sessions with the women's college team before, she mentioned their need for technical guidance from our men's team. I think she makes a good point. Whether it's the women's or men's basketball team, we're all classmates from the School of Journalism. Helping each other out is the right thing to do. So I agreed with Jia Chanxian that from now on, we can arrange joint training sessions once a month between the men's and women's teams. The rest of the time, you undisciplined slackers better behave and train separately. Really, Captain? We'll get to practice with the women's team? Fong Mengao's face lit up with joy. Hooray! The captain is wise. The captain is mighty. Yay! Long live the captain. Lang Feng, seeing this, helplessly rubbed his forehead and muttered, brilliant and mighty? I just hope this final arrangement of mine won't make the School of Journalism men's basketball team's performance plummet. Finally, after everyone's excitement had settled, Lang Feng suddenly spoke with a somewhat solemn expression. To my shame, my abilities are limited. As captain this year, I only managed to lead the team to the semifinals of the Luojia Cup. I hope you all will continue striving for excellence. Under Fong Mengao's leadership, let's achieve even greater results for the School of Journalism and for all our classmates cheering us on. Is that clear to everyone? All 10 team members shouted in unison, crystal clear. Hearing their resounding response, Lang Feng's stern expression softened as his warm smile returned. Understood? Then why aren't you starting training already? Did you come to field 912 today to sunbathe? At Captain Lang's command, every member of the basketball team immediately obeyed, promptly beginning their warm-up laps around the court. Lang Feng stood at the center of the court, sunglasses on and hands on hips. Fong Mengao, speed up and lead the team from the front, pick up the pace. Shan Xing, didn't you eat lunch or what? Move your ass and keep up. Today's the last damn time I'm training with you losers. If any of you slack off, don't blame me for introducing you to my size 47 shoes. Chapter 60, The Old Captain's Entrustment. Though his words were stern, Lang Feng still cared deeply for his teammates. After ensuring everyone had warmed up properly, he only assigned them 3-on-3 halftime scrimmages. This way, players like Chen Xingfang and Meng Ao could take turns training and resting, avoiding excessive exhaustion in the sweltering June heat of Jiangcheng. Chen Xing walked to the sidelines to rest after completing his training session. Just moments ago, Jia Chanxian, who had been observing the training from the sidelines, immediately came over to sit beside Chen Xing and struck up a conversation with him. Chen Xing, come here for a second, Lang Feng suddenly called from the other end of the basketball court. Chen Xing quickly stood up and jogged over along the edge of the field. Captain, were you looking for me? Lang Feng looked at Chen Xing with a smile and said, just now, I explained 2 important matters to everyone. Now, there are 2 more things I need to personally explain to you alone. Chen Xing was slightly puzzled. A private briefing for me? What are the 2 matters, Captain? Just tell me. The first thing I hope for is that after Fong Mengao takes over as captain, you'll do your best to build a good relationship with him. I have a feeling that as long as the 2 of you can join forces, the journalism school basketball team will definitely achieve even better results next summer. Chen Xingla replied, Captain, leaving aside whether I can develop my dribbling and shooting skills. With you, our team's defensive anchor, gone next semester, how are we supposed to achieve better results than this year's semifinals? Lang Feng smiled and said, let me ask you, who won this year's NBA playoffs? Chen Xing answered without hesitation, the Golden State Warriors. Lang Feng laughed. So you see, even without a dominant inside game, relying on unstoppable perimeter shooting can still win championships. I watched every single Warriors playoff game this year. I feel that starting this season, the NBA's playing style is going to undergo a huge transformation. We'll likely enter an era increasingly focused on perimeter three-point shooting and small ball lineups built around elite guards. Lang Feng's eyes gleamed with an unusual intensity as he continued, by the same logic, Chen Xing, if you train hard and improve your three-point shooting for me, with you and Fong Mengao playing as our primary offensive and defensive perimeter players respectively, there's a real chance for our journalism department basketball team to break into the top 4 and reach the finals. Chen Xing listened quietly to Lang Feng's analysis, thinking to himself, the captain's understanding of basketball is truly profound. Back in 2015 after the Warriors won their first championship, he actually predicted the NBA would enter the small ball era of frantic three-point shooting. Seeing Chen Xing nodding silently in agreement, Lang Feng smiled in satisfaction and said, so you should try to give Meng Ao some more courtesy, it'll help maintain better team chemistry. To everyone's surprise, Chen Xing declared resolutely, I don't have any goodwill toward Fong Meng Ao. and I won't be giving him any face. TSK. Lang Feng frowned, his sharp brows knitting together. I thought you actually listened to all that I just said. Chen Xing replied with a smile, I don't want to give Captain Feng any face, but I'll definitely give Captain Lang some. Since you've asked, Captain, I'll do my best to save face for Feng Mengao. After all, he'll be my new captain next semester. You little rascal. Lang Feng's smile returned as he slung an arm over Chen Xing's shoulders and gave him a rough, playful shake. Chen Xing immediately wore a bitter expression. Captain, don't crush me shorter. Didn't you hope I could form a backcourt duo with Feng Mengao? If you keep pressing me down, I'll shrink into a tiny handgun. How am I supposed to play in the match then? Seeing Chen Xing admit defeat, Lang Feng withdrew his big hands. You're the one who tried to fool me. Straightening his back again, Chen Xing swung his arms to loosen his shoulders. Captain, didn't you say there were two matters? We've only discussed one so far. Oh, another thing is just a small suggestion of mine. You can take it or leave it. Chen Xing nodded. Just say it, Captain. Lang Feng narrowed his eyes into slits. Don't think I'm being nosy, but I think the chubby classmate who came to watch your practice last time, the one who was ridiculously accurate at shooting, would be a better match for you. Lang Feng then glanced meaningfully toward the other end of the court, where the tea queen stood in her skimpy tennis outfit. That Jia Chanxian's waters run too deep. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it, kid. Chen Xingla chuckled. Captain, I never would have guessed you're such a gossip. Lang Feng chuckled. I already buffed myself up beforehand, so don't blame me for being nosy when I say it. I've also heard that Meng Ao, that scoundrel, is about to break up with his girlfriend of 2 years. I bet it's because of Jia Chanxian again. Chen Xing chuckled. Captain, since you know Jia Chanxian is a femme fatale, why did you still assign her the position of Vice Minister of the Sports Department, and even put her in charge of the basketball team's logistics? Lang Feng sighed helplessly. It's all because of Ho Juntang and Yin Chunming stirring up factional disputes between the advertising and journalism departments in the student union. It's left my sports department drained of talent. People either quit or step down. Now Jia Chanxian's the only capable one left standing. What else could I do? Surely I can't just give the vice minister position to some incompetent hack just because she happens to be too beautiful and too popular with the male students, right? Chen Xing smiled and nodded. Captain, you've really had it tough. Lang Feng suddenly asked with some confusion. Chen Xing, if I remember correctly, you're from the class 14 journalism, right? Chen Xing, yeah. Lang Feng asked again. Jia Chanxian is from class 14 broadcasting. How did you get so familiar with her? Chen Xing thought to himself. The T-King can get close to whoever he wants. It's not like I have any control over that. Of course, the reason he's so familiar with me is because of that Hero Saves the Beauty act I pulled off with the guys from journalism class 2 before. Seeing that Chen Xing remained silent, Lang Feng stroked his chin and said, You've already got a crush in your own class, and now you're getting cozy with the belle of the broadcasting department next door. Never would have guessed it before, Chen Xing. You're quite the scoundrel, Hearing this, Chen Xing quickly shook his head. Captain, you can't just throw around accusations like that. You'll ruin my reputation. You, Chen Xing, don't have a shred of reputation left to lose. Lang Feng scoffed in amusement. At last month's student council election meeting, over 150 journalism school students witnessed it with their own eyes. After Jia Chanxian finished her campaign speech, she didn't return to the sports department seating. Instead, she went straight to sit right beside you. How do you explain that? Chen Xing replied with a bitter smile. Captain, I'm innocent. I even urged her to go back to the sports department seating, but she wouldn't listen. What else could I have done? Lang Feng snorted coldly. A stunning beauty takes the initiative to sit beside you and strike up a conversation, and you tell her to leave? Chen Xing, do you even believe the nonsense you're spouting? Chen Xing. Suddenly, Lang Feng's gaze shifted to the sideline on the other side of the court. Holy cow, Chen Xing, you little playboy are really something else. That long-haired beauty over there, she's here for you too, isn't she? Chen Xing followed Lang Feng's gaze to the other side of the court and was startled to find Song Xiaoqing standing there with her long hair cascading over her shoulders, looking directly at him. Chapter 61, Only Officials Can Light Fires, Part 1. A few hours earlier, in the Kunguang shopping mall between the north gate of Normal University and the south gate of Jiangde University, Song Xiaoqing was shopping hand-in-hand with her 3 roommates. Hey Xiaoqing, why didn't your personal bodyguard from Jiangde come today? Yang Li suddenly asked, rolling her eyes. Song Xiaoqing didn't like how Yang Li secretly called Chen Xing a simp, so Yang Li switched to a more flattering term, Song Xiaoqing's personal guard. Oh, he happens to have basketball team practice with their journalism school this afternoon, so I didn't ask him to come, Song Xiaoqing replied casually while looking at the shoes. The journalism school basketball team? Another somewhat attractive roommate, Chen Jingjing, asked in confusion. That Chen Xing is so short, barely even 180 centimeters, and he made their school team? Are all the guys in Jiangcheng University's journalism school third class disabled or what? Chen Jingjing's sharp tongue made Song Xiaoqing's stomach churn. Jingjing, Don't talk about Chen Xing like that. Besides, basketball skills matter most on the court. It's not like anyone under 180 centimeters is automatically disqualified from the college team. Seeing Chen Jingjing join the fray, Yang Li quickly fanned the flames. Oh my, I've seen bodyguards protecting their masters, but never seen a master defending their bodyguard like this. Song Xiaoqing secretly rolled her eyes at Yang Li. I'm just stating facts. This has nothing to do with taking sides. Covering her mouth with a giggle, Chen Jingjing teased, defensive but won't admit it. Xiaoqing, you're the flower of our English department at Normal University, the goddess in countless boys' hearts. Don't tell me you've developed mortal feelings for that loser Chen Xing? As soon as Chen Jingjing said this, her other two roommates, Yang Li and Yi Biu, also burst into giggles. Song Xiaoqing's face flushed slightly, feeling somewhat annoyed. Stop talking nonsense. Chen Xing and I are just close high school classmates, that's all. Chen Jingjing pressed on relentlessly. Oh really? Then why did you believe Chen Xing's nonsense about not being able to come because of basketball team practice? Song Xiaoqing furrowed her delicate brows. Why would he lie? Chen Xing has never told me a single lie before. Whether Chen Xing is bluffing or not, we'll know after we finish shopping when we take a detour to check out Zhengde University, Yang Li added provocatively from the side. She simply couldn't believe that someone as ordinary looking as Chen Xing could make the college-level basketball team. Even Yi Biu, the quietest girl in the dormitory, raised her hand in agreement. Great idea. We can also check if there are any handsome guys on Zhengde Journalism School's basketball team. Under persistent urging from her three roommates, Song Xiaoqing reluctantly sent Chen Xing a WeChat message asking exactly where his team practiced. Having just woken up from his nap, Chen Xing casually replied, basketball court 912 at the sports field. So the four Normal University girls made a detour to visit Zhengde University's number 912 sports field after their shopping trip. Xiaoqing, what brings you here? Chen Xing walked around the court and approached Song Xiaoqing to ask. After we finished shopping, seeing it was still early, the four of us decided to stroll around your Zhengde campus together. We thought we'd check how your training's going too. Campus belle Song Xiaoqing's smile remained as captivating as ever. She wore light makeup today, her smooth, thick hair flowing naturally over her shoulders and down her back. She wore a halter-neck silk short-sleeve top with flutter sleeves, paired with fitted denim capri pants and strappy high-heeled sandals. Thus, the already tall Song Xiaoqing stood nearly eye-to-eye with Chen Xing, who was 175 centimeters tall. Though in reality Chen Xing was merely exchanging casual greetings with Song Xiaoqing by the sidelines, to the players training on the court, the situation appeared far more significant. Earlier, when they'd seen tennis-outfitted beauty Jia Chanshan voluntarily sit beside resting teammate Chen Xing and chat cheerfully with him, the team had already burned with envy. Now another goddess-level beauty with long hair had specially come to watch Chen Xing train. The basketball team members' jealousy raged completely out of control. Among those burning with jealousy, Fang Mengao, who was determined to pursue Jia Chanshan, was the most affected. Chen Xing, it's your turn for training. Fang Mengao couldn't help but glance at the beautiful Song Xiaoqing as he shouted Chen Xing's name. Upon hearing the new captain's call, Chen Xing immediately bid a temporary farewell to Song Xiaoqing and returned to the training court for a 3-on-3 practice. Fang Mengao seethed with anger, thinking, you lucky bastard, playing both sides and having it all. Just wait, I'll obliterate you on the court right now, humiliate you, and make you lose face in front of Jia Chanshan and that long-haired beauty. But faced with Chen Hang who had activated his agility boost, the eager-to-score Fang Mengao had several consecutive shots blocked by Chen. Suddenly Chen Hang remembered, he'd just promised veteran Captain Lang Feng to try maintaining Fang Mengao's dignity as the new leader. Immediately deactivating his agility bronze badge, he allowed Fang Mengao to score repeatedly over him. Meanwhile, Yang Li and her friends watching courtside couldn't help exclaiming, Chen Jingjing, wow, turns out Zhengde Journalism School actually has tall handsome guys. Yi Biu said with a love-struck expression, that handsome guy with sunglasses is so tall, he must be over 190 centimeters for sure. Yang Li also widened her small eyes. There are several tall handsome guys on the training field. Chen Xing seems to be the shortest among them. She nudged Song Xiaoqing beside her. Hey, Xiaoqing, look, that guy sparring with Chen Xing is quite handsome too. Chen Xing can't defend against him at all. Song Xiaoqing had long been accustomed to her three roommates' tendency to go gaga over handsome guys, but she was different from them at this moment. Her attention wasn't on the court, but on a beautiful girl in tennis outfit standing courtside watching the match just like them. Song Xiaoqing noticed Jia Chanshan not only because of her equally stunning looks and eye-catching outfit, but also because she sensed that ever since she greeted Chen Xing, the tennis-outfitted beauty had been subtly observing her. And that gaze was distinctly unfriendly. Time out, next group up, called 195 cm tall hunk Lang Feng from the sidelines. Hearing Lang Feng's voice, Chen Xing knew he could finally escape from Fang Mengao's endless one-on-one targeting drills. Gasping for breath as he retreated to the sidelines, Song Xiaoqing stepped forward and considerately handed him a tissue. You must be exhausted. Wipe your sweat first. Just as Chen Xing was about to reach for the tissue, a bottle of Ebo mineral water was extended before him. You must be overheating. Better drink some water first. Chen Xing was startled and turned to look. There indeed was the legendary tea queen Jia Qianqian gazing at him with seductive eyes. Chapter 62, Officials May Burn Houses, Part 2. Chen Xing froze awkwardly on the spot, his hair standing on end in dread. Tea queen, what kind of mischief are you brewing now? He saw two fair, delicate arms and two pretty little hands extended before him, one holding tissues, the other gripping a Ebo mineral water bottle. Chen Xing didn't dare hesitate and hastily extended both hands to simultaneously receive the concerns offered by the two goddesses. Song Xiaoqing's delicate eyebrows knitted slightly as she shot a glance at Jia Qianqian before addressing Chen Xing. Chen Xing, you've trained until you're drenched in sweat. Plain water won't do, I'll go buy you a sugary drink to help replenish some sugar and electrolytes. With that, Song Xiaoqing lifted her chin, tossed her long hair, and turned to walk toward the water stall at the entrance of the number 912 sports field. Chen Xing. With a face full of triumph after pulling off a scheme, Jia Qianqian noticed Chen Xing standing frozen in place, holding only the Ebo water bottle. She swiftly snatched it back, twisted open the cap, and handed it to him again. What are you spacing out for? Drink it for me, now. Chen Xing looked utterly exasperated. Seriously, Advisor Jia, what kind of act are you putting on this time? Jia Qianqian grinned and replied, no act at all. I just can't stand that Song Xiaoqing, clearly not into you yet, putting on this act of leading you on. Reeks of manipulative vibes. She just wants to keep you on the hook, making you her simp. Chen Xing couldn't help but chuckle silently after hearing this, thinking, if someone else called Song Xiaoqing a sneaky tea princess, I'd understand. But you, the OG tea queen Jia Qianqian, claiming you can't stand Song Xiaoqing's tea artistry. I'm really struggling to keep a straight face here. Hey Jia Qianqian, aren't you the one who flirts with whoever you want, with so many simps that one WeChat account can't even hold them all? Chen Xing burst into muffled laughter. Isn't this a classic case of the magistrate can set fires but the commoners can't light lamps? Jia Qianqian reached back to adjust her high ponytail and rolled her eyes at Chen Xing. So what if I am? What Song Xiaoqing does to the guys at normal university is none of my business, but I won't stand for her coming to Jiangda University to flirt with you today. Chen Xing chuckled. Oh, didn't realize you were so possessive. Jia Qianqian, who said I'm guarding my food? You're the one who's a dog. With a pout of irritation, Jia Qianqian reached out to pinch Chen Xing's arm. Chen Xing's peripheral vision caught Song Xiaoqing returning with the purchased water, prompting him to hastily activate his agility hack to dodge Jia Qianqian's clawing grasp. Chen Xing, I bought you a bottle of my own. Drink it now. Song Xiaoqing wore a smile on her face, but a trace of something ferocious flickered in her eyes. I've already opened the bottled water I bought for you. Chen Xing, hurry up and drink it. Jia Qianqian's face wore a smile, but her eyes held a trace of ferocity. Not daring to overthink it, Chen Xing tilted his head back and chugged both bottles of water in quick succession. Jia Qianqian purchased one bottle of Ebo mineral water for the host, spending 2 yuan. Jia Qianqian's favorability toward the host, 57%, friend level. Sigma system reward, 2 times 57 is equal to 114 yuan. Song Xiaoqing bought a bottle of Mizone for the host, costing 5 yuan. Song Xiaoqing's favorability towards the host is 54%, friend level. Sigma system reward, 5 times 54 is equal to 270 yuan. Although Chen Xing was a bit thirsty, downing over a liter of ice-cold liquid in one go still put him through some discomfort. Holding an empty bottle in each hand, Chen Xing couldn't help but let out a watery burp. Damn, earning these $300 wasn't easy. Detected change in affection value. Jia Qianqian's affection has increased from 57% to 58%, friend level. Detected change in affection value. Song Xiaoqing's affection has increased from 54% to 56%, friend level. Holy shit, are these two tea queens really fighting over a simp like me? Why are they even competing over affection points? As Chen Xing, Jia Qianqian, and Song Xiaoqing performed this fighting over a lapdog drama, the onlookers around them were completely dumbfounded. Song Xiaoqing's 3 roommates all maintained an air of washing their hands of the matter and watching the fire from across the river. They could understand Song Xiaoqing's motives for fighting over the lapdog, but they looked down on her behavior in doing so. Because for someone as unremarkable and ordinary as Chen Xing, a mere simp, if Song Xiaoqing, the belle of the English department at Normal University, wanted to keep one around, there were plenty of options on campus she could pick from at will. Why would she bother competing with other girls over him here? Chen Xing's basketball teammates, on the other hand, were simply consumed by pure jealousy, instantly finding the basketballs in their hands far less appealing. Chen Xing, you're neither the tallest nor the most handsome guy on the team, so what gives you the right to have 2 stunning beauties flirting with you and fighting over you? You're lousy at basketball, but when it comes to playing the field, you're unstoppable. Is there no justice left in this world? Of course, the most jealous among them had to be the new captain Fong Mengao. In his pursuit of Jia Chanshan, he had already begun breaking up with his long-term girlfriend these past few days. Now, seeing his goddess Jia competing for attention with Chen Xing, who was inferior to him in height, looks, and basketball skills, filled Fong Mengao with unbearable frustration. Team captain Lang Feng watched the scene with mixed amusement and exasperation. He had originally worried that joint practice sessions between the men's and women's basketball teams might cause disruptions to morale. Little did he expect that Chen Xing alone, or more accurately, him with two girls in tow, could disturb the team's training to the point of dysfunction. Fortunately, at this moment, a heroine suddenly appeared on Jiangda University's field 912 to save the day. She was Long Feng's longtime girlfriend, He Xiaoyu. He Xiaoyu had an exquisite oval face, with a temperament that was gentle and elegant. When she appeared, it was like a breath of fresh air, cleansing the clamor and strife of the scene. Tall and slender, she stood at 175 centimeters barefoot, and with high heels on, she matched perfectly beside the 195 centimeters Lang Feng, creating an especially fitting pair. Xiaoyu, what brought you here? Lang Feng was overjoyed. Seeing his wife come to find him at this moment made him even happier than usual. He Xiaoyu and Lang Feng were high school classmates and now in their third year of university, studying at Huagong University, a prestigious institution on par with Jiangcheng University. Today is your last training session as team captain, of course I had to come see you. He Xiaoyu reached out to remove Lang Feng's sunglasses, then gently caressed his strong, angular face. Lang Feng raised his large hand and placed it over He Xiaoyu's delicate pale fingers. This picture-perfect scene of a talented pair, harmonious as zither and harp, could only inspire admiration, never the slightest trace of jealousy. With this fairy tale couple Lang Feng and He Xiaoyu presiding, even young tea queen Jia Chanshan and normal university beauty Song Xiaoqing temporarily ceased their antics. The basketball team members all focused their wandering attention, throwing themselves fully into the training session. Half an hour later, Lang Feng's final training session as the captain of the Jiang University School of Journalism basketball team came to a mostly satisfactory conclusion. Today, because He Xiaoyu, the rightful girlfriend, was present, all those female classmates who had been standing by the sidelines watching the team practice, originally planning to rush onto the field as soon as training ended to bring Lang Feng water and ask for his WeChat, could only stay rooted in place, not daring to make a move. Captain Lang Feng's final words to the team were also exceptionally brief. Today's training ends here. Go do whatever you need to do. I'm taking my wife to the cafeteria for lunch. With that, Lang Feng wrapped his arm around He Xiaoyu's slender waist and walked off with a look of pure satisfaction. Chapter 63 The Heavenly Couple, Part 1. As soon as the divine couple left after keeping the peace, the two little fairies Song Xiaoqing and Jia Chanshan started bickering again. Song Xiaoqing smiled at Chen Hang and said, "It's almost 6 o'clock now, Chen Hang, how about we have dinner together?" Jia Chanshan immediately took offense at this and stepped forward, gently looping her arm through Chen Hang's. Chen Xing, didn't you make plans with an Xin to have dinner together at Guiyuan cafeteria tonight? I happen to be heading back to Guiyuan for dinner too, let's go together. Song Xiaoqing frowned upon hearing this. An Xin? Who's an Xin? Was that the slightly chubby, short-haired girl who was with Chen Xing before? She was just about to stop Jia Chanshan from forcibly taking Chen Xing away when she caught sight of her three roommates' disdainful expressions. Song Xiaoqing suddenly realized, today, in her efforts to keep Chen Xing as her guard dog, she had indeed acted somewhat improper. So she slightly parted her lips, swallowing back the words she had meant to say, then said to Chen Xing, "Since you already have plans tonight, let's make it another time when we're both free." Chen Xing thought to himself, having Song Xiaoqing treat me to dinner could earn me some money, but surely her 3T0 tier roommates would be joining as well. Viewed that way, dining with my little cash cow and taking advantage of her generosity seemed much more appealing. Alright then, I'll head off now. Message me on WeChat if anything comes up. With those words, Chen Xing let Jia Chanshan take his arm as they left the 912 sports field together. That's enough, Chief Strategist Jia. You can let go of my arm now, Chen Xing said to Jia Chanshan just a few steps away from playground 912. Jia Chanshan pouted her small mouth, pretending to be angry. Humph. So many boys at Jiangda would kill for the chance to hold my arm, and here you are, little simp Chen Xing, actually complaining about it? Chen Xing teased, how am I a simp? And why little simp? What's so little about me? Jia Chanshan caught the innuendo in his words and blushed slightly. Humph, if you're not a simp, then why are you still entangled with that Song Xiaoqing like half-broken lotus roots? What do you mean by the lotus root breaks but its fibers remain joined? After all, she and I were high school classmates. She took the initiative to come watch my training, so if I just go say a quick hello, that doesn't count as being a simp, does it? Jia Chanshan pressed on relentlessly. If you're not her simp anymore, then what's the big deal if I link arms with you in front of her? Chen Xing smiled bitterly. I'm not worried about what Song Xiaoqing might think, I'm worried about my own skin. Didn't you notice the glare Fong Mengao gave us as we left? I suspect my days on the basketball team aren't going to be pleasant from now on. And Jia Qianqian, you're well aware of how many fans you still have on campus. If they saw you holding my arm while we stroll all the way from the 912 sports field to Guiyuan cafeteria, how could I possibly survive at Jiangda University? After hearing Chen Xing's backhanded compliment, Jia Qianqian happily released his arm with a beaming face. Since you put it that way, I'll spare your little life for now. Afterward, Chen Xing made every effort to maintain a no physical contact state with Jia Qianqian as they arrived together at Guiyuan cafeteria. Anxin was waiting for Chen Xing at the cafeteria entrance at that moment. Jia Qianqian happily approached an Xin to greet her, then said to her in Chen Xing, I usually only eat fruit for dinner, so I won't disturb your little romantic evening together. With that, the tea queen swung her playful high ponytail and walked away under the gazes of passing pedestrians. An Xin kept her head lowered shyly, not daring to look at Chen Xing after hearing the phrase romantic evening, but Chen Xing remained unfazed. Let's go, an Xin. We'll have dinner together. Actually, today is only June 19th, not the last week of the month, the usual time when Chen Xing would make his move on his unsuspecting little fat sheep. But June 30th marks the last day of the semester, also Jiang University's summer vacation begins. So by month's end, Chen Xing not only has to juggle various club activities but also prepare for final exams, followed by all sorts of celebratory dinners and gatherings. Thus, Chen Xing decided to move up this month's fat sheep shearing ahead of schedule. In the Guiyuan cafeteria, Chen Xing was still at the front while an Xin stood behind him in the queue for food, before they headed together to their familiar corner seat. Captain? Hey, Chen Xing! No sooner had Chen Xing and an Xin sat down than they noticed none other than Lang Feng and He Xiaoyu at the adjacent table. He Xiaoyu glanced at Chen Xing, then at an Xin seated across from him, and with a gentle smile said to Lang Feng, see, wasn't your worry just now completely unfounded? Chen Xing actually listened to you quite well. Chen Xing immediately understood, this celestial couple had likely been discussing him, the playboy, over their meal earlier. Lang Feng had probably confessed all his gossip and concerns to He Xiaoyu. So now when He Xiaoyu saw Chen Xing was neither dining with Song Xiaoqing nor Jia Qianqian, but seated across from an Xin instead, she naturally assumed Chen Xing had taken Lang Feng's advice to heart. Lang Feng gave Chen Xing a meaningful look upon hearing He Xiaoyu's remark, let's hope so. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm He Xiaoyu, your old Captain Lang Feng's girlfriend, she said graciously to both Chen Xing and an Xin. Senior sister, his reputation is well known among our team, it's just that many of us only got to meet her in person for the first time today. Chen Xing's flattery rolled right off his tongue. I must say, senior sister, he is even more beautiful than the legends claimed. He Xiaoyu simply smiled in acknowledgement of Chen Xing's compliment, showing not a trace of shyness. Lang Feng, what nonsense have you been telling your team members about me? I hear there are even legends circulating. Only when she looked at Lang Feng did a hint of playful annoyance finally surface on her face. Lang Feng was quite pleased to hear Chen Xing praising his wife, so he just played dumb and said, I didn't say anything. Besides, it's pretty normal for Chen Xing and the others to gossip in private about you, the team leader's wife. Hearing Lang Feng call He Xiaoyu wife and madam over and over, an Xin standing nearby couldn't help but blush unwittingly. At this moment, He Xiaoyu politely turned to Anxin again. By the way, Chen Xing, you still haven't introduced your classmate's name yet. Under Lang Feng's meaningful gaze, He Xiaoyu managed to stop herself from uttering the full phrase girlfriend. Chen Xing was just about to speak for Anxin when he heard her reply softly, my name is Anxin. He Xiaoyu asked with pleasant surprise, Anxin? As in the N from tranquil and the Xin from heart? Anxin nodded obediently. Anxin, what a lovely name. Not only is the name beautiful, but you also have such pretty almond-shaped eyes, delicate features, and such flawless skin. He Xiaoyu's praise left an Xin's round face flushed red with embarrassment, her head bowed low. Chen Xing, you lucky dog, He Xiaoyu added with a smile, giving him a knowing wink. Yes, senior sister, he is absolutely right. Chen Xing thought to himself, being reborn with a system and spotting such a docile little fat sheep like an Xin on the very first day, his recent luck was truly bursting at the seams. Chapter 64, Divine Couple, Part 2. Looking at Chen Xing and an Xin, just freshmen, and then realizing we'll be seniors next semester, I already feel old. He Xiaoyu said to Lang Feng with a hint of playful cooing in her tone. Lang Feng suddenly turned serious. Hey, none of that nonsense. How could my wife ever grow old? She's so beautiful she'll stay forever young. With that said, Lang Feng gazed dotingly into He Xiaoyu's eyes, his face breaking into an utterly foolish grin. Chen Xing looked at Lang Feng, who usually presented himself as a sunny, handsome, and masculine guy, now showing such a stark contrast, thinking to himself, so our captain is a total wife-pleaser. Next, the four of them, Chen Xing, Lang Feng, and the others, simply sat together, chatting as they ate. Of course, it was mostly Chen Xing and the other two doing the talking, while an Xin listened quietly and obediently. Hey Chen Xing, do you know why Lang Feng recruited you for the basketball team in the first place? He Xiaoyu suddenly asked. Seeing Chen Xing shake his head, she smiled again and said, because you're very much like him. Chen Xing tilted his head to look at Lung Feng, who stood at 195 centimeters with a handsome face, and asked puzzledly, "Senior sister He, aside from both being men, how else am I like the captain?" "Oh, I mean you resemble him when he was young," He Xiaoyu added. "Here we go again, my wife's about to share my embarrassing past," Lung Feng said, though his tone carried no reluctance. Instead, he gazed at He Xiaoyu across the table with undisguised adoration. "Lung Feng has actually been my classmate since junior high, though we weren't in the same class, he was in the classroom next to mine. He already loved playing basketball back in junior high, but at that time, he was dark-skinned and short, just over 1.7 meters tall, not even as tall as you are now, Chen Xing thought to himself, he wasn't back then, but now he's grown to 195 centimeters, completely overshadowing my 175 centimeters. He Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with nostalgic gleam as she continued, his basketball skills were pretty average back then, but he was extremely agile and often defended against upperclassmen so tightly they couldn't score a single point. Senior sister He, when exactly did you two get acquainted? Chen Xing emphasized the word acquainted, clearly fishing for gossip about Lang Feng and He Xiaoyu's romantic history. He Xiaoyu responded with remarkable candor. "One day after school, I accidentally twisted my ankle. Your senior brother Lang happened to pass by, didn't even ask if I wanted help, and just wordlessly carried me to the hospital." "Ah, Captain, that sounds like taking advantage of someone's misfortune to score points with senior sister He," Chen Xing laughed, slapping Lang Feng's shoulder from his lower position. Lung Feng simply grinned foolishly. "Bullshit. Carrying my own wife to the hospital is only natural." He Xiaoyu, seeing that Chen Xing and Lang Feng had finished their verbal duel, continued, "Lung Feng, now you say carrying your wife is the most natural thing, then why did you make me chase after you for so long back then?" At these words, Chen Xing's eyes, along with an Xian's almond-shaped eyes, who had been quietly listening, whitened in shock. "Wait, so back then it was senior He who pursued the captain?" Chen Xing said in disbelief, looking at the now utterly wife-devoted Lung Feng. And Xian silently nodded along, indicating she shared Chen Xing's disbelief. He Xiaoyu nodded with a smile, "That's right. It all started from the day he carried me to the hospital. From the second year of junior high until the second year of high school, I chased after him for a full 4 years before he finally agreed to be my boyfriend." Looking at Chen Xing, who was staring at him as if he were an alien, Lang Feng couldn't hide his triumphant grin. "Your senior sister He has been stunningly beautiful since childhood, famously known as the school belle. Besides, back in the second year of junior high, I was only 170 centimeters tall, while your senior sister He was already 175 centimeters. I literally felt like I couldn't hold my head up in front of her. I was so insecure at the time, ha." He Xiaoyu picked up where Lang Feng left off. "For some reason, during the second year of high school, your senior brother Lang suddenly shot up to over 190 centimeters. He also became fair-skinned and handsome. Only then did he dare to look me in the eye properly and agree to be my boyfriend." Chen Xing, "Whoa, Captain, your second growth spurt is seriously outrageous. You're not another reincarnator with a system, are you? Hey senior sister He, since you and the captain got together in high school and both had such good grades, why didn't you apply to the same university?" Chen Xing suddenly asked, recalling this point. At this, Lung Feng finally stopped his goofy grin and showed a hint of anger. "How could we not apply to the same school? Damn it, who would have thought Huagong University would only admit your senior sister He and not me? If Jiangda's journalism school hadn't taken me in, I might have slipped to a second-tier college." He Xiaoyu quickly comforted Lung Feng gently. "Life can't be perfect in every way. A few small regrets are perfectly normal, and our situation shouldn't be considered regrettable. Jiang University is a good school too, and you've had 3 happy years in the journalism department. My wife speaks wisdom." Lung Feng nodded repeatedly in agreement. He Xiaoyu reached across the table again, gently stroking Lang Feng's large hand as she said, "Compared to other high school sweethearts who ended up at different universities, I feel we've been quite fortunate already. Just take a bus from Huagong University and walk a short distance, and in just over an hour I can see you playing basketball at Jiangda. I'm already perfectly content." Watching this celestial couple beside him, Chen Xing couldn't help but reflect. When high school sweethearts enter university, as long as they're not at the same school or even just not at the same campus, it's practically considered a long-distance relationship. After all, the temptations and distractions awaiting naive high school students in college are simply too numerous. So many youthful, vibrant bodies, so many brilliant and fascinating souls, ordinary people would struggle to maintain their moral resolve, let alone someone as handsome as Lang Feng or as stunning as He Xiaoyu. Even more coincidentally, the handsome Lang Feng attended Jiangda University, known for its liberal arts programs with a predominantly female student body, while the stunning He Xiaoyu attended Huagong University, renowned for its STEM fields with a male-dominated student population. Lang Feng and He Xiaoyu truly seemed like a match made in heaven. Chen Xing, Lang Feng, and the other two found themselves getting along so well that even after finishing their meals, they continued chatting for a long while. Eventually, as darkness completely enveloped the sky outside, they reluctantly parted ways at the entrance of Guiyuan Cafeteria. The Jiang University campus was illuminated by the evening lights, with shimmering shadows scattered across the paths. Xiaoyu affectionately clung to Lung Feng's right arm, leaning her entire body against him, while Long Feng covered her small hand resting on his arm with his left hand. The two strolled leisurely beneath the tree-lined lamplight, as if the clamoring night around them simply didn't exist. Watching their figures gradually disappear into the distance, Xian felt as though she had 1,000 words swirling in her heart, yet not a single one could find its way out. Chen Xing looked at Xian's flushed, round face and said with a smile, "I know what you want to say. Are you trying to say senior brother Leng and senior sister He are truly a divine couple straight out of legend, the kind that makes everyone who sees them envious? Are you trying to say that we shouldn't just envy them, but also take them as role models, learn from their excellence, and strive to match their standards?" And Xian nodded repeatedly, pleased that Chen Xing, as her mouthpiece, had perfectly expressed her thoughts. At this moment, Chen Xing also gazed into the distance at Lung Feng and Xiaoyu, murmuring to himself, "Of course I understand what you mean. Even a middle-aged old man like me had to start believing in love again after hearing their story." "Middle-aged? Old man?" And Xian murmured with a puzzled expression. "Ha ha ha ha, I may still be young in age, but my heart has grown old, so I call myself a middle-aged old man." Chen Xing reached out and pinched Xian's round cheek, just trying to be humorous. "Got a problem with that?" Chapter 65, A Thorn in the Flesh. Shit, I was so caught up chatting with the captain and the others that I completely lost track of time. Chen Xing glanced at his phone and realized it was almost 8 o'clock. He was supposed to attend the final photography club event of the academic year at Jiangda University by 7:30 p.m. "Anshin, I'm already late for the photography club meeting, so I won't walk you back to the dorm. See you tomorrow at the study room." And Xian nodded obediently and stood still, watching Chen Xing jog away. In the science building, the lecture hall was brightly lit. On the podium under everyone's gaze, Zhou Shukai, the young and handsome vice president of Jiangcheng University's Photography Association, was delivering his yearly work summary and report. Just as he was passionately approaching the climax of his speech, Chen Xing, who had been over an hour late, swaggered into the classroom doorway. Ever since losing the portrait photo challenge to Chen Xing that time, Zhou Shukai hadn't spoken a single word to him again. Every time Zhou Shukai later stood at the podium to explain the usage of DSLR cameras to the association members, Chen Xing would completely ignore him and incessantly play with his phone at the back row. Chen Xing was nothing short of a thorn in Zhou Shukai's side. At this moment, Chen Xing's sudden appearance at the classroom doorway was like a fishbone lodging directly in Zhou Shukai's throat, choking off his previously smooth work report in an instant. In reality, no one had noticed Chen Xing arriving late until Zhou Shukai suddenly froze mid-sentence. Followed by his gaze, the entire class turned to stare at the classroom door. And just like that, everyone's attention landed squarely on the tardy Chen Xing. "Chen Xing, you're late. Hurry up and find a seat," said Xiao Junjie, the club president standing by the podium, addressing Chen Xing. The old man Chen Xing had remarkably thick skin. Unfazed by the stares, he strode into the classroom with relaxed ease. Spotting their club's old acquaintance Su Tiantian secretly waving at him, Chen Xing plopped down onto the empty seat beside her without hesitation. "Chen Xing, how come you're so late?" Su Tiantian inquired. "Hey, a female classmate treated me to dinner and I lost track of time," Chen Xing casually replied. "A female classmate treated you? Did you take photos for her?" Su Tiantian, a clear-eyed college student, had a rather fixed way of thinking about such matters. She herself had once treated Chen Xing to dinner after he took photos for her, so she naturally assumed the same logic applied here. Chen Xing laughed and said, "Nope, she treated me purely because I'm handsome." Su Tiantian showed an expression of complete disbelief and disdain. "Your photography skills when taking pictures of girls are indisputable, Chen Xing, but as for your looks..." Su Tiantian's gaze flickered toward Zhou Shukai on the podium. "Now Zhou Shukai is what you'd call handsome. You're still a bit behind him." Chen Xing wore a look of utter contempt. "Tiantian, your taste clearly needs some refinement. How can Zhou Shukai even be considered handsome? How can he not? Why didn't you agree to be his girlfriend when that handsome Zhou was chasing you?" Chen Xing waited by the trap he'd set, targeting Su Tiantian. As expected, Su Tiantian's petite face flushed red. "Well, choosing a boyfriend isn't just about looks, he needs to be interesting too." Chen Xing teased merrily, "Oh, so sweet Tiantian actually wants someone like me, who's both charming and good at photography, to be her boyfriend." Hearing Chen Xing's bragging, Su Tiantian's already rosy face turned crimson instantly. She swatted his arm lightly while muttering under her breath, "I've never met anyone as narcissistic as you." At this moment, Zhou Shukai standing at the podium clearly saw every intimate gesture exchanged between Chen Xing and Su Tiantian below the stage. A wave of bitterness instantly surged in his heart. Why is Su Tiantian, whom I've pursued for so long, so close to Chen Xing? What exactly am I lacking compared to this utterly ordinary-looking Chen Xing? His once perfectly memorized speech began to falter, and he stumbled several times. Finally, after barely managing to finish his work report, Zhou Shukai stepped down from the podium with a desolate expression. A scattering of applause rose weakly from the audience. Hey, handsome Joe just finished his story, why aren't you applauding, Tian Tian? At Chen Xing's reminder, Su Tian Tian finally put down her phone and clapped her hands half-heartedly. Chen Xing, when are you going to take another set of photos for me? It's been ages since I last posted something decent on my moments. Su Tian Tian pleaded with hopeful eyes. I've been swamped lately, really don't have the time. After we finish shooting, I'll still treat you to a meal at the snack street outside the West Gate. It's the end of the semester, and I still have to study and take exams. How about we catch a movie and grab dinner at Season's shopping mall? Sounds good? Chen Xing finally cracked a smile. I am a bit busy, but since it's you, Tian Tian, asking for my help, of course I can't refuse. We're all members of Jiangda Photography Association, after all. After Vice President Zhou Shukai stepped down, President Xiao Junjie took the stage to deliver the final concluding speech. Xiao Junjie was known for his decisive personality and aversion to formality, so his annual summary as president was remarkably concise. This academic year, our Jiangda Photography Association has made significant progress. What's even more exciting is that the first Jiangcheng Intercollegiate Photography Competition will be held next semester. At that time, everyone will have the opportunity to publicly display their most outstanding photography works and compete with photography enthusiasts from various universities across Jiangcheng. Winning an award not only comes with substantial prize money, but the certificate will also be beneficial for future scholarship evaluations, and even for guaranteed graduate or doctoral admissions. Xiao Junjie's straightforward and pragmatic speech greatly ignited the enthusiasm of the association members. Everyone was eager for the second half of the semester to arrive, looking forward to having their photography works seen and appreciated by a wider audience. After Xiao Junjie's speech concluded, all club activities for the 2014 to 2015 academic year of the Photography Association came to an end. Chen Xing promptly followed the crowd as they gradually filed out, thinking to himself, came late and leaving early saved a good chunk of wasted time. Chen Xing, stay behind for a moment. Suddenly, Xiao Junjie spoke up from behind Chen Xing. Chen Xing cursed inwardly, just delaying my time to get back to the dormant game. With a smile on his face, President, what brings you here? What do you think about the first Jiangcheng University photography competition next semester? Xiao Junjie pulled out a pack of cigarettes, lit one for himself, and then offered the pack to Chen Xing. I don't smoke. Chen Xing waved his hand. I knew you didn't, just being polite. Xiao Junjie laughed. So, are you interested in the competition? Chen Xing, not interested. Xiao Junjie. After explaining all the benefits of participating and winning awards, everyone else is excited and interested. Why are you? No matter how many benefits there are, they're irrelevant to me. I know my own photography skills, Chen Xing said expressionlessly. Taking a few photos for female classmates to post on social media is within my ability, but anything beyond that, I genuinely can't. Xiao Junjie also knew Chen Xing was telling the truth. Then you should study and practice more during the summer break. If you achieve some results in the competition next semester, it'll be easier for me to arrange the vice president position in the association for you later. Chapter 66, The Unconventionally Clever Class President. Chen Xing said somewhat helplessly, President, you're having Zhou Shukai succeed your position while making me vice president. Didn't you know we don't exactly get along? Xiao Junjie frowned slightly, his sword-like brows furrowing. If we don't get along, we'll just slowly adjust to each other. Right now he's the most knowledgeable about DSLR cameras in the association, and you have the best people skills. If you don't take this vice president position, I'm afraid the association's cohesion will fall apart immediately after I step down. Chen Xing thought for a moment before saying, next semester you'll only be ascending to your junior year as president. You still have a full year to scout or groom a suitable vice president candidate. I really have no interest in taking this official position. Xiao Junjie took a drag from his cigarette and said, there isn't a full year, I'll be stepping down by the end of this year. I plan to start preparing for postgraduate exams a bit earlier. Hearing Xiao Junjie's words, Chen Xing fell into a dilemma. Xiao Junjie had always been exceptionally lenient toward Chen Xing, who frequently arrived late and left early, and he never put on airs as the club president when chatting with him. Chen Xing considered Xiao Junjie a friend, and he usually did his best to help friends in need. But this vice president position that required working alongside Zhou Shukai was something Chen Xing truly didn't want to take. Unable to outright refuse Xiao Junjie, who had already laid his cards on the table, Chen Xing said, here's the deal, President. If by some stroke of dumb luck I manage to win a minor award in this year's photography competition, then I'll take the vice president position. If I don't win anything, that would prove my photography skills really aren't up to par. Even if you forcibly put me in that position, I'd have trouble earning people's respect later on. Xiao Junjie could hear the hint of compromise in Chen Xing's words and understood that this was as far as Chen Xing would bend, so he didn't press further. Don't let it slip about me retiring early. Chen Xing looked genuinely puzzled. What early retirement? Who's retiring? Xiao Junjie chuckled seeing this. You little Alright, scram and focus on reviewing for your finals. The next day around noon, Chen Xing, who was still lazing in bed in his dorm, was awakened by his phone ringing. Monitor? Why are you calling so early? So early? It's almost noon at 12 o'clock. Fang Jiayi on the other end of the line was nearly laughing in frustration. Chen Xing, didn't you agree with an XIN yesterday to meet at the entrance of the science building at 9 this morning to go study together in the library? An XIN couldn't bear to disturb your sleep. She kept stopping me from calling you. Otherwise, would I have let you sleep this late? Chen Xing kept his eyes closed. Oh, well then please thank an XIN for me, Captain. I had a really good sleep today. Fang Jiayi, so are you joining us for lunch or not? If not, an XIN and I will go without you. Actually, compared to eating lunch, Chen Xing would rather sleep a little longer. But if having lunch with an XIN could earn him an extra 1,000 or 2, then maybe this meal was worth getting up for. Chen Xing raised his phone and struggled to open his eyes. Eat? Of course I'm gonna eat lunch. No food means no energy to sleep. I mean, no energy to study. Then hurry up and get out of bed. An XIN and I will be at the Lakeside Cafeteria in about 5 minutes. 10 minutes later, at the entrance of Lakeside Cafeteria. Fang Jiayi glared at Chen Xing with icy disdain. Could you be any slower just coming downstairs for a meal? Chen Xing grinned. Why wouldn't I brush my teeth and wash my face thoroughly to clean myself up before meeting our class monitor? That'd be too disrespectful. Fang Jiayi rolled her eyes and strode into the cafeteria first. Chen Xing turned to the beaming XIN and said, come on, let's go have lunch together. In the food line this time, Fang Jiayi stood at the front, Chen Xing in the middle, and an XIN at the back. When Fang Jiayi saw an XIN using her meal card to pay for Chen Xing, she couldn't help but frown and say, not you again, Chen Xing. Why are you making an XIN treat you to meals? Chen Xing remained utterly unfazed. I've run out of living expenses again. Fang Jiayi widened her eyes in disbelief. It's only the 20th today. Who'd believe such nonsense? Chen Xing chuckled. Well, an XIN believes it. Fang Jiayi, class monitor, if you don't want me to spend Anqin's money on dinner, then why don't you treat me instead? Fang Jiayi raised one eyebrow skeptically. Why should I buy you dinner? Chen Xing chuckled and said, when a classmate can't afford a meal, shouldn't you, as the pillar of journalism class 2 and our exalted monitor, lend a helping hand? Stop flattering me with empty compliments. After the three of them, Chen Xing and the others, had seated themselves at a corner table in the cafeteria, Chen Xing immediately followed routine and divided the dishes with an XIN. Fang Jiayi suddenly figured it out upon seeing this scene, so Chen Xing had been using this method to ensure an XIN, who was too frugal with herself, could eat better. Not only had he gone to such thoughtful lengths, but he also bore the stigma of spending his girlfriend's money all this time, never once justifying himself. Detected change in favorability level. Fang Jiayi's favorability has increased from 55% to 57%. Friend level. Holy shit, squad leader, what happened to you? Chen Xing blurted out the moment he heard the system notification. Fang Jiayi thought Chen Xing was referring to her staring at him while he divided the dishes for an XIN, immediately blushing and lowering her head to eat. Chen Xing was utterly confused, as he couldn't possibly know the bizarre imagination running through Fang Jiayi's mind. He simply thought, is squad leader Fang's sensitivity point a bit too strange? Why did giving an XIN some food make her favorability level toward me increase? Ahem, Chen Xing, are you planning to review with us this afternoon? Fang Jiayi cleared her throat and asked. Truthfully, Chen Xing had no desire to review at all. In the 3 months since his rebirth, he had barely attended any classes. Failing a course didn't bother Chen Xing at all, and he wasn't overly concerned about whether he'd get his diploma either. After all, with the Sigma system backing him, he figured that even if he didn't become a billionaire in 3 years, amassing several hundred million should be no problem. Since working a regular job was out of the question, Chen Xing would never clock in for someone else again in this lifetime. The diploma truly meant little to him. But while Chen Xing couldn't care less about the diploma, his parents, Chen Xinghan and Wang Shuanglan, certainly would. Being somewhat filial, Chen Xing naturally didn't want to disappoint his parents by failing to graduate. Besides, he couldn't come up with a believable excuse to explain why he'd spent 4 years at Zhejiang University without earning that worthless piece of paper. Under various compounding factors, Chen Xing had no choice but to steel himself and cram for the exams. Of course I'm going to study. Attending classes, reviewing lessons, and preparing for exams are all essential duties of a student, Chen Xing declared with righteous indignation. Fang Jiayi rolled her eyes again. You, Chen Xing, have already missed your chance for attending classes. I just hope you'll seize this opportunity to prepare for exams properly. I certainly don't want our news class 2 to produce a king of makeup exams. Chen Xing frowned. Hey, class president, don't jinx me with such a big flag. Chapter 67, The Ace Student and the Underachiever. After lunch, Chen Xing followed Fang Jiayi and an XIN to the study room in the science building to review. Fang Jiayi looked at Chen Xing with his hands in his pockets and asked in confusion, aren't you going upstairs to get your textbooks, Chen Xing? Are you planning to review empty-handed? Chen Xing pointed at an Xin's old backpack. An Xin has already prepared my study materials for me. Fang Jie felt a pang of jealousy at these words but couldn't bring herself to say anything. Chen Xing added, besides, all my textbooks are brand new, it'd be useless to bring them. Fang Jie, Chen Xing, I have a bad feeling about. Chen Xing quickly interrupted Fang Jie's spellcasting. Hey, didn't I tell you not to jinx me with your words? What if I really failed the exam? Could you, as class monitor, take responsibility? Fang Jie rolled her eyes so hard they practically reached the heavens. Fine, then I wish you pass all your final exams. Happy now? Monitor, that's what we call a malevolent blessing. The science building had arranged numerous study rooms for students to use freely before exams, and since Wuhan's weather was growing increasingly hot by late June, the classrooms had their air conditioning turned on as well. Holding Anshin's meticulously handwritten class notes and enjoying the cool breeze from the classroom air conditioner, Chen Xing found himself in such comfortable study conditions that he naturally dozed off within moments. There was no helping it. Eating lunch and immediately falling asleep had become Chen Xing's excellent habit over the past 3 months. Anshin, who didn't need to review at all, was really just there to accompany Chen Xing while he studied. At the moment, she was engrossed in reading The Three-Body Problem 2, The Dark Forest, a book she had painstakingly borrowed from the school library. Seeing Chen Xing snoring away beside her without having finished even a single page, Anshin didn't wake him. Instead, she pulled out a freshly washed small blanket from her old backpack and gently draped it over him. Her only concern was that he might catch a chill from sleeping in the air-conditioned room. Fang Jie, sitting beside them, witnessed the entire scene with mixed emotions. She felt both the slight bitterness of a single person forced to witness public displays of affection, and concern for her good friend Anshin. The more she got to know Chen Xing, the more Fang Jie felt there was something unfathomable about him that defied comprehension. He certainly didn't behave like an ordinary college freshman. What did Chen Xing resemble? Fang Jie thought he was half youthful young man and half greasy middle-aged uncle. As for an Xin, this girl is simply too naive. Moreover, Fang Jie could tell that an Xin didn't have the slightest guard up against Chen Xing. Fang Jie's intuition told her that an Xin's wholehearted approach was extremely dangerous, especially when she saw Chen Xing flirtatiously bantering with that Jia Chanxian. After sleeping soundly for over an hour, a few drops of drool unconsciously trickled from the corner of Chen Xing's mouth due to his sleeping position. Upon noticing this, an Xin set down her copy of The Three-Body Problem and carefully wiped his mouth with a tissue. That touch ended up fully waking up Chen Xing, who had already been on the verge of awakening. How long did I sleep? Chen Xing stretched with an exaggerated yawn. An hour and a half, Anshin answered softly. Damn, 1 minute of studying, 1 hour of sleep, my final exams are truly doomed. Chen Xing temporarily lost motivation to review for exams, so he simply tore his gaze from the textbooks to observe his classmates revising and the scenery outside the classroom window. Unknowingly, it's already been 3 months since my rebirth, and my second freshman year is nearing its end. Indeed, the carefree and joyful university days passed as swiftly as a fleeting white horse, with some subtle changes occurring in the original timeline. First and foremost, Chen Xing was no longer Song Xiaoqing's simp, though occasionally putting on an act for system rewards didn't count. Secondly, it was his discovery of Little Fat Lamb and Xin. It was an Xin who inspired Chen Xing to find the right way to use the Sigma system, and it was an Xin who provided Chen Xing with the initial capital, enabling him to become a millionaire in just 3 months. Currently, Chen Xing's net worth exceeds 2.8 million yuan. Jia Chanxian, the legendary tea queen who had no connection with Chen Xing in his previous life, also accidentally became his friend. The originally destined to fade into obscurity student union of the journalism school and the Jiangda Photography Association on one side, Chen Xing was elevated to deputy head of the external affairs department amid factional games, while on the other, Xiao Junjie, the association president planning to retire early to prepare for graduate school, repeatedly persuaded Chen Xing to take over as the Photography Association's deputy president. It truly was a case of reaping unintended rewards, stumbling upon another village where willow trees cast shadows amidst bright flowers. Meanwhile, Chen Xing's reputation and influence among the male students in journalism class 2, and indeed throughout the entire class, clearly improved. In the end, despite his mediocre basketball skills, he unexpectedly joined the journalism school's basketball team thanks to his built-in agility enhancement and met the fairy tale couple Long Feng and He Xiaoyu. Gazing at the bright sunlight and lush green tree shadows outside the classroom window, Chen Xing once again marveled at how wonderful rebirth was, how wonderful college life was. After finishing his afternoon nap and gazing at the scenery for quite a while, Chen Xing had no choice but to steel himself and continue going through the stack of review materials Anshin had prepared for him. Perhaps because Chen Xing hadn't studied seriously in so many years, his review efficiency was shockingly low. It took him most of the afternoon to barely finish 3 pages. By dinner time, as soon as Chen Xing noticed his classmates in the study room getting up one after another to eat, he immediately followed suit, stretching lazily with a weary expression and muttering, "Ugh, final exam review is such exhausting work." Fang Jia couldn't hold back her sarcasm, either sleeping or daydreaming while staring at the scenery. You haven't even finished 3 pages of your book all afternoon. What exactly have you worked so hard on? Chen Xing looked completely unfazed. At least I read 3 pages. Why don't you call out an XIN for slacking off when she spent all afternoon reading leisure books? Fang Jia shot Chen Xing a sidelong glance. An XIN can ace every exam without even reviewing. How can a slacker like you who skips classes regularly even compare to her? Even though Chen Xing was competent enough to get admitted to Jiangcheng University, there still existed an academic hierarchy where top students looked down upon slackers within the campus. Facing the scornful gaze of the top student Fang Jia, underachiever Chen Xing calmly declared, "You can ace the class without studying, but I can reach the top by just skimming through my books." Fang Jia shot him a disdainful look. "Yeah right, keep bragging." Chen Xing grinned. "What am I bragging about? I'm saying I can come in dead last." Fang Jia, how can you be so shameless, Chen Xing? Chapter 68 The Future Daughter-in-Law. Chen Xing and his 2 companions left the study room and the science building, playfully bickering all the way as they headed toward Lakeside Cafeteria. Of course, the playful bickering was mainly between Chen Xing and Fang Jia, while an XIN quietly tagged along with a smile, being the well-behaved companion. Suddenly, Chen Xing's phone, which had been set to silent mode, began to vibrate. He took out his phone and saw it was a WeChat call from his mother, Wang Shuanglan. "Son, it's the end of the semester again. Have you been studying hard for your exams?" Chen Xing proudly picked up an XIN's meticulously notated textbook and said to Wang Shuanglan on the screen, "Of course. I've been burying myself in books all afternoon and just came out from the study room." An XIN covered her mouth, still smiling without saying a word, while Fang Jia rolled her eyes so hard they nearly reached the sky. Seeing her obedient son studying so diligently at school, Wang Shuanglan felt extremely pleased. "So after exams, what date does your school close for vacation? When are you planning to come home?" "Our school officially begins summer vacation on June 30th. I should be able to come home on July 1st. Wang Shuanglan pressed further. "Will you be arriving home on the 1st in the afternoon or evening?" Chen Xing began to speak with slight impatience. "How would I know right now? I'll text you on WeChat when the time comes." While it's true that grown children genuinely miss their parents, feeling impatient upon being nagged is also a common phenomenon. Alright, we'll talk on WeChat later. It's just a couple more questions and you're already getting impatient. Despite saying that, Wang Shuanglan couldn't help but express more concern. "It's mealtime now, are you walking to the cafeteria to eat, son?" "Yes. Make sure you eat on time at school, otherwise you'll easily develop stomach problems later." "Good. And don't spend too much time on your phone or computer, you must protect your eyes." "I know. Hey son, are you going to the cafeteria alone? Aren't you eating with your roommates?" The mother's concern for her son left no detail unnoticed. Chen Xing smirked mischievously upon hearing this, then swiveled his phone camera to capture an XIN and Fang Jia beside him. "How could I possibly go eat alone? I've got 2 classmates who study with me accompanying me for dinner." Startled to find themselves suddenly appearing in the WeChat video, both an XIN and Fang Jia instinctively dodged out of frame in embarrassment. "Chen Xing, what are you doing?" Fang Jia whispered her protest, while an XIN's round face flushed crimson. Most college students with clear-eyed innocence would feel too shy to talk to their parents about classmates of the opposite sex. Even if they actually started dating someone, they wouldn't proactively send their parents melon-eating emojis like Chen Xing did, much less do so without the slightest hint of embarrassment. Chen Xing's behavior wasn't something a typical freshman boy would ever do, though strictly speaking, he was only a college student in appearance. At the other end of the WeChat video call, Wang Shuanglan was shocked by Chen Xing's outrageous move, but her surprise soon turned to delight. "Oh, so 2 classmates are having dinner with you? That's nice. Son, is one of them your, Wang Shuanglan's very unsettled hint was instantly understood by Chen Xing and the other 2. To prove her innocence, Fang Jia immediately betrayed her good friend in XIN by gently pushing and half-carrying her in front of Chen Xing's phone camera. "Auntie, this is actually your future daughter-in-law. I'm just passing by." And XIN was extremely embarrassed, keeping her head down and not daring to look at Chen Xing's phone. Then she took advantage of a moment when Fang Jia behind her wasn't paying attention, immediately broke free from her grasp and slipped away to hide at the side. "Son, what exactly is going on here?" Chen Xing said with a smile. "Mom, our class monitor was just joking with you. I'm only a freshman now, it's still too early for you to think about holding your grandchild." "Alright, we've reached the cafeteria, Mom. You should go have dinner too. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. Son." Before Wang Shuanglan could continue her gossip, Chen Xing preemptively ended the video call. "That little rascal hung up on me again." Wang Shuanglan was about to call back but worried it might disrupt her son's dinner. "Fine, let him focus on his exams first. I'll deal with him properly when he gets home." In the lakeside cafeteria that evening, the trio lined up for food as usual, Fang Jia first, Chen Xing in the middle, and an XIN bringing up the rear. But this time, when Jia saw an XIN swipe her card to pay for Chen Xing's meal, she simply turned a blind eye, no longer teasing Chen Xing about it. After dinner, Feng Jiayi and an Xin walked arm in arm back to Guiyuan Dormitory 6. Before leaving, Jiayi didn't forget to remind him, Chen Xing, wake up early tomorrow, don't sleep till noon again. Chen Xing calmly nodded to Feng Jiayi, then said to an Xin, see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. in front of the science building. An Xin immediately nodded obediently. After seeing off an Xin and Feng Jiayi, Chen Xing leisurely strolled back to floor 5 of Lakeside Dormitory 2. But the moment he stepped out of the stairwell on the 5th floor, Chen Xing immediately noticed something peculiar. The normally noisy boys' dormitory was unusually quiet this time. Not only was there no sound of online gaming, card games, or casual chatting from any of the dorm rooms, but the long corridor was completely devoid of human presence. A chill ran down Chen Xing's spine. As he walked down the lengthy hallway, he noticed most dorm rooms were tightly shut without any movement inside. Only a few rooms had one particularly disciplined student burning the midnight oil. Since dorm rooms presented more distractions for studying, most students preferred preparing for exams in the school's designated study halls. Stepping into his dorm room 520, Chen Xing found the 3 treasures of 520 conspicuously absent. He had no idea which study hall they'd slipped off to for review sessions. Alone in his dorm room, Chen Xing felt a pang of listlessness. With nothing else to do, he quietly picked up his brand new textbook and began studying it carefully. It was past 10 p.m. when the 3 treasures of room 520 finally returned to their dorm together. Damn, where have you 3 been sneaking off to study? Chen Xing finally saw actual living people. Wang Zhaojun furrowed his brow and said, what do you mean by studying in secret? This is right before final exams. It's a period when everyone can openly read and study without hiding. Wang Zhaojun's statement made perfect sense. Normally, if any roommate was caught studying secretly, the others would gang up against him. Zhang Kaming also put down his backpack with a blank expression. Fourth brother, didn't you say yesterday that you and an Xin had agreed to study together today? That's why the 3 of us left this morning without calling you. Chen Xing, yeah. Though today I'm not reviewing with an Xin alone, the class monitor is also here. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kaming's weary face suddenly flushed with anger. What did you say? You little punk actually got both beauties from our journalism class too to accompany your study session? Fourth brother, aren't you taking this a bit too far? After losing weight, an Xian's 7.5 rated looks had begun gaining recognition among her classmates. Everyone agreed that purely judging by facial features, excluding figure, an Xian was indeed only slightly less attractive than Feng Jiayi in their class. Chen Xing crossed his legs with a smirk. I don't have nearly enough influence to make our class monitor study with me. Just stay with me quietly. Having the class monitor by my side makes me feel at ease. Chapter 69, Can't do it means can't do it. Damn it. Fourth brother, you smug bastard, don't get cocky. Zhang Kaming gritted his teeth and said, with 2 female classmates by your side, you'll be lucky if you can even focus on your books. I can't wait to see you bawling your eyes out when you fail your exams. Chen Xing laughed. Second bro, don't be such a sour grape. Why don't you join us 3 for revision tomorrow? Zhang Kaming's eyes instantly gleamed with unusual brilliance upon hearing this, but that spark faded away before long. Zhang Kaming turned his face away from Chen Xing, as if evading an invisible temptation. I'd missed too many classes. If I have to study in the same room as the class monitor, I'm definitely going to fail. Chen Xing couldn't help but feel a surge of respect at this sight. Damn, second brother. You're something else. Being able to resist such temptation, you might really accomplish great things someday. Gao Jin, sitting nearby, laughed. Old 4, quit testing second brother with talk about the class monitor, he's clearly about to crack. Wang Zhaojun, notorious for his sharp tongue, clearly enjoyed witnessing Zhang Kaming's impending breakdown. Old 4, since you studied with the class monitor today, did you guys eat together too? Was it you, an Xin, and the monitor at one table, with one seat left conveniently empty? Third brother, you're truly vicious. Suddenly, Chen Xing's phone vibrated again. He picked up his phone and walked alone to the balcony of his dorm. Mom, didn't we just video chat today? What's up? Originally planning to wait until Chen Xing got home to gossip, Wang Shuanglan couldn't hold back and made another video call. Son, tell me honestly, did you get a girlfriend at school? Chen Xing chuckled. I already told you it was just a joke. But I get the feeling your relationship with those 2 female classmates isn't just an ordinary classmate connection. Especially the way that round-faced girl looks at you. There's definitely something going on between you 2. Chen Xing sighed and said with a serious expression. Ah, since you've already figured it out, I won't hide it from you any longer. Mom, they're both my girlfriends. Wang Xuanlan. You little bastard, the more you study in college the worse you get. Now you don't even tell your mother a single word of truth. Chen Xing had to endure Wang Shuanglan's nagging for a full 30 minutes just for that moment of verbal satisfaction. Alright, my mouth's gone dry talking to you. You little rascal, get some rest early and focus on reviewing for your finals first. We'll talk about other things after you come home. The next morning, as expected, Chen Xing woke up naturally. He opened his eyes and checked his phone. 11:45, perfect time to get up for lunch. Heading downstairs to the lakeside cafeteria's entrance, Chen Xing immediately spotted an Xian standing there with her old backpack, looking sweet and obedient, alongside Fang Jiayi, who wore an annoyed expression that clearly said she'd had enough of him. "How's your morning review going, ladies?" Fang Jiayi couldn't be bothered with Chen Xing and entered the canteen ahead of him. An Xian, however, pulled out a copy of the Three-Body Problem 3, Death's End, to show she'd already finished the first 2 books and was now starting the grand finale. As the entire Jiangcheng University fell into the intense rhythm of exam preparation, even the habitual underachiever Chen Xing gradually began getting into the grind. Although he still couldn't get up early every morning, he could at least patiently spend entire afternoons and evenings studying in the library with Anxin by his side. The 4 heroes of room 520 now only saw each other before lights out to sleep together, while spending the rest of their time studying in separate groups, the 3 treasures of 520 in one group, and Chen Xing, Anxin, and Fang Jiayi in another. During sophomore year's first semester, Chen Xing's journalism department had 11 subjects to prepare for exams. The difficulty levels varied significantly across these different subjects. For Chen Xing personally, they could roughly be categorized into 3 difficulty tiers. Easy-level subjects, college English, fundamentals of computer science, ancient literature appreciation, news interviewing, and writing. Getting a passing grade in these 4 courses wouldn't pose much difficulty for Chen Xing, because a 30-year-old man like him had decent English foundations. Anyone could pass the computer course. The other 2 subjects only required writing 2 essays, which was effortless for a liberal arts student like Chen Xing. Moderate difficulty level, Introduction to Communication, Introduction to Journalism, Public Relations, Introduction to Broadcasting and Television, Journalism Ethics and Regulations, History of Chinese Journalism. These 6 journalism major courses weren't particularly hard to pass, but the outdated knowledge points requiring memorization were simply too numerous. These 6 subjects became Chen Xing's main review focus. Finally, the hell-level difficulty, Advanced Mathematics. This needs no lengthy explanation, because unlike those liberal arts subjects where Chen Xing could at least scribble something on the exam paper, but mathematics, that pure discipline, if you don't understand it, you truly don't understand it at all. After enduring the long yet fleeting week of review, the 11 final exams arrived punctually, one after another. Damn it! What kind of messed up arrangement is this? Who the hell designs a game where the first damn boss after the starting village is literally the final boss? Chen Xing glared at the exam schedule in his hands before letting out a muttered curse, because the first subject on this exam schedule was Advanced Mathematics. There's no helping it. It was fate. Chen Xing had no choice but to summon his courage, stepping into the first final exam hall with a face ashen with resignation. After receiving the exam paper, Chen Xing flipped through it twice, and his heart immediately sank like a stone. The test paper contained nothing but simple Arabic numerals and basic Chinese characters, yet once they were simply rearranged and combined, Chen Xing immediately couldn't understand a single thing. Sitting in his seat, Chen Xing couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by sorrow, suddenly reminded of the poem the sage of poetry Du Fu had written for Chancellor Zhuge. Before even tasting victory, the hero falls in despair, leaving warriors through the ages weeping in their armor. As the bell signaling the start of the exam rang, the surrounding classmates immediately began writing feverishly. Chen Xing sighed, wrote down his name and student ID, then marked all 10 multiple-choice questions at the beginning with option B before putting down his gel pen. If not for the rule that no early submission is allowed within the first 30 minutes of the exam, Chen Xing would have handed in his paper right then. After enduring the agony until the half-hour mark, Chen Xing rose with an air of carefree confidence and strode straight to the podium to submit his exam early. The surrounding classmates, still diligently working on their exams, cast looks of respect and admiration toward Chen Xing. Damn, this genius is killing it, already finished the exam so fast. Ah, this is the gap between people. I've only finished half of the multiple-choice questions so far. Look at how effortlessly the top student handed in their exam. They must have scored at least 95, if not a perfect grade. Of course, these were all just thoughts running through his mind. The exam hall remained silent except for the soft scratching of pens on paper. The proctor behind the lectern initially regarded Chen Xing with sullen respect as he confidently marched up to submit his paper early. But after casually glancing at the suspiciously pristine exam sheet Chen Xing placed on the desk, the proctor was left utterly speechless, a cascade of metaphorical black lines raining down their forehead. Though failing the first exam was all but guaranteed, fortunately Chen Xing wasn't just any ordinary freshman. His 30-year-old mentality gave him far greater emotional resilience than your typical college student. He left the examination hall calmly and then took all the subsequent exams with complete composure. When Chen Xing walked out of his final exam, he instantly felt the world was as vast as the sky and sea, as radiant as the sun, and filled with birdsong and floral fragrance. Chapter 70, End of Term Gathering. With final exams over, Chen Xing's freshman year was drawing to its inevitable close. The days between finishing exams and the official holiday break on June 30th are prime time for various student groups at the university to hold their end-of-semester dinners. Before final exams, everyone was under pressure studying and preparing, leaving little mood for group dinners. Now that exams are over and everyone collectively feels liberated, classmates can gather for meals in a relaxed and joyful atmosphere. Apart from gatherings with 523 Treasure's dorm mates and separate drinking sessions organized by his journalism class, two brothers, Chen Xing had two more formal dinner appointments to attend before the June 30th holiday. The first was on the evening of the 28th, a major journalism school student union end-of-semester feast organized by the newly elected executive committee, Student Union President Yan Chunming, Vice Presidents Ho Juntang and Xia Mulan. The second gathering was scheduled for the evening of the 29th, organized by class monitor Fang Jiayi as an end-of-term dinner for the Class 2 journalism students of the 2014 cohort. On the evening of the 28th, Chen Xing and Fang Jiayi arrived together at the snack street outside the school's west gate and located the chosen venue, Old Lee's open-air food stall. In the past, end-of-term dinners for student union members were typically organized by individual departments, as this ensured smaller group sizes and easier scheduling coordination. However, due to an incident that occurred after last month's student union elections, Yan Chunming and Ho Juntang decided, after discussion, to combine the various department dinners into one large-scale event. This will not only enhance the cohesion of the entire journalism school's student union but also showcase the unity of the new presidium. Class monitor, it looks like you'll have to sit at your secretariat's table, and I'll go to my external relations department's table. Fang Jiayi nodded, then spotted 2 crates of beer placed beside each table. Frowning slightly, she remarked, "Looks like we won't be avoiding some drinking tonight. Chen Xing, don't drink too much. Let's head back together after the gathering ends." Fang Jiayi had poor alcohol tolerance and felt quite nervous, so she unconsciously regarded her classmate Chen Xing as her final safety net and life jacket in spirit. "All right," Chen Xing casually responded before heading toward the table where the outreach department members sat. This year's end-of-semester dinner for the School of Journalism Student Union was unprecedentedly large-scale. Yan Chunming and his team had arranged a full 7 tables. Apart from each department's members occupying separate tables, the 3-person presidential committee had reserved their own table. They also invited the previous student union president and vice president, along with some retired former department heads like Lang Feng, the former sports minister. Members from various student union departments, both new and old, were invited extensively. Every table was packed with extra chairs to accommodate everyone, except for the external relations department's table. Even counting the parachuted-in new department head Fang Mengao and the unexpectedly promoted deputy head Chen Xing, their table only had 8 people sitting sparsely around it. Chen Xing frowned slightly. He had expected that Zhang Fan, who was originally supposed to take over as head of the External Relations Department but unexpectedly lost the election, wouldn't attend the gathering. But he hadn't anticipated that so many others from the department had also quit recently. When Chen Xing chatted with his remaining colleagues at the table, good grief, all 6 of the remaining External Relations Department members were also considering leaving. This is understandable. The senior members of the Public Relations Department felt it was beneath them to address the junior Chen Xing as vice minister, while those from the advertising class saw no future in staying in a department controlled by Yan Chunming, the influential figure from the journalism department. Before long, as soon as all the classmates invited to the gathering arrived, the best dishes and drinks at Old Lee's Grill were promptly served. "Everyone, enjoy the food and drinks. I'll go toast the other tables," said Fang Mengao, the parachuted-in leader, standing up with a beer in hand before his chair had even warmed up. Though he claimed he was toasting other tables, in reality, he was drawn back to the sports department's table by the tea queen, Jia Chanchan. Chen Xing turned his head to see tonight's tea queen sporting simple twin ponytails, wearing a pure white fitted crop tee on top and a pair of Levi's ripped jeans on the bottom. Though the fitted t-shirt still accentuated Jia Chanchan's enviable figure, and though the rips in the jeans were indeed just a smidge too large, revealing quite a bit of her snow-white thigh skin. All in all, tonight's tea queen was dressed rather conservatively and restrainedly by her standards. Seeing the whole table grow even more sullen because of Fang Mengao's abrupt departure, Chen Xing popped open several bottles of beer with a loud pop 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 pop. "Eat when it's time to eat, drink when it's time to drink, the finals are long over. What's with all these gloomy faces?" "Pouring drinks for everyone," he said with a laugh. "Sure, there aren't many of us at this table, but that just means more good food and fine wine for each of us, right? Come on, let's all raise a glass together. Forget tonight's troubles, we're not leaving until everyone's plastered." The remaining outreach department members watched as Chen Xing stood up holding his glass, then gradually rose to their feet with their own drinks in hand. "Cheers! Yeah, just drink and eat to your heart's content, why overthink things? Come on, let's all toast to Vice Minister Chen Xing." At this, Chen Xing immediately waved his hands in refusal. No, you second-year seniors can just call me Chen Xing like before, or else I won't drink this cup with you. The sophomore members of the External Relations Department exchanged glances for a moment before bursting into laughter together. Ha ha ha, alright. We'll still call you Chen Xing then, come on, let's all take a drink together. Everyone in the External Liaison Department knew that becoming the deputy director wasn't Chen Xing's original intention, and that he had nothing to do with squeezing out the well-liked Zhang Fan. So after Chen Xing took the initiative to break that thin barrier between them, the department members finally realized that Chen Xing had always been one of their own. As even the slowest reacting table of external liaison gradually got into the swing, the grand gathering of the journalism school finally reached its crescendo. The banquet hall buzzed with boisterous excitement, beers were no longer opened bottle by bottle, but case after case, while the neat divisions between department tables grew increasingly blurred. Glasses in hand, everyone circulated freely, gravitating toward tables where close friends sat, or where objects of secret admiration might be found, sharing drinks wherever they lingered. Minister Chen, it seems I haven't congratulated you yet on becoming the Deputy Minister of External Relations. Jia Qianqian, with her twin ponytails and cheeks flushed from drinking, approached the External Relations Department's table holding up her glass to Chen Xing. Chapter 71, Sorry, Class President, Part 1. Chen Xing raised his glass with a smile and replied, Congratulations to you too, Advisor Jia. Didn't you also become the Deputy Minister of the Sports Department? Jia Qianqian tapped her wine glass against Chen Xing's but didn't pull away, casting him a flirtatious look as she said, As a barely competent deputy director, how could I possibly compare to you, Director Chen? After all, your position was practically snatched from Vice Chairman Hou Juntang's own mouth. Ha 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 ha, Chen Xing clutched his wineglass, utterly delighted. The only reason I managed to seize this deputy directorship of external relations was entirely thanks to your brilliant strategizing, my dear military advisor Jia. Oh dear, I dare not claim such credit, truly I don't. Advisor Jia, I truly dare not accept such praise, truly dare not. The rest of the people at the External Liaison Department table sighed inwardly at Jia Qianqian's boldness while also failing to fully decipher the coded phrases and inside jargon exchanged between Chen Xing and her. What's the deal with calling Jia Qianqian a strategist? What does divine foresight mean anyway? And what does Chen Xing taking over as Vice Minister of External Relations have to do with Jia Qianqian, the Vice Minister of the Sports Department? Jia Qianqian and Chen Xing had barely shared 3 minutes of intimate drinking and conversation when Fang Mengao, who had been watching her intently all along, suddenly intercepted them from the side. Oh Qianqian, no wonder I couldn't find you at the Sports Department table. So you came to my Public Relations Department to propose a toast instead. The moment Fang Mengao presumptuously called her Qianqian again, Jia Qianqian felt goosebumps all over and physically recoiled in disgust. Minister Fang, since you finally returned to our Public Relations Department table, sit down properly and drink a few rounds with everyone instead of wandering around. Jia Qianqian first made pointed remarks toward Fang Mengao, then threw Chen Xing a suggestive glance before swaying her shapely figure with wineglass in hand toward the executive committee's head table to chat with her former minister Lung Feng. Fang Mengao felt rather embarrassed after being publicly called out by Jia Qianqian and had no choice but to awkwardly sit down, making stilted small talk and drinking uncomfortably with unfamiliar members from the External Relations Department. As the drinking session gradually entered its second half, the new Student Council Presidium, Yin Chunming, Hou Juntang, and Xia Mulan each began making rounds to various departments for greetings and toasts. Congratulations, Director Chen, on becoming one of our faculty student cadres, said the handsome and dignified Hou Juntang, raising his glass to Chen Xing while adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. I hope that after sharing this drink, we can completely forget about that little misunderstanding from before. What minor misunderstanding? Have Chairman Hou and I ever had any misunderstandings? Chen Xing smiled as he clinked glasses with Hou Juntang, but only took a small sip after the toast. Hou Juntang also sipped a little beer. It's good if there are no misunderstandings. We're all student cadres in the journalism school's student council, and we must always maintain unity. No matter what difficulties we face, we should all pull together. After exchanging formalities with Chen Xing, Hou Juntang first whispered for a while with his own man Fang Mengao, then clinked glasses and chatted with other members of the External Liaison Department one by one. Only after the handsome but really annoying Hou Juntang had left did Chen Xing realize there were quite a few empty beer bottles at his feet. Suddenly, he remembered class monitor Fang, who couldn't hold his liquor well. Chen Xing turned his head towards the secretariat's table, only to see Fang Jiai being besieged by a few big guys. Damn, who dares bully our news class 2's class monitor Fang? Only I get to bully the class monitor, okay? Chen Xing grabbed a fresh bottle of alcohol and charged straight toward the secretariat's direction. Hey, wait, Chen Xing. You're the deputy minister of the liaison department. Why are you covering drinks for the secretariat's deputy minister? Protested the 4 seniors from different departments surrounding Fang Jiai, refusing to back down. Although Fang Jia's 7.8/10 appearance couldn't compare to truly stunning beauties like Jia Qianqian or Song Xiaoqing who scored above 8 points, whether in Class 2 of the 2014 journalism cohort or within the journalism school's student union, there were always male classmates who fancied her. Fang Jia is my class monitor, why shouldn't I drink on her behalf? Chen Xing declared while raising his liquor bottle. This is the journalism school student union's gathering, not your class dinner. Don't give me that class monitor nonsense. That's right. We just want to toast Deputy Minister Jia. Why are you causing trouble, Chen Xing? Chen Xing shook the liquor bottle in his hand and said, so many excuses. If you guys don't dare to drink with me, just say it outright. The 4 senior brothers, already heated up from drinking, couldn't tolerate such provocation from a junior like Chen Xing. Damn, Chen Xing, you're pretty bold, huh? Daring to take on the 4 of us alone? Brothers, let's knock Chen Xing down first, then go drink with Deputy Minister Jia. Come on, Chen Xing, who's afraid of whom? 30 minutes later, all 4 senior brothers who admired Fang Jia were laid out by Chen Xing, sprawled across the table, slumped in chairs, and flat on the concrete floor. Chen Xing himself could barely hold on, leaning back in his chair with uncontrollable drunken hiccups. Chen Xing, are you okay? Do you need some tea to sober up? Fang Jia asked, her own cheeks flushed crimson from drinking. Watching him shoulder so much alcohol on her behalf filled her with both gratitude and a pang of tenderness. Detected change in affection value. Fang Jia's affection level has increased from 57% to 58%, friend level. It's fine, class president. We agreed to go back together later. If you get wasted, the dorm is so far away. Are you expecting me to carry you back? Fang Jia looked at the slumped figures around them and the mess on the floor, then swayed slightly as she stood up. It's getting late anyway, and I can't drink anymore. Why don't we just head out first? Sure. Chen Xing let out a loud belch, instantly feeling less bloated. Let me say goodbye to the student union folks first, then I'll walk you back to the dorm. Under the neon lights amidst the revelry of Shimen Snack Street, Fang Jia held onto Chen Xing's arm as they slowly made their way toward the university's west gate. At first, Fang Jia had been unwilling to assist Chen Xing with such physical contact. After all, Chen Xing and her close friend Xian were in that ambiguous romantic stage, and their classmates had long assumed they were already a couple. But as the alcohol's delayed effects surged relentlessly, Fang Jia's mind grew increasingly fuzzy, and walking unaided became impossible, so she reluctantly accepted the support of leaning on Chen Xing's arm. Meanwhile, Chen Xing, while helping Fang Jia back, took the opportunity to appreciate her drunken appearance. Fang Jia wasn't wearing her hair tied up today, instead, she let her beautiful long locks cascade over her shoulders. Under the influence of alcohol, her cheeks were flushed a tender pink, devoid of her usual sternness, straightforwardness, and that faint touch of aggressiveness. Now, all that remained was the gentle demeanor of a young woman. Suddenly, Fang Jia lurched forward and, with a bleh, threw up. Ah, damn it. Chen Xing couldn't dodge in time because Fang Jia was gripping his arm, so splashes of vomit ended up on one side of his shoes and pants. But right then, all Chen Xing could do was suppress his disgust, steady Fang Jia with both hands, letting her vomit freely while ensuring she wouldn't collapse face-first into her own mess. A few minutes later, Fang Jia finally stopped vomiting. Chen Xing had hoped she might sober up a bit after throwing up, but instead, her body went limp, and she slumped directly into his arms. Chapter 72 Sorry, Class Leader, Part 2. Damn, Class Leader, you look quite slim, but why do you feel so heavy when carrying you? Carrying Fang Jia back, Chen Xing knew she only weighed 100 g. The panel data provided by the Sigma system had always been very accurate. He also understood that Fang Jia felt incredibly heavy because drunk people lose consciousness. They can't exert any effort to cooperate with the person carrying them, which makes them seem unusually heavy. No, I can't carry her after just 2 steps. Chen Xing sat down panting heavily on the steps in front of a shop entrance, letting Fang Jia rest against him. What's wrong with me today? How come I can't even carry someone after just drinking a bit of beer? Has my alcohol tolerance deteriorated this much? After catching his breath slightly, Chen Xing suddenly realized it wasn't that his alcohol tolerance had worsened, but rather that his new body, less than 20 years old, couldn't handle the drinking capacity of his 30-year-old soul. Don't ask. My heart's willing but my flesh is weak. It's like my brain thinks I can go another round, but my body's already clocked out. The spot where Chen Xing and Fang Jia were sitting was still quite a distance from the university's west gate. Even after entering the gate, it'd be nearly 2 kilometers of mountain road from there to Fang Jia's dormitory at Guiyuan Building 6. No way, I definitely can't carry her that far. Just then, Chen Xing instinctively glanced back and realized he was actually sitting on the steps outside a home and hotel. Holy shit, what a coincidence. Chen Xing picked up the unconscious Fang Jia again and struggled into the home and hotel, then placed her on the sofa in the lobby. Could I get a room, please? Chen Xing wearily took out his ID card and placed it on the front desk counter. Hello sir, how many guests will be staying? The front desk clerk asked. Living alone. Well, is it just you alone, sir? Chen Xing was momentarily stunned, then looked up at the receptionist girl behind the counter who was indeed eyeing him with obvious wariness. Damn, what's with that look, little girl? You think I'm trying to pick up drunk girls or something? Though I, Chen Xing, may not be a good man, I'm not despicable enough to take advantage of a drunk girl. Chen Xing sighed helplessly and couldn't be bothered to explain further. Right, I live alone. Just hurry up and get me a room. The front desk girl glanced at Feng Jie, who was passed out on the lobby sofa. Thinking to herself, I've worked hotel front desk for nearly 3 years now, did he really expect her to buy his living alone nonsense? Sir, according to our hotel policy, we require 2 IDs if there are 2 guests checking in. Chen Xing understood what the receptionist was hinting at, but he figured Feng Jie wouldn't be carrying her ID card with her, so he decided to be upfront with the receptionist. She's my classmate, and she's had too much to drink to go back to the dorm, so I'm getting her a room to rest by herself. I'll leave right after I take her to the room, trust me on this. The receptionist's face was plastered with disbelief as she listened to Chen Xing's improvised story. Sir, hotel policy requires 1 ID per guest for check-in. Chen Xing sighed helplessly and rummaged through Feng Jie's pockets, discovering exactly what he expected. She'd only brought her student ID, not her national ID card. Placing both his and Feng Jie's student IDs on the front desk, Chen Xing pleaded, Look, we really are classmates. Sir, we require national ID cards for check-in, not student IDs. Damn it, little girl, you're making me so mad I want to call the police. Oh right, don't you think I'm a bad guy now? Go ahead and call the cops on me right away. The receptionist eyed Chen Xing's youthful face, calling me little girl? Who's older between us isn't even certain. Sir, I wasn't planning to call the police, it's just that our hotel has regulations. Check-in requires ID, you've told me 3 times already, I get it. Just as Chen Xing was at his wit's end with the blunt receptionist girl, Feng Jie, lying on the sofa, suddenly had a brief resurgence of energy. She stood up, staggered over to Chen Xing's side, and loudly scolded him, Chen Xing, you scumbag. Chen Xing, the receptionist girl. You already have an XIN, how could you bring me to a place like this hotel? With that, Feng Jie collapsed into Chen Xing's arms once more. The receptionist's eyes lit up with realization. Now I get it, this is a love triangle. Given that their student IDs proved they were classmates and the drunken girl's shouts clearly indicated they had an intimate relationship, then this couldn't be considered body collecting anymore. Body collecting situations often involve illegal activities, and hotel front desks could share liability if they don't follow proper check-in procedures. But if this was just about getting a room for some affairs, well, that's just part of the hotel's daily business. So the receptionist finally relented. Sir, since you're checking in alone, would you prefer our king-size bedroom? After exerting tremendous effort, Chen Xing finally managed to get Feng Jie onto the king-size bed in the home inn. Monitor, you still owe me 200 yuan for the hostel deposit. You must remember to pay me back tomorrow. When Chen Xing paid the room deposit earlier, the Sigma system directly penalized him 11,600 yuan. After finishing a bottle of mineral water in the room, Chen Xing's gaze shifted toward the bathroom behind the glass wall. He thought about how exhausted he had been after carrying Feng Jie earlier, drenched in sweat with vomit splattered on his trousers. Then he glanced again at Feng Jie, sleeping soundly on the bed. Just taking a quick shower and rinsing my pants, no need to be so nervous. Before long, Chen Xing emerged from a refreshing shower, bare-chested with a towel wrapped around his waist. Humming a tune, he stood before the large bathroom mirror, drying his hair. After his shower, Chen Xing felt refreshed and clear-headed, with most of his drunkenness fading away. It's so hot. Just then, Feng Jie, who was lying on the bed, suddenly cried out. Chen Xing rushed out of the bathroom to check on her. Holy shit, class monitor, what are you doing? Feng Jie lay sprawled across the large bed, lifting her black knee-length skirt high to reveal white panties with pink lace trim and the unmistakably delicate, youthful curves beneath. Chen Xing hurried forward to pull Feng Jie's skirt back down. Class monitor, if you're hot, I'll turn on the AC right away. Stop tugging at your skirt like this. You can't just test your male classmates like this. Flustered, Chen Xing scrambled to find the AC remote, only to discover it wouldn't turn on the room's air conditioning after finally locating it. Who the hell is the bastard that unplugged the air conditioner? After plugging it back in, the air conditioner finally started up smoothly. Chen Xing immediately set it to the lowest cooling setting at 16 degrees Celsius. Just hang in there, monitor. The room will cool down as soon as the AC kicks in. Holy shit! After sorting out the air conditioner, Chen Xing turned around only to find Feng Jie on the bed lifting her skirt up again. And this time, not only had she pulled her skirt all the way up to her waist, but she'd also undone every single button on her white blouse. The underwear on top and the bottom piece were a matching set, both white with pink lace trim. Faced with such a youthful and alluring feminine figure, Chen Xing, being at the peak of his virile youth, could hardly control his physical reaction. Little brother, calm down, this is the class president we're talking about. Tiptoeing closer to Fang Jai, Chen Xing tried his best not to stare at her slender thighs or the snowy expanse of her décolletage. He narrowed his eyes to reduce his peripheral vision, gingerly pulling the quilt from the bed to cover Fang Jai's body. Who knew Fang Jai would just lift her long, bare leg and kick the quilt Chen Xing had just draped over her onto the floor. Her eyes dazed, Fang Jai looked at Chen Xing by the bed and said in a coquettish tone, "I'm hot." "You're hot? Class monitor, I'm even hotter than you are right now." Facing Fang Jai, who had opened her heart to him at such close range, Chen Xing could no longer hold back. He untied the large bath towel fastened around his waist with one swift motion. "Classmate, I'm sorry." Chapter 73, The Extreme Ups and Downs of Life. The bright yet glaring sunlight streaming through the window gradually roused Fang Jai, who lay sprawled across the large bed. Staring at the unfamiliar ceiling overhead, she couldn't immediately recall where she was lying or how she'd gotten there through her hangover haze. Suddenly, as Fang Jai turned her neck, she caught a glimpse of Chen Xing sleeping with his back facing her. In that instant, fragments of memories from last night came flooding back. The scene of the journalism department's year-end student union banquet. Chen Xing heroically shielding her from drinking games. The scene of Chen Xing carrying her back to the dormitory only to have her vomit splatter all over his leg. The scene in the hotel lobby where she pointed at Chen Xing and called him a scumbag. The scene in the hotel room of Chen Xing showering behind the glass bathroom door. The scene of Chen Xing turning on the air conditioning before standing bare-chested before her, undoing the white towel wrapped around his waist. Fang Jai was so startled she immediately turned her back as well, clutching her chest tightly with both hands. "Wait, where's my underwear?" Her hands only felt two distinct mounds of soft cotton. She immediately looked down. The white blouse she'd worn last night had somehow been replaced by a green short-sleeved t-shirt. Below the waist, she only had on panties. The black knee-length skirt she'd worn over them was nowhere to be found. Faced with this situation, although Fang Jai couldn't immediately recall the details of how Chen Xing had taken advantage of her the previous night, she was certain that something that should never have happened had indeed occurred. "Chen Xing, how could you take advantage of me when I was drunk last night? How dare you seize such an opportunity?" Tears welled up in Fang Jai's eyes, but she dared not let out even the slightest sob. "What should I do now? Should I call the police immediately? Once I report this to the police, if my classmates find out what happened to me, how could I ever show my face at school again? After studying so hard all these years, I finally made it into Jian University, and now my future is ruined because of Chen Xing? An XIN. What will an XIN think of me? Will she pity me for my misfortune, or will she hate me for reporting her beloved Chen Xing to the police? An XIN isn't that kind of person. The kind-hearted an XIN would definitely side with me. Chen Xing, you beast. By defiling me like this, you've betrayed my trust in you, and more unforgivably, you've betrayed an XIN's wholehearted devotion to you." At this thought, the strong-willed Fang Jai suppressed her tears. Keeping one hand pressed against her bare chest, she reached for her phone on the bedside table with the other. She was going to call the police immediately and make Chen Xing pay for his crimes. "You're awake?" Fang Jai suddenly heard Chen Xing's voice behind her. She felt the blood in her entire body turn cold in an instant, and the hand she'd reached out toward her phone froze mid-air. "What should I do now? Run out of the room for help." "Wait, that's not Chen Xing's voice. Who is it?" Fang Jai whirled around only to see an XIN, just waking up, gazing at her with large, almond-shaped eyes. "An XIN? Why are you here?" Fang Jai's eyes widened in shock. "He sent me his location," Anshin replied in a quiet voice. "Did Chen Xing ask you to come?" Anshin nodded obediently. "Then where is Chen Xing himself?" "He went back to the dorm last night." Anshin glanced up thoughtfully before continuing softly. "He's probably still asleep now. He returned to the dormitory last night, and even brought an XIN to accompany me. So Chen Xing didn't take advantage of the situation or bully me?" Fang Jai asked again. "Then did you also change my clothes for me?" An XIN nodded softly, then closed her eyes and waved her hands, making an adorably exaggerated gesture like a blind man touching an elephant. "I turned off the lights while changing you. I didn't see anything at all." Seeing an XIN blush slightly from shyness, Fang Jai instantly burst into tears again and buried her face into an XIN's soft embrace. An XIN looked utterly bewildered but didn't ask any questions. She simply held the sobbing Fang Jai gently in her arms. Fang Jai's emotions at this moment were overwhelmingly complex. There were tears of joy for being reborn, the relief of having survived a disaster, and deep remorse over having misunderstood Chen Hang. Such a reliable Chen Hang had not only shielded her from drinking but also taken proper care of her when she was drunk and unconscious. Yet she had mistaken him for a rapist and even planned to call the police on him. Fang Jai's mood when she woke up this morning was like riding an incredibly thrilling roller coaster, and she sighed inwardly at how exhilarating life's ups and downs could be. After crying freely in Anshin's arms, Fang Jai's emotions gradually returned to normal. "Anshin, I'll go take a shower first, and then we can check out and head back to school together." As soon as Fang Jai stepped into the bathroom, she saw the white blouse she had worn last night hanging on the towel rack. The shirt had long been washed and dried by an xin, leaving no trace of vomit stains, only the faint scent of soap lingered on the fabric. Fang Jie stared at her reflection in the mirror, her disheveled hair, her swollen eyes from crying. Then her gaze dropped to the faded green t-shirt she was wearing. There was no mistaking it, this was an xin's old shirt. She'd seen an xin wear it so many times before. Just now, I was so lost in my own chaotic thoughts and panic that I failed to notice such an obvious thing. Fang Jie took a quick shower and changed into her own clothes before stepping out of the bathroom. An xin, thank you for taking care of me last night and even washing my clothes. How about I treat you to lunch off campus at noon, and then we can head back to school together? Doesn't that sound good? An xin nodded happily upon hearing this. An xin had always liked Fang Jie, and over the past 3 months, their friendship had progressed by leaps and bounds. She could now naturally accept Fang Jie treating her to meals. After all, Qin Xing once said, "You help me, I help you." Only by mutually troubling each other can emotional bonds truly form. When the front desk attendant, who had been drowsy after working the night shift, saw Fang Jie and an xin walking downstairs arm in arm to check out, she suddenly perked up with renewed energy. Last night, shortly after she let Qin Xing carry Fang Jie upstairs, an xin appeared at the hotel front desk. Having never stayed in a hotel herself, an xin naturally handed her student ID to the receptionist for registration. The receptionist, utterly confused, took an xin's student ID and looked down at it. "So you're an xin?" Not long before, she had just heard Fang Jie shouting at Qin Xing, "You scumbag, you already have an xin, how could you bring me to a place like this? I never expected the real deal to come barging in so soon to catch the affair." Chapter 74, Night of Confession, Part 1. The front desk girl watched silently as an xin stone-faced gave a slight nod, clearly too furious to speak. I know who you're here to see, but hotel policy prevents me from casually revealing guests' room numbers." "I know the room number, 318, Anshin answered coldly. The receptionist girl. Was this round-faced, rather adorable main character truly this formidable? In such a short time, she hadn't just tracked down the cheating man's secret rendezvous hotel, she'd even gotten her hands on the room number. "Aren't you going to register me?" Anshin asked as she noticed the receptionist girl was merely holding her student ID without making any move to record it in the registry book or computer system. "Registration? What registration? Since you already know the exact room number, you can just go straight up." Anshin silently nodded with a cold expression, then took the elevator to the 3rd floor. The receptionist was still pondering whether she should put up a service temporarily suspended sign and sneak up to the 3rd floor to witness the showdown firsthand, when she saw Qin Xing walking downstairs alone, completely unharmed. The receptionist asked in confusion, "Sir, didn't your classmate Anshin go to your room to look for you?" Qin Xing glanced at her, "Exactly. If she doesn't come take care of that drunk one, how am I supposed to get away? I told you from the start I'm not the type who picks up drunk and prey, but you wouldn't believe me. Wasted so much of my breath and time earlier." After venting his frustration, Qin Xing walked away without looking back, leaving only the stunned receptionist behind the counter. Having his official partner come take care of his drunk side piece. What kind of maneuver is this? Can they coexist peacefully without tearing each other apart? "Hello, checking out from room 318, Fang Jie said as she returned the key card. The front desk clerk's jaw dropped once more as she stared at not just a harmonious coexistence but what appeared to be an affectionate couple between the official partner and the lover. You city college kids really take playing around to another level. "Hello, checking out from room 318, Fang Jie repeated her checkout request, noticing the clerk was still gaping blankly at her and an xin. Oh, okay, I'll process your checkout right away," the front desk clerk snapped out of her daze and replied. "Your room charge comes to 218 yuan. Since that gentleman paid a 200 yuan deposit last night, you only need to pay the remaining 18 yuan. Would you like to pay in cash or by scan?" Fang Jie said, "I'll pay by scanning." Beep. "Thank you, we've received your room payment. Homan wishes you a pleasant journey and looks forward to your next visit." Qin Xing, who had been sleeping in his dorm room, was awakened by 2 consecutive notification alerts. With one bleary eye half open, he saw one notification was a WeChat transfer reminder for 200 yuan from Fang Jie, while the other was an SMS alert for 11,600 yuan deposit. System has refunded the 200 yuan hotel deposit advanced by host for Fang Jie, along with the 11,600 yuan penalty. Qin Xing thought to himself, looks like the class monitor and an xin have already gotten up and checked out. This time was ultimately a close call. I nearly got myself a free pair of silver bracelets. Host, during your sleep, the system detected multiple fluctuations in affection levels. Would you like to hear the updates now? Still lying with his eyes closed, Qin Xing responded in his mind, spit it out if you must. I still need to catch some more sleep. 1021, affection level change detected. Fang Jie's affection level dropped from 57% to 7%, stranger tier. 1023, detected change in favorability value. Fang Jie's favorability has dropped from 7% to -18%, No rating. 1025. Detected change in affection level. Fong Jia's affection has increased from -18% to 58%. Friend level. 10048. Detected change in affection value. Fong Jia's affection level rose from 58% to 68%. Ambiguous stage. Chen Xing. The class monitor must have drunk some fake booze last night. Why is this affinity rating fluctuating wildly like the Shanghai Stock Exchange? Holy shit, it finally settled at a 68% intimacy level. Looks like it wasn't just me who was craving her body last night, she was kinda into me too. Soon after, Chen Xing received another WeChat message from an XIN. An XIN, still sleeping? 1,000 miles, just woke up. Anshin, did I wake you up, crying face? 1,000 miles, no, I was woken up by the squad leader's WeChat transfer notification. Anshin, I forgot to remind her to transfer the money to you later, crying face. 1,000 miles, it's okay, sweetie, don't cry. Anshin, smiling face, the class monitor invited me out for lunch at noon, and I accepted. 1,000 miles, that's great, don't save money for the class monitor. Order whatever you want boldly. Anshin, then you eat well by yourself. 1,000 miles, don't worry, I'll go eat after sleeping a bit more. See you at the class dinner tonight. Chen Feng put down his phone and thought to himself, since I can't fleece little fatty sheep at noon, then skipping this meal at Lakeside Cafeteria doesn't matter. Might as well sleep until afternoon and save my appetite for tonight's Class 2 Journalism Department dinner feast. Seeing that Chen Feng intended to go back to sleep, an XAN suppressed her urge to keep texting him on WeChat and carefully placed her green Redmi 2 phone back into the handmade green cotton pouch she'd sewn for it. She was currently strolling hand-in-hand with Feng Jiai at Guang Valley Mall. Noticing how an XIN treasured the Redmi phone Chen Feng had given her, Feng Jiai teased with a smile. Don't worry, after we finish eating, I'll get you a new phone case. No need to keep carrying your phone in that little pouch all the time. An XIN merely smiled and shook her head. The phone looks quite nice. I don't want to alter its original appearance. Lakeside Dormitory 2, room 520. Holy shit, it's almost 5 p.m. and old 4 is still sleeping in bed? Zhang Kaming had been gaming all afternoon when he suddenly noticed the dorm seemed to be missing someone. Wang Zhaojun snarked with his trademark foul mouth. Probably too lazy to get up for lunch at noon and starved to death in bed already. Damn it, third bro, you knew your dad here skipped lunch, why didn't you bring me something when you went to the cafeteria? Chen Xing lay weakly in bed, barely mustering the energy to speak. Wang Zhaojun got a slight scare from Chen Xing's sudden reply. Shit, old 4, you're not dead yet? Chen Xing joked. Your dad here is the youngest in the dorm. How could I possibly die when you're still kicking? Wang Zhaojun continued his trash talk. Damn, a scumbag like you who likes to play multiple girls at once should consider yourself lucky not to get struck by lightning. You actually think you'll live to 100? Chen Xing lay on the bed while Wang Zhaojun sat below, with Zhang Kaming hopping around nearby chiming in. The three of them chatted and bantered lightheartedly in the dorm room. Hey, where's our dorm leader gone? Chen Xing suddenly asked from his bed. Ha, the boss has been in the dorm the whole time, Zhang Kaming said. Chapter 75, The Night of Confession, Part 2. Chen Xing grew suspicious and leaned out from his bunk to look. Their dorm leader Gao Jin was indeed sitting at his desk in a daze. Hey, what's up with the boss? The three of us have been chatting for ages. Why hasn't he said a word? Wang Zhaojun shrugged. Who knows? Like you, he didn't come downstairs for lunch at noon, and he's been spacing out at his desk all afternoon. I was just joking with Shower that our dorm is unusually quiet today, almost like it's just the two of us. Chen Xing jumped down from his bed, his stomach already growling from hunger. Lao San, give me 2 of those mini bread rolls you bought yesterday. Why should I? I saved those for my trip home tomorrow. What a stingy bastard. Next time I'll drink without. Chen Xing's words were cut short as a small bun came flying toward him. He caught it, tore open the packaging, and devoured it in 2 bites. Bring out another one. Wang Zhaojun frowned slightly. Lao Si, 1 bun should be enough to tide you over. The class dinner is in less than an hour. Damn it, I meant bring out another one for Lao to hear. Look at how friggin' stingy you are. Wang Zhaojun was actually the type who talked tough but had a kind heart. Upon hearing Chen Xing's words, he immediately pulled out another small bread roll from his bag and offered it to Gao Jin. Bro, have a small bun first. There's still about an hour before the class dinner. Oh, thanks, Lao San, Gao Jin replied with an expression full of nervous tension. Seeing this, Wang Zhaojun couldn't help but ask, bro, the finals are already over, what are you still nervous about? I know exams are long done. I'm just a bit nervous about tonight's class gathering. Chen Xing beside him looked even more puzzled. Come on, big bro, it's just a regular end-of-term classmate gathering. There aren't even any outsiders. Why are you so tense about it? Gao Jin's expression turned unusually grave. Just don't ask for now. You'll understand everything after tonight. Afterwards, the 4 heroes of room 520 took turns showering with cold water and washing their hair in the dorm. Each put on their most satisfactory outfit, spending considerable effort to groom themselves before finally heading out together. Buddy, Hua, hurry and get all the brothers out of the dorm, we're going to have dinner with our female classmates. At the call of their spokesman Chen Xing, Zhao Wenhua immediately emerged from his dorm room across the hall. Lousy, old fourth, quit yelling nonsense. You four from room 520 are the slowest, all our other brothers have been ready for ages. Thus, the 15 brothers from journalism class 2 walked out of Huban dormitory 2 with arms slung around each other's shoulders, roughhousing all the way to the snack street outside the university's west gate. 6 p.m. at Zhou's homestyle cuisine on the snack street outside Jiangda University's west gate. The 45 male and female students from Class 2, Journalism Grade 2014 divided themselves among 3 large tables, cheerfully beginning their final gathering of the freshman year. Tomorrow marks June 30th, the official start of summer vacation for the school. Most students will set off for home tomorrow, while a handful will stay on campus for an extra couple of days due to being unable to secure suitable train tickets. Tonight's class dinner was unusually lively, with both male and female students letting loose. It was that special time, final exams had just ended, summer break was around the corner. The mood was a mix of relaxation, excitement, anticipation, and even a touch of nostalgia for roommates and classmates. Under the random arrangement by class monitor Fang Jia, the 4 guys from Chen Xing's dorm were split into 2 tables, Chen Xing and Wang Zhaojun at one table, Zhang Kaiming and Gao Jin at the other. Fang Jia arranged things this way because Chen Xing had mentioned that their class had a male-to-female ratio of 1 to 2. If they didn't pair boys and girls together at the tables, it would easily result in 1 table full of boys and 2 tables full of girls. Of course, these meticulous suggestions were all privately given to her by Chen Xing 2 days earlier. At this point, Fang Jia absolutely didn't want to speak to Chen Xing, she didn't even want to sit at the same table as him during the gathering. Her heart was still overwhelmed with shame, making it impossible for her to face him. However, an XIN was inevitably randomly assigned by Fang Jia to sit beside Chen Xing, and an XIN had expressed her strong desire to sit next to Fang Jia. Thus, the seating arrangement ended up with an XIN in the middle, flanked by Chen Xing and Fang Jia on either side. Class President, you've worked hard for our class all year, let me toast to you, Wang Zhaojun said while casting provocative glances at Zhang Kaiming at the neighboring table, raising a large glass of beer towards Fang Jia. Seeing Fang Jia only holding up a glass of fruit-flavored soda, Wang Zhaojun looked visibly displeased. Come on, class president, how can you not drink tonight? Fang Jia hadn't fully recovered from last night's hangover. Just the mention of alcohol made her stomach churn. I really don't drink, let me substitute with this beverage. Fang Jia stood up and clinked glasses with Wang Zhaojun before taking a sip. She thought to herself, forget about tonight, I never want to touch that terrifying stuff again in my life. Wang Zhaojun tried persuading for a while longer, but when he realized squad leader Fang was absolutely unwilling to drink, he turned to pester other female classmates at the table who could hold their liquor. Chen Xing watched Fang Jia's unusually stiff behavior that evening with private amusement. I get why you're not drinking tonight, squad leader, but why won't you even look me in the eye? Recalling the dramatic fluctuations in Fang Jia's favorability toward him that morning, Chen Xing had already pieced together her probable mental journey after sobering up. As the dinner grew increasingly lively, the more outgoing boys and girls stopped sticking to their assigned seats and began circulating freely among the 3 banquet tables. Wang Zhaojun, already flushed and heated from the alcohol, poured himself another brimming glass. Old fourth, tell everyone, what exactly is going on between you and an XIN? How far have things progressed? Chen Xing was just burying himself in his meal when he suddenly heard the half-drunk Wang Zhaojun turn the spearpoint toward him. He glanced sideways at an XIN, noticing she had already shyly lowered her head at Wang Zhaojun's question, her eyes not daring to meet the gazes of the other classmates at the table. Lao San, just drink your beer and don't mess with my dinner, Chen Xing deflected, not wanting to put too much pressure on the socially awkward little lamb in such a public setting. Hey, fourth brother, don't change the subject. Tomorrow marks the official start of vacation, and our freshman year will be completely over. You've been dragging your feet this whole time. Are you really going to wait until graduation to confess to an XIN? Wang Zhaojun's teasing immediately sparked everyone's curiosity at the table. Right, Chen Xing, what exactly is your relationship with our XIN now? Chen Xing, as a guy, you should take the initiative. You can't always wait for the girl to speak up first, right? Yeah, exactly. Tonight is a perfect opportunity. Chen Xing, you've got to seize it. At 175 centimeters tall, Chen Xing couldn't be called handsome, but his personality and character had already won the approval of all his male classmates and were gradually gaining recognition from the female students too. An XIN, standing at 168 centimeters, still carried some baby fat, but she had an adorable round face that scored a 7.5 on the attractiveness scale. Everyone felt her introverted, quiet nature perfectly complemented Chen Xing's normally outgoing and carefree personality. In the eyes of all the students in Class 2 of the 14th journalism cohort, Chen Xing and an XIN were an exceptionally well-matched pair. Faced with the enthusiastic teasing from their classmates, Chen Xing began hesitating. Should he officially confirm their relationship with an XIN tonight? Suddenly, loud cheers and applause erupted from the neighboring table. Everyone at Chen Xing's table turned to look. It turned out to be none other than Gao Jin, one of the 3 treasures of 520, holding a bouquet of flowers and confessing to their classmate Li Jing under everyone's gaze. Gao Jin looked extremely nervous, his tongue practically tied in knots as he spoke. Li Jing, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? I'm willing. Li Jing's cheeks flushed crimson, but she responded with composed grace. Chapter 76, Night of Confession, Part 2. Iowa. Seeing Gao Jin successfully confess his feelings to Li Jing, their classmates immediately erupted into even crazier cheers and swarmed around them. Holy shit! When did boss get hooked up with Li Jing? Wang Zhaojun held his wine glass, speaking with an utterly shocked expression on his face. Chen Xing wasn't that surprised. After all, he was the organizer and one of the 2 hosts for the lottery prize giveaway event 3 months ago. Back then, he had already noticed some budding affection in the way Gao Jin and Li Jing interacted. That very night afterwards, they added each other as WeChat friends. After joining the noisy crowded Gao Jin and Li Jing's table to celebrate, Wang Zhaojun turned his teasing target back to Chen Xing. Fourth bro, the eldest has already set an example, now it's your turn to step up. Had too much to drink, need to hit the restroom real quick. Chen Xing was still hesitating at heart, so he chose this bathroom break to find a quiet spot for some solo thinking. In the small restaurant's restroom, while holding his little brother, Chen Xing pondered. Confessing to Little Lamb and making her my official girlfriend wouldn't be hard at all. In fact, doing so might very well boost her current 83% affection level to 90%. If Little Lamb's favorability really reaches over 90%, the Sigma system will reward me with 1 million in cash and 20 attribute points. But there's still that same old problem. Wouldn't doing this mean I'm playing with Little Lamb's feelings? After taking an extraordinarily long pee, Chen Xing weighed the pros and cons repeatedly before deciding to prioritize securing the system's grand reward first. Once I earn enough money in the future and uninstall the Sigma system, I'll give Anshin more compensation then. When Chen Xing finished his business and stepped out of the restroom with his thoughts collected, he realized an XIN, who had been sitting obediently at her seat, was now gone. His classmates at the same table were all looking at him with strange expressions. Walking back to his seat, Chen Xing turned to Fang Jiai beside him and asked, "Class monitor, where did an XIN go?" Fang Jiai, who hadn't spoken to Chen Xing all evening, now frowned slightly and said, "She took one look at the phone you left on the table, then ran off crying, saying she was heading back to the dorm. Chen Xing, you should hurry after her." Ha! Chen Xing immediately grabbed his phone from the table and instantly understood what had happened. During his earlier bathroom escape, he'd forgotten to take his phone. Now, the screen displayed the first page of his WeChat interface. At the top of the first page, a small red dot hovered over the profile picture labeled Little Lamb and his pin chats. Tapping it revealed the message she'd sent him minutes ago. "Are you feeling unwell from drinking too much? Do you need me to bring you anything? This is bad." The reason Anshin left in tears without saying goodbye was probably because she discovered I'd secretly nicknamed her Little Lamb. "Chen Xing, what are you still standing there for?" Seeing Chen Xing frozen in place instead of immediately chasing after an XIN, Fang Jiai spoke up again to remind him. "I understand." Coming back to his senses, Chen Xing stuffed his phone in his pocket and dashed straight toward Dormitory 6 of Guiyuan. But an XIN, having trained for 3 straight months of running, proved surprisingly hard to catch up with. Only when Chen Xing reached the foot of Dormitory 6 was he finally able to catch her. An XIN, 20 minutes ago. Anshin noticed Chen Xing had been in the restroom for a suspiciously long time. She began worrying about him, concerned he might be feeling unwell from drinking too much. So Anshin took out her Redmi phone and sent Chen Xing a WeChat message, asking if he needed her help. But the moment she hit send, the Huawei P7 phone Chen Xing had left on the adjacent table lit up. Curious, Anshin leaned in for a closer look and saw that Chen Xing had pinned her WeChat profile picture at the top of his chat list, with her contact name saved as Little Lamb. In that instant, all those nicknames Anshin thought she'd long forgotten came rushing back to memory. Fatso, lard bucket, 5-layer pork, gas cylinder, water barrel, stinky fat cow. From childhood onward, Anshin passively collected countless nicknames. These varied monikers came and went, constantly renewing themselves to inflict fresh wounds on her tender heart. Only Chen Xing, only he had given her this nickname, Little Lamb Chop, that neither avoided her flaws nor lost tenderness and charm. In Anshin's eyes, this warm and kind nickname wasn't really a nickname at all, it was a genuine term of endearment, the first pet name she'd ever received since she could remember. Anshin burst into tears instantly, fat teardrops streaming uncontrollably down her face. "Anshin, why are you crying?" Fang Jiai beside Anshin was startled and quickly embraced her in comfort. "Chen Xing just went to the bathroom to prepare what he wants to say to you later. It's not that he's unwilling to confess to you, and he definitely doesn't not want you to be his girlfriend." Anshin kept shaking her head while crying. At this moment, She couldn't fully explain to her good friend Fong Jiayi why she was crying, nor was she accustomed to weeping in front of so many people and becoming the center of attention. I'm going back to the dorm first, Anqin whispered to Fong Jiayi, then turned and ran toward the school without looking back. She ran while crying, doing her best to ignore the strange looks from passers-by on the road. By the time she finally managed to stop her tears, she found herself already standing in front of Building 6 of Guiyuan Dormitory. An Xin suddenly heard Qin Xing calling her name breathlessly from behind. She turned around to hear Qin Xing say to her, "That WeChat name I gave you wasn't meant to be offensive, that name. I like it very much." Upon hearing this, an Xin couldn't hold back her tears again, and recklessly buried herself in Qin Xing's embrace. Detected change in affection value. Anqin's affection increased from 83% to 88%, lover level. While listening to the system announcement in his ear, Qin Xing gently stroked Anqin's smooth shoulder-length hair. "Silly girl, if you like the name I gave you, then why are you crying?" Anqin simply buried her face in Qin Xing's chest and sobbed. Though she didn't respond verbally, Qin Xing understood if Anqin liked the nickname Little Fatty Sheep, then those tears must have been tears of joy. He inwardly sighed, "Little Fatty Sheep, just how much vicious bullying had you endured before, that you'd weep like this over a casually given teasing nickname from me?" Qin Xing's conscience twinged with guilt again, but as he saw Anqin's 88% favorability rating, he knew this was the perfect open goal opportunity to score. With the arrow already knocked on the bowstring, Qin Xing cleared his distracting thoughts, gently lifted Anqin's round little face from his embrace, and gazing into her adorable almond-shaped eyes, said, "Anqin, will you be my girlfriend?" Tearful Anqin froze for a moment before gently shaking her head. Chapter 77, Scumbag Qin Xing, Part 1. Watching Anqin shake her head with tear-filled yet determined eyes, Qin Xing stood frozen in place. After a long while, his frozen brain finally rebooted. "An Xin, what does shaking your head mean? You don't want to be my girlfriend?" "Mum." An Xin nodded lightly again, answering in a soft but firm voice. "Qin Xing." His face showed utter disbelief. "No, why not?" An Xin wiped the tears from the corner of her eye and said softly, "The one you truly love, is that girl who cried for you beneath your dormitory?" Qin Xing's heart skipped a beat. Was an Xin referring to Song Xiaoqing? "Wait, little lamb, you've got a system too? How did you know I still have feelings for Song Xiaoqing right now?" Qin Xing thought this to himself, but there was no way he'd admit it out loud. "That's not true. We were just classmates in high school. Besides, how do you know I like her more than I like you?" An Xion's almond-shaped eyes shone with unusual clarity. "Because the way you look at her is different from how you look at me." Qin Xing. Indeed, the affection in one's eyes cannot be concealed. 3 months ago, by the lakeside dormitory building 2, when Qin Xing comforted the tearful Song Xiaoqing with a heartbroken gaze, an Xian across the street saw it all too clearly. Qin Xing wanted to offer another excuse, but then he remembered that Little Sheep was an exceptionally sharp girl, one who had studied the art of war, romance of the Three Kingdoms, and all manner of classics. The flimsy, hastily concocted excuses he'd prepared were simply no match for her. Qin Xing never expected that his seemingly surefire confession would be flatly rejected by an Xian, nor did he anticipate that the rebuilt confidence since his rebirth would shatter into pieces with little Fat Lamb's gentle shake of her head. The emotions in his chest kept shifting, from initial shock, to disappointment, then dejection, and finally a touch of humiliated anger. "I did have feelings for Song Xiaoqing before, but that's all in the past now. Besides, judging whether someone likes another person just by their gaze isn't that being way too presumptuous?" Anqin lowered her head, not daring to look at Qin Xing when she saw him getting angry, only secretly wiping away her tears with her hand. Seeing Anqin looking so meek and pitiful, Qin Xing found it hard to continue venting his inexplicable anger. He reached out to wipe the tears from her cheeks. "Alright, stop crying. Since you don't like me, I won't force you anymore." An Xian lowered her head and shook it slightly. "What do you mean by shaking your head? So you still like me?" An Xian kept her head lowered, too embarrassed to answer. Qin Xing knew perfectly well that an Xian liked him. Her affection meter had already reached 88%. He asked this only to hear what he wanted to hear from an Xian, a feeble attempt to salvage his pride and comfort himself. "An Xian, can you tell me why you like me?" An Xian lowered her head, silent. "Then can you tell me when you started liking me?" An Xian still kept her head lowered without speaking. Qin Xing sighed, thinking that given an Xian's excessively introverted personality, he might never know the answers to these two questions. "Alright then, you won't accept my confession, and you don't want to answer my questions either. I suppose I should let you go back to the dormitory early to rest." Halfway through turning to leave, Qin Xing added, "I'm really leaving now. Don't say I didn't warn you." Seeing an Xian still silent with her head bowed, Qin Xing let out another sigh before turning to leave. After a while, an Xian finally raised her almond-shaped eyes, reddened from crying, and stared at Qin Xing's receding figure. Her lips parted slightly as if murmuring something, but not a single sound escaped. Qin Xing returned to the foot of Huban Dormitory 2 in a daze. He looked up at the 5th floor and saw that room 520 along with several nearby dorm rooms were all pitch dark. The class dinner wouldn't wrap up that quickly. Chen Xing didn't want to stay alone in the empty dorm room, so he went by himself to the nearby lakeside basketball court and sat on the bench where he once accompanied Jia Qianqian. Still the same bright moon, still the same basketball court bathed in moonlight. Only now, Chen Xing had no drink by his hand nor anyone sitting beside him. After sitting dazed by the court for who knows how long, Chen Xing received a phone call from Fang Jia. Chen Xing, are you back at the dorm yet? No, I'm at the lakeside basketball court. Beep beep, Fang Jia directly hung up the phone on the other end. As Chen Xing had anticipated, his class monitor Fang soon appeared at the edge of the lakeside basketball court too. Fang Jia spotted the dejected-looking Chen Xing from afar, and a pang of empathy immediately rose in her heart. Though she felt distressed for Chen Xing, Fang Jia was initially somewhat embarrassed to face him directly. However, for the sake of both Chen Xing and Anxin, she chose to swallow her pride and cross that psychological hurdle. Fang Jia took a deep breath and plopped down in the seat Jia Qianqian had previously occupied. She told me about your confession to an XIN. MHM, Chen Xing responded with a light hum. I was really surprised when she rejected you. Fang Jia carefully weighed her words as she spoke. She cried even harder this time than last time, so I didn't feel right asking too many questions. But from what I gathered from an XIN's words, it seems you're still hung up on that high school classmate of yours from normal university, right? Chen Xing stared blankly at the empty basketball court. I'm not entirely sure myself now, but anyway, that's what an XIN believes. Fang Jia nodded slightly after hearing this. No wonder an XIN was crying about not wanting you to force yourself to stay with her, saying all that nonsense about not being good enough for you. Upon hearing an XIN's words relayed by Fang Jia, what little conscience Chen Xing had left began aching faintly again. Suddenly, snapping back to reality, Fang Jia grew furious. Chen Xing, if you still have feelings for your high school classmate, then why on earth did you string an XIN along? Chen Xing couldn't answer Fang Jia's question and could only remain silent. Seeing Chen Xing's lack of response, Fang Jia grew even more furious. How could you like someone else in your heart while being ambiguous with an XIN for so long? Why did you even confess to her tonight and ask her to be your girlfriend? Chen Xing, say something. Chen Xing remained silent as before. Chen Xing, you scumbag. After hurling this insult, Fang Jia turned and walked away without a backward glance. Only when Fang Jia had completely disappeared from view did Chen Xing suddenly come to his senses. He gave a bitter laugh and murmured, "Damn, how did a veteran simp like me suddenly turn into a scumbag?" After mocking himself, Chen Xing took out his phone again, wanting to message an XIN but unsure what to say. Suddenly, while clicking on an XIN's profile picture, Chen Xing noticed she had changed her WeChat name from an XIN to Little Fat Sheep. Chapter 78, Scumbag Chen Xing, Part 2. From around 8 p.m. until 11 p.m., Chen Xing sat alone on the basketball court, lost in thought. He only returned to his dorm when Lakeside Dormitory 2 was about to lock its doors. As soon as Chen Xing entered the room, the lively trio of room 520 instantly fell silent. Though they didn't know what had happened after Chen Xing caught up with an XIN, they knew she had left the dinner early in tears because he had been reluctant to confess his feelings. Combined with Chen Xing's current gloomy mood and blank expression, the room 520 trio could roughly guess the outcome of the situation. Even the usually blunt Wang Zhaojun spoke with unusual caution. Lao Si, is an XIN doing alright? She's fine. She was crying earlier because of a small misunderstanding, but I've already explained it to her. So what about you two now? Same as before, still just classmates. Chen Xing replied calmly. Hearing Chen Xing's answer, the three buddies from room 520 exchanged glances. This classmate relationship was definitely not the same classmate relationship as before. Chen Xing, noticing that the three treasures of room 520 had all fallen silent, took the initiative to pat Gao Jin on the shoulder and said, "Congratulations, boss. Li Jing is a good girl, you should cherish her properly." "Oh, thanks," was all Gao Jin managed to say, not daring to add anything more. "All four of us have to take the train home tomorrow, so let's rest early tonight," Chen Xing said. After casually washing his face, he climbed into his bunk bed. Seeing this, the three treasures of 520 had no choice but to follow suit. Those who needed to wash up did so, while others packed their luggage. On the last night before leaving school, their dormitory would usually stay up late chatting in bed, but tonight, room 520 was unusually quiet after lights out. Before long, Chen Xing noticed the sound of snoring all around him, yet he still couldn't fall asleep, because his mind was completely occupied by the images of Song Xiaoqing and an XIN crying in front of him. Was there really such a big difference in how I looked at the two of them? That silly little sheep clearly likes me, so why is she being so stubborn? At first I thought her main reason for rejecting me was that strong sense of pride she kept buried in her heart. She didn't want to be Song Xiaoqing's replacement. But later, when I heard what she said through the class monitor, I finally understood her main reason for rejecting me was actually not wanting me to feel wronged, that she thought she wasn't good enough for me. How could there be such a foolish yet pure-hearted girl? Chen Xing lay in bed, replaying his failed confession in his head until midnight, unsure when he finally drifted off into a groggy sleep. At exactly 9 o'clock the next morning, Fong Jai called Chen Xing. "Jerk, are you up yet?" Class monitor, as the leader of journalism class 2, is it really appropriate to casually give classmates nicknames like that? This doesn't count as giving you a nickname, because you genuinely are a scumbag. Chen Xing. Alright then, class monitor, aside from informing me about the new name you've given me, is there anything else you called me so early to tell me? Yes there is. Anshin is taking the train home today, it departs at 10:55 a.m. Aren't you going to see her off? Chen Xing pondered for a moment. Although Anshin had refused to become his girlfriend for various reasons, after all, a little cash cow was still a little cash cow, and the obligatory classmate relationship still needed to be maintained. Of course I'll take you. I'll be right there. Chen Hang hung up the phone and immediately rolled out of bed. At the foot of Building 6 in Guiyuan, an Xin had just stepped out of the stairwell carrying her military green duffel bag when she spotted Chen Hang waiting for her outside. "Come on, I'll take you to the train station," Chen Hang said with an effortless smile. An Xin couldn't help but pout, her eyes welling up with tears once again. Hey, stop right there. If you keep crying, I'll make you go to the train station by yourself." Hearing Chen Xing threaten to not accompany her, an Xin, who loved staying by Chen Xing's side, naturally did her best to hold back her tears. Seeing this, Chen Xing laughed and said, "That's more like it. It's just going home for summer break, it's not like we're parting forever. Aren't we going to see each other again when the new semester starts?" An Xin obediently nodded, and after Chen Xing forcefully took the luggage bag from her hands, she quietly followed beside him as they walked out of the school gate together. On the vast square of Jiangcheng railway station, Chen Xing looked at the hard seat ticket in an Xin's hand and couldn't help saying angrily, "It's such a long journey from Jiangcheng to Yunnan. How could you buy a hard seat ticket? Go return this ticket and get a sleeper berth instead." Whenever Chen Xing got angry, an Xin would obediently lower her head in apology, never daring to say another word. The clever an Xin also knew that Chen Xing was the type to easily soften before girls. As long as she stubbornly remained silent, the one who would ultimately give in would most likely be Chen Xing, and her plan to take the hard seat home could proceed smoothly. Just as an Xin had expected, Chen Xing also knew about her notoriously thrifty nature. He understood that having an Xin return the tickets at this point would not only incur some cancellation fees, but also make it difficult to purchase ordinary sleeper tickets on such short notice. Moreover, Chen Xing knew full well, even if they successfully refunded the seated tickets and managed to buy sleeper tickets, the physical comfort provided by the sleeper might not necessarily offset the psychological discomfort an Xin would feel about the wasted cancellation fees. "Ah, forget it. You've already bought the ticket." Chen Xing sighed and said, "I'll let you off this time, allowing you one last ride home in a hard seat." Only then did an Xin raise her head, her round little face breaking into a smile that seemed like it had been missing for ages. After seeing an Xin through the security checkpoint at the station, no matter how Chen Xing waved at her to hurry to the waiting area, she stubbornly stood by the railing, gazing at him from a distance, determined to watch him leave first. Checking the time on his phone, Chen Xing knew there was no stubbornness quite like that of a determined little sheep. With no choice, he turned and headed toward the subway station entrance. An Xin stood rooted to the spot, watching until Chen Xing's retreating figure completely vanished from sight before shouldering her luggage bag and walking toward the station entrance. Chen Xing took the subway back to campus. At noon, he shared his final freshman year cafeteria meal at Lakeside Dining Hall with his 3 roommates from dorm 520. After the meal, though all 4 young men felt profound reluctance in their hearts, their parting words remained superficial, casual farewells that scratched only the surface of their emotions. When Chen Xing sought his dorm 520 brothers off at their rooms, the eldest roommate Cao Jin suddenly turned back and said, "Old 4, Anshin is a bit introverted by nature. She probably just hasn't psychologically prepared herself for a serious relationship yet. We'll all be sophomores next semester. I'm sure she'll gradually come to accept you as her boyfriend." Chen Xing looked at Cao Jin's overly cautious expression and laughed. "Boss, you just had your first relationship yesterday, how did you suddenly become a romance guru overnight?" Cao Jin. Chen Xing laughed again. "Alright, you 3 don't need to worry about me and an Xin anymore. Or else next thing you know, you'll be fussing over my business with Song Xiaoqing, my stuff with Jia Chanshan, and even my affairs with the class monitor too?" Cao Jin. Zhang Kaming, damn. Wang Zhaojun, holy shit. Big bro, 4th brother treated our kindness like dirt. Why should we bother with that scumbag anymore? After venting his frustration, Wang Zhaojun was the first to turn and walk away. "Let's go." Then Gao Jin and Zhang Kaming followed suit and left as well. Afterwards, Chen Xing returned to the dorm alone. He quickly packed some personal belongings, slung a backpack over his shoulder, pulled a small suitcase behind him, locked the door, and left Hubin dormitory number 2 by himself. On his way out of the school gate, Chen Xing suddenly heard a familiar voice calling out from behind. "Hey, scumbag, wait for me." Chapter 79, Chance Encounter. Turning around, Chen Xing saw none other than the reigning tea queen Jia Qianqian pushing an enormous suitcase as she hurried to catch up. What did you just call me? I called you a scumbag, Jia Qianqian said coquettishly, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear while panting lightly. Being labeled a scumbag by the reigning queen of manipulation left Chen Xing both amused and exasperated. You're calling me a scumbag too? Why's that? Because my dorm is right next to Anxin's. Only a scumbag like you, Chen Xing, could have the heart to make a sweet girl like Anxin cry. Chen Xing. Jia Qianqian's charming eyes sparkled with an alluring smile. You just said also calls you a scumbag. Was the other person who called you that your beautiful class monitor Fong by any chance? Chen Xing replied cheerfully. Advisor Jia remains as brilliantly perceptive as ever. Jia Qianqian giggled delightedly at Chen Xing's compliment before cooing coyly. Since I've run into you here, you might as well drive me to the high-speed rail station. You just called me a scumbag, yet now you're asking me to take you to the station. Aren't you afraid I might actually play scumbag with you? Jia Qianqian giggled again. Don't worry, you're not handsome enough to play me like that. With that, Jia Qianqian snatched the small rolling suitcase from Chen Xing's hands and walked ahead, leaving her own large suitcase for him. Chen Xing looked at the oversized luggage covered in various stickers and thought to himself, since he happened to be taking the high-speed train home too, having a stunning beauty like Jia Qianqian accompany him to the station wasn't such a bad deal. So he pushed the Tea King's massive suitcase forward and quickened his pace to catch up. At this moment, Chen Xing finally noticed Jia Qianqian's plain outfit today, a simple short-sleeved t-shirt on top and a pair of perfectly intact, hole-free Levi's jeans on the bottom. The light makeup on her face was so subtle it was barely noticeable. Unable to resist, Chen Xing teased, who would have thought you'd ever dress like a regular college freshman? Jia Qianqian rolled her eyes seductively at him. Today I'm going home to see my parents. Of course I should dress neatly. Strategist Jia's foresight is truly admirable. By the way, where is your hometown? Changsha City, Xiangnan Province. Oh, so military advisor Jia is a Hunan girl. No wonder she's both beautiful and clear about her likes and dislikes. Jia Qianqian laughed. You're quite the smooth talker for a scumbag. If only you were a bit more handsome, it'd be even better. Chen Xing also chuckled, hearing you say that, military advisor Jia, even if I could grow more handsome, I wouldn't dare to. Why? Because I'm afraid once I get handsome, I might fall into military advisor Jia's hunting zone. As a rookie scumbag, I'm terrified of encountering a top-tier scumbag like you. Jia Qianqian laughed and reached out to swat Chen Xing's arm. You've got some nerve calling me a scumbag, let alone a top-tier one. Chen Xing. Suddenly, Song Xiaoqing's voice came from a black BMW X5 parked by the roadside. Chen Xing turned his head and saw Song Xiaoqing sitting in the back seat with another male student who looked like a classmate. The passenger seat was empty, while the driver's seat was occupied by Song Siming, whom Chen Xing had met a few times during high school, Song Xiaoqing's father. Since Chen Xing had just been playfully and overly intimate with Jia Qianqian on the sidewalk, the young couple in the back seat of the BMW X5 were now glaring at him with a mix of jealousy and resentment. From the front seat, Song Siming's gaze held an even more mischievous glint. Chen Xing, do you still remember me? I do, Chen Xing replied. Uncle Song used to come to school often for parent-teacher meetings. Song Siming said with a smile, I'm here to pick up our Xiaoqing to go home. She mentioned that you, her high school classmate, happened to be studying at Jiangda University next door, so she suggested we pick you up along the way and bring you back. We were just about to call you, but who knew we'd run into you right at the school gate. In the back seat, Song Xiaoqing pouted slightly, turning her face away as she said, it wasn't my idea to pick him up. It was clearly Dad's suggestion. Seems a bit unnecessary now though. Song Siming's smiling expression didn't waver, nor did he argue with his daughter in the back. He simply looked at Chen Xing, waiting for him to make up his own mind. Chen Xing and Song Xiaoqing's shared hometown is Shishui County, located about 100 kilometers from Jiangqing City. Whether driving or taking the high-speed train, the travel time is roughly the same. However, taking a private car is still more convenient since it eliminates the hassle of transferring from metro to high-speed rail. Since Uncle Song has driven all the way to my school gate, it would be impolite to decline. I'll gladly accept the kind offer. Alright, Chen Xing, go ahead and put your large suitcase in the trunk at the back. Song Siming pressed a button near the steering wheel, and the BMW X5's trunk lid automatically popped open. Song Siming turned his gaze to the beautiful Jia Qianqian, you're Chen Xing's classmate, right? Should we give you a ride too and take you to the train station? Naturally, Jia Qianqian didn't want to hitch a ride with Song Xiaoqing's family. No need to trouble you, uncle. The ride-hailing car I called will be at the school gate soon. Little did she expect that before she could finish her sentence, Chen Xing snatched the small trolley case from her hand and forcibly placed her luggage into the BMW's trunk. Chen Xing's easily misunderstood action left all three people in the car stunned. Just what exactly was the relationship between these two? Jia Qianqian couldn't be happier seeing Song Xiaoqing struggling to suppress her anger, so she certainly wouldn't take the initiative to clear up this little misunderstanding. It wasn't until Chen Xing had settled into the passenger seat and fastened his seatbelt that Song Siming and Song Xiaoqing finally realized the small wheeled suitcase in Zhao Chanxian's hands was actually Chen Xing's luggage. Goodbye, Director Chen. See you in sophomore year. Zhao Chanxian mischievously winked at Chen Xing alone, then happily dragged her oversized suitcase and walked away. Middle-aged businessman Song Siming took in all the subtle interactions between these young men and women, thinking to himself, this Chen Xing seems rather ordinary at first glance, yet unexpectedly popular with the female classmates. His name is Pan Zhanbua, you're in Xiaoqing's classmate from the parallel class in high school. Seeing that Chen Xing had already gotten in the car, Song Siming introduced the young man sitting in the back seat to him. Chen Xing turned and nodded at Pan Zhanbua. No wonder you looked familiar. Turns out we're high school alumni. Pan Zhanbua mimicked Chen Xing's nod in greeting, but with an unmistakable childish awkwardness of a young man trying too hard to appear cool. Song Siming could also tell that Pan Zhanbua was deliberately putting on airs, so he spoke up on his behalf. Zhanbua studies at Jiangcheng University of Technology. I happen to know his parents too, so I brought him along as well. A barely perceptible look of satisfaction flashed across Song Siming's face. Now that everyone's here, let's head home then.